The invasion of the underground world heralds the rise of martial arts. Even the most unremarkable individuals possess grand aspirations, fighting for survival and protection. Witness the story of the unassuming Fang Ping as he gradually ascends to save or perhaps deceive the entire world. Chapter 1. The Script is Awry. On April 5, 2008, a Saturday, in Classroom 4 of the Senior 3 at Yangqing No. 1 High School, Fang Ping spent half an hour confirming one undeniable truth. This was neither a dream nor a film shoot. Of course, if it were a film, how could my classmates be rejuvenated? This production team could reach the heavens. Once he accepted the reality of his rebirth, Fang Ping felt a fleeting moment of trepidation, quickly replaced by a sense of calm. As a quintessential youth of the new century, who among them lacked some experience with rebirth, even if he had not personally experienced it, countless stories online revealed that rebirth was the ultimate treasure for the underprivileged to rise against the wealthy and handsome. Besides, he was lacking in both wealth and romantic pursuits. If rebirth meant living a bit longer without any effort, it was undeniably a bargain. At long last, the class bell rang, and the teacher, who seemed both familiar and strange, lingered for several minutes before reluctantly departing. As for the teacher's final remark, Fang Ping chose to disregard it. The martial arts registration begins next week. Students with aspirations should prepare accordingly. Fang Ping paid no heed, mishearing it as literary registration. Typically, college entrance exams required early registration, usually facilitated by the school, so there was no need for a reminder. Most importantly, Class 4 was a science track, unrelated to the arts, was it not? However, with the matter of rebirth at hand, Fang Ping paid little attention to such trivial concerns. At present, he envisioned himself striking down Jack Ma and kicking Ma Huadeng. Although it was somewhat late in 2008, could a reborn individual afford to avoid the unexpected? Alternatively, could he shift from business to politics? Fang Ping mused silently, too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter with his classmates. These young individuals could not fathom the grand ambitions swirling in his mind from this day forth. They were no longer inhabitants of the same realm. Just as Fang Ping was busy laying the groundwork for his future, a burly classmate, Yang Jian, suddenly turned and inquired, "Fang Ping, Chen Fan, are you registering or not?" Fang Ping had a vivid impression of Yang Jian, not because of his good looks, but due to the striking image he presented at their college reunion, sporting a full beard that nearly led Fang Ping to believe his father was attending. Since then, Fang Ping had never forgotten this bearded classmate. His features were too distinctive. Lost in thought, Fang Ping momentarily forgot to respond. Meanwhile, his deskmate, Chen Fanon of the duo, humorously referred to as the ordinary pair, shook his head and said, "I want register, it would be a waste of money. The registration fee is 10,000, and I'm certain I wouldn't pass. With that much money, I could cover nearly a year's living expenses and tuition for college." Yang Jian sighed. "True, but there's a sense of regret. If we don't try, we might regret it for a lifetime." Yang Jian's deskmate, a boy whose name Fang Ping barely recalled, turned to join the conversation, his expression somber. "This is our only chance to leap into greatness. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with us." The three lamented and expressed regrets, leaving Fang Ping utterly bewildered. Registration? Had the teacher just mentioned literary registration? A registration fee of 10,000? This was 2008, if he remembered correctly. The price of real estate in Yangcheng's urban area was only around 4,000 per square meter. How could an exam registration cost so much? Were these guys mistaken? Or were they being deceived? Just as Fang Ping contemplated interjecting, his deskmate Chen Fan adjusted his glasses and declared resolutely, "Even if we don't take the martial arts exam, pursuing the arts doesn't mean we can't achieve greatness. There are martial arts training programs in society. Once we graduate and earn money, we can further our education. Even if we can't compare to martial arts students, there is still hope." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's deskmate appeared excited. "Exactly. If we can get into a prestigious art school, our salaries upon graduation won't be low. I still want to give it a try." Yang Jian hesitated, as his family was relatively well off and he was physically robust, unwilling to forego the opportunity. Chen Fan and the others did not dissuade Yang Jian despite the slim chances. The opportunity was right in front of them, and some were simply unwilling to let it slip away. Though they were all still young, they understood that discouraging Yang Jian could lead to lifelong enmity if he missed this chance. While the three animatedly discussed, Fang Ping remained utterly perplexed. What was going on? He understood every word they spoke, and he could surely recognize each character if written. Yet why did he struggle to grasp the overall meaning? Who was Master Ma? He certainly knew of the Penguin Group, which had already become a giant in the IT industry by 2008. He was aware of Google as well. It would be strange if he weren't. Was Zhang Hao implying that Penguin was competing with Google? But why did it all feel so disjointed? Fang Ping swallowed hard, feeling his lips dry. This script seemed decidedly off. Chapter 2. The necessity of examining martial arts. In the classroom, Fang Ping felt utterly bewildered and anxious. After enduring a lengthy discussion among his peers, he finally nudged the student beside him, Chun Fan, and whispered, "Is Master Ma referring to Ma Huading?" Chun Fan's expression shifted dramatically, becoming serious in an instant. He replied earnestly, "Fang Ping, to call a master by name is the utmost disrespect." At this moment, Fang Ping felt a surge of despair, thinking to himself, "Goodness, not even the name can be mentioned. This little brother Ma's imposing presence is more formidable than that of a president." Nevertheless, Fang Ping was certain of one thing. The chairman of Penguin was indeed this little brother Ma. The business was correct, the chairman was correct, yet the only discordant note was the so-called martial arts masters spoken of by everyone. He sensed something peculiar and jarring in the discourse, leaving him feeling as though he had a fishbone lodged in his throat. Suppressing his desire to retort, Fang Ping casually remarked, "I've been preoccupied with preparing for the college entrance examination and haven't kept up with the news. Could you enlighten me on any intriguing developments?" Chen Fan dismissed it nonchalantly. "It's just the usual matters." But Master Ma's breakthrough to the 8th rank was somewhat unexpected. Though Chen Fan was not particularly fond of gossip, the future bearded student in the front row, Yang Jian, was rather talkative. As the class bell had yet to ring, Yang Jian, having overheard Fang Ping's inquiry, turned and whispered, "There aren't many confirmed headlines, but a few days ago, I came across some gossip. I can't vouch for its accuracy, but I heard that Master Ma from Ali might soon break through to the 7th rank and attain the title of Master. Master Li from Baidu seems to be preparing for seclusion to advance to the 8th rank. The timing of Master Li's breakthrough to the 7th rank coincides closely with that of Master Ma from Penguin. However, in recent years, Master Li's progress in martial arts has not been as swift as Master Ma's, so it's uncertain whether he will succeed. By the way, there's another piece of news. Our Governor Zhang from Nanjiang Province is likely to break through to the 7th rank soon. If Governor Zhang achieves this, it would be remarkable. Nanjiang has languished in weakness for many years, and now only a few elder 7th rank masters hold sway. Given Governor Zhang's relatively young age, if he succeeds, there is hope for further advancement, which could eradicate the long-standing weakness in Nanjiang's martial arts. Additionally, it seems our school has invited a senior who was admitted to Nanjiang Martial University last year to give us a lecture before this year's martial arts examination. Yang Jian continued to regale them with gossip, but Fang Ping felt as if he were deciphering an ancient script. Most of the gossip Yang Jian relayed pertained to martial artists. Someone might be on the verge of a breakthrough, while another was in seclusion. Among the names mentioned, some were familiar to Fang Ping, extending beyond the business realm to include the entertainment and political spheres. From Yang Jian's offhand remarks, Fang Ping gleaned that martial artists held a revered status in society, with those below the 7th rank referred to as masters, while those above were addressed as masters as well. It was also evident that renowned individuals were invariably martial arts practitioners. In other words, without strength, one could hardly gain recognition. During the conversation, Fang Ping casually inquired about the strength of these individuals, only to receive a rather blunt response from Yang Jian. Any martial artist could easily turn us into a sieve. As the school bell rang, and while the teacher had yet to arrive, Yang Jian expressed his sentiments with a hint of melancholy. If one cannot gain admission to the martial arts academy, one cannot become a martial artist, and life shall remain thus, he continued. Whether in officialdom or business, for an ordinary person to rise above is exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing these words, Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback. Chen Fan, who had previously been reticent, also expressed a sense of disheartenment, murmuring, "After all, martial artists are a minority. Moreover, for us, whether in commerce or governance, it seems unlikely we will ever reach that echelon, nor is it necessary to dwell on such matters." Through their dialogue, Fang Ping subtly sensed an underlying truth. To his understanding, not becoming a martial artist meant that one would not ascend beyond the rank of department head in officialdom, nor would one's business extend beyond the boundaries of their city. Whether this was a rigid stipulation or an unspoken societal norm remained uncertain. Regardless, Fang Ping could palpably feel the pervasive hostility of society towards him. Without the prowess of a martial artist or the strength of an elite, even as a reincarnated individual, he feared he would be doomed to languish at the bottom of the social hierarchy. The crux of the matter was that Fang Ping now harbored grave doubts about his very reincarnation. Although his classmates' appearances and names remained unchanged, including those prominent figures and corporate titles, was everything truly aligned with his memories? He wished to inquire further, yet at that moment, the teacher had entered the classroom, prompting everyone to return to their seats, thus curtailing any further casual conversation. These matters were, after all, regarded as common knowledge by others, and Fang Ping refrained from probing deeper, for fear of raising suspicions that he had lost his memory. Contemplating briefly, he seized a moment when the teacher turned away to quietly ask Chen Fan, "Are there still internet cafes near our school?" Chen Fan looked at him quizzically but replied, "Of course. Didn't you frequently visit that blue sky internet CAF before?" Exhaling in relief, Fang Ping nodded without further comment, realizing that some things remained unchanged. The existence of such a glitch, named Internet CAF, signified that certain elements had persisted. After school, he intended to visit the CAF to seek out the information he yearned to uncover. Noticing Fang Ping's sense of relief, Chen Fan kindly reminded him, "Though we may not qualify for the martial arts academy, we must not surrender. Excelling in the arts can also provide opportunities for success, and who knows, perhaps a chance to become a martial artist may still arise." With college entrance examinations approaching, it was best to minimize visits to the Internet CAF. Fang Ping smiled and nodded. As a member of their modest duo, Chen Fan may not speak often, yet he demonstrated a genuine concern for his desk mate. After enduring the remaining classes of the morning, the sound of the dismissal bell prompted Fang Ping to hasten his exit. That moment, he was filled with a plethora of questions in dire need of answers. Chen Fan, observing Fang Ping's hurried departure, pondered for a moment before catching up with him, asking, "Are you heading to eat or to the Internet CAF?" "To the Internet CAF," came the reply. "Return promptly. The first class this afternoon is our homeroom teachers." Fang Ping acknowledged. As his parents were both at work, he typically had lunch at a nearby fast food establishment and did not need to return home. Seizing the midday interlude, his insatiable thirst for knowledge compelled him to rush to the Internet CAF to uncover the mysteries that eluded him. With quickened steps, Fang Ping cast a brief glance at his surroundings along the way. Just as in his memories, Yangqing No. 1 High School appeared to be no different. The students and teachers were all quite ordinary, and Fang Ping did not witness anyone defying gravity. If one were to speak of contrasts, it would likely pertain to the peculiar promotional slogans and signs that had proliferated within the school. Preparing for the college entrance examination, "Wuka, here I come. Fight to the death, strive for Wuka. To take the Wuka exam, come to Qingyao. Qingyao Martial Arts Tutoring Class, your best choice. One blood chi pill guarantees your admission to Wuka." Were it not for these bizarre phenomena brazenly displayed around the campus, Fang Ping would have every reason to believe that charlatans and purveyors of dubious pills had infiltrated the school. Yet, observing the nonchalant demeanor of everyone around him, Fang Ping understood that this was ultimately not the world he remembered. As for the extent of the differences, he would need to investigate further to ascertain the truth. 10 minutes later, Fang Ping arrived at the Blue Sky Internet CAF, not too distant from the school. The familiar scent and the well-known sign greeted him. What once seemed like a prestigious establishment now appeared dilapidated. The words Blue Sky Internet CAF almost indecipherable. Upon stepping inside, he was met by the same familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar female manager at the front counter, a young girl not yet of age. In those days of youthful exuberance, the manager, dressed more maturely than the students, had infiltrated Fang Ping's dreams on more than one occasion, engaging in some rather scandalous antics. Looking at her now, Fang Ping mused that his youthful vision must have been somewhat skewed. After all, if one were truly breathtakingly beautiful, why work as an Internet CAF manager? Casting a glance at the female manager, Fang Ping had no interest in flirting. Even if he did, someone of her caliber would hardly befit a lofty reincarnator. However, upon recalling Master Ma, that instinctive sense of superiority was swiftly shattered. Reincarnators might possess an air of grandeur, but it was crucial that their resurrection was appropriately situated. Muttering a few disparaging thoughts to himself, Fang Ping did not linger and directly stated, "What is the rate for a computer?" 3 yuan. The female manager replied succinctly, then added, "Are you a member? Non-members can sign up for a membership. If you recharge 50, you'll receive an additional 10. Fang Ping regarded her with a haughty expression, disinterested in her sales pitch. Charging 50 just to receive an extra 10 was rather stingy. Besides, what kind of vision led her to believe he resembled someone with 50 yuan to spare? After a few morning classes, Fang Ping had ascertained his financial situation, amounting to a mere 28 yuan. This sum, which also included his lunch money, made it impossible for him to consider recharging 50. Ignoring the manager's attempts at persuasion, Fang Ping pulled out a 5 yuan bill from his pocket and arrogantly slapped it down on the counter. Naturally, the female manager dismissed his impoverished display, tossing him a temporary membership card before turning her attention elsewhere. Fang Ping was tempted to exclaim, "Do not mock the youth for their poverty," but considering the manager's lowly status, he decided to reserve such remarks for those of higher standing, opting not to engage further with her. Instead, he took the temporary membership card and made his way to a secluded corner of the CAF. In that corner, as the computer powered on, Fang Ping eagerly searched for the information he yearned to uncover. The eerie glow of the blue screen illuminated his face, casting a somewhat sinister pallor. Were anyone to sit nearby, they would undoubtedly sense the peculiarity emanating from Fang Ping. At times, his countenance would shift dramatically. At others, he seethed with indignation, his teeth clenched in frustration. Occasionally, a few choice expletives would escape Fang Ping's lips, leaving one to wonder whether he was cursing the heavens or someone else entirely. After more than an hour, the machine powered down automatically, the internet credits exhausted. Fang Ping, devoid of the inclination to recharge, stepped out of the internet CAF, enveloped in a mixture of confusion and clarity. The moment he crossed the threshold, resolve solidified upon his face, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "I will take the martial arts examination." As if this declaration alone did not sufficiently convey his determination, he added emphatically, "I must take the martial arts examination." Chapter 3. The poor in literature, the rich in martial arts outside the internet CAF, Fang Ping's expression was one of unwavering determination, his eyes gleaming with tenacity. There was no room for wavering. After over an hour of browsing and inquiry, he finally grasped certain truths. For instance, what exactly is a martial artist? The modern martial artist bears little distinction from the heroes of bygone martial arts novels and films. The only difference lies in the contemporary setting. The vocation of a martial artist has emerged prominently within modern society. However, the existence of this high-powered profession alone would not compel Fang Ping to pursue it, even if he harbored an interest in superhuman abilities. Yet in today's world, being a martial artist transcends mere high energy. It signifies power and status. The age-old truth of the survival of the fittest remains unaltered. In his previous life, this disparity was not overtly apparent, for everyone was merely an ordinary person vulnerable to a single gunshot. But in this society teeming with martial prowess, the differences are starkly pronounced. For example, Fang Ping had previously conveyed to Yang Jian that engaging in politics or business was merely a matter of municipal affairs, yet now he comprehended the gravity of that statement. Ordinary individuals form the mainstream of this society, with no restrictions on the professions they may pursue. However, according to legal stipulations, yes, explicitly stated in the law, to establish a company that spans urban areas, the registered legal representative must be a martial artist, with no requirement for rank. Yet, to develop a business across provincial lines, the legal representative must possess a rank no lower than the 4th tier of martial arts. Based on Fang Ping's online research, the martial arts hierarchy is divided into 9 tiers, with the 1st tier being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Those below the 4th tier are classified as low-tier martial artists, while those at or above the 7th tier are recognized as high-tier martial artists, often referred to as masters. To establish a company that aspires to cross provincial boundaries, the foremost requirement is that the legal representative must be a martial artist of at least the 4th tier. Furthermore, while there are no legal restrictions for multinational corporations, Fang Ping had gleaned from his online inquiries that without a martial artist of the 7th tier or higher, even the most exceptional products and broadest audience would amount to little more than a reckless gamble when venturing into foreign territories. Even if a conglomerate boasted martial artists of the 7th tier or above, they would still need to substantiate their prowess. Take, for instance, the current situation of Little Ma. The products of the Penguin Corporation are akin to those of the past, primarily centered around instant messaging, with QQ remaining the predominant online chat tool in Huagua. Yet, it is confined solely within Huagua. The Penguin Corporation is unable to penetrate even the Asian market, for while Ma Huadeng achieved the 7th tier. The global giant Google has also developed instant messaging software, and its martial artist stronghold in Asia is of the 8th tier. Until Ma Huading can demonstrate his strength and compete with Google for resources, any thoughts of expansion will remain but a distant dream. Due to my absence from my homeland, the individuals you dispatched for expansion may indeed vanish without a trace overnight. Only by demonstrating your capability for expansion to the outside world and to your peers can you embark on a solid path of growth. This is precisely why Ma Huading, after breaking through to the 8th rank, chose to challenge Tame immediately. In this endeavor, the outcome is of little significance. What truly matters is to prove that Ma Huading has now ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th rank, thus meriting a share of the spoils. This is the unwritten rule of the business realm, and similar principles apply across other sectors. For instance, in the political arena, albeit with slight variations from previous eras, the governor holds the utmost authority within a province, with the minimum rank for a provincial governor being the 4th rank in martial arts. In reality, the current governors of various provinces seldom fall below the 5th rank, with some powerful provinces boasting governors of the 7th rank, masters in their own right. The current governor of Nanjian province remains at the 6th rank in martial arts. While not the weakest among provincial governors, he is not particularly formidable either, which hinders his ability to secure more resources for Nanjian. The availability of resources significantly influences the government's commitment and investment in cultivating martial artists. Previously, whispers circulated that the governor of Nanjian was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yang Jian expressed considerable excitement regarding this matter, for a master-level governor could procure greater resources for Nanjian. This dynamic prevails across political, commercial, and military realms, and even extends to the entertainment industry and other fields. Renowned celebrities not only require talent and exceptional looks, but must also possess considerable martial prowess. Without such strength, no amount of wealth can be safeguarded, unless one has a formidable lineage to rely upon. Today's wealthy heirs and officials are commonly referred to as martial second generation, for those with wealth and power are invariably formidable martial artists. A scant few ordinary individuals manage to ascend to high ranks, yet each of them is invariably backed by a powerful martial artist, and they themselves must exhibit unparalleled value, an expectation that is exponentially more demanding than that placed on martial artists. Failing to become a martial artist inevitably severs one's connection to the elite echelons of society, regardless of wealth or influence. This profound disparity has fostered a pervasive aspiration among ordinary people to become martial artists. Even the weakest martial artist, doing little more than holding a nominal position in a small company, can expect an annual income starting at a minimum of 100,000. In truth, those who genuinely ascend to become martial arts powerhouses are, without exception, members of the elite class. Unless they submit to those even stronger, they seldom rely on affiliations, instead opting for entrepreneurship. Compared to ordinary individuals, their advantages are glaringly evident. Without becoming a martial artist, even the most brilliant ideas merely serve to benefit others. Fang Ping mused to himself, recognizing this as a stark reality. Having just searched for information online, he found that aside from matters related to martial artists, everything else remained largely unchanged from his previous life. This implies that if Fang Ping were to embark on an entrepreneurial venture, he would not lack in products or ideas. The crux of the issue lies in his own inability to ensure his safety. A small profit is inconsequential. To grow robustly is a mere pipe dream. Any slight transgression could lead to the loss of his enterprise, for the legal mechanisms in Huagua are relatively sound, and countless formidable individuals oversee matters. While one's life may be spared, the wealth accumulated is most likely to benefit others. For example, at this very moment, WeChat does not yet exist in society. Should Fang Ping create it? Two outcomes are possible, the first being that it falls into the hands of someone else. Secondly, it is rumored in this city that when it comes to niche entertainment, surpassing the local scene is futile. No matter how much one earns, it ultimately does not belong to you. As for who it truly belongs to, that is a matter of contention among various factions. Ordinary individuals must steadfastly engage in their jobs, perhaps even daring to establish small companies or workshops within the city. Yet, even within the confines of this city, safety is not guaranteed. This precarious existence, fraught with uncertainty, imposes greater limitations than the ordinary lives of the past. If Fang Ping does not wish to lead a life akin to that of a mere slacker, then becoming a martial artist is an inevitability. Even if he aspires to be a slacker, at the very least, he desires to be a slacker free from financial worries and assured of safety. Fortunately, this world is still predominantly inhabited by ordinary people, and society has not entirely forsaken them, nor extinguished their aspirations for advancement. The college entrance examination serves as a beacon of hope for countless ordinary individuals, a chance for them to ascend as if leaping over the Dragon Gate. In recent times, several prestigious institutions have established martial arts departments specifically aimed at nurturing martial artists, ensuring that the hopes of ordinary people are not entirely dashed. Additionally, some specialized martial arts schools also recruit students during the college entrance examination period. However, as the saying goes, the wealthy pursue martial prowess while the poor seek literary success. Martial artists possess formidable strength, yet the resources they consume far exceed those of the average person. The financial investment required to cultivate a martial artist is astronomical. Under these circumstances, gaining admission to a martial arts program and receiving state-sponsored training is a privilege reserved for the exceptionally gifted. Thus, each year's college entrance examination poses a greater challenge for martial arts candidates than for those aspiring to renowned universities in previous eras. In 2007, a total of 9 million students participated in the college entrance examination in Huaghua, yet the number of martial arts candidates ultimately admitted across the nation amounted to fewer than 20,000. This figure encompasses all institutions. In the past, prestigious universities such as Tsinghua and Peking University, despite admitting only a few thousand students annually, were not in short supply. When combined with the 985 project universities, the total number of students admitted each year exceeded 100,000. Presently, however, there are over 100 universities and specialized martial arts schools across the country that offer martial arts programs, collectively admitting only 20,000 students, an exceedingly meager figure when averaged out. The acceptance rate of nearly 1 in 500 may appear substantial, yet in reality, this ratio expands tenfold in smaller cities. This stark reality serves as a primary source of despair for individuals like Chun Fan. Moreover, there are numerous prerequisites for applying to martial arts programs. The registration fee of 10,000 yuan that Chun Fan previously mentioned is merely the minimum requirement. Setting aside other conditions, the application fee alone is enough to give Fang Ping a headache. Furthermore, registration for martial arts programs is set to commence next week, and there is a time constraint for enrollment. Once the deadline passes, even with sufficient funds, one cannot apply for martial arts programs. The once ambitious Fang Ping, faced with the daunting 10,000 yuan registration fee, now finds his spirits dampened. The initial hurdles have extinguished much of the fire within him. Not to mention, there remains a plethora of subsequent requirements. How vexing! With a heavy heart, Fang Ping sighed. It is rare to find a reincarnated individual struggling so pitifully in modern society. Upon finishing his meal and returning to school, he discovered that he had only 15 yuan left in his pocket. The afternoon classes had yet to commence, and among his classmates, some were diligently preparing for the college entrance examination while others engaged in idle chatter, much of which revolved around the earlier discussion of the master's battle. Noticing Fang Ping's return, Chun Fan, who had been solving problems, quickly put down his pen and inquired, "Did you go play games?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes in disbelief, responding, "At this time, do you think I have the luxury to play games? I want to gather information for the college entrance examination." As he spoke, Fang Ping rubbed his hands together, a smile playing on his lips as he said, "Xiao Fan, do you happen to have any spare cash?" Chun Fan furrowed his brows slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I still have 10 yuan. Ahem. Don't jest. If you have money, lend me around 10,000. Once I strike it rich, I'll repay you 100-fold. Hee hee." Chun Fan forced a smile, adjusting his glasses, then returned to his studies, thinking to himself that Fang Ping must be out of his mind. With a sigh, Fang Ping lamented that this avenue was blocked. After all, they were merely students. Even if Chun Fan came from a modest background, who among their classmates, even those from better-off families, would be foolish enough to lend him 10,000? Was he left with no choice but to approach his parents? But his family was of average means. In today's context, 10,000 was no small sum. Based on his standards, applying to the martial arts academy seemed almost hopeless, if he were to ask. Would his parents even agree? Today was Saturday, and only the third-year students were attending classes. Although it was said that registration would take place next week, in reality, there were less than 2 days until Monday. If only there were more time, he might find a way to scrape together the registration fee. But with less than 2 days left, there was no way he could conjure up 10,000. No matter how lucky he got, this was merely the first step toward applying to the martial arts academy. To actually gain admission would require further expenditures. In this society, the strong were built upon resources and wealth. Otherwise, why would martial artists be so inclined to run businesses, striving to expand and strengthen their enterprises. Even those who did not manage businesses often found their way into official institutions. The powerful figures depicted in novels and television shows appeared effortlessly enlightened, able to ascend without the need for sustenance. In the past, Fang Ping might have dismissed this notion, but now he recognized it as sheer nonsense. A brief look online during lunch revealed some shocking information. Even the weakest of martial artists, those of the first rank, required resources amounting to at least $1 million in wealth for their training. And this was just the first rank, which Fang Ping considered the weakest and least distinguished. Even so, it demanded an expenditure of $1 million. The higher the rank of the martial artist, the greater the resources consumed, with expenses reaching astronomical figures. Without industrial support, advancing further was simply unattainable. For ordinary families, if one could not gain admission to the martial arts academy, how many could afford to self-educate and become martial artists given the current wage standards for common folk? The reason so many flocked to the martial arts academy was that it provided students with a substantial portion of the necessary resources, funded by the government. Even if there were some deficiencies, admission to the academy would open the doors to banks, making loans a viable option. Alternatively, one could sign contracts with large corporations in advance. Martial arts students were highly sought after, and various groups were eager to invest in nurturing potential talent. Yet, all of this hinged upon gaining admission to the academy. The notion of becoming a martial artist without spending money was nothing more than a pipe dream. Fang Ping sighed once more, having lost count of how many times he had done so today. How could this rebirth feel so constricting? Chapter 4. A life of poverty, all things come to naught in the afternoon. During the homeroom teacher's class, the old teacher once again brought up the topic of registration for the Martial Arts Academy. Yangqing No. 1 High School was not in too dire a situation. In previous years, students had successfully enrolled in the academy, and last year, there was a notable surge, with 5 students admitted at once. Although Class 4 of the third year was merely an ordinary class, it was surprising to note that 2 of the 5 students who gained admission to the Martial Arts Academy last year had come from this very class. In this instance, even the school leaders, who previously held little hope for the ordinary class, have placed considerable emphasis on the registration for the martial arts program this year. Regardless of the likelihood of acceptance, merely applying is crucial. Not applying would guarantee a complete lack of opportunity. However, the exorbitant registration fee serves as the first hurdle, obstructing 99 of the candidates. TO register costs $10,000, and unless one possesses unwavering confidence, few are inclined to risk the endeavor, with the affluent being an exception. Consequently, when the homeroom teacher broached the topic, the response was scant, with only a handful of students harboring even the faintest glimmer of hope expressing interest. After discussing the registration, the homeroom teacher remarked, "For those students applying for the martial arts program, the school will organize a pre-examination QA session next Wednesday afternoon. The school has invested significantly to invite Wang Jinyang from Nanjian Martial University to deliver a speech. I urge everyone to seize this opportunity. Students who have registered for the martial arts program will be notified in due course, so remember to dress appropriately." The homeroom teacher stressed this point for quite some time. Conveying the importance of the matter, Wang Jinyang, a first-year martial arts student at Nanjian Martial University, had only just enrolled last year from Yangqing No. 1 High School. Yet, this mere first-year student commands immense respect from the teachers at Yangqing No. 1 I. In this moment, Fang Ping became acutely aware of the stark disparity between ordinary individuals and martial artists. Meanwhile, Chun Fan, whose focus diverged from Fang Ping's, murmured subconsciously, "The school has indeed invested heavily this time. The appearance fee must be at least 50 to 60,000. Fang Ping felt a slight twitch in his brow, exclaiming, "To return to one's alma mater and share a few experiences with juniors. And yet it incurs a fee?" Chun Fan chuckled. "Of course. Do you think it's easy to summon martial artists? Martial arts students have a far more demanding academic schedule than those in the humanities. While we enjoy our summer and winter breaks, they must work and train even during their holidays. Without compensation, who would squander their time advising others? Even if Wang Senior doesn't charge, the school will ensure remuneration. Goodwill can only stretch so far. If each year these martial arts students are expected to speak for free, it may be acceptable once or twice, but eventually, the goodwill will be exhausted. Why providing a fee now? It fosters goodwill. In the future, when these martial arts seniors achieve great success, they may remember this kindness." Upon hearing this, Fang Ping comprehended the situation entirely. He then regarded Chun Fan with a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect you to have such keen insight." Chun Fan, merely a high school student, had grasped certain realities that Fang Ping, due to his past life's differences, had overlooked. What was this? Chen Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head in silence. Fang Ping, too, refrained from continuing the conversation, pondering instead how martial artists indeed seem to earn money more effortlessly than ordinary individuals. A first-year student visiting the school for a pre-examination consultation could earn 50 to 60,000 for just 2 or 3 hours of work. Though this may not represent a common occurrence, it was striking that such an amount equaled what his parents would toil a full year to earn. Once the homeroom class concluded, Fang Ping endured a few more lessons until the school bell finally rang. It was Saturday, and there were no evening study sessions. In truth, the Gaokao is not far off, and some students are preparing for the martial arts examination, casually deciding whether or not to attend evening study sessions at school. The school's regard for martial arts students is considerably stronger than for those in the liberal arts, despite the fact that only a handful manage to succeed each year. Together with a few acquaintances of Chen Fan, I exited the school, and at the gates, we parted ways. Following a familiar route etched in my memory, Fang Ping made his way home. As he walked, he began to hesitate. Although this world bore many similarities to the one he remembered, it also possessed numerous differences. Was his lifelong home still in its old location? Even if it were, would his parents remain the same? As a man with a psychological age nearing 30, the thought of suddenly having new parents was something Fang Ping could scarcely fathom. Surely, they would not have changed? He attempted to reassure himself, though uncertainty lingered. Friends had not changed, nor had teachers. It stood to reason that his parents would remain unchanged as well. Naturally, it would be best if they had not altered. Even if they had, he consoled himself, they would still be the same individuals. A shift in familial circumstances would not be unwelcome. For instance, it would be splendid if, upon returning home, he discovered that his family was the wealthiest in Yang City. Or perhaps, if his parents were renowned martial arts masters, that would be even better. Yet, such thoughts were merely fanciful musings. Acutely aware of the world's malice, Fang Ping held no real hope for such outcomes. After more than 20 minutes, he arrived at his residential community, Jinghu Garden. The name sounded appealing, yet in reality, it was one of the few remaining old complexes in Yang City, with an age exceeding 30 years. Upon seeing the familiar dilapidated buildings of the old complex, Fang Ping's hopes of being from a wealthy family were dashed. For many years, he had harbored a lingering grievance that he had not become a second-generation demolisher. Since the dawn of the 21st century, rumors of impending demolition had circulated about Jinghu Garden, yet despite the annual whispers, it remained unchanged until 2018. Without much trepidation at returning home, Fang Ping had only visited Jinghu Garden a few days prior. Having been reborn, his parents appeared younger now, which was a positive development, and he felt no need for overly complex emotions. Room 101, Building 6, standing outside the door, Fang Ping refrained from knocking. Instead, he retrieved a key from his pocket and directly opened the door. As the door swung open, he was greeted by a modest living room. Being part of a complex older than 30 years, the apartment's layout was diminutive. Most old houses were designed as small units. Although Fang Ping's home consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, the actual area was quite limited, around 60 square meters. Over the years, the accumulation of various belongings rendered the already small living room even more cramped. Despite the crowding, it was not overly disorganized. The living room was kept tidy by Fang's mother. As a ground floor unit in an old complex, it had its drawbacks, susceptible to pests, prone to dampness, and often filled with dust, with sounds of footsteps from other residents frequently audible. Nevertheless, despite its many shortcomings, the singular advantage was a small courtyard. Moreover, in an aged community like Jinghu Garden, property management had long since ceased to function, and other relevant authorities seldom cast their gaze upon it, ensuring that the courtyard would not be deemed an illegal construction and demolished. Thus, the Fang family enjoyed such a space, with a door leading from the living room to the backyard. The kitchen and bathroom in the house have been constructed in the yard, while the original kitchen and bathroom have been transformed into a small room, which is now the abode of Fang Ping. Logically speaking, there was no need to modify the 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout of the house. However, with Fang Ping having a younger sister who is currently in junior high, the 4-member family finds themselves rather cramped in this modest dwelling, and managing without a yard proves to be quite challenging. Just as one speaks of Chow Chow, he indeed appears. While Fang Ping was crouched down, changing his shoes and pondering these matters, he heard the voice of his younger sister, Fang Yuan, emanating from the small room on the right side of the living room. Fang Ping, do you still have the audacity to come back? Fang Yuan's voice was somewhat shrill. Nevertheless, at just 13 years old, the girl's voice, no matter how sharp, lacked the harshness of an elderly woman's. Accompanying her fiery tone, a figure soon burst forth from the small room. Fang Yuan, not very tall and still possessing a hint of baby fat, had a round face that appeared quite adorable, especially when she glared. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Fang Ping felt an irresistible urge to tease her. Without inquiring into the reason for her anger or uttering any other words, he swiftly approached, pinching the chubby cheeks of the little girl and playfully tugging them to the sides. Under Fang Yuan's furious gaze, Fang Ping reveled, exclaiming, "It's been ages since I've had the chance to do this." The once round-faced girl was bound to transform into a slender visage in just a few years, and Fang Ping lamented the loss of her cherubic cheeks. The delightful plumpness of her face was a tactile pleasure, and the sudden shift to a more angular shape was rather disappointing. Satisfied, Fang Ping continued to tease, while Fang Yuan, feeling exasperated, swatted away Fang Ping's hands and indignantly declared, "Mom, Fang Ping is pinching my face again." In the courtyard, their mother, Li Yueying, busily engaged in the kitchen, turned her head slightly, her voice laced with amusement as she replied, "Stop the fuss. Your father will be home soon for dinner, and I've prepared something delicious for you." "Mom," Fang Yuan protested, feeling slighted by her mother's lack of support, and shot Fang Ping an annoyed glare. Soon after, she recalled the matter at hand and with a frown, demanded, "Fang Ping, return the money." "What?" Fang Ping feigned ignorance. "Mom gave us 50 yuan, and we agreed to split it. Why is there only 5 yuan on my table? Where's the rest?" Fang Ping, momentarily dazed, realized that his total assets of 28 yuan for the day, aside from the lunch expenses, were predominantly in the hands of this little girl. Yet, being financially strapped, he had merely 15 yuan left, and a man could hardly walk around with empty pockets. With no intention of reimbursing her, Fang Ping shook his head and said, "I don't know, perhaps you spin it. Look for it yourself." "Fang Ping," she called. "Call me brother," he retorted. "Brother? My foot. You only know how to bully little girls. Mom, why don't you say something to him?" After a few exchanges of banter, the little girl ultimately conceded, her face a picture of displeasure. While Fang Ping found the situation amusing, he also felt a touch of helplessness, reflecting on how harsh life had become. Just for a trivial sum of pocket money, he had reduced his little sister to such a state. In response to Fang Yuan's skeptical gaze, Fang Ping promised countless rewards, finally persuading her to forget that he had just swindled her out of 20 yuan. Were it not for his reluctance, Fang Ping believed he could easily swindle the remaining 5 yuan from the girl. After settling matters with Fang Yuan, he entered the kitchen to greet his mother. Upon leaving the kitchen, the thought that occupied his mind the most was, "A penny can thwart a hero." Having exchanged only a few brief words with his mother, Fang Ping suddenly recalled that, due to his senior year in high school, his mother was only working half days to care for him, and Fang Yuan IT was not a technical job, and Yangsheng was not an affluent area. After working half a day, his mother earned a mere 800 yuan a month. Over the course of a year, that barely amounted to 10,000 yuan. He had initially intended to broach the subject of applying to the martial arts academy, but upon reflecting on this, he found himself unable to voice it. Rubbing his face, Fang Ping murmured, "Indeed, there never seems to be a time without financial strain." Chapter 5. He as difficult as it was to speak up. For the sake of his future, he had to do so. After all, the registration for the martial arts academy was set for next Monday, and Fang Ping was not a deity. With merely 1 day left, where could he possibly gather 10,000 yuan? When his father, Fang Mingrong, returned home, weary from work, and the family gathered for dinner, Fang Ping finally found the courage to speak. "Dad, next week is the registration for the martial arts academy, and I wish to apply. The registration fee amounts to 10,000 yuan. As soon as Fang Ping's words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Fang Mingrong, in his early 40s, did not appear overly aged, yet his complexion was somewhat pallid. He worked at a ceramic factory in the outskirts of Yangsheng, a position that hardly qualified as technical. He was merely an ordinary worker in a city where the average salary for laborers was around 2,000 yuan. Fang Mingrong earned approximately 3,000 yuan per month, not due to any particular commendation from his employer, nor because of exceptional performance. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that prolonged exposure to the ceramic industry often led to silicosis. Hence the higher wages, which were essentially a trade-off of health for monetary compensation. Nevertheless, Fang Mingrong had no choice but to persevere. With two children, one in high school and the other in junior high, the family's expenses were considerable. They needed to save for Fang Ping's university tuition while also contemplating the costs associated with his marriage and home purchase after graduation. Life was indeed frugal for the entire family. 10,000 yuan, after accounting for daily expenditures, would take the couple nearly 6 months to save. In today's society, martial arts were held in high regard. Although Fang Mingrong was an ordinary man, he comprehended the formidable challenge of gaining admission to the martial arts academy. It was as daunting as ascending to the heavens. In the vast city of Yangqing, tens of thousands of students participated in the college entrance examinations each year. Yet the number who succeeded in gaining entry to the martial arts academy could be counted on one's fingers. Fang Ping attended Yangqing No. 1 High School, which was considered the best in the city. Yet, even so, only 5 students from this esteemed institution had been admitted to the martial arts academy last year, while nearly 1,500 students were enrolled in the senior class, with over 20 ordinary classes. In 2007, among those 20-plus ordinary classes, only 2 students managed to gain admission to the martial arts academy. Fang Mingrong was not unfamiliar with this information, having attended several parent-teacher meetings. In fact, the teachers at No. 1 High School actively promoted their success in producing 2 students from an ordinary class who were accepted into the martial arts academy, regarding it not as a deficiency but rather a point of pride. Now, was it worth spending 10,000 yuan for a chance that seemed so elusive? Fang Mingrong hesitated to respond, while Li Yueying seemed unable to find the words. Fang Yuan, keeping his head down, dared not speak. Compared to Fang Ping, who possessed only basic knowledge, the junior high schooler Fang Yuan understood far more about these common realities. Fang Mingrong held a small wine glass, casting a glance at his son. After a moment's pause, he nodded and said, "Later, your mother will give you the bank card. Tomorrow, you can withdraw 10,000 yuan yourself." Father Fang Ping clenched his teeth, intending to utter a few words of reassurance to his father. However, Fang Mingrong interrupted him directly, saying, "Whether you succeed in the exam or not, your determination is what truly matters. Even if you don't pass, at least you will gain some experience. When Yuan enters high school, you can guide her. Although the family is not affluent, this is a matter of great significance in one's life." While he did not harbor high hopes, the examination for the martial arts academy is critically connected to whether one can leap through the dragon gate in this lifetime. If Fang Ping did not bring it up, Fang Mingrong would have remained silent. But since his son mentioned it, it would be no great burden to work a little extra and manage the 10,000 yuan. It would not bring the Fang family to ruin. With his father's words, Fang Ping chose to remain silent. At this moment, no amount of grandiose declarations would be of any use. Moreover, Fang Ping was uncertain about truly passing the exam. It is true that he has been reborn, but he is not a returned immortal. The martial arts examination, while he may not know the specific events, surely requires physical prowess. In reality, Fang Ping had conducted a simple inquiry and discovered that the requirements were even more stringent. Currently, he genuinely feels uncertain about passing the martial arts examination. Nevertheless, even if he does not succeed, making a substantial income in the future is uncertain, but earning a modest amount should not be too challenging, and there may still be opportunities to become a martial artist. Hence, regarding the future, Fang Ping believes that even if he does not reach the pinnacle, he will not find himself in his current predicament, scheming for 20 yuan pocket money to deceive his sister. Having resolved the most significant obstacle in his path, Fang Ping felt a considerable lightness in his heart. Fang Yuan, the family's little treasure, noticing that everyone was still absorbed in the previous conversation, cheerfully shifted the topic, saying, "Fang Ping, are you really going to take the martial arts exam?" Fang Ping responded with a smile, "Of course. Once I pass the martial arts exam and become a martial artist, you will prosper. Next semester, when you go to school, you can boast to your classmates, 'My brother is a martial artist.' I guarantee that by then, you will be the school bully, and no one will dare to call you Roundy anymore." "Fang Ping," Fang Yuan exclaimed in exasperation. The little girl, with her round face and name reflecting her shape, had been nicknamed Roundy by mischievous boys just days after starting middle school. She was even prepared to duel with those boys over this matter. Fang Ping, in mentioning this, only aggravated Fang Yuan further. In her frustration, she disregarded any need to preserve her brother's dignity and retorted angrily, "You definitely won't pass. Wasting so much money would be better spent on some good food." Yuan, Fang Mingrong and his wife admonished in unison. Fang Yuan quickly realized her mistake, lowered her head and mumbled, "I was just joking. Who knows, maybe I will pass." Fang Ping chuckled and made a gesture of pinching her cheek, prompting Fang Yuan to roll her eyes in annoyance. After dinner, Li Yueying handed the family bank card to Fang Ping. She had to work the next day, and Fang Ping was no longer a child. Withdrawing money was not a problem for him in the past. When the family needed funds, they sometimes asked Fang Ping to withdraw money as well as he received the bank card. Fang Ping felt a surge of emotion and murmured, "My parents are quite trusting, not fearing that I would withdraw at all." Naturally, there was more than 10,000 yuan in the account, and in the past, Fang Ping would have never touched it. Yet now, shaking his head slightly, Fang Ping decided it would be best to let such matters rest. If there was a need, he would communicate directly with his parents. Taking what was not his without informing them would be no different from theft. The night passed in silence. The following day, April 6th, Fang Ping rose early, only to find that his parents had already left for work. After a brief morning wash, he noticed the remnants of breakfast prepared by his mother, a few small dishes and a bowl of golden scrambled eggs. Accustomed to purchasing breakfast on his way to work, Fang Ping savored the leisurely meal at the table, finding a certain pleasure in the experience. If he were merely returning to the past, he would feel no urgency. What was the significance of the college entrance examination? Even without it, given his years of experience in society, seizing opportunities and rising to prominence seemed highly probable. However, the situation was different now. Missing the chance to take the entrance exam for Wuka University could mean a long wait for a similar opportunity in the future. Furthermore, until he became a martial artist, even engaging in business would require careful consideration. Fang Ping prioritized his current focus, namely, the entrance examination, particularly for martial arts. Everything else could wait, unless he failed this time, in which case he would contemplate alternative paths. With his priorities established, Fang Ping finished his breakfast and prepared to leave to withdraw some money, intending to observe the current societal landscape. Just as he was about to step out, Fang Yuan, already dressed, hurriedly emerged from her room, exclaiming, "Fang Ping, I'm going too." "Where are you going?" he inquired. "I don't care. I'm going with you, and you must buy me something delicious since you used my pocket money." Fang Ping chuckled, finding no reason to refuse her. After all, he was only going to withdraw money. Nothing secretive. Having her along might even help him avoid some troubles, considering he was uncertain about what else this world might entail. As they stepped outside, the hour was still early, and Fang Ping was in no rush to reach the bank. Walking side by side with Fang Yuan along the street, he let her explore, her curiosity making it seem as though she were the one experiencing rebirth. The street outside their community appeared largely unchanged from his memories. If it weren't for the garish advertisements, Fang Ping would have felt much more at ease. Nourishing skincare, even masters praise it. Step, faster than martial artists. A family secret, one packet, and martial artists are at your fingertips. The myriad of advertisements seemed to connect everything to martial arts. In reality, among the hundreds of thousands of residents in Yang City, the number of martial artists who truly remained in the city was likely fewer than 20. Martial artists were, in truth, quite distant from the common people of Yang City. Yet, this did not hinder discussions, interest, or advertisements. After all, no specific individuals were targeted. In this era, martial arts masters were the true celebrities. And indeed, most celebrities were generally martial arts masters. Having surveyed the surroundings, Fang Ping disregarded the intrusive advertisements and bought a few skewers, touted as favored by martial artists. For Fang Yuan that moment, only a 10 yuan note remained in his pocket. The young girl, blissfully unaware, did not realize that Fang Ping was spending her pocket money. After a brief excursion, Fang Ping led Fang Yuan towards a nearby ATM. He inserted his card, entered his password, and withdrew cash as Fang Yuan stood guard like a vigilant sentinel while Fang Ping entered his password. He scanned the surroundings anxiously, fearing that someone might be peeking. At that moment, the ATM permitted a maximum withdrawal of 2,000 yuan at a time. When the machine finally dispensed the first stack of cash, Fang Ping momentarily froze upon receiving it. Lost in thought, he hesitated to proceed with the transaction. Observing his stillness, Fang Yuan exclaimed in urgency, "Fang Ping, is it counterfeit money? I recall seeing a news report about fake bills from bank ATMs, and the banks didn't even acknowledge it." The little girl became increasingly agitated, her words spilling out in a rapid torrent, culminating in an exasperated demand. "We need to exchange it back and speak to the bank staff." At that moment, however, Fang Ping seemed indifferent to her concerns. With a slight furrow in his brow, he pondered briefly before continuing to operate the machine, initiating the withdrawal of a second sum. Soon enough, Another 2,000 yuan emerged from the cash slot. Fang Ping swiftly took the money into his hands, but like before, he paused once again motionless. Fang Yuan, perplexed by his behavior, queried, Fang Ping, have you lost your mind? Is it counterfeit or not? Speak up. Hey, Fang Ping, what are you doing? Are you mesmerized by the cash? The young girl's chatter was incessant, and Fang Ping turned to glance at her, suddenly extending the bills toward her, saying, Here, hold this. Fang Yuan's round little face was filled with confusion, yet she accepted the money, looking up at Fang Ping. What does it feel like? She asked. Can we skip the military science and buy some delicious food instead? Fang Ping burst into laughter, responding quickly, So, you're saying it feels like nothing? At that moment, Fang Yuan felt a surge of indignation, her round eyes glaring at him in annoyance as she retorted, You're bullying me again. No, truly. I'm not this time, Fang Ping replied, unable to conceal the grin on his face. I was just teasing you. All right, I'll continue withdrawing money, and once I'm done, we'll head home. Subsequently, Fang Yuan watched her elder brother, who seemed somewhat foolish as he began to withdraw money in a rather flamboyant manner. He would withdraw 100 yuan one moment, 200 yuan the next, with no two transactions alike. Over the course of his antics, he withdrew a total of over 10 transactions, amounting to 10,000 yuan. Yet that was not the end. Even after reaching that sum, with a balance still remaining, Fang Ping continued his withdrawals. Just as Fang Yuan thought he was indulging himself, she was taken aback by a dazzling spectacle. Fang Ping would withdraw money, then deposit it back in, withdraw again, and repeat the cycle, leaving Fang Yuan utterly bewildered. Not just her, but there were others behind them waiting to use the ATM. Fang Ping had monopolized the machine for nearly half an hour, and as it became evident that he intended to persist, someone finally erupted in frustration. Young man, enough already. Withdrawing 1 million and depositing 1 million. Isn't that sufficient? Fang Yuan, still young and lacking in audacity, felt a rush of embarrassment, her face turning crimson as she tugged at Fang Ping's arm. Meanwhile, Fang Ping, having tested his limits, calmly deposited the excess cash back into the machine, retrieved his card, and stepped away. As soon as he stepped out of the ATM's reach, Fang Ping was suddenly radiant with joy, laughing unabashedly as if oblivious to the world around him. Fang Yuan, standing nearby, felt a chill run down her spine. Was Fang Ping in some sort of daze? Fang Ping, please, don't frighten me, she implored, her voice tinged with concern. Hey, Hada, what's wrong with you? Fang Ping, stifling his laughter with a cough, managed to suppress his overwhelming mirth and took the young girl by the hand, leading her home. Chapter 6. Poverty restricts my imagination. Jinghu Garden. Building 6, Room 101. Upon returning home, Fang Ping sequestered himself in his private little sanctuary. Outside, Fang Yuan knocked persistently on the door, but Fang Ping refused to let her in, causing her frustration to mount to the point where she nearly considered breaking in. At that moment, Fang Ping was too preoccupied to care about Fang Yuan's irritation. When he had withdrawn his money, had it not been for some lingering uncertainties, he would have already found a quiet corner to delve into his newfound discovery. Inside the small room, the 10,000 yuan he had just acquired lay on his left, while a solitary 10 yuan note sat on his right, representative of his total wealth. Fang Ping's expression had returned to normal, though a hint of confusion lingered on his face. At the instant he withdrew the 2,000 yuan, his vision blurred momentarily, akin to experiencing floaters in one's eyesight, as several lines of clear text abruptly materialized before him. He distinctly recalled the 3 lines that appeared: wealth, 2,000 vitality, 1 mentality. These simple phrases were easily comprehensible, and Fang Ping's immediate thought was of a system. Though not entirely unfamiliar with such concepts, having neither tasted the fruit of experience nor been entirely oblivious, he realized that the information presented was exceedingly rudimentary. Just those few lines without any explanation or clarification. Did systems no longer come with manuals in this day and age? Or was this contraption merely a substandard product churned out by an assembly line? The abruptness of the revelation caught him completely off guard. Had this phenomenon occurred the moment he awakened in the classroom yesterday, he might have accepted it without question. Yet, a day had passed. Why did it manifest so suddenly? Reflecting on the figure of 2,000 in the wealth category, he began to piece together some understanding of the situation. To ascertain whether this number was indeed related to currency, he conducted a few experiments. As he had anticipated, with each withdrawal, his wealth visibly increased in his line of sight. At this point, Fang Ping grasped the implications of wealth. However, despite multiple trials, there remained aspects he could not fully comprehend. For instance, he had possessed 28 yuan yesterday, yet now only 10 remained. Why had this discrepancy not been evident before? After considerable contemplation, he concluded, along with the 10 yuan still in his possession that had not been counted, that he had gleaned a partial understanding. In simple terms, he was simply too poor. In this self-defined system, one might be a wealthy individual, yet if one's assets fall below 100, no statistics are registered. If one were to transform into a reincarnated person with a fortune exceeding 100, it is likely they would have realized this yesterday. However, Fang Ping is impoverished. Were it not for the necessity of paying for the entrance exam at the martial arts university, given his current circumstances, the likelihood of his parents providing him with a one-time sum of 100 is quite slim. Fang Ping may very well remain oblivious to this matter for an extended period. Just yesterday, he lamented the heavens for being blind, causing his reincarnated self to lead a miserable existence. In retrospect, it seems he unjustly blamed the heavens. The crux of the issue lies in his destitution. Indeed, poverty is the original sin. Having grasped this notion, Fang Ping was greatly moved, reflecting on how, in these times, even the heavens look down upon the wretched. Has one ever considered their feelings? If he never had the opportunity to acquire 100, would that not render this system utterly futile? Of course, such a possibility is rather unlikely. This constitutes his first point of confusion. Secondly, as Fang Ping withdrew money, he discovered further discrepancies. When his wealth reached 10,000, he subsequently withdrew a small sum, yet his wealth did not increase. After numerous experiments, his wealth remained fixed at 10,000, showing no signs of fluctuation. Because the explanation was limited to a few lines, and no sudden voice emerged in his mind to elucidate, nor was there a manual to consult, Fang Ping was left to draw his own conclusions. In his understanding, the 10,000 withdrawn today, intended for his parents to enroll him, should be considered his own money. Conversely, any subsequent withdrawals would be regarded as his parents' funds. It is highly probable that the wealth statistics reflect his own assets. Otherwise, Fang Ping pondered, if merely touching money could be counted towards wealth, he might as well work at a bank, seeking a job that involves handling cash. Even if not at a bank, many industries engage with money. Some require minimal qualifications, allowing him to continually augment his wealth. Despite his current uncertainty regarding the effects of wealth accumulation. Uncertainty aside, Fang Ping was confident that it was not a negative development. Wealth statistics likely pertain to his own riches, although the intelligence seems somewhat advanced, which does not quite align with this rudimentary system. He reluctantly accepted it. Muttering to himself, he then furrowed his brows slightly, pondering, is it merely cash, or can it encompass items of equivalent value? For instance, gold and jewelry. When funds are scarce, cash statistics are manageable, but as wealth increases, it cannot all be in cash, can it? Moreover, must one physically interact with their wealth for it to be counted? In today's society, there are stocks and cryptocurrencies. These are intangible assets, and one cannot physically touch them, can they? Fang Ping felt a tinge of regret, as his poverty constrained his ability to make judgments. If he possessed some gold, jewelry, or valuable stocks, he could conduct an experiment. However, those considerations must await more favorable conditions. Indeed, poverty has limited my imagination. With a slight sense of regret, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to validate these thoughts. It was merely a matter of time. In addition to these 2 points of confusion he had already assessed, Fang Ping contemplated another aspect. That pertains to the assessment of wealth, specifically the calculation of net assets. Or does it also encompass liabilities? It sounds somewhat discordant, yet this is crucial to the actions that Fang Ping may consider undertaking next. This time, the sum of 10,000 yuan is a gift from his parents. Thus it can be regarded as a donation, one that is not expected to be returned. However, it is important to note that this is not money he has earned himself. If it were his own funds, it would be a different matter. What if he borrows money? Does that count as his own? Furthermore, after this 10,000 yuan is allocated toward the registration fee, will his wealth value be diminished? One must spend money if one possesses it. That is an inevitability. Should he expend this money, resulting in a reduction of his wealth value, then Fang Ping would find himself relegated to the role of a miser if he wishes to amass a substantial wealth value thereafter. Given the circumstances, Fang Ping is currently unable to obtain precise answers to these queries. He must defer them for the future. His primary focus remains on the aspects of vitality and spirit. In truth, Fang Ping has already surmised certain insights. The terms vitality and spirit are not unfamiliar to him, having encountered them multiple times online yesterday. Although the number of modern martial artists is not exceedingly large, it is not insignificant either. With the advancement of information technology, knowledge tends to circulate online. Even the common populace possesses a modicum of understanding that vitality and spirit form the foundation of martial artists. Low-tier martial artists tend to overlook the aspect of spirit, placing little emphasis on it. However, some online discussions suggest that the disparity between high-tier martial artists, particularly those at the master level, and their low-tier counterparts primarily lies in the realm of spirit. Nevertheless, this gap feels somewhat distant to Fang Ping. For low-tier martial artists, the emphasis remains on vitality. Sufficient vitality ensures the eradication of ailments. Even in Fang Ping's previous life, the concept of vitality was frequently invoked in traditional Chinese medicine, which fundamentally nurtures vitality. Individuals with ample vitality tend to be healthier than others. Many potent supplements aim to bolster vitality. For martial artists, or those aspiring to become martial artists, while a person with sufficient vitality may not necessarily be a martial artist. A martial artist must undoubtedly possess ample vitality. Cultivating martial skills is not akin to mere meditation. It diverges significantly from Taoist practices. A martial artist is essentially an ordinary individual who has honed themselves to the utmost, transcending the physical limitations of the average person. This is the essence of martial artistry. With abundant vitality as a foundation, one enjoys robust health and can withstand the rigors of training. This is the cornerstone of physical strength. In other words, increasing vitality may facilitate my journey toward becoming a martial artist. Once I become a martial artist, I will also find it easier to adapt to forthcoming training, progressively surmounting challenges. Fang Ping pondered aloud, posing a rhetorical question to himself. Given the emergence of wealth value and the quantification of both vitality and spirit, does this imply that wealth value can be converted? What might the conversion ratio be? A 1-to-1 ratio had never crossed Fang Ping's mind. Presently, his vitality and spirit values both stand at 1. If conversion were to occur on a 1-to-1 basis, would that not mean that a mere 1 yuan could elevate his vitality to double that of an ordinary person? Fang Ping could scarcely believe that such a thing could be so simple. But how then would the conversion take place? Fang Ping lamented, at the very least, provide a manual. Navigating this process through trial and error is far too cumbersome. In this moment, Fang Ping, by merely concentrating, could perceive several lines of numbers within his line of sight. After scrutinizing the digits for a while, he tentatively ventured, "System, could you augment my vitality?" No response. "Oh great system, can I exchange wealth value for vitality? Are you alive, oh mighty one? A word, please? Open sesame, little bunny, be good. 3 pure ones above? Namo Amitba? God bless you, you old rascal." After trying for a while, the 3 lines of numbers remained utterly unchanged, and Fang Ping felt completely disheartened. It seemed unrelated to this matter. After some contemplation, Fang Ping focused intently on the lines of digits once more, hoping to discover any overlooked plus signs. Alas, none were to be found. This left Fang Ping perplexed, utterly at a loss. Could it be malfunctioning? Just how reliable was this contraption? Internally, he harbored grievances, wishing it had been more straightforward. Now he found himself in a precarious position. Did it ever consider his feelings? Add a bit of vitality, or else face dire consequences. Fang Ping fixed his gaze on the small characters before him and muttered an idle remark, only to be taken aback as the digits before him suddenly transformed. Wealth, 0, vitality, 1.1, spirit, 1. Goodness. Fang Ping was momentarily stunned. Was there truly such a mechanism? Did it require threats to function? In a state of astonishment, he felt an unsettling shift within his body. However, this discomfort dissipated quickly. Fang Ping exhaled deeply, suddenly feeling considerably lighter. To articulate the sensation, it was akin to an asthmatic suddenly finding relief or an anemic regaining vitality. To exaggerate slightly, it felt as though the pull of Earth's gravity had lessened just a tad. Albeit this feeling was rather ephemeral comforting. Merely a 0.1 increase in vitality, yet Fang Ping found it more gratifying than a prized sword. However, akin to the fleeting pleasure following a man's consummation, this sense of relief was short-lived, rapidly fading away. Nonetheless, he could still sense a subtle improvement in his health. He was his own best judge, and such immediate changes in his body were unmistakable. Yet upon seeing his wealth reduced to 0, Fang Ping's brow furrowed in concern. He understood the conversion ratio must be low, but 100,000. One seemed excessively harsh. A wealth value of 10,000 yielded a mere 0.1 increase in vitality. He had not transformed into a superhuman, merely slightly more vigorous than an ordinary person. How much wealth would he require to meet the vitality standard of a martial artist? With this thought, Fang Ping abruptly glanced at his desk. Upon seeing the red bills still present, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the worst-case scenario had not materialized. Had his wealth vanished alongside the money, explaining it to his parents would have been quite the challenge. Grasping the bills in his hand, Fang Ping fell into deep contemplation once more. Clearly, he needed to exert himself to earn money. Evidently, the most straightforward path to gaining martial prowess lay in converting wealth into vitality. Moreover, even if he were to gain admission to a martial arts school, the journey to becoming a formidable martial artist would necessitate countless resources, all of which required substantial funding. In other words, everything hinged upon money. Indeed, the impoverished have no privilege to grow stronger. This was compelling him to devise means to earn. Chapter 7. The 5 Trials of Martial Science. With his mind consumed by thoughts of wealth, Fang Ping soon found himself once again overwhelmed by reality. Upon stepping outside, he discovered Fang Yuan had been waiting at the door all along. The moment Fang Ping emerged, Fang Yuan lamented with a pitiful expression. "I'm hungry. Are we going to eat?" Fang Ping responded nonchalantly, while Fang Yuan, puffing out her cheeks in irritation, retorted, "We have no money, and there's no leftover food at home. The 50 yuan mom gave us the day before yesterday is meant to cover our lunch for the next 3 days. Now that all the money is in your hands, where are we supposed to eat? Does one need money to eat?" Fang Ping seemed to have received a blow, replying dryly, "You didn't mention this in the morning. When he had bought grilled skewers for the girl earlier, she had relished them with delight. If it weren't for Fang Ping's reluctance, the remaining 10 yuan would have been entirely spent by her." Only now did Fang Ping realize that the lunch money for today was also included in their arrangement. The crux of the matter was that he currently possessed a mere 10 yuan, and the girl was unwilling to touch her own 5 yuan. Was she truly intent on devouring everything herself? As expected, Fang Yuan asserted with conviction, "Of course, eating requires money. You've taken all the money, so I don't have to worry about meals. Fang Ping, I'm starving. It's almost 1 o'clock, and I need to eat." With a playful tone, she added, "Fang Ping, I'm so hungry that I can barely walk." Fang Yuan rubbed her little belly, beginning to feign distress. Fang Ping, caught between laughter and exasperation, reached out to pinch her chubby cheek, exclaiming helplessly, "All right, let us go eat. I thought I had truly spent your pocket money. Turns out it was all for food. I had completely forgotten about this, but you seem to remember it vividly. You little schemer, do you really plan to calculate everything with your brother?" When Fang Ping declared that their previous arrangements were null and void, Fang Yuan hastily shook her head, her face full of reluctance. After a moment, she finally retrieved her 5 yuan note from her pocket, lingering over it as she said, "Here, you said you would buy me delicious food, nice clothes, and a computer. That all still counts." Despite their playful banter, Fang Yuan shared a remarkably close bond with her brother, since Fang Ping had promised to buy her tasty treats and fashionable attire in the future. Even though it was impossible at the moment, the little girl still dreamed of what he would achieve after graduating from university. For the sake of that future, Fang Yuan resolved to contribute her total assets, especially since she had already enjoyed 5 yuan's worth of grilled skewers that morning. The little girl's calculations were astute, leaving Fang Ping both amused and somewhat exasperated. Without any money, he indeed lacked confidence. Otherwise, why would he bicker over a few yuan with her? After their meal, Fang Ping was left utterly bankrupt. If the 10,000 yuan he carried was not earmarked for tuition fees, he might still consider himself a minor affluent individual. Thankfully, they both indulged in 5 yuan fast food for lunch, making the 10 yuan perfectly sufficient. Fang Ping couldn't bring himself to touch the little girl's 5 yuan. After all, she was already a middle school student and deserved to have some pocket money left. With no funds, the siblings lost interest in going out that afternoon. To speak frankly, had Fang Ping not brought that 10,000 yuan, if nature called on the way, he wouldn't even be able to enter a toilet. Fang Yuan had homework to attend to. Aware of her brother's financial plight, she refrained from further pestering him and dutifully returned to her room to study. As for Fang Ping, he entered his own room to ponder his future plans. At present, only 2 monumental tasks occupied Fang Ping's mind: preparing for the martial arts examination and earning money. Improving their family's financial situation was secondary, that could wait. The critical issue was that without money, he might not even be able to qualify for the martial arts examination. Despite the presence of that rather unreliable system, Fang Ping felt that even if he did not gain admission to the martial science university, he could still aspire to become a martial artist in the future. However, the question lingered. Is being a martial artist merely about possessing formidable vitality? What about the techniques? How does one train the body and transcend limitations? Fang Ping was utterly clueless about these matters. Without specialized training, who could ascertain when he might acquire such knowledge? The college entrance examination was evidently the quickest route. Thus, it was imperative to devise a plan regarding these issues. Around 3 in the afternoon, his mother, Li Yueying, returned home, having also procured the ingredients for dinner. Although she claimed to have worked a half day, her actual working hours neared 8, far from the ease imagined by outsiders. Fang Ping presented his bank card, revealing a balance of 10,000 yuan, which Li Yueying did not reclaim, instructing him to use it for his enrollment the following day. Perhaps aware that both her son and daughter were short on funds, she also handed Fang Ping an additional 50 yuan for meals. Concerned that her daughter might be swayed by her brother, Li Yueying separately gave Fang Yuan 20 yuan, which elicited a beaming smile from the little girl. Fang Ping was eager to inform his mother that it was not he who deceived that clever girl. Rather, she was the one who outsmarted him. April 7, Monday, in contrast to the confusion he felt 2 days prior. Fang Ping returned to school today with a sense of composure. His deskmate, Chen Fan, had arrived even earlier by the time Fang Ping reached his seat. Chen Fan had already completed half of the mathematics test paper, though it was unclear whether he had come early to work on it or had completed part of it beforehand. Since Chen Fan was not applying to the Martial Science University, he naturally concentrated on his liberal arts studies. Failing to gain admission to the Martial Science University, attending a prestigious liberal arts university would still offer better prospects than those graduating from ordinary institutions. Noticing Fang Ping's arrival, Chen Fan set down his pen and looked up, inquiring, "Fang Ping, have you finished the math paper that the teacher distributed the other day? Shall we compare answers?" "Ah?" Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly, uncertain of his performance on the assignment. After all, it had been distributed 2 days ago, and he had not touched his backpack since. Who could say whether he had completed it or not? Observing Fang Ping's demeanor, Chen Fan seemed to deduce the answer and frowned slightly, saying, "Fang Ping, the college entrance examination is fast approaching. Although we currently have no classes and are primarily focused on review, it would be wise to tackle a few more problems. You never know, they might appear on the exam." Indeed. What you say is quite right, Xiao Fan. I've been a bit disoriented these past few days, but I'll get to it shortly. Chen Fan, somewhat exasperated, was not perturbed by Fang Ping's nickname for him. After all, he had been called that for quite some time. Rather, he felt that Fang Ping was being somewhat complacent. In this society, while martial artists held a higher status than ordinary individuals, there were still distinct tiers among the latter. There were the wealthy, the impoverished, those with minor privileges, and those working for others. Whether in large enterprises or factories, each category receiving entirely different treatment. Yizhong was the best high school in Yangqing. Fang Ping's performance in the 3rd year, Class 4, was neither outstanding nor particularly poor. With a bit more effort, he still had hope of gaining admission to a key university, if fortune favored him. After the most exceptional students applied to the Martial Science University, it was not inconceivable that he could secure a spot at a prestigious institution. However, should he choose to give up now, it would be futile to even dream of a prestigious university, let alone a key one. Having been deskmates with Fang Ping for 2 years, Chen Fan was well aware of Fang Ping's family circumstances, which were quite similar to his own, if not slightly worse, especially considering the financial burden of raising 2 children was greater than that of a single child. With a desire to utter a few more words, he found himself swallowing them back, for it was only recently that Fang Ping had been somewhat lackadaisical. As the two engaged in conversation, the future bearded giant, Yang Jian, turned around with a beaming smile and exclaimed, "Fang Ping, Chen Fan, have you seen the news?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes, pondering how a burly man like him could possess such a penchant for gossip. Chen Fan, too, was disinclined to engage, remarking that with ample homework to tackle, who had the luxury of time to peruse the news? Unperturbed by their responses, Yang Jian cheerfully continued, "There's fresh news circulating online. Master Ma and Taimu are set to duel at the end of this month. Moreover, the location has been leaked, right here in our Hua country. A flurry of reporters has already rushed over. Perhaps there will even be videos to circulate later. Yang Jian spoke with fervor. As the duel between an 8th grade master was indeed a rare spectacle even on a global scale, in the past, such events may have occurred. Yet either they were too young to remember or the duels were conducted in secrecy, leaving only the results known, devoid of any insight into the process. This time, however, the rapid advancement of the internet had changed the landscape. News spread swiftly, and everyone received the information in advance. Thanks to the internet, they might even have the opportunity to witness the duel through video. After indulging in some idle chatter about Little Master Ma's duel, Yang Jian swiftly shifted the topic back to himself. Today marks the beginning of the enrollment for martial arts studies. My father has insisted that regardless of the cost, I must enroll. Our Yang family is pinning all hopes on me succeeding in this endeavor and becoming a martial artist. Alas, the pressure is immense. If I fail the exam, what do you think will happen? Fang Ping chuckled and replied, Are you boasting, or merely sharing? Yang Jian, with an innocent grin, quickly shook his head, insisting, I'm not boasting. The pressure is genuinely overwhelming. You both know my situation well. There are 5 major hurdles in the martial arts exam, and passing 3 would be commendable. The rest seem insurmountable. The 5 major hurdles of the martial arts exam? Initially, Fang Ping had little interest in Yang Jian's topic. However, suddenly, his eyes lit up. Although he had visited an internet CAF the day before to conduct some research, time was of the essence, and primarily due to financial constraints. There were aspects he hadn't fully explored, such as the specifics of the martial arts examination, which were rather ambiguous online. Lacking a smartphone and a computer at home, Fang Ping found it exceedingly difficult to acquire information without visiting an internet CAF. Certain questions felt too trivial to inquire about, as many regarded them as common knowledge. It seemed he ought to invest in a computer, he mused, subconsciously overlooking the fact that it would also require a financial outlay. Nonetheless, despite his own ignorance, Yang Jian, who was intent on entering the martial arts program, would undoubtedly be well-informed. As Yang Jian finished speaking, Fang Ping feigned indifference and remarked, I recall that last year's martial arts exam wasn't particularly difficult. With your qualifications, could it be that you were unable to pass all 4 hurdles? Or have the policies changed this year? His words were deliberately vague, as it was normal for the examination policies to undergo slight alterations each year. And Fang Ping was not concerned about Yang Jian overthinking it. He figured that by flattering the lad, he might extract additional information. Indeed, Yang Jian did not take note of Fang Ping's ignorance. His smile widened, appreciating that Fang Ping was willing to discuss matters regarding the martial arts exam, and he eagerly seized the opportunity to elaborate further. Unlike Chen Fan, who harbored no interest, Fang Ping's earlier remarks were rendered futile in the absence of the latter. However, upon witnessing Fang Ping's burgeoning curiosity, Yang Jian's face blossomed into a beaming smile as he exclaimed, You truly overestimate my capabilities. Besides, which year's martial arts examination is not challenging? Nevertheless, there have indeed been some policy changes this year, and I am not entirely certain of the specifics. Perhaps when Senior Wang arrives the day after tomorrow, he will elucidate the details. I have taken the liberty of conducting some inquiries and consulted with our teachers, and there are indeed some differences compared to last year. Recognizing that Yang Jian had chosen not to elaborate further, Fang Ping was acutely aware that the future bearded man was merely tantalizing their curiosity. Yet he refrained from pressing for more information. Amongst these young individuals, particularly with Yang Jian's loquacious nature, it was evident that if one did not inquire, he could not contain himself as anticipated. Upon noticing Fang Ping's lack of further encouragement, Yang Jian, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, continued, Let us discuss the first hurdle, the political examination. Fang Ping's brow slightly furrowed as he listened intently to Yang Jian's subsequent words. In the past, the political examination required a thorough investigation into the criminal records of direct relatives spanning 3 generations. This year, however, the criteria have been relaxed to only encompass parents and siblings. Yet, this matter bears little relevance to us, unless our grandparents had criminal records. The initial barrier in the martial arts examination is indeed the political scrutiny. This is a natural expectation, as martial artists are not ordinary individuals and possess a capacity for destruction that far exceeds that of the average person. The government invests a substantial amount each year into the martial arts programs at universities, expending vast resources to cultivate martial artists, not with the intention of fostering criminal behavior. Although it is not a given that the children of wrongdoers will also turn out to be wrongdoers, it is only prudent to maintain stricter selection criteria when feasible. Despite the relaxation of the political examination, it does not favor us. Rather, it creates a disadvantage, as the pool of candidates has expanded slightly. However, there have been some advantageous changes regarding the second hurdle. Yang Jian declared with enthusiasm, the second hurdle is the martial arts physical examination. The key change lies not in the examination criteria but in the age limit. Previously, the upper age limit was set at 22 years, but this year the policy has shifted to an upper limit of 20 years. I can only imagine how frustrated those who hope to prolong their studies must be. It is a misconception that younger martial artists are inherently superior. Youth often correlates with underdeveloped physiques and immature mental states. Engaging in martial arts at a too tender age can lead to physical injuries and may even incite some adolescents, endowed with extraordinary strength, to engage in reckless behavior. This is one of the primary reasons the nation established martial arts programs at the university level. After years of ideological education, students typically mature during their university years, and with their bodies fully developed, they can practice martial arts more effectively, leading to fewer long-term issues among martial artists. In the past, it was common for students who did not pass the examination to opt for a repeat year, gaining valuable experience from their previous attempt and identifying their weaknesses to address them accordingly. Each year, a portion of martial arts students consisted of repeaters. Previously capped at 22 years, some individuals had even repeated for several years. Now, with the limit reduced to 20 years, it is likely that many repeaters' hopes have been dashed. After all, high school seniors typically range from 18 to 20 years of age, and those who repeat a year may easily surpass the age threshold. Fang Ping need not worry about this matter, for he is merely 18 years of age. He could easily repeat 2 more years. After some contemplation, Fang Ping inquired, "Is there no reaction from the repeat students?" Yang Jian replied with a smirk, "Of course there is. I heard that things were quite chaotic a few days ago, but what good does that do? You failed to pass initially, and now, at over 20 years old, even if you managed to succeed, you would merely be a burden. Protests are futile. After all, the majority of those who take the martial arts examination are fresh graduates. They would prefer that these individuals be barred from participation. As for the liberal arts, there are no such restrictions. One can still take the liberal arts examination." Fang Ping understood and shifted the conversation, asking, "Is there a significant difference between the physical examinations for martial arts and liberal arts?" Yang Jian scratched his head, unable to refrain from casting a glance at him. Chen Fan, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Needless to say, the disparity is considerable. Fang Ping, are you not awake? I've heard plenty about the martial arts physical examination. Do you think that the registration fee of 10,000 yuan is paid for nothing? The martial arts physical examination requires in-depth evaluations, including checks for any skeletal injuries or deformities. Those with poor vision, bodily injuries, or significant external scars will not be admitted. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect is the assessment of one's vitality and blood. If one is lacking in these, no matter how favorable the other conditions may be, it is of no use. Some individuals are inherently frail, and no amount of supplementation can remedy that, leaving them forever distanced from the martial arts path. Individuals from families that struggle nutritionally often fail to meet the standard for vitality and blood, which is why the acceptance rate in major cities is higher than in smaller ones. Smaller cities, in turn, fare better than towns and rural areas. The poorer the region, the fewer martial artists there are. Even if you are not vastly different from others, the martial arts field has annual quotas, and they naturally select the best candidates." Fang Ping nodded, reflecting that he should not have too much trouble, as his vitality and blood had recently improved significantly, likely making him stronger than the average individual. If it had been the old Fang Ping, he would certainly have faced difficulties, as everyone was just an ordinary person without any distinguishing traits. However, whether his vitality and blood at a level of 1.1 would meet the standard remained uncertain. It seemed prudent to enhance it a bit more before the physical examination. Additionally, Fang Ping felt a flicker of curiosity. From Chen Fan's tone, there should now be a specialized assessment for vitality and blood. In Fang Ping's memory, the concept of vitality and blood was rooted in traditional Chinese medicine, lacking any professional machinery for assessment, relying instead on the 4 diagnostic methods of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Given the scale of examinations like the college entrance exam, the likelihood of relying solely on traditional methods was slim. It was more probable that a comprehensive protocol had been established, complete with specialized medical equipment. While Fang Ping pondered this, Yang Jian spoke up. "Aside from these 2 points, the other changes are not particularly significant. Once the political review and physical examination are passed, a portion of candidates will be eliminated, leaving the remaining individuals to face the third hurdle, the practical assessments. Then come the 2 major challenges, the cultural and specialized examinations. Coughing slightly, Fang Ping recalled seeing something about the cultural examinations online a couple of days ago. He had not paid much attention at the time, but now he could not help but express, the cultural exam should be straightforward, right? Don't you have any confidence in this? In Fang Ping's view, it resembled the art examinations of his previous life. If the other criteria were met, passing the cultural exam should be relatively easy, requiring only a modicum of effort, with 90% of candidates likely succeeding. However, as soon as he voiced this thought, Yang Jin wore a rueful smile, saying, Fang Ping, if it were you, there would still be hope. For me, it's a different story. Last year, the minimum admission score for the martial arts program was, in fact, 10 points higher than that of the distinguished liberal arts line. Given my current results, I genuinely question whether I will surpass the threshold. A martial artist embodies both martial and scholarly prowess. They are not merely brutish figures. It is entirely reasonable for the scores to exceed those of the liberal arts, for otherwise, martial artists would be dismissed as mere brawlers, unworthy of ascending to higher echelons. This sentiment was expressed by Chen Fan, who spoke with a calm demeanor, as though it were an incontrovertible truth. The ideal of being well-rounded, both in martial and scholarly disciplines, truly defines a martial artist. Martial artists are esteemed as societal elites. Can a simple brute govern a nation or manage a corporation effectively? Fairy tales are but fabrications. In television dramas, one might see an illiterate stumble upon a secret manual and suddenly become a master. What nonsense! While a brute might achieve modest success in martial arts, they will never reach the pinnacles of greatness. If presented with a manual and one cannot even recognize the characters, how can they hope to learn martial arts? Recognizing the characters without grasping their meanings renders any effort futile. Without an understanding of the principles of martial arts, the likelihood of success is severely diminished. Many esoteric techniques would confound even university graduates, akin to deciphering a celestial script. Thus, martial artists must possess a wealth of diverse knowledge, including medicine, human anatomy, and even detailed diagrams of the skeletal structure and meridian pathways, all of which must be thoroughly understood. This is still a senior in high school. Upon entering university, those pursuing martial studies will encounter an even broader array of subjects. Disciplines such as mineralogy and nutrition, as mentioned by Yang Jin, pertain to these assorted areas of knowledge. While managing cultural studies and physical conditioning, one must also delve into these subjects. It can be stated unequivocally that any student capable of gaining admission to the martial arts program is, without exception, a true prodigy. Not only must their cultural scores surpass those of the liberal arts threshold, but they must also maintain exceptional physical fitness and possess knowledge beyond the realm of cultural studies. After absorbing the 5 major hurdles of the martial arts program, Fang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. For the initial 3 challenges, with the assistance of that somewhat unreliable system, he believed he would manage without significant issues, having methods to overcome them. However, this is the martial arts program. It was clearly stated that the assessment would focus on physical fitness, yet cultural studies are also required, and one must exceed the key line. This was already pushing the limits. Although Fang Ping had reviewed the textbooks, finding them largely consistent with his previous life, save for some historical texts containing additional martial elements, he was utterly unprepared for the specialized examinations. These subjects were entirely foreign to him. With the college entrance examination drawing near, could he truly balance everything? MMP. Fang Ping was overwhelmed with grievances. Perhaps he should simply resign himself to being a slacker? Chapter 9. Standards of Qi and blood. Regardless of how profound one's resentments may be, life must go on, and Fang Ping could only passively accept these circumstances. After a brief period of idle chatter, the grizzled homeroom teacher sauntered into the classroom. Once silence enveloped the room, the teacher promptly addressed the matter at hand. Students intending to register for the martial arts examination, please come to my office shortly to pay the registration fee and complete the application form. The school's academic office will handle the registration for everyone. As he spoke, the homeroom teacher's gaze was primarily directed at those students preparing to register. In truth, the martial arts examination was not without its discernible patterns. As the homeroom teacher, he had a fairly good grasp of which students would likely enroll. Exceptional grades, robust health, and a sound family background. After several layers of selection, it was clear who from Class 4 of the senior year would apply. Yang City, situated inland, is officially designated as Yang City, yet it is, in essence, a county-level city. In comparison to other counties, Yangqing's economy is somewhat better, yet the advantages are limited. It is not akin to the coastal county-level cities. Where some are significantly more developed than inland prefecture-level cities in Yangqing, it is rather uncommon to find individuals who do not regard 10,000 yuan as a trivial matter. Thus, the mere registration fee has barred many from participating. Having spoken these words, the homeroom teacher exited the classroom. Meanwhile, the students preparing to register began to rise, making their way to the office. Yang Jian, seated in the front row, also stood up at that moment. The student beside him, Zhang Hao, who had revealed 2 days prior that Xiao Ma had broken through to the 8th rank, also rose to his feet. Just as the two were about to step forward, Fang Ping leisurely stood up. His deskmate, Chen Fan, appeared momentarily stunned and turned to ask, "Going to the restroom?" "To register," Fang Ping replied. Chen Fan was taken aback. Fang Ping was registering? Not only Chen Fan, but Yang Jian could not help but turn back to look at Fang Ping. Astonished, "Fang Ping, you are registering too." Although the remark was not intended to be malicious, it undeniably caught Fang Ping off guard, and his voice was rather loud. Upon hearing this, many classmates turned their attention towards them. After spending several years together, the students had a general understanding of each other's circumstances. It was not that Fang Ping was unqualified to register, but rather, he was of a smaller stature. While he was indeed more robust than Chen Fan, he could not compare to Yang Jian seated in the front row. The academic and professional assessments could be manageable, yet would Fang Ping pass the physical examination and actual tests? Just as Yang Jian finished expressing his astonishment, Zhang Hao interjected with a click of his tongue. "Fang Ping, you sly fellow. You've been sneaky. You never join us for after-school workouts. You must have been training secretly at home, right? You're quite cunning." Zhang Hao's words were exaggerated, yet his tone bore no hint of mockery. He simply felt that Fang Ping had been rather discreet about his abilities. Did Fang Ping's family truly have the means to squander 10,000 yuan on a registration fee? Fang Ping was unbothered and chuckled. "Don't overthink it. I possess exceptional talent. Do I really need to train more? I've made up my mind. It's just 10,000 yuan. After all, if I don't give it a shot, how will I know if I can succeed? Who knows, perhaps they will suddenly increase the enrollment this year, and I would stand to gain immensely." "Ha ha ha, you think too optimistically." Zhang Hao laughed heartily, yet Fang Ping's words sparked some interest among the other students who had not planned to register. It seemed there was a semblance of logic in Fang Ping's reasoning. Who could predict whether there would be an increase in enrollment this year? In previous years, only 2 or 3 students from the first high school had gained admission to the martial arts academy, yet last year, 5 had succeeded. This year, perhaps there would be even more. While such thoughts crossed their minds, the fact remained that they had their reasons for not preparing to register, and Fang Ping's words merely stirred some ripples, failing to alter anyone's decision. Chen Fan's expression was somewhat complicated. Although registering did not equate to being accepted, Fang Ping's family circumstances were even less favorable than his own. If Fang Ping dared to give it a try, Chen Fan found himself lacking the courage to even consider it in comparison. He felt as though he lacked the bravery to attempt anything at all. His grip on the pen tightened. Yet, ultimately, Chen Fan did not change his decision. Even if he registered, his chances of being accepted were far slimmer than Fang Ping's. Rather than waste time on this endeavor, he deemed it more prudent to devote his efforts to his liberal arts studies. Naturally, Fang Ping had no inclination to concern himself with the thoughts of his classmates. Accompanied by fellow students who were also preparing to register, I exited the classroom, collectively making our way toward the homeroom teacher's office on the upper floor. In Class 4 of the senior year, the number of students intending to register was rather limited. After all, the odds were slim. Those who clearly did not meet certain stringent criteria naturally refrained from signing up. Ultimately, only 8 of us emerged from the classroom together. Even this number represented a relatively high registration rate for the ordinary class in recent years. Were it not for the example set by 2 students from last year's ordinary class who successfully passed the exam, it would have been remarkable to see 4 or 5 students show interest in the ordinary class. In some regular high schools, the number of students registering from the entire institution was scarcely a handful. Fang Ping cast a brief glance at his companions, and indeed, they were among the top achievers in their class. Not only were their academic performances outstanding, but they also possessed commendable physiques, each boasting a well-proportioned build. Even Yang Jian, with his prominent beard, may not have been exceptionally brilliant academically, but he certainly was not lacking. Otherwise, he would not have considered registration. Among them were 2 girls who, while not extraordinarily stunning, had appealing figures. Compared to the others in the class who had yet to fully develop, these 2 girls had clearly dedicated themselves to their preparation for the military science exam, maintaining a good diet and engaging in regular exercise, thus presenting an appealing silhouette. Beside Fang Ping, Yang Jian and Zhang Hao were discreetly stealing glances at the two girls. Aside from Fang Ping, the others were relatively familiar with one another. The preparation for the military science exam was no trivial endeavor. Every evening, they would gather to work out together, and a few had even enrolled in an external coaching class for military science. Fang Ping was somewhat of an unexpected addition to the group. At that moment, the others showed little interest in one another, and were instead intrigued by Fang Ping. One of the two girls that Yang Jian and the others were eyeing occasionally glanced at Fang Ping, and after walking for a while, she could not resist asking, "Fang Ping, what is your vitality level?" Huh. Fang Ping was momentarily at a loss for words. Could he admit to having a vitality level of 1? The crux of the matter was that he was uncertain about how such statistics were actually measured in reality or what units were employed. Fortunately, he did not need to respond, as Yang Jian interjected with a chuckle. "Zhang Nan, I reckon Fang Ping has never undergone an examination," he added. If he had, he would have surely mentioned it by now. Zhang Hao chimed in, "He probably hasn't been tested, but looking at his small stature, he definitely doesn't measure up to my height." "Please, spare me the boasting," Zhang Nan retorted. Since Fang Ping did not elaborate, whether due to not having been tested or simply not wishing to disclose, she was disinclined to probe further. With a dismissive glance at Zhang Hao, she shook her head and remarked, "It seems our class is once again destined to play second fiddle. Just the other day, I checked my vitality, and the highest peak I recorded was merely 108 units. Alas, before the health examination, I must find some supplements in hopes of boosting that number." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian grinned and said, "I'm slightly better off. During my last test, my peak was 112 units. It was evident that units referred to the vitality measurement, and higher numbers were preferable." Fang Ping, having never been tested, felt no apprehension about revealing his ignorance and inquired, "Who in our class possesses the highest vitality?" At this moment, a sun-kissed youth walking at the forefront turned around and smiled. "According to the last results, I should have the highest, peaking at 115 units. Fang Ping recognized this individual. Despite the changes in the world, he remained the same person. The speaker is the student who excels the most in cultural subjects within the class. However, Fang Ping is uncertain whether this remains the case now. Nonetheless, this individual is not the class monitor. In fact, none of those present hold positions as student leaders, as everyone is too preoccupied to squander time or to serve others. As for the name. After a moment of recollection, Fang Ping surmises it to be Wu Zhihao. Wu Zhihao, while speaking, shook his head and remarked, "Although my vitality is quite decent, those in the elite class are far superior." The highest among them, Zhoubin, was mentioned by someone from his class as having a peak value exceeding 120 cards. As for our school, it is difficult to say, but Zhoubin's chances of admission are 99%, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. "Haha, Zhihao, why not hire someone to break his legs? That would eliminate a competitor for us." Zhang Hao jested with a hearty laugh. Wu Zhihao rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "It's not as if this is a selection process for our school. Even if Zhoubin fails to gain admission, it doesn't affect us much. Otherwise, I might actually entertain such an idea." Zhang Hao chuckled and casually suggested, "Well, just give it a shot. Who knows, you might just succeed." Last year, the admission criterion for Nanjiangwu University was a vitality of 112 cards. Even if it is slightly higher this year, the increment is likely to be minimal. I genuinely believe you should be fined." Wu Zhihao shook his head once more, stating that it's unlikely. Each year, the standards have been rising. I suspect this year it will require at least 115 cards or more. Furthermore, merely meeting the vitality requirement is insufficient. What about the other criteria? The crucial factor is not solely this, but rather how we compare to others. If everyone else is low and we are high, then we stand a chance. However, if others perform well, even if we excel, we may still fall short. These admission standards, akin to those for liberal arts examinations, are not fixed. The number of slots for martial arts students is limited. Perhaps your performance this year, based on last year's criteria, would suffice for admission. Yet if everyone else excels, you may still be overlooked. Conversely, you may perform poorly this year, but if others do as well, even if you are not as strong as last year's cohort, you could still gain admission to in this current era. As people's lives improve, the standards tend to rise annually, with the likelihood of a decrease being exceedingly slim. According to Wu Zhihao's account, including Fang Ping, there are a total of 8 individuals applying from their class, with only 3 exceeding 110 cards in vitality. Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, and the relatively quiet girl, Lu Ruoqi. The others, including Zhang Hao, have not reached 110 cards. However, Zhang Hao is not far from this threshold, and if he consumes supplements to boost his vitality prior to the exam, there remains hope for him. This is not considered cheating. In this day and age, genuinely effective supplements for enhancing vitality are quite expensive. Those who can afford such items generally come from well-off families. Moreover, martial artists require financial support. The difference in future prospects for those with wealth versus those without is significant. Wealth influences future outcomes. Although not an absolute truth, it is a prevalent reality. Hence, even if Zhang Hao has not yet reached 110 cards, he dares to apply, as his family has already prepared the necessary supplements for him. The reason he refrains from consuming them now is primarily due to concerns about losing some efficacy after digestion, which would prevent him from meeting the standards. However, consuming them before the physical examination, though not fully digestible at once, is beneficial for those aspiring to enter, as it can amplify the efficacy. Zhang Hao did not voice this. Yet in reality, others have made similar preparations. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Fang Ping. He applied for the martial arts program quite abruptly, catching his parents completely off guard, as they had never anticipated his desire to enroll. In reality, unbeknownst to Fang Ping, Fang Mingrong had already begun contemplating whether to purchase some vitality supplements for his son. Unfortunately, those supplements were prohibitively expensive, starting at tens of thousands of yuan, and old Fang had yet to make a firm decision. As he listened to the others converse, Fang Ping pondered silently. Could my 1.1 vitality be converted into 110 calories? The possibility seemed quite significant. However, even if it were 110 calories, it appeared to hold little advantage, especially since the average student in the regular class, Wu Zhihao, had already achieved 115 calories, and it was likely that many in the key class surpassed 110 calories. Last year, the minimum admission standard for Nanjing Wu University was indeed 112 calories, but this year, the situation was less certain. It seemed he needed to exert some effort in this regard. At the very least, he must surpass the initial 3 thresholds before he could contemplate subsequent matters. As Fang Ping mulled over these thoughts, the group arrived at the office door. Chapter 10. Vitality Examination. Inside the office, the process was straightforward. Pay the fee, register, and fill out the application form. While others were distracted, Fang Ping discreetly conducted an experiment, casually feeling the registration fees submitted by his classmates. As anticipated, his wealth value did not increase. This was something Fang Ping had foreseen, so it did not come as a disappointment. With few students present, the registration process concluded swiftly. The homeroom teacher gathered the students' application forms, casting a glance over the 8 individuals before him. These were the hopeful candidates from Class 4 for this year's martial arts examination. He was mostly familiar with the other students, with the sole exception being Fang Ping. As Fang Ping's homeroom teacher, Fang Mingrong had attended parent-teacher meetings, and Luanghua was somewhat aware of the Fang family circumstances. However, every year at this time, there were always students eager to take a chance, an occurrence that was both unexpected and expected. Clearing his thoughts, Luanghua spoke. In 2 days, on the 9th, Wang Jinyang from Nanjing Wu University will return to school to address any pre-examination queries. I trust you all are aware and will make an effort to attend. Everyone nodded eagerly. Having a senior share their experiences would certainly be beneficial. At that time, the school would provide a detailed schedule for the martial arts assessments, along with various points of attention, which everyone should scrutinize carefully. Although Luanghua was the class teacher, the curriculum primarily focused on liberal arts education, with only a cursory mention of martial arts. However, the school offered martial arts training classes, and there were also external tutoring options available, which constituted the core of the martial arts student studies. Most others had attended classes or had even hired martial arts tutors. Among the group, Luanghua glanced around and likely concluded that only Fang Ping had not participated. This was evident. If he had attended, Fang Ping would have mentioned it, especially since his father attended the parent-teacher meeting and would not have left it unmentioned. With a faint sigh, Luanghua suddenly rose from his seat, crouching down to open the cabinet of his desk. After a moment, he stood up, cradling a substantial stack of books, which he placed on the desk before Fang Ping, saying, "See if there's anything you need." The other students have all participated in the school's martial arts training classes, so they possess this material. If you're lacking anything, feel free to take a look. Fang Ping was slightly taken aback, but these were indeed the resources he required at present. Upon hearing this, he promptly expressed, Thank you, teacher. Luangwa did not make a great fuss about this matter. Although the materials were not inexpensive, costing several hundred if purchased externally, he was willing to lend a helping hand to students from less fortunate backgrounds. When Fang Ping eagerly accepted the offer, joyfully cradling all the materials in his arms, Luangwa found himself in a rather amusing predicament. Observing the situation, it appeared that this young man was utterly unprepared. Otherwise, there would be no need to take such commonplace books. Despite having little hope for Fang Ping, Luangwa, as the class teacher, hesitated for a moment before turning to Wu Zhihao and saying, Fang Ping's understanding of the military science examination is not as comprehensive as yours, and his grasp of the specialized knowledge is somewhat lacking. It may prove quite challenging for him to read through all these books at once. Wu Zhihao, do you think you could provide Fang Ping with a copy of your notes on the professional exam? Compared to the books, the notes that students have compiled themselves are far more effective. They highlight the key points and summarize the essential information. Wu Zhihao, being the top student in Class 4 with the greatest likelihood of gaining admission to the military science program, could save Fang Ping a significant amount of time and energy by allowing him to review his notes. However, notes are personal possessions, and even the class teacher had no right to demand them. It was a matter of negotiation. Fang Ping was already immensely grateful for the books offered by his teacher, and he was taken aback that Luangwa would even request Wu Zhihao to copy his notes for him. In his previous life, Fang Ping's class teacher had also been a good educator, yet his own mediocre performance had resulted in a rather ordinary relationship with the teacher, leading to limited interaction. He had not anticipated that his current teacher would be even more dedicated than he had imagined. Although Fang Ping had not adequately prepared himself, this was not the responsibility of his teacher. Providing books was already a generous act, and now Luangwa was proactively seeking to procure notes on his behalf. Without waiting for Wu Zhihao to respond, Fang Ping quickly interjected, Teacher Lu, there's no need. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Zhihao chimed in with a smile, It's fine. I'll copy a set for you later. It's nothing extraordinary, to be honest. Whether it will be of use remains to be seen. Wu Zhihao was unafraid of discouraging Fang Ping. In reality, everyone understood that even Wu Zhihao himself might not have a solid chance of advancing to the fourth round, the professional examination. Since the class teacher had made the request, Wu Zhihao did not wish to contradict Luangwa. Given Wu Zhihao's willingness, Fang Ping decided not to be overly modest and expressed his gratitude. Indeed, looking at the pile of books and materials in his hands, he felt overwhelmed. Having access to Wu Zhihao's notes would help him identify key areas for study, preventing him from being completely lost in the vast amount of material. After discussing these matters, the registration process came to a close. Luangwa instructed the students to return to the classroom while he continued to review the exam papers. Once outside the office, Wu Zhihao took the initiative to say to Fang Ping, I have some of my notes at home. If you need them urgently, we can go get them together tonight. If not, I can bring them tomorrow. Having already accepted a favor, Fang Ping felt it would be inappropriate to ask the other party to bring them. So he quickly replied, I can go get them myself. I am truly grateful for your help and no need to be so polite. We are classmates, Wu Zhihao said with a friendly smile. In our ordinary class, the chances of getting into the military science program are slim, so we are not competitors. However, let me be honest with you. Please don't take it the wrong way. At the very least, prior to undergoing the physical examination, there is no need for you to peruse these materials, lest you waste precious time. Once the examination is completed, you may dedicate more effort to this aspect. Although the requirements for the martial arts examination are varied and extensive, they differ somewhat from those of the liberal arts. The content assessed each year is generally consistent. In truth, for students like us preparing for martial arts, the most challenging hurdles are not the specialized exams or the cultural subjects, but rather the physical examination and practical assessments. These elements are almost universally stringent requirements, representing the highest rates of elimination. Just as Wu Zhihao finished speaking, Yang Jian, sitting nearby, interjected with a frown, Is that so? Why do I find the specialized exams and cultural subjects to be quite daunting? Wu Zhihao, uninterested in engaging further, deemed the matter subjective. Fang Ping nodded in agreement. As a newcomer, he believed it prudent to heed the experiences of those more seasoned. After pondering for a moment, Fang Ping inquired, Where should I go for the Qi and blood examination? As a sudden entrant into the martial arts examination realm, Fang Ping felt no shame in his lack of knowledge. Others were not particularly surprised. Yang Jian promptly responded, The Qi and blood instrument for testing is only available at the First People's Hospital in Yangqing. This device is prohibitively expensive, and given the relatively small size of our city, its usage is limited. leaving us with no alternatives. Upon concluding his statement, Zhang Hao chimed in, Fang Ping, if I were you, I wouldn't bother with the examination. I'm not trying to discourage you, but honestly, it's too late for you to replenish your qi and blood now. The fee for this examination is exorbitant, a fixed price of 5,000 yuan per session. With the examination date fast approaching, it would be wiser to simply wait until then. 5,000? Fang Ping gasped, feeling as though he were being robbed. Nonetheless, this niche market is essential for martial arts examinees, as foreknowledge of one's condition is imperative, ensuring a steady stream of clients. Originally intent on clarifying his own situation, Fang Ping now found himself abandoning that thought. Perhaps sensing Fang Ping's predicament, Wu Zhihao suddenly remarked with a smile. The hospital's qi and blood instrument is a large apparatus that can accurately detect fluctuations in qi and blood levels, as well as peak values. However, since this is your first examination, there is no necessity for such precision. You're coming over to collect notes from me tonight, right? I have a small qi and blood instrument at home. It has a larger margin of error, fluctuating by about 5 units, but you may give it a try. Wow, Zhihao, you even have one of those at home. Wu Zhihao's comment elicited astonishment from the others. Although the small qi and blood instruments are less expensive than their larger counterparts, a greater margin of error typically correlates with a lower price, and a fluctuation of 5 units is considered significant. Nevertheless, such specialized devices are still quite costly, viewed as a staggering sum by the group that in the eyes of the others. A device like the one Wu Zhihao possesses would cost at least several 100,000 yuan. Wu Zhihao, unfazed, chuckled, it's secondhand. It really isn't worth much. Since I frequently need to check, going to the hospital is costly and time-consuming. So my father found me this second-hand model just for rough estimates. This was indeed true. For individuals like them, precision is paramount. A fluctuation of several units is far too imprecise. If the others were to undergo examinations at Wu Zhihao's home, it was likely that their results would be strikingly similar. Even more concerning, it would not be surprising if Yang Jian's results ended up higher than Wu Zhihao's. If they were to prepare based on such data, they should brace themselves for elimination. However, it is of no use to others, while for Fang Ping, it holds great significance. Currently, Fang Ping is primarily eager to ascertain how much of his 1.1 vitality can be translated into real-world energy, and a rough estimate would suffice. Upon hearing Wu Zhihao's words, Fang Ping hastily plastered on a smile and said, I would be immensely grateful to you. I truly don't know how to express my thanks. Rest assured, once I succeed in the examination, I shall definitely treat you to a grand feast. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao immediately burst into laughter, teasing, Fang Ping, I'm just afraid Wu Zhihao won't make it to that feast. Nonsense, Fang Ping declared with utmost confidence. There's absolutely no doubt that I will pass. Ha ha ha. The group erupted into laughter once more, not in mockery, but rather in acknowledgement of Fang Ping's unwavering confidence. Among the 8 present, even Wu Zhihao would likely hesitate to assert a guaranteed success. After a bout of laughter, Zhang Hao turned to Wu Zhihao and said, Zhihao, when Fang Ping comes to you for a checkup tonight, remember to inform us of the results tomorrow. Although it may not be entirely accurate, taking several measurements should provide us with a reasonable understanding. The group was quite curious about Fang Ping's vitality level. Purely out of curiosity, akin to wondering about the scores of fellow students during exams. Chapter 11. The initial assessment. Upon returning to the classroom, Fang Ping exchanged a few words with Chun Fan, then began to delve into the books he had borrowed from the old instructor. After skimming through them for a while, he found himself with a throbbing headache. The subjects related to the martial arts program were extensive. The core content revolved around self-awareness. As a prospective martial artist, how could one effectively train their physique without a clear understanding of their own bodily structure? Knowledge of how many bones the human body contains, the major blood vessels, and the circulatory system are all essential. This includes an understanding of the arrangement and nomenclature of bones, the functions of the organs, as well as explanations of various martial arts terminology, alongside a comprehensive grasp of basic medical and pharmacological principles. Moreover, the materials provided by the old instructor encompass the history of martial arts, biographies of historical figures, fundamentals of weaponry, and overview of basic martial arts forms. To say that he could not even read them thoroughly would be an understatement. Just picking one at random, Fang Ping found himself bewildered after only a few pages. The books piled before him amounted to over 10 in total. Attempting to read through them from beginning to end was indeed an immense undertaking. Even if Fang Ping approached it as a novel, by the time he finished, the college entrance examination would be looming on the horizon. Furthermore, he still needed to prepare for his academic subjects. These textbooks were relics from many years ago. Even if he had a solid foundation, regaining his former proficiency would not be an overnight endeavor. What a headache! Seeing Fang Ping's pale complexion, Chen Fan, although somewhat displeased that Fang Ping had not informed him prior to registering, nonetheless offered some consolation. It's all about effort. We certainly can't let the registration fee go to waste. Can we? Fang Ping rolled his eyes, thinking, so to you. My hard work is merely to justify this 10,000 yuan registration fee. Chen Fan paid him no heed and continued. What a pity that we are not martial artists. If we were, we'd be bursting with energy, able to stay awake for days on end. I've heard that high-ranking martial artists have processing speeds that rival those of computers. Those formidable individuals, whether managing enterprises or handling governmental affairs, possess the capability to match, if not surpass, the efforts of 10 ordinary people, demonstrating an astonishing vigor. I have heard that when Master Ma embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, he faced limited funds and insufficient manpower. At his peak, he persevered for an entire week without rest, accomplishing what would typically take an ordinary person a year. At that time, Master Ma's martial prowess was not particularly formidable. Were he to undertake the same now, it is conceivable he could go for a month without sleep. Such a thought evokes envy. If we were to possess the physique and energy of a martial artist, academic subjects would seem trivial, and achieving full marks would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Chen Fan's face was etched with regret. Indeed, each year, a considerable number of students achieve full marks in the college entrance examination. In some major cities, high school seniors, even if they have not formally become martial artists, are but a step away from that status. In such circumstances, although these individuals are often preoccupied with various distractions, their comprehension and memory capabilities are astonishingly formidable. Each year, the top scorers in the liberal arts across various provinces are almost invariably claimed by these would-be martial artists. The speaker may have spoken without intent, yet the listener grasped the underlying significance. Fang Ping felt a slight flutter in his brow. Chen Fan may lack the conditions to excel, but he certainly did not. The benefits of robust vitality were becoming apparent to Fang Ping. After experiencing a boost in his vitality yesterday, he indeed felt considerably more energetic than before. In the past, staying up late and rising early would surely have left him drowsy, yet now, he felt none of that lethargy. This was the advantage of enhanced vitality, endowing ordinary individuals with greater energy. What, then, is the purpose of the mental acuity displayed on the panel? A faint understanding began to dawn upon Fang Ping. Perhaps it was time for him to experiment with that aspect. If an increase in mental capacity could genuinely amplify his memory and comprehension, then perhaps future examinations would not pose insurmountable challenges. Even if he could not become the top scorer, achieving the required standards would suffice for Fang Ping. Chen Fan's seemingly casual remarks had indeed alleviated some of Fang Ping's worries. It appeared that he needed to find ways to earn money to conduct his experiments. Whether it be the enhancement of vitality or the growth of mental faculties, financial resources were indispensable. Without money, all aspirations would remain unfulfilled. Throughout the day, the focus of the curriculum remained on reviewing and practicing problems. Fang Ping did not squander time. He spent most of it engrossed in his books, refraining from writing. The teachers, noticing this, remained silent, recognizing that at this juncture, it was entirely voluntary. Moreover, several teachers had heard that Fang Ping had registered for the martial sciences examination. So even when he took out specialized study materials, they refrained from interrupting him. The day passed swiftly. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, Fang Ping did not leave with Chen Fan and the others. Instead, he approached Wu Zhihao. Wu Zhihao packed his bag. He smiled and said, "I see you've been studying the specialized exam materials today. How does it feel?" "Not too bad. It's not overly difficult, just rather extensive and varied. Some of the material won TB on the exam. So once you've made copies of your notes, you can review them according to what I recall. If there's anything you don't understand later, feel free to ask me. Thank you, I appreciate it." Fang Ping expressed his gratitude once more. At this crucial moment, Wu Zhihao's willingness to share his insights was indeed commendable. Some high achievers, when the exam approaches, would prefer that others remain oblivious, retaining all knowledge for themselves. Of course, this also pertained to the fact that the martial sciences examination was not confined to the classroom. Wu Zhihai did not regard Fang Ping as a potential rival. Rather, his competitors were those in the elite class, the exceptional students of Yang City, and even the outstanding scholars from across the nation. A person like Fang Ping, who lacked a fundamental understanding of knowledge, was not destined to be someone he aimed to surpass. If one did not possess even this level of ambition, how could they aspire to become a martial artist? As they conversed, the two made their way outside the school. Wu Zhihai's residence was not too distant from the first high school. It was a brief 10-minute journey to a neighborhood that, while still a community, boasted an enviable environment, ranking among the upscale locales in Yang City. Upon reaching the exterior of the community, Fang Ping glanced around, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that Wu Zhihai would at least reside in a villa. In truth, Fang Ping did not know much about this old classmate, as their interactions in their previous life had been rather limited. However, upon reflection, this seemed reasonable. Even if Wu Zhihai's family circumstances were relatively good, they were not lavish enough to secure a spot in the elite class. After all, with enough financial investment, one could usually gain admission to such a program. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the notion of individuals who preferred to be a big fish in a small pond, deliberately opting for the ordinary class instead. The community was indeed upscale, and the property management was quite diligent. Unlike Fang Ping's home, where anyone could enter, here access required a key card. As the two entered the community, Wu Zhihai remarked, "The day after tomorrow, Brother Wang will return to school. I wonder if there will be an opportunity for a private conversation." This time, the school finally seemed to be engaged in some meaningful activities, as Brother Wang was an idol for students like them in the ordinary class. Last year, 2 students from the ordinary class were admitted to the martial arts program, with Brother Wang being one of them. Prior to the college entrance examination, Brother Wang's grades were merely average, but in the final month, he experienced a remarkable surge, ultimately gaining admission to Nanjing Martial University, which left everyone astounded. It was uncertain if he possessed any secrets. If only some of that knowledge could be imparted to others. Wu Zhihai rambled on for a few moments, expressing his regret that even if there were secrets, it was unlikely that the other party would openly disclose them. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping felt a peculiar resonance. Did it not sound somewhat akin to his own experience? Could it be that the other was also reborn? However, as Wu Zhihai continued to speak, it became apparent that his narrative did not align with that possibility. It was indeed the result of an ordinary person experiencing an unexpected breakthrough. In their idle chatter, they arrived at Wu Zhihai's home. The instant the door swung open, Wu Zhihai instinctively glanced at Fang Ping, only to find him maintaining an expression of calm indifference, which left Wu Zhihai somewhat perplexed. The Wu residence was spacious, featuring a duplex layout, with both upper and lower floors, and the decor appeared quite upscale by contemporary standards. In such circumstances, one would expect a student of Fang Ping's financial standing to display envy upon entering, or at the very least, to exhibit some semblance of emotional response. Yet, Fang Ping exhibited no such reaction, his demeanor remaining entirely natural. Had he been aware of Wu Zhihai's thoughts, Fang Ping would have certainly endeavored to fulfill his expectations. But regrettably, he was not contemplating such matters at that moment. As for feelings of envy or astonishment, those were entirely unfounded. In his previous life, after graduating from university with the support of his parents and his own savings, Fang Ping had also purchased a fairly sizable home. Although the decorations were modest, they were not inferior to the Wu residence, and considering that Fang Ping had made this purchase in a provincial capital, if one were to compare prices, the cost was likely higher than that of Wu Zhihai's duplex. Furthermore, having worked for several years and gained extensive experience, having toured standalone villas in both the capital and the metropolis, he would hardly be taken aback by a duplex in a small city. Wu Zhihai's home was occupied. His mother was present. Upon seeing her son return with a classmate, the woman exchanged a few polite words, but said little else. Wu Zhihai then led Fang Ping upstairs. He retrieved his notes and handed them to Fang Ping, and soon after, they exited the study and proceeded to an adjacent room. This was the gym, where the qi and blood device was located. Wu Zhihai opened the door to the gym, which was rather simply decorated with limited equipment. The entirety consisted of dumbbells, barbells, a treadmill, and a leg lift apparatus. There was another piece of equipment that Fang Ping had never seen before, one not encountered in any gym from his previous life. It resembled a massage chair, yet it was connected to a display screen, which he surmised was indeed the qi and blood device. His instincts proved accurate as Wu Zhihai guided Fang Ping to the side of the massage chair, grinning as he said, "This is the qi and blood device." Albeit a rudimentary version compared to those in hospitals. The hospital models are akin to a space capsule, capable of comprehensive assessments. Our version can only conduct a general examination. You simply lie down, and I will attach the sensors for you. Later, you will need to exert yourself. Exert myself? Fang Ping inquired, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. Wu Zhihua chuckled and elaborated, "The qi and blood are usually tranquil. Only when they boil can one reach the peak. This involves not just the body but also the emotions. Testing qi and blood encompasses more than just the blood. It also includes the intangible qi, though I cannot articulate it precisely. In essence, both your body and emotions must reach a boiling point to attain your true pinnacle. Do you see the foot pedals beneath the qi and blood device? You must push vigorously with your legs and stretch your arms back as much as possible. Essentially, give it everything you've got. For now, personal testing is inconsequential, but when it comes time for the physical examination, you must exert your utmost effort." After explaining at length, Wu Zhihua waited for Fang Ping to nod in understanding before gesturing for him to lie down. Once Fang Ping was positioned, Wu Zhihua picked up several sensors resembling a stethoscope and affixed them to Fang Ping's arms, legs, heart, and forehead. When the time for the physical examination comes, it will differ from this. At that point, sensors will not be attached to your body. Instead, you will enter the qi and blood chamber, where you can move freely. The chamber will utilize a series of methods to yield specific feedback results, allowing for the accurate measurement of your qi and blood levels. With that, Wu Zhihua activated the adjacent display screen and hurriedly said, "We can begin now. Remember, vigorous exercise will also stir your emotions. If all else fails, think of something entertaining." Originally prepared to exert himself, Fang Ping nearly lost his breath at the remark. This guy wasn't as innocent as he seemed. Ignoring him, Fang Ping took a deep breath and began to vigorously push against the foot pedals while straining his arms outward with all his might. Wu Zhihua observed curiously from the side as the numbers on the display screen fluctuated. Inside the gym, the digits on the screen danced continuously. As Fang Ping's breaths grew labored, the numbers gradually stabilized. 113 calories, Wu Zhihua exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Indeed, it was true that this small-scale qi and blood device had significant margins of error, but a discrepancy of merely 5 calories was hardly acceptable. In other words, Fang Ping's vitality value ranges from a minimum of 108 calories to a maximum of 118 cal. How is that even possible? How can it be? Wu Zhihao truly did not harbor any contempt for Fang Ping. Yet this defies the laws of science, does it not? As for Yang Jian, he accepted that his initial vitality measurement was high. After all, he was robustly built, and it is entirely normal for someone with such a physique to possess a slightly elevated vitality level. However, even Yang Jian's high score was contingent upon his favorable home conditions and well-balanced meals. Even so, it's unlikely that Yang Jian ever attained such a high score on his first attempt, right? Initially, Wu Zhihao believed that Fang Ping, with his confidence in registering, could be slightly above average, perhaps around 102 or 103 calories. But now? The data indicates a remarkable 113 cal, with a minimum of 108 calories, instantly placing him on par with Zhang Nan and Zhang Hao. Among the 8 students who registered from the same class, the lowest score was merely 106 cal, which means Fang Ping is astonishingly not at the bottom of the ranks. As Wu Zhihao pondered this, Fang Ping continued to exert himself on the foot pedals. After a moment, unable to contain his breathlessness, he inquired, "Is that enough?" Wu Zhihao snapped back to reality, somewhat dazed, and replied, "Yes." Just as he was about to affirm, Wu Zhihao suddenly suggested, "Perhaps the initial contact wasn't ideal. Why not try again?" Fang Ping shot him a glance, sensing that this fellow's words lacked credibility. However, having accepted someone else's kindness, he decided to give it another go. That said, this test was indeed laborious and quite troublesome. After Wu Zhihao assisted him in resetting the sensor, Fang Ping once more labored to produce results, feeling utterly exhausted. Despite the brief duration, the exertion had been considerable. 3 minutes later, the figures settled once more, 108 cal. After some reflection, Wu Zhihao calculated that this time, the range was between 103 and 113 calories, placing Fang Ping's vitality between 108 and 113 cal. Even at his peak, Wu Zhihao surpassed him with a score of 115 cal. Yet, even at the lowest end, Fang Ping's results were still impressive. After a brief contemplation, Wu Zhihao remarked, "It still seems a bit off. Should we try once more?" Fang Ping, drenched in sweat, was well aware of Wu Zhihao's intentions and replied, "Let it be. I'm utterly fatigued and not in the right condition for an accurate measurement." This statement held merit, as testing in a state of exhaustion would only yield diminishing results. Nevertheless, the data indicating a score above 108 calories continued to stir a sense of envy within Wu Zhihao. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Do you often consume supplements to boost your vitality? Or have you taken any medicinal tonics?" Supplements can be categorized into two types: dietary and medicinal. Dietary supplements are slow-acting and require a longer period to show effects, albeit at a lower cost, making them more economical in the long run. Medicinal supplements, while yielding quicker results, come at a hefty price and can often lead to diminishing returns, with much of their efficacy wasted. Observing Wu Jihao's expression, as if fearing he might claim extraordinary talent, Fang Ping felt a twinge of sympathy and reassured him. "My family provides me with lavish tonics daily, exhausting their resources on fine foods, all in the hope that I will secure a place in the martial arts academy and bring prosperity back to the family." This assertion sounded implausible, although Wu Jihao found it somewhat dubious. He conceded, considering the impending physical examination and acknowledging that Fang Ping, after all, did not surpass him by much. Suppressing the jealousy within, he forced a wry smile and said, "Well, I had thought you would be around 105 units at most, but it seems I was mistaken. Your vitality ranges between 108 and 113 units. After all, a home vitality monitor isn't entirely reliable. Conducting multiple tests may yield more accurate results, yet if one's condition is not at its peak, the readings cannot be fully trusted. If you truly wish to ascertain the precise data, you might consider visiting the First People's Hospital." Fang Ping chuckled, "Let's see how it goes. I appreciate your help this time." "Don't mention it." Wu Jihao pondered for a moment, hesitating before finally saying, "If you genuinely wish to attain over 110 units, you could have your parents prepare some tonics for you. As you've just enrolled, there are certain aspects you might not be aware of. Generally speaking, we tend to prepare some supplements before undergoing a physical examination. For families with limited means, at least a blood tonic is typically arranged. For those in a somewhat better situation, they would prepare both blood and energy tonics." Blood tonic and energy tonic? Fang Ping couldn't help but recall an advertisement he had seen at school, quickly adding, "I haven't really paid attention to these. I never considered taking the martial arts exam before. How much do these tonics cost?" "The blood tonic is around 5,000 yuan, while the energy tonic is a bit pricier, approximately 10,000 yuan. "And what about the vitality pill?" Fang Ping inquired again, recalling something mentioned in the school's advertisement. "That depends on where you purchase it. The prices for such items can vary significantly. In reputable pharmacies, it might cost around 30,000 yuan each, although some stores lacking the proper licenses may sell it for about 20,000 yuan. However, these are hard to find, and even if you do manage to locate one, they may not be willing to sell it to you." Wu Jihao elaborated briefly, observing Fang Ping deep in thought before continuing. "Last year, the minimum admission standard for Nanjing Martial Arts University was 112 units. This is relatively lenient for those who excelled in other evaluation criteria. Some students perform exceptionally well in humanities subjects and do adequately in their specialized tests, yet their vitality might fall short, allowing them to gain admission with a score of 112. However, if other results are merely marginally acceptable, the vitality requirement becomes substantially higher. I have been keeping an eye on Nanjing Martial Arts University and have consulted several seniors. Last year, most students were around 115 units. This year, the threshold may be even higher, which is why I am concerned about not qualifying." Wu Jihao paused again, uncertainly inquiring, "What is your current vitality?" "I cannot say for sure. I advise you to visit the hospital for a checkup. If you are above 110 units, then perhaps consider purchasing a vitality pill to try to." "A vitality pill?" Wu Jihao nodded. "Yes, these are products sold in reputable pharmacies. I've heard there are even better options, but they don't concern us. If one is not a martial artist, consuming them would be futile. The vitality pill is the best among them. With a stroke of luck, you might gain an additional 3 to 4 units during your examination if the medicine's efficacy remains intact. However, the vitality pill is rather expensive, priced at 100,000 yuan. Fang Ping instantly dismissed the notion. What a joke! With 100,000 yuan, he could exchange for 1 point of vitality, although he was unsure if that ratio would hold in the future. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, possessing 100,000 yuan would afford him countless opportunities, and he certainly wouldn't squander it on such a product. The vitality pill may be the best, but its effects were still limited, and as for the other options, they were hardly worth considering. Initially, Fang Ping held some interest in these medications, but that curiosity has now completely dissipated. With merely 1.1 in vitality, he now approximates a score of 110. Should he attain 1.2, would that not equate to 120? The efficacy of this investment, amounting to 10,000 yuan, surpasses the benefits derived from their hundreds of thousands in pharmaceutical supplements. It is at this moment that Fang Ping realizes the magnitude of his fortune. Furthermore, this sum of money is not destined to vanish. Upon the conclusion of the testing, he does not linger, descending the stairs alongside Wu Zhihao. Wu's mother is exceedingly hospitable, urging Fang Ping to remain for dinner. Naturally, Fang Ping declines the invitation, exchanging a few pleasantries before shouldering his backpack and stepping outside. And no sooner has he left than Wu's mother inquires curiously, "I have not seen this classmate of yours before." "A new friend." Wu Zhihao shakes his head and clarifies, "Students in our class applying to the Martial Science Academy have not undergone vitality checks, so they came to me for an examination." Upon hearing this, Wu's mother deduces that Fang Ping's family background is not particularly affluent. After all, if one is applying to the Martial Science Academy, why would they not have undergone such a check? She instinctively remarks, "The young man appears somewhat slender and not particularly tall. Is he?" Wu Zhihao scratches his head, feeling a bit vexed. "He is quite tall, at least above 108, Mom. You often say I eat well and have good nutrition, but I think I only measured around 103 the first time. Did you perhaps mistreat me in my childhood?" Wu's mother shoots her son a glare. "Mistreat? For the sake of this rascal applying to the Martial Science Academy, our family is nearly on the brink of financial ruin. After years of hard work, the couple now possesses only this modest apartment. Jinghu Garden, Building 6, Room 101. Fang Ping returns home rather late today, and the entire family is present. Without waiting for his parents to inquire, he beams, "Dad, today I paid the application fee for the Martial Science Academy, and the homeroom teacher even gifted me a set of exam materials." Not stopping there, he adds excitedly, "Just after school, I visited a classmate's home to undergo a vitality check." A vitality check. Although Fang Mingrong is not particularly invested in this matter, he has heard of it and queries curiously, "Can it be done at home?" "Yes, it's a small-scale setup, not entirely accurate," Fang Ping explains, then quickly adds with a smile, "Dad, do you know what my vitality score is?" Fang Mingrong is not well versed in this area, but Fang Yuan has some knowledge and chuckles, 95. "You get winded just from running a little. Your health must not be great. A friend of mine's brother had a score of 104, and I heard that was sufficient to apply to the Martial Science Academy." Fang Ping scoffs, 104, and thinks they can apply to the Martial Science Academy? Do they truly regard it as worthless? How embarrassing. As for me, a casual check reveals I am above 110. It's possible I measured low. Fang Yuan blinks, then snorts, turning to address their father, "Dad, Fang Ping is boasting again. A classmate mentioned that the threshold for the Martial Science Academy is around 110. That is outdated information. Last year, Nanjing Martial University set the minimum standard at 112. Generally around 115. This year, it might even be slightly higher. However, with my exceptional talent and continued growth, my vitality will surely rise. By the time of the physical examination, I will undoubtedly meet the standard. This year's application to the Martial Science Academy is practically guaranteed." Fang Ping's words are also meant to reassure his parents, considering that 10,000 yuan is a significant amount, and he feels a sense of obligation to deliver some results. Yet, upon hearing this, both Fang Mingrong and Li Yueying are taken aback. Their son is so close to the Martial Science Academy? The couple found themselves in a state of disbelief, tinged with suspicion regarding whether their son was truly boasting. Yet, with a face full of earnest conviction, Fang Ping went so far as to pinch Fang Yuan's round face, swearing, "There really are 110 credits. If not, I vow never to pinch Fang Yuan's face again." "Mom," Fang Yuan exclaimed, her expression one of grievance, "why must you swear on my account?" Chapter 13. The Troublesome Fang Ping, 4F Alliance's additional update. Fang Ping's fervent declarations compelled Fang Mingrong and his wife to believe. Albeit reluctantly, embracing their son's claims, the couple initially felt a surge of joy, soon supplanted by a sense of melancholy and even guilt. Clearly, they had come to accept Fang Ping's assertions. Their son was indeed gifted. Yet now, they lamented the time lost due to their own hesitations. The mere thought of their son being born into a wealthy family left them unable to contemplate further, their smiles at the dinner table masking an undeniable sense of loss lurking in their eyes. After the meal, Li Yueying gathered the dishes and retreated to the kitchen, followed closely by Fang Mingrong. Fang Yuan, patting her small belly, felt quite content. Over the past few days, that mischievous Fang Ping seemed to have ceased his food rivalry with her, allowing her to indulge heartily. However, with Fang Ping no longer competing for food, the little girl felt a tinge of disappointment, as if her meals lacked the same flavor as before. Continuing the previous topic, as soon as their parents left, Fang Yuan eagerly said, Fang Ping, can you really get into the martial arts institute? Of course. But why do I always feel like you're just bragging? Is it too much to ask for a little trust between us? Fang Yuan reluctantly nodded, conceding a point for her elder brother, then leaned in to inquire, so if you don't get in, you really won't pinch my face anymore? Fang Ping's expression darkened as he turned to glare at her. Are you foolish? Once I'm accepted into the martial arts institute and become a martial artist, what won't I be able to provide? I'll take you to KFC, buy you new clothes, take you to the movies, and even help you deal with those boys who give you nicknames. Tell me, would you prefer a few face pinches or all that? The little girl found herself in a quandary. Fang Ping's arguments were indeed persuasive. Yet, he had no time to dwell on her contemplation and rose to head towards the backyard. Seeing him sneaking away, Fang Yuan asked, What are you up to? Mom and Dad are definitely discussing how much money to spend on my supplements. I want to eavesdrop. Fang Ping was no fool. With both parents in the kitchen, he could easily guess what they were discussing. However, he could not afford to hear their plans. If they truly decided to splurge on some extravagant supplements, like the most expensive Qi blood pill, it would infuriate him, and such a possibility loomed large. Moreover, if they did buy something, it would likely be done quietly, revealing it to him only after the fact, leaving him with no time to regret. Rather than await such a fate, it would be wiser to find a way to outsmart his parents first. In this moment, Fang Ping was also in dire need of money. He had yet to conceive of a quick way to earn it, and even if he did, he needed some capital to begin with. At this juncture, deceiving his parents bore no moral weight for him. Once he was accepted into the Martial Arts Institute, everything would be returned. Even if he failed to gain admission, he did not consider himself a failure. In the backyard kitchen, the scene mirrored Fang Ping's conjectures closely. Fang Mingrong, smoking a cigarette with furrowed brows, murmured, How much savings do we have left? With over 50,000, in recent years, Ping Ping and Yuan have both spent quite a bit. Tomorrow after work, we must withdraw the money. We cannot afford to delay. Ping Ping. It is also my fault. Previously, there were leaders' children from the factory who underwent examinations, and I did not give it much thought at the time. If it weren't for, sigh, Fang Mingrong sighed. Had it not been for Fang Ping's own initiative to sign up, he wouldn't have considered letting his son take the exam for the military academy. But who could have known that his son truly possessed talent? Now, Fang Mingrong is nearly regretting it to death. With the college entrance examination approaching, he is uncertain if there is still time. Sighing again, Fang Mingrong continued, I have heard our workshop director mention that his son purchased quite a few supplements during the college entrance exam preparation, and the results were quite favorable in the next 2 months. Let's buy some good items to nourish Ping Ping. I will inquire further to see if there are any other beneficial medications. If funds are insufficient, I will borrow some. Once Ping Ping has completed his exams, we should also have Yuan check. If we let these two children down, we would ruin their entire lives. Li Yueying remained speechless for a moment before softly responding. All right, after work tomorrow, I will go withdraw the money. As the couple was discussing, Fang Ping had already overheard much of their conversation and walked into the kitchen. Upon seeing their son, the couple instantly fell silent, ceasing to discuss the matter. Fang Ping feigned ignorance and, with a troubled expression, said, Mom and Dad, I have something to tell you. Fang Mingrong extinguished his cigarette and replied, Go on. Well, today I was at a classmate's house checking my health, and my classmate, who is the top student in our class and has a significant chance of being admitted to the military academy this year, mentioned that given my condition, there is still a probability of being accepted, but I need to prepare more. Fang Mingrong quickly interjected, What preparations? Don't worry about anything else. As long as you can get into the military academy, Dad will find a way at ITS like this. Fang Ping continued, He said it would be best if I could buy some medicinal supplements. Fang Mingrong sighed with relief. This was something he was already prepared to do, even without being prompted by his son. Fang Ping continued, However, they are a bit expensive. My classmate mentioned that for someone in my situation, it would be ideal to purchase a blood Qi pill. But the pharmacy sells them for 30,000 each. He had bought one before, but it was much cheaper than the pharmacy since his father does business and knows some pharmacy owners. He could get it for 20,000. I was wondering if I should ask him to help me buy one. Fang Mingrong furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend the money, but rather that 20,000 was unexpectedly substantial. The key question was, could this be trusted? For the other family, this was not an insignificant sum, and if they were deceived, it would lead to trouble. Fang Ping, aware of his father's concerns, quickly added, His family is wealthy, so he is certainly not trying to deceive me. Besides, he is an excellent student and is aiming for the military academy. Dad, the military academy requires a political review. If he were to deceive me, I would inform the school, and he would immediately lose his qualification. So after much thought, I am convinced he is not trying to trick me. Otherwise, it would be too foolish. If he gets into the military academy, 2 million wouldn't be a big deal. Fang Mingrong hesitated for a moment, steeled his resolve, and nodded, saying, "All right, then I will take leave tomorrow and visit his house." "Dad," Fang Ping hastily remarked, "they are busy, and you personally going to them for 20,000 yuan makes it seem like you do not trust them. They are offering assistance, not obligated to do so. It is only because they noticed my commendable examination results today that they agreed to help. Otherwise, who would willingly extend a hand? If you consent, let me approach them directly, father. What do you think?" Fang Mingrong hesitated for a moment, but Li Yueying beside him voiced her agreement, saying, "That is indeed the case. They are considering Ping Ping's reputation to it is only because Ping Ping shows promise of being admitted to the military academy that they are inclined to assist. As for you, a mere worker, who would be inclined to help?" Seeing that his father remained silent, Fang Ping continued, "Do you know Wu Zhihao from class? Is it him?" Fang Mingrong instantly recalled. He had attended Fang Ping's parent-teacher meeting and had met Wu Zhihao's father. As the top student in the class, his influence extended beyond just his classmates to their parents as well. During the parent-teacher meeting, even though Fang Ping's homeroom teacher was not one to curry favor, it was entirely normal to speak based on academic performance. The teacher had repeatedly mentioned, "Your family's Wu Zhihao is quite impressive, with a significant chance of being admitted to the military academy." Fang Mingrong had heard this more than once. Furthermore, he had seen Wu Zhihao's father, who indeed presented himself in a more respectable manner, arriving in a car while he had ridden his electric bike. Fang Mingrong could not fathom deceiving a parent whose child had the potential to enter a military academy for 20,000 yuan. If, after the college entrance examination, Wu Zhihao failed to gain admission, then such a situation would be questionable. However, as Fang Ping had mentioned, if this matter escalated, even if Wu Zhihao succeeded, he would face disqualification. Considering this, Fang Mingrong quickly declared, "All right, I have no objections. I will instruct your mother to withdraw the money for you. Remember to express your gratitude sincerely when you visit. Since you have not yet been admitted to the military academy, I feel somewhat hesitant to visit. Once you are admitted, we will go together to thank them and treat them to a meal. Even if you do not succeed, one must remember to acknowledge kindness." Fang Mingrong elaborated, recognizing that this was indeed a significant favor. Although 20,000 yuan was not a trivial sum, he intended to inquire with the workshop supervisor tomorrow to ascertain the truth. If the pharmacy offered a cheaper price, there would be no need for assistance. Though an ordinary worker, Fang Mingrong was not foolish. He preferred not to accumulate debts of gratitude unless absolutely necessary for his son. With their limited financial means, saving that amount could allow him to purchase additional supplements for Fang Ping's nourishment. Reflecting on this, Fang Mingrong added, "You should tell your classmate to ask for the money only when it is truly needed." "All right, father, you can rest assured." Fang Ping nodded vigorously, feeling a tinge of guilt for putting his father in this predicament once more. However, at this juncture, he felt he had no other choice. If he did not take the initiative, his father would likely have to purchase the medications himself, spending money without achieving significant results. Only when the money was in his hands could it yield substantial benefits. At worst, he could acquire the wealth and later repay it. Though he pondered whether repaying would result in a deduction of his wealth, Fang Ping harbored the belief that the possibility of deductions was significant. However, he remained uncertain whether such deductions would also apply should his vitality transform into energy. In any case, it was evident that the greater his wealth value, the more promising his prospects of being admitted to the martial sciences. Even if he were to succeed in this endeavor, it was likely that his father, fully aware of the deception, would remain indifferent. His parents held no suspicions regarding Fang Ping. Once he resolved this matter and returned to his room, Fang Yuan had already been waiting, her expression reminiscent of someone who had caught him in a compromising situation. "Fang Ping, confess willingly, or face severe consequences. Spill it." Fang Ping rolled his eyes and reached out to pinch her cheek, only for the little girl to nimbly evade him. Huffing, "Don't think you can use that tactic on me. Just admit it. Was what you said earlier the truth? Enough of your meddling in adult affairs. Once I am admitted to the martial sciences, you will discover the truth for yourself." Fang Ping, lacking the desire to explain anything further to his younger sister, offered a vague response. Fang Yuan puffed out her cheeks and muttered, Regardless, you mustn't deceive. Otherwise, you can forget about pinching my cheeks in the future. Fang Ping couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling the girl's hair and assuring her, rest assured, I would not stoop so low as to deceive our parents for trivial matters. I am pursuing the martial sciences for my future. Had time not been so pressing, I wouldn't engage in such antics. Chapter 14. A step from heaven to hell. After much coaxing, Fang Ping finally managed to send the little girl away. In doing so, he found himself indebted once more, losing track of how many promises he had made to her. The following day, April 8th, Fang Ping had become quite the sensation, at least within Class 4 of his senior year. Before his arrival, Wu Zhihao had already made his entrance. As soon as Wu arrived, the ever-curious Zhang Hao and Yang Jian eagerly inquired about the latest developments. Wu, perhaps unwilling to accept the shock he experienced the previous night, responded mysteriously, 113 cards. He refrained from mentioning the 108 cards from the second test, which was inherently less precise due to diminished stamina. However, once the 113 cards were revealed, the entire class was taken aback. Was Fang Ping, a member of the ordinary duo, no longer ordinary? Just yesterday, they were all equals, striving for excellence in their humanities examinations, with Fang Ping not particularly excelling in those subjects either. But now, 113 cards. Among those who solely focused on the humanities, few were privy to the circumstances of the martial sciences applicants. Yet one fact was universally acknowledged. Last year, Nanjing Martial University had set the minimum admission standard at 112 cards. Did this not imply that Fang Ping's vitality had reached the threshold required by Nanjing Martial University? Could one not be astounded? Yang Jian, his face a mask of despair, muttered, "This defies logic. It is utterly unscientific. How can someone of his stature surpass me? Even as martial artists, there must be adherence to the laws of science." Yet Fang Ping was indeed an anomaly. Surely, he could land a punch that would fell 8 opponents, couldn't he? While Yang Jian lamented the absurdity, Zhang Hao nearby seemed to be having a fit. Trembling as he exclaimed, "This is outrageous. 113 cards. I only managed 108. Not far from him, Zhang Nan interjected softly, 108 cards is my score. I recall you scored 107. Zhang Hao, flustered and indignant, retorted, that was half a month ago. I now have 108 cards. Zhang Nan, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, very well. You have 108 cards, while Fang Ping only possesses 113 cards. Zhang Hao, with a woeful expression, turned to Wu Zhihao and implored, Old Wu, please tell me you are deceiving us. Wu Zhihao, casually engrossed in his reading, replied indifferently, why would I deceive you? It doesn't matter since my score is higher. How can you say that? Zhang Hao lamented, consider the plight of our group. We attend classes, supplementary lessons, and still have to engage in daily exercise. We are forbidden from indulging in fried foods, barbecued skewers, and even beverages. During the scorching summer, we dare not touch a creamy popsicle. That rascal Fang Ping is utterly inhumane. Old Wu, don't you feel a twinge of envy or resentment? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao's composure faltered. While ordinary students envied them, they too harbored envy for those carefree individuals, in preparation for the rigorous entrance exams for the Martial Arts Academy. They had sacrificed immensely, yet such sacrifices often bore no tangible results, as Zhang Hao pointed out. While others savored delightful meals, they were relegated to consuming supplements. Do you think supplements are delectable? Consuming them daily leads to nausea, making one crave the sight of roadside skewers. Yet, to maintain their physique, to avoid unforeseen mishaps, and for the sake of the Martial Arts Academy, they gritted their teeth, salivating in agony as they walked away. If this was the norm, one could accept it, all in the name of a promising future. However, Fang Ping seemed to indulge without restraint, completely devoid of such scruples. The comparison between individuals can be truly infuriating. Wu Zhihao, feeling the pressure, managed a wry smile and said, there's nothing to be done. After all, he is exceptionally gifted. We must accept that. That's unacceptable. Zhang Hao retorted through gritted teeth. I see that fellow unathletic? We can't do anything about the blood flow situation, but let us invite him to the gym later for some training. I ought to spar with him and let out my frustrations. As Zhang Hao continued, Wu Zhihao across from him blinked and said with a cheerful grin, we're all classmates. There's no need for such hostility. Not possible. I can't just swallow my frustration. Zhang Zhihao insisted. Wu Zhihao attempted to placate him. Come on, Fang Ping merely has slightly better vitality, does a bit better academically, and is a tad more handsome. There's no reason to be upset. If someone from our class gets accepted, it reflects well on all of us. Old Wu, whose side are you on? Zhang Hao fumed at Wu Zhihao lowered his head to his book, not lifting it as he replied. I'm just studying. I'm on neither side. Just as Zhang Hao was about to retort, someone patted his shoulder, and Fang Ping's cheerful voice echoed from behind. Zhang Hao, I think you should just give Fang Ping a good thrashing. Otherwise, you'll only stress yourself out. Zhang Hao's lips twitched, and he turned around sheepishly, saying, just joking, just joking. How could I do such a thing? We're good brothers, after all. Though he spoke light-heartedly, his face betrayed his inner turmoil. Heaven forbid if one day Fang Ping truly got accepted into the martial arts academy. Would he not find himself on the receiving end of a martial artist's wrath? Fang Ping, dismissing the matter, chuckled, don't listen to Wu Zhihao's nonsense. I don't have 113 cards that AT most. I barely reach around 115. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, realizing this guy was intentionally provoking him. With a sigh, Zhang Hao did not take the matter to heart. At this moment, he was genuinely curious and inquired, Fang Ping, do you have any secrets for cultivating one's vitality? Nonsense, if I had such secrets, I would have long since become a martial artist. Fang Ping dared not concede this fact, waving his hand and replying, if there were really such secrets, the streets would be teeming with martial artists, and it wouldn't be up to us to compete. This was indeed a valid point. Zhang Hao sighed again, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he lamented, now, with old Wu, you, Yang Jian, and Lu Ruoqi, you four are the ones with the greatest hope in our class. The rest of us have a 99% chance of merely being spectators. In the past, having 3 was sufficient. Now that you're here, I might as well leave it to fate. At that moment, Wu Zhihao, who had been feigning interest in his book, lifted his head and remarked, it's quite precarious this year. Generally, everyone's vitality is higher than last year. I'm starting to lose my confidence. Just considering our class, if we include Fang Ping, there are already 4 of us with over 110 vitality points. In other ordinary classes, from what I know, there must be over 60 students with more than 110. The key classes have even more. Despite their smaller numbers, there are still plenty of students exceeding 110, at least around 40. All in all, just at our school, there are about 100 students with over 110 vitality points. And this is just in our institution. While other schools in Yangqing may not match us, they are still performing admirably this year. If we combine the figures, it's likely they are on par with USI. In the city of Yangqing alone, there are over 200 students with more than 110 vitality points. As he pondered, Wu Zhihao expressed a sense of resignation. Last year, Yangqing had a total of 9 students admitted to martial arts programs. If the ratio remains the same this year, it will be at least 20-1. A fellow student preparing for martial arts examinations sitting beside him shook his head and said, Zhihao, you already have 115 vitality points. There are hardly any in the ordinary class who surpass you. The same goes for other schools. While others may claim to feel pressure, what pressure do you have? Although Wu Zhihao was merely an ordinary class student, his vitality score of 115 placed him among the elite across all ordinary classes. If we were to follow last year's ratio, where 2 students from the ordinary class were admitted, Zhihao's chances seemed promising. As they continued their discussion, they inadvertently shifted their focus away from Fang Ping. He, in turn, was pleased to listen, as their conversation revealed numerous tidbits of information. This year, there are over 200 students in the senior class of Yangqing with more than 110 vitality points. Of course, vitality alone is not the sole criterion. There are always those who cannot pass subsequent evaluations. However, once the physical examinations conclude, various martial arts institutions will publicly announce the minimum vitality standards based on the feedback results. This is not the admission standard, but merely the benchmark for passing the 3rd round of empirical testing. The institutions aim to spare those who do not meet the standards more time for cultural examinations, lest they waste time further down the line. In other words, those who do not meet the vitality standards will be eliminated after the 2nd round. The qualifying standard for this year will likely be 110 vitality points. This is merely the criterion for the 3rd round. Even so, half of the students in the martial arts program may not qualify. For a moment, even the boisterous Zhang Hao fell silent. After years of preparation, failing to even enter the 3rd round is a heavy blow for students. Each year, due to such a detrimental mindset, many martial arts examinees ultimately perform poorly in their cultural subjects, ending up in ordinary universities, a true descent from paradise to hell. They remained silent, and Fang Ping chose not to interject, pondering inwardly that it appeared the 110 card was indeed unreliable. With so many people in Yangqing alone, who could ascertain the accuracy of Wu Jihao's information. If there were more individuals, they might not even progress past the third round, which would be quite dire. It seemed imperative for him to swiftly enhance his vitality. As everyone settled into silence, the school's classes commenced. Fang Ping, as per usual, alternated between reviewing cultural subjects and studying specialized exam materials, undisturbed save for the occasional remarks from Yang Jian in the front row and Zhang Hao beside him. Meanwhile, his deskmate Qin Fan, perhaps spurred by some external stimulus, became even more diligent in solving problems, hardly lifting his head from his work except for a brief trip to the restroom throughout the morning. When the morning classes concluded, Fang Ping initially intended to head for a meal, but he was summoned by Wu Jihao to the old class teacher's office. Outside the classroom, there were 4 individuals in total: Wu Jihao, Yang Jian, the somewhat unfamiliar Lu Ruoqi, and Fang Ping. As they walked, Wu Jihao explained, "The teacher mentioned that Senior Wang will be visiting our school tomorrow, and the school has arranged for someone to pick him up. The teacher is doing her best to facilitate this for us. While picking someone up doesn't necessarily guarantee any advantages, encountering him when there are fewer people might lead to him sharing some valuable insights. You know, for our martial arts examination in Yangqing, the third round's practical test is typically organized in conjunction with several prominent martial arts schools in Nanjing and the Education Bureau. Senior Wang might possess some pertinent information. The content of the examination varies somewhat each year." After Wu Jihao elaborated, Fang Ping expressed his confusion, "But wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to go and greet him? Our school has numerous classes, including 2 key classes and class 3, 4. Doesn't he hold any particular distinction?" To this, Wu Jihao chuckled. "Have you forgotten who our old class teacher is? The head of the academic affairs office is a former student of his." "This is a trivial matter," his words. Fang Ping recollected that their homeroom teacher was indeed one of the senior faculty members at the school, and the head of the academic affairs office was indeed a former student, albeit from junior high rather than high school. Lu Onghua had taught junior high and only transitioned to high school many years later. Yet, it was precisely because of this that Lu Onghua, despite his extensive teaching experience, had not achieved the same prospects as those who began their careers in high school. Even with his former students occupying significant positions, Lu Onghua remained merely an ordinary homeroom teacher for a senior class. Understanding the implications, Fang Ping recognized the purpose behind the old class teacher's request for him and his companions to visit the office. However, glancing at the others around him, he felt a twinge of reflection. He was uncertain whether it was due to the old class teacher's awareness of the previous day's assessment, or perhaps a consideration for his humble background. It might have been a combination of both reasons, and Fang Ping merely felt a sense of appreciation, at least acknowledging that his homeroom teacher was indeed a commendable individual. Chapter 15. Spiritual Elevation. The name Wang Jinyang was not unfamiliar to Fang Ping. On the very first day after awakening, Yang Jian had mentioned it. Subsequently, Qin Fan began to speak of him, followed by Wu Jihao, and even the homeroom teacher brought him up in summary within a span of a few days. Despite not knowing Wang Jinyang personally, Fang Ping could hardly deny that the name resonated powerfully. An ordinary student, whose academic performance was not particularly outstanding, had managed to gain admission to a martial arts university, and in the small city of Yangqing, he was indeed regarded as a notable figure. Wang Jinyang's reputation, at one point, overshadowed that of the other students who had gained admission to Wakita University last year. Emerging from the office, Fang Ping found himself mulling over the homeroom teacher's words. The old teacher had indeed given him special consideration this time. In the words of Lu Onghua, the others were relatively fine. They had prepared for the entrance exams for an extended period and were well versed in what was required. Fang Ping, however, had applied rather unexpectedly. If Lu Onghua had harbored little hope for him yesterday, upon learning about last night's test today, he began to believe that perhaps Fang Ping could, like Wang Jinyang, create a miracle. Coincidentally, Fang Ping shared several similarities with Wang Jinyang. Neither was particularly outstanding in class, and both hailed from modest backgrounds. Although Wang Jinyang's application to Wakita was not as abrupt as Fang Ping's, just before the college entrance examination, no one had anticipated his success. Lu Onghua felt that if Fang Ping attended, he might find common ground with Wang Jinyang and perhaps glean some insights. Thus, Fang Ping's name was included on the list for picking up the new students. In the corridor outside the office, Wu Jihao wore a delighted expression, beaming as he said, "I never expected the old teacher to be so supportive. Our class is solely responsible for picking them up this time." Indeed, only 4 students from the senior class, 4, were assigned this task, and the school had arranged a vehicle and driver. It was not that the teachers held any heirs. In fact, with Wang Jinyang's admission to Wuda, his future accomplishments would likely surpass their own, and many teachers were eager to cultivate a closer relationship with him. However, when Wang Jinyang communicated with the school earlier, he requested not to create too much fuss and stated that he would come directly to the school. Eventually, unable to resist the school's enthusiasm, he simply suggested that a few junior students accompany him, sparing the teachers from unnecessary trouble. Although this may have been a mere courtesy, the school ultimately decided to send only students to avoid any awkwardness. Luonghua, determined this time, recognized that Wu Zhihao had a significant chance of gaining admission to Wakita, so he initially intended for Wu Zhihao to make the connection. Upon learning about Fang Ping's situation, he sought to assist him as well. Considering that both of them would attend, and noting that Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi from their class had also performed commendably, he decided they would all go together. Consequently, old Lu stationed himself early in the morning at the door of the director's office, refusing to leave until he received an answer. With the principal absent, many matters fell under the director's purview, and faced with the persistent presence of his own teacher, the director could only respond with a wry smile. After all, it was merely a matter of picking someone up, a task that even some students from the key classes were reluctant to undertake. In the end, the responsibility for this task landed squarely on the shoulders of the few from Class 4. Wu Zhihao announced to Fang Ping and the others, "We won't have classes tomorrow morning. Let us gather at the school gate before 9 o'clock and take the school vehicle to the station. As for lunch, we will accompany Senior Wang Ai in the afternoon. We will return to school together with him, and our task will be complete." Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi nodded in agreement, while Fang Ping, curious, inquired, "What level of martial artist is Senior Wang?" This question caught Wu Zhihao off guard, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied, "I'm not sure. Wuda, relatively speaking, is much more enigmatic than other liberal arts universities, and many matters are simply not disclosed. We do not know what level of martial artist Senior Wang is. However, he is only a freshman, and while Wuda is considered quite good in Nanjing, it is merely average on a national scale among martial arts universities. How many ranks are there? I suppose it should be around 1 or 2 ranks," he mused. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Ruoqi, who had been rather silent, suddenly interjected, "1 or 2 ranks. Do you genuinely believe that all students from Wuda are martial artists?" With those words, she promptly departed. Once she was gone, Fang Ping pondered thoughtfully. From her implication, not all Wuda students are necessarily martial artists. Wu Zhihao chuckled wryly. "It seems so. I'm not entirely certain, but I've heard that some Wuda students graduate without ever becoming martial artists. However, such matters seem rather distant from us, and we remain unaware of the true circumstances." Fang Ping nodded slightly, realizing that merely being admitted to Wuda does not guarantee one will become a martial artist, which explains the ever-increasing reverence for martial artists. As for whether Wang Jinyang is a martial artist, it remains difficult to ascertain. Regardless, this marks the first genuine encounter Fang Ping will have with someone truly connected to martial artists. Having only heard tales of martial artists, very few individuals at his school have had any actual contact with them, and for a moment, Fang Ping felt a sense of anticipation. After lunch and having copied Wu Zhihao's notes, Fang Ping found himself once again devoid of the 50 yuan he had. Lacking funds, he felt somewhat embarrassed to invite Wu Zhihao to dinner. Of course, Wu Zhihao did not mind too much, but Fang Ping made a mental note of this kindness. Just a few days into his new life, he already found himself in debt of gratitude to several individuals, including his homeroom teacher and Wu Zhihao. At times, debts of gratitude can prove more challenging to repay than monetary ones. Suppressing these thoughts, Fang Ping continued his solitary study and review in the afternoon. That evening, upon returning home, he found his sister and mother present, while his father, Fang Mingrong, had yet to arrive. As was customary, Fang Ping felt a bit unaccustomed not to pinch Fang Yuan's cheeks upon entering. Consequently, the siblings soon engaged in playful banter, leaving Li Yueying, who was preparing dinner, both amused and exasperated, as the two children never seemed to find a moment of peace together. After tiring from their frolic, Fang Mingrong finally returned home. Upon entering, he inquired, "Did you collect the money?" Li Yueying nodded, and Fang Mingrong turned to Fang Ping, saying, "Later, I'll have your mother give you 20,000 yuan. Be sure to express your gratitude to your classmate and their parents. This time, I won't visit them. Once the college entrance examination concludes, we must treat them to a meal." Today, Fang Mingrong had visited the factory and had inquired with the workshop director. Indeed, the blood qi pill costs 30,000 yuan each, and the pharmacy does not negotiate on price. When Fang Mingrong asked if he could acquire it for 20,000, the director nearly spat in disbelief. While it is possible to purchase it, this is no secret, however. Who does Fang Mingrong think he is? Even the director, last year when attempting to buy medicine for his son's college entrance exam at a lower price, couldn't find a channel, let alone Fang Mingrong. Thus, Fang Mingrong resolved to abandon any thoughts of incurring favors. Currently, life at home is not particularly easy. Even if Fang Ping were to become a martial artist, he would still require funds. And if he does not succeed, he must be even more frugal. 10,000 yuan is no trivial amount. Every bit saved counts, and as for debts of gratitude, they would have to remain. With his father's agreement, Fang Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. With money in hand, many matters become significantly easier to manage. He had been exceedingly busy these past few days. Even if he wished to earn some money, he simply lacked the time. To ensure he could gain admission to the martial arts academy, obtaining a bit of money from his parents was a necessary course of action. After the family finished their dinner, Li Yueying entered the room to give Fang Ping some money. The 20,000 yuan was handed to Fang Ping. A slight blur passed before his eyes, and the data reappeared. Wealth, 20,000 vitality, 1 spirit. 1. Fang Ping exhaled, realizing that his suspicion was indeed correct. The money his parents sent him could transform into wealth value. Additionally, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself, feeling that he might be more adept than a counterfeit detector. When it came to identifying missing or counterfeit money, he could tell at a glance without needing to count. Had it not been solely useful for his own finances, he mused that if he failed to enter the martial arts academy and become a martial artist, he might very well excel as a bank teller, perhaps even securing a national championship. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Fang Ping greeted his parents and shut himself in a small room. Inside, he stared at the panel, feeling a moment of hesitation about whether to enhance his vitality or his spirit. He had already grasped the function of vitality, but what purpose would the enhancement of spirit serve? Would it indeed improve his memory and comprehension, as he suspected? Although uncertain, Fang Ping quickly resolved to give it a try. After all, with a wealth value of 20,000, if enhancing his spirit yielded no results, the remaining 10,000 could still be used to boost his vitality. There was no need for an excessively high vitality value. The most powerful individual in his school only exceeded 120 cards slightly. If Fang Ping were to surpass 130 cards, it might not be advantageous. Having settled on his thoughts, Fang Ping recalled his previous experience and softly uttered, "Increase my spirit, or I shall make you suffer." The data remained unchanged, and Fang Ping felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was this contraption truly effective? Hadn't it worked like this last time? After several attempts, he finally understood that the incantation's reliability was irrelevant. As long as he concentrated and focused on the task, the data would fluctuate. Having wasted considerable time, Fang Ping eventually succeeded in enhancing his spirit. Before long, the data displayed a change. Wealth, 10,000 vitality, 1.1 spirit. 1.1 in that instant of enhancing his spirit. Fang Ping suddenly felt a refreshing coolness in his brain, as though a gentle, delicate hand was caressing his head, providing immense comfort. After a while, he regained his composure, exhaling a deep breath and feeling invigorated, as the day's fatigue dissipated entirely. Not rushing to enhance his vitality, Fang Ping eagerly picked up his textbooks and began to study. After more than 10 minutes, he closed the book, reflecting on the material he had just read, only to find his brow slightly furrowed. It was not the flawless recall he had imagined. However, there was some improvement. His memory appeared to be marginally better than before, though the effect was not particularly pronounced. Fang Ping was unsure whether he was merely self-soothing or if it was indeed the truth. Nevertheless, he speculated that perhaps the enhancement of his spirit had not been substantial, just like the increase in vitality. Although his vitality had reached 110 cards, he was far from becoming superhuman. In fact, if he were to challenge Yang Jian now, he would undoubtedly be soundly defeated. Vitality and spirit were merely transformations of the body. He still needed to apply and exercise them. With these insights in mind, Fang Ping no longer felt anxious. As long as it is useful, let us contemplate further ways to enhance these two data points. A mere increase of 0.1 is hardly significant. What if we were to double it? With tomorrow's task of picking someone up looming ahead, Fang Ping refrained from staying up late, opting instead to freshen up before swiftly succumbing to slumber. Chapter 16. Wang Jinyang, Seeking Recommendations, April 9th, Wednesday. Upon arriving at the entrance of the first high school, Fang Ping found that Wu Zhihao and Lu Ruoqi had already gathered, while Yang Jian had yet to make his appearance. Beside the two stood a middle-aged man, next to whom was parked a 7-seater business vehicle. Noticing Fang Ping's arrival, Wu Zhihao promptly introduced, "Fang Ping, this is Master Zhang from the school. He will be in charge of our transportation today." The middle-aged man, designated as the school's driver, greeted Fang Ping with a courteous nod in return. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Zhihao cast a brief, surprised glance at Fang Ping, remarking, "Fang Ping, you seem quite spirited today. I had assumed you, like me, had a restless night due to excitement." Today's Fang Ping appeared full of vitality, with a glimmer in his eyes. In response to Wu Zhihao's observation, Fang Ping chuckled, "Is that so? Perhaps it's the joy that invigorates the spirit. I did rise a bit later today." Wu Zhihao, undeterred by the conversation, shifted the topic back to the arrangements for picking someone up. After a while, Yang Jin arrived, evidently also having had a restless night and waking up late. The group wasted no time and soon boarded the vehicle, heading towards the train station, Yangqing train station. They instructed the driver to remain outside while they entered the station together, beginning their wait for Wang Jinyang. With some time still before the train's arrival, they engaged in light conversation at the exit. After a while, Fang Ping took the initiative to inquire, "We are all striving to become martial artists. Yet I have yet to encounter a true martial artist. Recently, I have perused various materials regarding martial science, and even conducted some online research, but none elucidate how one becomes a genuine martial artist. Wu Zhihao, do you have any insights on this matter?" Wu Zhihao pondered for a moment before responding, "You haven't paid much attention to this before, so it's understandable you may not be well informed. For high school students like us, our primary objective is to gain admission to martial science programs. Becoming a martial artist is a matter for university.as for how to truly become a martial artist. Such information is certainly not available online, to my knowledge. One either has martial artist elders in the family or must attend legitimate martial arts training classes. He elaborated. Wu Zhihao added, "Not the kind of martial arts training found in Yangqing, but rather accredited institutions. Such training centers are virtually non-existent in Yangqing. According to regulations, a martial arts class must be led by at least a mid-tier martial artist. Not only Yangqing, but the entire Nanjing province has a scarcity of such establishments. The third avenue, and perhaps the most significant, is to gain admission to a martial science university." Wu Zhihao continued, "Beyond these three methods, I am not aware of any alternatives. However, these avenues hold no relevance for us. At least until we secure admission to a martial science university, we cannot hope to become martial artists before the college entrance examinations." Fang Ping nodded slightly before asking, "What do you think the number of martial artists among this year's high school graduates will be?" Before Wu Zhihao could respond, Yang Jian chimed in with a grin, "Yangqing is devoid of hope. Not only here, but even in our affiliated Ruiyang city, it seems unlikely that any candidates will emerge as martial artists. In the entirety of Nanjing province, only 3 individuals officially became martial artists before last year's college entrance examination, and this year is likely to be no different. These individuals are truly the favored children of heaven." Yang Jian felt a twinge of envy. The prospect of becoming a formal martial artist without attending university was something they could scarcely imagine. Fang Ping was about to inquire further when a voice interjected cheerfully from the side. "There's no need to belittle yourselves. It is indeed a mark of genius for high school students to become martial artists, but everyone has different starting standards." This utterance. The crowd turned their gazes towards the speaker. It was a young man, seemingly of similar age, dressed in casual attire with his hands tucked into his pockets. Nothing particularly remarkable about him stood out. He had a buzz cut and an unassuming appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. Noticing the attention, the young man smiled and remarked, "You are students from the first high school, I presume." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao promptly responded, "Are you Brother Wang?" Wang Jinyang, wearing a smile, shook his head and said, "No need for formalities. You may call me by my name or simply Wang Ge. We are all peers. I have merely taken a step ahead." This statement implicitly acknowledged his identity as Wang Jinyang, the person everyone had been awaiting. Wang Jinyang was merely a year ahead of them. Had it not been for the few elite students from the previous year's top class, Wu Zhihao would have recognized them. However, he did not know Wang Jinyang personally, having only seen his photograph on the school's honor roll. Hearing Wang Jinyang's words, Wu Zhihao felt a sense of relief and quickly greeted, "Hello, Wang Gu. We are students in our 3rd year at the first high school." Wu Zhihao hastily introduced himself, and Wang Jinyang displayed no signs of impatience. After becoming acquainted with the group, he resumed the previous topic, stating, "When I refer to different starting points, I trust you all understand the implication. Those students who become martial artists during their high school years invariably hail from affluent backgrounds. Either their parents are martial arts experts, or their families have powerful supporters, true powerhouses, at least of the fourth rank or above. As for us from the grassroots level, anyone who can gain admission to a martial arts program is not inferior to them in any regard. Acknowledge their talent and strength, but do not undermine yourselves or feel that you are lesser than anyone else. If you cannot even accomplish this, the path ahead will be exceedingly arduous." This was, undoubtedly, a piece of sage advice, and the group expressed their gratitude in unison. Fang Ping had been attentively observing Wang Jinyang and found him to be quite conversational and personable, which eased his mind slightly. As the group strolled towards the bus station, they engaged in casual conversation. Wang Jinyang posed several questions to them, and upon discovering that all were students with vitality levels exceeding 110 calories, he could not help but exclaim, "Each new cohort is stronger than the last. Just last year, it was uncommon for our class to have so many with vitality at 110 calories. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Zhihao smoothly inquired, "Wang Gu, what do you think the vitality standard for this year's admissions to Nanjing Martial University will be?" A smile graced Wang Jinyang's face, for this was undoubtedly a matter of great interest to all third-year martial arts students. Without much surprise, he reflected on his own experiences from the previous year. After a moment of thought, Wang Jinyang deliberated. Such standards fluctuate based on the circumstances of the year. Last year, the general vitality levels were not as high as they are this year. The situation in Yangqing is quite satisfactory. However, in Jiangqing, the provincial capital, there was a prior assessment conducted at Nanjing Wuda-affiliated high school. I have heard that there are indeed many students exceeding 120 points. If all goes as expected, this year's physical examination standard may set the minimum at around 110 points. As for admissions, it would be prudent to aim for a score above 115 points. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao's expression brightened, while Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi appeared somewhat dejected. Nevertheless, Wang Jinyang refrained from further discouragement, cheerfully stating, "Of course, this may not be the case. You are all currently above 110 points, and with time before the physical examination, there remains an opportunity for improvement. Why is the martial arts examination conducted so close to the cultural examination each year? It is because everyone is still growing. Making progress daily. To ensure fair competition, the martial arts examination is postponed until just before the cultural examinations. Today, you may be at 110 points, but tomorrow you could very well reach 111 points. The likelihood is substantial." The group nodded in agreement, accepting this reassurance. Once they exited the station, Wang Jinyang did not rush to board a vehicle. He glanced at the surroundings outside the station and remarked, "During high school, my sole aspiration was to gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy. I sacrificed so much to achieve that goal. Yet, upon being accepted and discovering things I was previously unaware of, I realized just how rare and precious a life of such ease and freedom truly is." Wang Jinyang was merely a freshman, a year ahead of the others. Had he been a university student in a previous life, such sentiments might not have resonated. However, the martial arts students of this lifetime genuinely felt this deeply. In high school, they fought tirelessly for the Martial Arts Academy, and upon admission, they began to strive towards becoming martial artists. Once they achieved that status, the struggle to grow stronger continued. Those from affluent backgrounds might find it somewhat easier, but for individuals like Wang Jinyang, who came from an average family, the hardships endured were beyond ordinary comprehension. With a reflective smile, Wang Jinyang said, "I think I'll forego the vehicle. My body has grown stiff from sitting. If you're not in a hurry, would you accompany me for a walk?" This suggestion brought immediate joy to everyone, as their eagerness to host Wang Jinyang stemmed from a desire to engage with him and learn more. Having been a high school student only last year, he understood their sentiments, and his words were a thoughtful gesture towards them. Wu Zhihao jogged over to the business vehicle, spoke with driver Zhang, and then quickly returned. As they walked along the street outside the station, Wang Jinyang remarked, "Let us find a place to sit for a while. After all, we won't head to Yizhong until the afternoon, so there's no rush, and no one would refuse such an offer." Wu Zhihao took the initiative to lead the way to a nearby beverage shop. Seeing Wang Jinyang's amiable demeanor, Fang Ping seized the opportunity to inquire, "Brother Wang, if you don't mind my asking, what rank are you currently at in martial arts?" There was no martial arts candidate who wouldn't be intrigued by such a question. As soon as it was posed, even Wu Zhihao, who was leading, couldn't help but glance at Wang Jinyang, captivated by the legendary senior. Wang Jinyang paused for a moment, then beamed. Some things are perhaps better left unknown. Knowing may not necessarily be a good thing. I want to speak for myself, but if you gain admission to Nanjing Wuda, you will naturally come to know. However, one could certainly indulge in the gossip of others. With a sly smile gracing his face, Wang Jinyang inquired, "Are you familiar with Li Yuanjiang?" Wu Zhihao promptly responded, "Of course, the senior from last year's elite class who also gained admission to Nanjing Martial University." Wang Jinyang chuckled, "Well, that's good to know. I have no qualms about gossiping about this fellow. He ought not to blame me for embarrassing him in front of his juniors. Among those from the elite class, he was undoubtedly the most arrogant. We are all students, yet he felt compelled to mock me on several occasions. Don't you think that's rather idle? We both secured our places at Nanjing Martial University, yet he claimed that sharing this achievement with me would be a disgrace. Such a person deserves a proper reckoning." Wang Jinyang's remarks left Wu Zhihao and the others utterly astounded. The seemingly gentle senior now appeared less amicable than initially perceived. Unfazed by the opinions of his peers, Wang Jinyang continued, a mischievous grin returning to his face. Li Yuanjiang and I enrolled at the Martial University simultaneously, and as the first year draws to a close, he has yet to become a true martial artist. Based on current circumstances, it remains uncertain whether he will achieve this by the second year. Perhaps he may have a chance by the third. The underlying implication of his words was not lost on Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang was indeed a genuine martial artist. As for his rank, Fang Ping felt a twinge of skepticism. It likely surpassed the first rank, or else he would have no reason to withhold mention of his own status. Comparing Wang Jinyang to Li Yuanjiang, who also gained admission to Nanjing Martial University, it was evident that Wang Jinyang was no less formidable, even within the prestigious institution in that moment. Even Fang Ping found himself intrigued by this legendary senior, albeit not in the conventional sense. As Chapter 17, Ignorance is Bliss, unfolded. The group had already arrived at the beverage shop. Wu Zhihao approached the counter to place an order, with no one contesting the selections, as the school would cover the expenses. The others sought a quieter corner to settle down, eager to continue listening to Wang Jinyang. The matters of martial artists may seem distant from you, and at this juncture, excessive discussion is futile. The crux lies in passing the martial examination. The martial examination, renowned for its stringent challenges, was not as daunting as it appeared. Among the 5 hurdles, the political review was negligible, while the professional and cultural exams depended largely on your diligence. The pivotal factors lay in the physical examination and practical assessment. Upon returning to his seat, Wu Zhihao quickly remarked, "Brother Wang is absolutely right. These 2 hurdles consistently yield the highest elimination rates." Wang Jinyang responded with a smile, "All of you possess vitality levels exceeding 110, so meeting the physical examination standards should not pose a challenge. The real difficulty lies in surpassing the admission threshold. In truth, the disparity in vitality among you is not excessively vast. Preparing a quality medicinal supplement, such as a vitality pill, can significantly alter many destinies. Of course, if the vitality pill proves insufficient, I shall impart a few minor techniques." For Wang Jinyang, these were mere minor techniques, yet for Wu Zhihao and the others, the insights of a genuine martial artist, regardless of their simplicity, were invaluable. The group's expressions reflected their excitement, and they dared not utter a word, leaning in attentively. The surge of vitality was not solely a matter of physical energy. It also encompassed overall condition, physical state, mental clarity, and emotional stability. Prior to the examination, engaging in some warm-up exercises sufficed. One should avoid exhausting their body and maintain a vibrant state of mind, eschewing last-minute cramming. As for emotional regulation, achieving optimal emotional states was a challenging endeavor. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. When these emotions reach their zenith, they can cause one's blood to surge. Typically, blood test results would show a slight elevation during such states. However, for those who have not experienced much, eliciting these emotions to their utmost intensity proves to be quite a challenge. As the discussion on emotional stimulation ensued, Wang Jinyang suddenly chuckled, "Actually, I have a method to help you elevate your emotions to their peak." The group's expressions brightened, yet Fang Ping cast a skeptical glance at him, for he was not overly concerned. After all, he could rapidly enhance his vitality. When Wang Jinyang made this remark, his demeanor bore little difference from when he had jested with Li Yuanjiang, leaving Fang Ping with an uneasy feeling. Sure enough, Wang Jinyang, with a beaming smile, continued, "Some emotions are difficult to stir, yet anger is rather straightforward. Now, I could step on your faces and spit a few times. And when you undergo your medical examination, you may reflect on the humiliation. Cough, cough. Wu Zhihao and the others nearly choked, questioning the reliability of this legendary senior. Wang Jinyang burst into hearty laughter, and after a moment, he remarked, though I jest, perhaps you could indeed give it a try. Joy, sorrow, and happiness are challenging to attain at their peak. Anger, however, is the simplest in a fit of rage. A surge of vitality by 1 or 2 units would not be unexpected. This statement resonated with Wu Zhihao and the others, and they pondered that if it truly could enhance their vitality, perhaps enduring the humiliation of having their faces stepped on might not be such a terrible thing after all. Observing their intrigued expressions, Fang Ping felt a chill run down his spine. These individuals wouldn't genuinely seek out suffering, would they? Surprisingly, the likelihood was alarmingly high. To gain admission into the martial arts academy, what was a little humiliation in comparison? Wang Jinyang, undeterred by their potential willingness to try, continued. Once you pass the medical examination, the actual tests are not overly difficult. They merely assess aspects such as explosive power, endurance, and body flexibility. All these factors are closely related to vitality. The higher your vitality, the greater your chances of success. Of course, one cannot discount the existence of those who, having grown up in a medicinal environment, possess abundant vitality but lack other qualities. Such individuals deserve to be eliminated. If presented with a chicken, and you cannot even kill it, how do you expect to take a life? Taking a life is far more challenging than slaughtering a chicken. Taking a life. Fang Ping's gaze sharpened slightly. Wang Jinyang's calm demeanor while discussing such a grave subject suggested a familiarity with the act. Yet, in this era, even martial artists were bound by the law, and opportunities for such deeds were scarce, especially for a mere freshman. It seemed Wang Jinyang noticed Fang Ping's scrutiny and smiled lightly. Some matters, in due course, you will understand. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must be admitted to the martial arts academy and become a martial artist. Everyone is in pursuit of martial arts. Everyone yearns to become a martial artist. Yet, how many ordinary individuals truly comprehend what it means to be a martial artist? Over the years, many have expressed discontent over the perceived favoritism towards martial artists. Strong individuals can establish companies and pay fewer taxes, or even evade them altogether. Strong individuals may hold public office. Even if their governance is lacking, it matters little. Strong individuals enjoy numerous privileges, and such advantages provoke envy and resentment among countless others. But so what? In this world, effort yields reward. Nothing comes without due cause. They may feel aggrieved, deeming it unfair, yet little do they realize that the strong also perceive injustice. Wang Jinyang suddenly paused mid-sentence, then reverted to his previous smile, chuckling, having said too much. A trip back to Yangqing has left me with many reflections. Wu Zhihao and the others paid little mind, as they considered the privileges enjoyed by martial artists to be entirely natural. However, Fang Ping remained contemplative. He had harbored some doubts. Though martial artists might be capable of single-handedly overcoming numerous adversaries, could it be justified to idolize them when there existed so many ordinary individuals? In an era dominated by firearms, even if one ordinary person faltered, 100 or 1,000 armed individuals would surely pose a challenge. Could a Grand Master evade such odds? Wang Jinyang's words suggested there was more beneath the surface, yet he seemed disinclined to elaborate, and Fang Ping refrained from pressing further. Such matters, it appeared, could only be comprehended upon becoming a martial artist. As their conversation unfolded, Wang Jinyang's mobile phone rang. He answered without hesitation, offering a few brief responses, ultimately stating, "I'll head to Yizhong this afternoon. I shall visit again later tonight." With that, he ended the call, providing no further explanation. The others, not overly concerned, continued their discussion until they exited the beverage shop. Initially, the school's plan was to host Wang Jinyang for lunch, but as a local of Yangqing, he decided to return home immediately after leaving the shop. Fang Ping and the others felt it inappropriate to follow him, agreeing to meet again in the afternoon to accompany him, thus fulfilling their hosting duties. Once Wang Jinyang departed, Wu Zhihao's face lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "What a bountiful experience!" Setting aside other matters, merely the emotional engagement was enlightening, something we were previously unaware of. Wang Jinyang even imparted some practical techniques for the assessment. Wu Zhihao, already hopeful about being admitted to the martial arts academy, now felt even more confident. Even Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi, since they had gained much and contemplated attempting to challenge the South Jiang Martial University. Moreover, Wang Jinyang disclosed that Governor Zhang of Southjiang was indeed striving to reach the 7th grade master realm. This revelation served primarily to encourage everyone to apply to Southjiang Martial University this year. Governor Zhang, an alumnus of Southjiang Martial University, would undoubtedly advocate for increased martial resources if he succeeded in his breakthrough. Should that occur, the university would surely attract more resources from the province. Wang Jinyang was quite certain of this. Consequently, the group's aspirations became focused on Southjiang Martial University. With Wang Jinyang's departure, they agreed to reconvene in the afternoon to pick him up before parting ways and returning to their respective homes. Meanwhile, as Wang Jinyang prepared to head home, his phone rang once more. Glancing at the screen, he frowned slightly before answering. "Did we not agree that I would come by tonight? Is there something else?" A respectful male voice responded from the other end. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for the interruption, but we have just received intelligence indicating that the suspect has entered Songshan. Songshan spans 2 provinces, and should they manage to escape?" Wang Jinyang's brow furrowed in displeasure, retorting, "It was previously agreed that they would remain in place until my arrival for action. Now that they have fled, I trust you haven't alarmed them." There was a brief silence on the other end, evidently confirming Wang Jinyang's suspicions. Wang Jinyang, somewhat displeased, exhaled softly and after a brief pause remarked, "Originally it was 300,000, but now it demands 500,000. Regardless of the circumstances, the documents will be sent to my residence shortly. You need not concern yourselves with anything else, Mr. Wang. Is 500,000 truly necessary? Then let your director handle it personally. Is he not a graduate of Nanjian Wuda? After 20 years, and as a second-tier martial artist, can he still take action? 500,000 it shall be, or you may seek assistance elsewhere." Wang Jinyang spoke with utmost bluntness, snorting disdainfully before continuing, "Alternatively, you could reach out to Ruoyang or the provincial office. If it weren't for my recent breakthrough requiring a substantial amount of resources, and the fact that my home is in Yangqing, I would certainly decline this task." After a moment of hesitation, the person on the other end finally replied, "We agree to the terms. However, the individual must be captured and brought to justice, and the pursuit must be conducted independently in Yangqing." Wang Jinyang replied coolly, "Of course. It is only proper to resolve matters for those who paid on him. Why return to Yangqing is solely to guide the younger students at the first high school in their martial arts examinations. Very well, we shall expedite the delivery of the documents and hope for a swift resolution. Rest assured." After exchanging a few more words, Wang Jinyang hung up the phone, rubbed his temples, and sighed softly. "I hope they haven't fled too far. Otherwise, where would all these gullible fools come from?" Contemplating the resources required for his recent breakthrough, Wang Jinyang felt overwhelmed. The school would provide half, while he had to gather the other half himself. Unlike other students from affluent backgrounds, he had no choice but to rely on his own efforts. Reflecting on the few students from the first high school, he shook his head. Everyone aspired to be a martial artist. Yet who truly grasped the hardships involved? Among those students, even Wu Zhihao seemed to come from an average family. Once they enrolled in Wuda, they would likely come to understand the depths of despair. Li Yuanjiang's prolonged inability to break through as a martial artist was not merely a question of talent. He chuckled softly, unsure whether he was laughing at someone else or mocking himself. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Wang Jinyang strolled leisurely toward his neighborhood. Sometimes, ignorance indeed brings bliss. Chapter 18. Have you taken your medicine? After bidding farewell to Wu Zhihao and the others, with no classes to attend in the morning, Fang Ping found himself disinclined to go to school as he noticed the time was still early. He ambled toward Jinghuayuan, pondering Wang Jinyang's words. Although he listened to the small techniques that Wu Zhihao and the others were concerned about, he did not place much importance on them. The crucial matters lay elsewhere. Wang Jinyang, merely a freshman, exhibited a maturity that was clearly greater than that of a senior. From his seemingly casual remarks, it became evident that the life of a martial artist might not be as idyllic as one might envision. In modern society, while martial artists appeared to coexist with ordinary people, the reality was often quite different. They inhabited a world of their own, one that many ordinary individuals could scarcely comprehend. Though information circulated rapidly online today, one must remember that in this nation, even with a relatively liberal internet, the government permits such leniency. Any information deemed undesirable for public knowledge would certainly not surface online. Martial artists, Fang Ping murmured, pondering the extent of the disparity between them and ordinary people. Was it merely a difference in brute strength? Just days prior, he had been too distracted to settle down and consider these matters deeply. However, Upon encountering Wang Jinyang, a true martial artist, Fang Ping found himself contemplating even more profound matters. Ultimately, his own level was still somewhat lacking. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that the disparity in social status resulted in his limited access to information. As Wang Jinyang had remarked, sometimes ignorance might be more advantageous than knowledge. Once he became a martial artist, the mysteries he currently grappled with would gradually unfold, so there was no need to rush. After walking for a while, Fang Ping reflected and resolved to convert the remaining 10,000 wealth points. This year's examination was evidently far more challenging than the last, with Wu Jihao's 115 vitality points. Coupled with the preparations of vitality elixirs and the mastery of emotional outburst techniques, he still harbored considerable uncertainty. This indicated that the competitive pressure this year would be immense. With his own vitality at a mere 110 points, any further stagnation could spell trouble, particularly if this unreliable system malfunctioned. With determination, Fang Ping focused on enhancing his vitality. Soon, the data before his eyes began to shift. Wealth, 0, vitality, 1.2, mental strength, 1. Just as he braced himself to experience the refreshing sensation akin to his first vitality enhancement, he suddenly let out a low cry of pain. His exposed arms, neck, and the backs of his hands were marked by prominent veins, creating a rather alarming appearance. Gritting his teeth, he leaned against the wall of a nearby shop, clenching his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to cry out in agony. Time felt elastic as sweat streamed down his face. Exhaling a heavy breath, Fang Ping muttered under his breath, "Damn, is this a joke?" The first time was so exhilarating, but this time, it felt as though I was about to roll on the ground in pain. At the moment of vitality enhancement, he genuinely feared his veins might burst. Fortunately, the discomfort was fleeting. Had he waited any longer, he was uncertain whether he would end up writhing on the pavement. With a lingering sense of dread, Fang Ping rubbed his arm and furrowed his brow, pondering, is my physical condition inadequate? During his first vitality enhancement, he hadn't given it much thought. However, this time, he distinctly sensed that perhaps his veins were too fragile, nearly succumbing to the pressure of the enhancement. Having only undergone this process twice, he harbored grave doubts. Should he attempt it again, he might very well become a human fountain, spewing forth crimson blood. Only a robust physique could support the elevation of vitality. It seemed that physical training must ascend the priority list. The already demanding tasks had now intensified significantly. Nevertheless, enhancing his physical condition was essential. Even if not for increasing vitality, a good physical foundation was required for the practical assessments. At this juncture, Fang Ping bore little distinction from the so-called dregs that Wang Jinyang referred to, those who had been nurtured in a cauldron of potions. Reflecting on this, Fang Ping couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. While others fretted over their inability to elevate their vitality, he found himself in the opposite predicament, struggling to withstand the enhancement of his own vitality. Casting another glance at the data before him, he mused, am I now at 120 points? He had no intention of testing himself at Wu Jihao's place again so soon. Just a day had passed. If he were to test today and revealed a peak value of 125 points, Wu Jihao might very well consider leaping off a building. Of course, the greater likelihood was that he would drag Fang Ping down with him. At precisely 2 p.m., the group reconvened at the school gate. A few individuals boarded the vehicle and proceeded to the residence of Wang Jinyang to escort him back to school. The community where Wang Jinyang resided was rather mediocre, only slightly better than Fang Ping's Jingguayuan community. Upon arrival, Wang Jinyang was already waiting at the entrance of the community. Earlier that morning, he had returned empty-handed, but now he was carrying a bulging backpack, the contents of which remained a mystery. The others did not pry too much. It was not unusual for someone to bring back local specialties after a visit home. As Wang Jinyang approached the vehicle with his backpack, he suddenly turned to glance at Fang Ping, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Fang Ping, what did you do at noon? Ah. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback, and an unsettling tension began to creep into his mind. Could it be that a martial artist could detect the elevation of one's vital energy? As he had anticipated, Wang Jinyang continued with a furrowed brow. While I understand your intentions, willing to go to any lengths for the martial arts examination, your health is paramount. Certain potent substances must never be consumed recklessly. A slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. I am unaware of what you have ingested, but your vital energy appears significantly heightened, which could easily result in complications. During this period, Focus on exercising to stabilize your vital energy, and under no circumstances should you take any additional supplements for at least a week. Fang Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him at these words and promptly replied, "Understood. Thank you, Brother Wang. I lacked experience before. This was my first time taking any medication, and I did notice some swelling in my veins." "Ah, so it is your first time," Wang Jinyang murmured, as a martial artist. His instincts were quite sharp. He noted that Fang Ping's vital energy was noticeably lower than Wu Jihao's earlier in the day. Yet now, in his eyes, Fang Ping seemed to exude even greater vitality. He was unaware of what Fang Ping had consumed, but the effects of the substance were remarkable, likely a prohibited drug that could be detrimental to one's health. However, considering it was Fang Ping's first experience with medication, and that it was only now that he had taken it, it suggested a less fortunate background. With this in mind, Wang Jinyang chose not to press further about the specifics of the medication, merely reiterating, in the future, when purchasing medicine, always consult a reputable pharmacy before understanding its effects. Some individuals in society dispense medications recklessly, leading to harmful interactions that can severely affect your health. Not everyone is fortunate enough to escape unscathed. Many suffer dire fates each year. You were able to manage this time due to your solid foundation, but do not take your luck for granted moving forward. "Yes, I will definitely be cautious." "Thank you, Brother Wang," Fang Ping affirmed. "Don't mention it." Wang Jinyang's demeanor softened a bit, and he added with a smile, "However, you have not come away empty-handed this time. Once your vital energy stabilizes and you refine your physique, you stand a good chance in this year's martial arts examination." The others had been listening intently to their exchange. Initially, they discerned that Fang Ping had likely taken some form of energy-boosting supplement that posed a risk to his health. However, they were taken aback to hear Wang Jinyang express optimism about Fang Ping's prospects in the martial arts examination. It was noteworthy that even Wu Jihao had not received such commendation from Wang Jinyang earlier that morning. Thus, unable to contain his astonishment, Wu Jihao exclaimed, "Brother Wang, has Fang Ping's vital energy increased significantly?" Wang Jinyang chuckled lightly, saying, "I am not a blood vitality instrument. I can only discern a rough estimate. Nevertheless, it is evident that this young man has indeed made considerable progress." Fang Ping quickly forced a smile, replying, "Oh, it's nothing much. I feel it's about the same as before." "Ha ha ha." Wang Jinyang laughed softly, choosing not to expose him. Instead, he addressed Wu Jihao, cautioning, "Do not emulate him. He lacks understanding in these matters, and this time he has taken quite a risk. Medications must not be used indiscriminately, especially those beyond the common blood vitality pills and chi blood elixirs. One must not consume them recklessly. He was merely fortunate. Had his luck been a tad worse, he might have suffered a ruptured blood vessel, with dire consequences. Ignorance is truly frightening." Wang Jinyang shook his head, asserting that students well versed in such knowledge would never dare to act so foolishly. Upon hearing the potential outcome of a ruptured blood vessel, Wu Jihao and the others instinctively recoiled, filled with trepidation. Wu Jihao whispered, "Fang Ping, what medications did you take?" Fang Ping awkwardly replied, "Yesterday, during your examination, my father gave me a substantial amount of money to purchase some supplements in hopes of getting into the martial arts academy. This morning, after we parted ways, I happened to return home and encountered someone on the street selling supplements at a very low price. So I bought one." Wu Jihao was left speechless, incredulously exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? You trust a street con artist? He claimed it was a blood vitality pill for only a few thousand yuan. But didn't you say they cost 30,000 each yesterday? Are you foolish, or is he? How can something worth 30,000 be sold to you for just a few thousand?" Wu Jihao was utterly at a loss for words, and Yang Jian scratched his head, dazedly remarking, "I wouldn't dare do such a thing, Fang Ping. You are truly reckless." Initially, they had intended to inquire further about the medication Fang Ping had taken, but now they had completely lost their appetite for it. Consuming an unknown drug could lead to a death so sudden one wouldn't even comprehend how it happened. Moreover, the individual who deceived Fang Ping was likely long gone by now. This gamble for an enhancement in vitality was an act only resorted to when utterly desperate. No high school student would possess the audacity to wager their life so carelessly. Ignorance is indeed a terrifying thing. This thought resonated within the minds of all present. Who among them would casually purchase medication off the street? Observing the situation, Fang Ping let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have evaded disaster. He had not anticipated that Wang Jinyang would be able to detect such nuances. It seemed that martial artists were far more formidable than he had imagined. Or perhaps Wang Jinyang was significantly more capable than he had previously considered. Nevertheless, being uncovered was not entirely negative. During the physical examination for blood vitality, Wu Zhihao and the others would not be overly surprised. Additionally, there was an upside. Wang Jinyang likely believed Fang Ping had a fair chance of being accepted into the martial arts academy. During their journey to school, he offered Fang Ping several pieces of advice. Primarily concerning physical training, he concluded with a smile. It seems that this year, number 1 high school may have some unexpected achievements. I hope you do not falter in other assessments. Perhaps in a few months, we will be classmates once more. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao and the others felt a mixture of envy and jealousy, yet they lacked the courage to buy medication off the street. Chapter 19. The schedule. In the midst of their conversation, the vehicle swiftly approached the entrance of number 1 high school. From a distance, they could see a considerable number of people gathered outside the school gate, with the leading figure being none other than the school's director. The principal is absent from the school, and the director of education personally leads a party to greet visitors at the school gate. This treatment is akin to that received during inspections by city leaders. Currently, Wang Jinyang is merely a freshman, yet it is his identity as a martial artist that commands the school's attention. Had this been last year, the director of education would scarcely have glanced at Wang Jinyang. A mere step apart, yet worlds different. As Wang Jinyang alights from his vehicle to converse with the school officials, Fang Ping and his companions approach Lu Anghua, who was also among the welcoming crowd, accompanied not just by teachers but also by several students. Fang Ping is not particularly acquainted with these students, but Wu Zhihao is familiar with them and quietly explains. Most of them are from the key classes, along with some top students from the regular classes. Naturally, he refers not to the academic disciplines but to the martial arts program. Those present are the elite candidates from this year's first high school's martial arts cohort. Had Fang Ping and his companions not been responsible for receiving Wang Jinyang, apart from Wu Zhihao, the others would not have been qualified to attend, and of course, that was in the past. It is evident that Fang Ping now possesses such qualifications. Lu Anghua, not being a school leader, refrains from interjecting during Wang Jinyang's conversation. Upon seeing Fang Ping and the others arrive, Lu Anghua quietly inquires, "How did it go? Any insights?" Wu Zhihao nods, indicating significant gains. He then expresses a twinge of envy, saying, "The greatest beneficiary seems to be Fang Ping. His vitality has likely improved even beyond mine." How could that be? Lu Anghua is momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe it. An enhancement in vitality is not achieved overnight, especially considering Fang Ping's modest background. How could he surpass Wu Zhihao so easily? Wu Zhihao, aware of the homeroom teacher's astonishment, hastily provides an explanation. Upon learning that Fang Ping had recklessly consumed medication, Lu Anghua is left utterly speechless. Are today's youth truly so reckless? Nevertheless, with the past behind them, and Fang Ping having turned misfortune into fortune, Lu Anghua expresses his delight, saying, "So, it seems our class might witness a miracle this year. Wu Zhihao has a promising chance at entering the martial arts program, and if another like Fang Ping emerges, it would mean 2 martial arts students from an ordinary class." Just the thought of it fills Lu Anghua with excitement. Last year, Wang Jinyang and another student from an ordinary class successfully entered the martial arts university, achieving significant recognition. Yet, what truly elicits envy from Lu Anghua and his colleagues is not these students, but the homeroom teachers of those ordinary classes. With the emergence of a martial arts student from an ordinary class, those 2 teachers earned over 100,000 in bonuses last year alone. That amount equates to 2 years' salary for their peers. Beyond monetary rewards, there are also opportunities for promotion and recognition. What if one student succeeds? What if 2 do? Lu Anghua feels dizzy at the prospect. Could it be that he is destined to become the first homeroom teacher in the history of the first high school to cultivate 2 martial artists from an ordinary class? Furthermore, students like Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi may not be without hope. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Lu Anghua finds himself in a state of blissful intoxication. At over 50 years of age, he cannot help but grin like a fool. Nearby, other homeroom teachers, including those from the key classes, observe Lu Anghua's smile, and one cannot help but chuckle. "Old Lu, mind your image." The students are still present. Lu Anghua wore a smug expression, instinctively shielding Wu Zhihao and the others behind him, chuckling, "Am I breaking the law just because I'm happy? Oldly, I've heard you've been quite proud lately, boasting that this year's Outstanding Class Teacher Award is in the bag for you." The individual referred to as Oldly was an experienced educator in his 50s, yet he was markedly more accomplished than Lu Anghua, serving as the head of a key class. Upon hearing Lu Anghua's remark, Old Li replied with a hearty laugh. What's this? It's not me you should be worried about. Do you think it's old Zhang? Our student Zhou Bin is certain to gain admission to Wuda this year. With a stroke of luck, he might even secure spots in both the Wuda in Kyoto and the Wuda in Modu. These two esteemed institutions are among the most renowned in the nation for martial studies. Compared to Nanjing Wuda, the competition to enter these prestigious universities is significantly more daunting. Despite Luongwa's dismissive attitude towards Old Li's boasting, he refrained from commenting further. Zhou Bin's acceptance to Wuda was nearly guaranteed, yet being admitted to both prestigious universities seemed a distant hope. At that moment, Zhou Bin stood amidst the crowd. As a teacher, Luongwa naturally did not wish to dampen his spirits too much. With a beaming smile, Luongwa chose not to dispute Old Li's claims, merely glancing at Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao, confident that if two students from Class 4 were to be accepted into martial schools, the title of outstanding class teacher would undoubtedly belong to him. Even if more students from the key class gained admission, it was expected, as that class was specifically designed to nurture martial talents. Failing to achieve acceptance would be the true disgrace. As long as Zhou Bin did not gain entry to the two major universities, it mattered little if Old Li's class had more students admitted to Wuda than Class 4. Nearby, Old Li felt a twinge of discomfort from Luongwa's laughter. What was this old fellow thinking? Not only the teachers but Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao also felt a sense of unease. The way old Lu looked at them was akin to how one would regard one's own child. Fang Ping could somewhat grasp Luongwa's thoughts, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating. Just as the group engaged in hushed conversation, Wang Jinyang had concluded his pleasantries with the school leaders and soon approached the awaiting students. Casting a sweeping glance, Wang Jinyang smiled and nodded, stating, "Each cohort surpasses the last. This year's freshmen are considerably stronger than our class from last year." The remarkable academic achievements of Yizhong are a testament to the diligent nurturing by the teachers. Though merely a first-year student, Wang Jinyang's polite remarks and formal language were delivered with grandiloquence, eliciting a rosy glow on the face of the nearby head of education. This was praise from a genuine martial artist. The leadership of Yizhong had consistently kept an eye on the graduates who had gained admission to Wuda, although they were unaware of the specific details due to certain information being kept under wraps. However, Yizhong was fully aware that out of the 5 students who gained entry to Wuda last year, only 2 had actually become genuine martial artists. Among these 2, Wang Jinyang was the more prominent figure. Even some past students who maintained ties with the school expressed complex emotions when discussing him. Through conversations with these alumni, the school leaders learned of Wang Jinyang's remarkable accomplishments at Nanjing Wuda, which was the very reason for inviting him back this year. Fortunately, Wang Jinyang was returning to Yangqing and, upon receiving the invitation, did not hesitate to accept. Otherwise, he might not have made his way to Yizhong at all. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Wang Jinyang couldn't help but cast a glance at Fang Ping. In his perception, among this group of students at Yizhong, a few possessed a particularly vigorous life force, and Fang Ping was one of them. Even so, Fang Ping's vigor was second only to that of Zhou Bin, who was highly regarded by all the leaders of the first middle school. Reflecting on how this young man appeared quite ordinary in the morning, yet made such a remarkable breakthrough within just one afternoon, Wang Jinyang couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictability of fortune. Observing that, at this moment, there were scarcely any teachers or students from the first middle school who paid attention to Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang secretly chuckled to himself. After the unexpected turn of events last year, this year would likely astonish these educators once again. He couldn't help but wonder if it would lead the school leaders to question their own judgments. Wang Jinyang was too indifferent to concern himself with such matters and had no intention of prompting anyone. It was an unnecessary endeavor. He casually praised a few of the top students before proceeding with the director of education towards the multifunctional hall. Fang Ping and his companions followed the stream of students toward the school's multifunctional hall. Upon their arrival, they found that a considerable number of students were already seated inside. At a rough glance, there appeared to be no fewer than 200 attendees. These were all the students from the first middle school who had applied for the martial arts program this year. And with Fang Ping and his group included, the total was nearly 300. As soon as they entered, they spotted Zhang Hao waving at them, prompting them to hastily make their way over, where the other martial arts candidates from Class 4 were gathered. Once seated, Zhang Hao eagerly inquired, "Did you meet with Senior Wang? What insights did you gain? Is Senior Wang strong?" Before Fang Ping could respond, Wu Zhihao interjected with a laugh, "How would we know if he is strong? Senior Wang hasn't fought anyone yet. Everything else, Senior Wang will explain later. He refrained from mentioning the emotional outburst, nor did Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi bring it up. They were uncertain if Wang Jinyang would mention it. Whether he did or not made no difference to them, and if he chose to remain silent, that was even better. It would serve as their advantage. They had no qualms about informing Zhang Hao, but given his propensity for loose lips, it was likely that news would spread far and wide, thereby eroding the hard-won advantage they had established. People are inherently self-serving, and seeing that his companions chose not to speak up, Fang Ping naturally refrained from offering any information. As their conversation unfolded, Wang Jinyang finally entered the multifunctional hall alongside the director of education and his entourage. The moment they stepped in, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause, with some girls even squealing with excitement. Witnessing this scene, nearly all the students, including Wu Zhihao, displayed expressions of envy and admiration. A strong sense of aspiration welled up within many, resonating with the notion that a true man should embody such qualities. This was the kind of martial artist that students revered and aspired to emulate. It was a swift descent to greatness, nothing less. However, at that moment, Fang Ping felt little excitement. While others were focused on Wang Jinyang, he was engrossed in reviewing the martial arts examination schedule distributed by the school. After April 10th, political assessments would commence, concluding by the end of April, after which successful candidates would receive their martial arts examination admission tickets. On May 1st, martial arts candidates would collectively travel to Ruiyang City and Yangqing for physical examinations. By May 3rd, the results would be released, allowing various martial arts schools and the Ministry of Education to receive the feedback data, with criteria for passing the physical examinations established by May 5th. The practical assessments would begin on May 7th, followed by participation in the National Organized Martial Arts Professional Examination on May 10th. This outlined the entire itinerary for the martial arts candidates moving forward. Once the professional examination was completed, they would await the cultural subject entrance examinations. The schedule was tightly packed, orchestrated to ensure that martial arts candidates could reach their utmost potential, preventing younger students from falling behind during this crucial period of growth, as some students at around the age of 18 might be evolving significantly with each passing day. Gazing at the timetable, Fang Ping could not help but feel a surge of urgency. With only about 20 days remaining until the physical examination, could he truly accomplish everything in such a short span? His vitality was satisfactory, yet the professional assessments posed significant challenges. They were daunting enigmas when it came to himself. He needed to devise a strategy to bolster his mental fortitude. Chapter 20. The Tenet, Gratitude to the Lord of the Moonlight for the Generous Reward, in the Multifunctional Hall of No. 1 Middle School. While Fang Ping pondered ways to earn money to enhance his mental strength, Wang Jinyang earnestly explained the pertinent details regarding the martial arts examination to the students. Meanwhile, at the Jinghu Garden Residential Complex, in room 201 of Building 6, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with an endearing demeanor, said, "Sister, rest assured, I guarantee I won't damage any of the furniture. If anything were to get broken, simply deduct it from my deposit." Opposite him stood a slightly older woman, who, upon hearing these words, finally smiled and replied, "That's good to hear. This house hasn't been renovated for long. Although the Jinghu Garden Complex may appear old, the environment is quite pleasant. There are restaurants and supermarkets nearby, and the bus stop is right at the entrance of the complex. At 600 yuan a month, you're certainly getting a bargain. If it weren't for my financial stability, where else could you find such a deal?" Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Sister Chen, for your generosity," the middle-aged man chuckled in response. Sister Chen pondered for a moment before reminding him, "You mentioned you live alone. Being a man, you must keep it tidy. If I hadn't seen how neat you are, I wouldn't have rented to you. By the way, we all know each other in this complex, so please refrain from bringing any dubious individuals back. Also, when bathing, use a basin to collect water. This old building has some leaks. Furthermore, there's a child downstairs preparing for the college entrance examination, so please keep the noise down. The sound insulation in this old house is quite poor. Additionally, if we decide to return, you will have to vacate." The woman continued her reminders for quite some time. Yet the man remained patient, nodding with an amiable smile. Seeing his earnestness, the woman felt much more reassured and eventually handed over the keys, saying, "The house isn't too dirty. I sometimes come back to tidy up. Most essentials are already here. You just need to add some personal items." "All right, thank you, sister," he replied, "no need for formality. I shall take my leave now." Sister Chen did not linger, and once she exited, the middle-aged man quickly shut the door behind him, letting out a slight sigh of relief as he murmured, "This old complex probably doesn't have surveillance, right?" With that thought, he approached the balcony, gazing outside while frowning slightly, muttering softly, "I wonder if the people of Yangqing will be able to uncover the clues I left behind. By deliberately leading them to Tsongshan, they might mistakenly believe I fled in that direction. Surely they wouldn't concern themselves too much beyond their territory." Contemplating these matters, he rubbed his temples. The petty figures in Yangqing did not intimidate him. Even if discovered, it would not be of great consequence. His only fear was making too much noise, drawing attention from above. With his capabilities, he could manage in these small locales, but in a larger city, he might not even know how he met his end. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of helplessness. He must find a way to escape abroad, to some chaotic little nation, rather than live in constant fear within Huagua. While Huagua is vast, it can sometimes feel exceedingly small. In this era of pervasive surveillance, it is exceedingly challenging for individuals like him to remain unnoticed unless one hides away in some remote nook at the foot of a mountain. However, living in such seclusion presents its own challenges, as one cannot subsist without food and water. Martial artists are not immortal beings who can forego sustenance. Moreover, in rural areas, where everyone knows each other, the presence of outsiders would only leave more traces. Exhaling a sigh of resignation, he chose not to dwell further on the matter. There were no particularly threatening individuals in Yangqing, so he resolved to remain hidden for a while. Once he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and established reliable channels for clandestine escape, he would find a way to leave Huagua. In such an old community, devoid of property management, it was unlikely anyone would take notice of him. The vicinity boasted restaurants and convenience stores, making life convenient and leaving minimal traces behind. After carefully contemplating the situation and finding no apparent flaws, the man felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. Had he known better, he would not have committed any misdeeds. Had it not been for a moment of folly, he could have gathered the necessary resources over a few years. However, martial artists seized the day. At over 40 years of age, he could not afford to wait any longer, for the opportunity to advance in the martial arts would soon slip away. With age comes a decline in vitality, and he could not afford to be complacent. Yet, he remained unwilling to accept this fate. After nearly 2 hours of pre-examination guidance for the martial arts examination, which concluded amidst applause, Fang Ping had intended to greet Wang Jinyang, only to see him surrounded by throngs of students, prompting Fang Ping to abandon that thought. With the guidance session over, there was no need for them to return to the classroom. They could head home directly. After exchanging pleasantries with Wu Zhihao and a few others, Fang Ping was about to leave when Wu Zhihao eagerly inquired, "Fang Ping, are you coming to my house tonight?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. Such a statement would have been acceptable coming from a beautiful woman, but from a grown man, it seemed inappropriate. Unperturbed, Wu Zhihao continued with a beaming smile, "Aren't you curious about your vitality level? Brother Wang said you have great potential in martial arts, and your vitality must have increased significantly. How about testing it one more time at my place?" Fang Ping sighed in relief, thinking, "Couldn't you have just said that in one breath?" If someone were unaware of the context, they might misconstrue our relationship. He decided against complicating matters further. "No trouble at all. Fang Ping, please come," Wu Zhihao insisted. "Really, it's no trouble, but I have some matters to attend to tonight. Perhaps another time," Fang Ping replied, not wanting to provoke Wu Zhihao. Jealousy could drive a person to madness, and while Wu Zhihao was still uncertain about his vitality, he remained composed. However, if he were to discover that Fang Ping had already reached 120 vitality points, he might not remain so stable. Wu Zhihao was a decent fellow, and it would be a shame if he fell into despair over such matters. Seeing Fang Ping's determination, Wu Zhihao, despite his desire to learn about Fang Ping's vitality, had no choice but to relent. After exchanging farewells with a few others in the class, Fang Ping proceeded directly out of the school and headed home. Shortly after Fang Ping departed, Wang Jinyang declined the school's invitation, opting not to join for dinner. For him, coming to this school was merely a side endeavor, offering a casual favor while also earning a bit of money, all at minimal cost. However, the substantial reward still lay with the Yangqing Criminal Investigation Bureau. Though 500,000 was not an exorbitant sum, it was considerable for a small city like Yangqing. Additionally, tasks in smaller cities tended to be easier to accomplish, with lower risks, and could be completed swiftly if all went well. After shouldering his backpack and exiting the school, a black Volkswagen soon came to a halt before Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang ascended into the vehicle and, upon settling himself, inquired. The information indicates that individuals have entered Songshan, where some tourists may be idly wandering during the day. It would suggest that the opposing party is likely inactive during daylight hours, which means they are still within the jurisdiction of Yangcheng. The driver, upon hearing this, promptly replied, Mr. Wang, you are indeed correct. The opposing party is certainly still within the confines of Yangcheng. If they were to exit Yangcheng, we would be notified. The director has stated that should they traverse Songshan, you will be informed in a timely manner, at which point you need not pursue them further. Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow slightly. If the individual had fled Yangcheng, the authorities here, despite their desire for accolades, would refrain from overstepping their bounds into other territories. The absence of pursuit did not equate to the successful completion of the task, but rather an acknowledgement of failure. Given the nature of the detectives at the bureau, if they were unable to apprehend the suspect, monetary rewards would be scarce, and a mere token reimbursement for travel expenses would be considered generous. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jinyang queried further. The individual has resided in Yangcheng for a period. Have you not made contact at all? The driver chuckled awkwardly. The individual is quite vigilant. Not even a preliminary probe from your director. Wang Jinyang retorted with a dismissive smirk, aware that seasoned individuals such as these, valuing their own lives, would hesitate to engage in any reckless testing of the waters. Is it true that they are a second-tier practitioner? The driver, feeling somewhat sheepish as he observed Wang Jinyang's expression darkening through the rearview mirror, hastily affirmed, absolutely a second tier. This individual has committed several offenses elsewhere, primarily to seize critical resources for advancement. However, it appears they have yet to amass sufficient resources. Even if they had enough, time is not on their side. We have been monitoring them closely during their stay in Yangcheng. Everything appears normal, and should they attempt to break through, we will be aware of it. This statement held validity, as a martial artist's breakthrough was not an instantaneous affair. Nodding slightly, Wang Jinyang fell into silence. Once this mission reached its conclusion, with the acquisition of the 500,000, coupled with the additional 60,000 from the first high school, he would have nearly 2 million in funds at his disposal. With a request for further financial support from the school, he would be adequately equipped for his forthcoming needs. Reflecting on a year prior, when he could barely afford a few thousand yuan for a healing elixir, he now found himself with savings in the millions, yet it still felt woefully insufficient. It was likely beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals just how much wealth he had accumulated in a single year. Wang Jinyang chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. No matter how much he earned, it never seemed to suffice. For martial artists, unless one was among the elite, running a profitable enterprise, even those within official capacities faced considerable limitations in resource allocation. His rapid financial ascent was indeed remarkable. Many martial artists lacked the necessary channels or connections. Those graduating from martial universities fared better, while those emerging from societal martial arts classes often found themselves in dire straits. Countless individuals remained trapped in the first tier for their entire lives. In the case at hand, had it been a student or graduate from the martial university who would risk criminality for a meager few million in training resources. Yet, this individual had succumbed to temptation, revealing that not all martial artists led lives as glamorous as outsiders might presume. He hoped that after this breakthrough, he could seek more lucrative opportunities. Perhaps he could even attach his name to a few small enterprises? After much contemplation, Wang Jinyang ultimately decided to abandon the notion. Being a nominal figure for a small enterprise entailed minimal responsibilities, yet it frequently necessitated his involvement in various trivial predicaments. As the occurrences multiplied, it became more advantageous to undertake work independently. This is precisely why few martial artists are inclined to serve as legal representatives for such enterprises. The hassle outweighs the benefits. Those willing to assume such roles are predominantly idle martial artists. However, not everyone is deemed suitable. Businesses prefer to engage individuals with a reputable background, particularly students from prestigious martial arts institutions. After all, according to regulations, the enterprise is considered the property of its legal representative. If one's character is questionable, once they are appointed, they could potentially seize control of the business, leaving one with no recourse. This predicament also explains why many idle martial artists struggle, unless they establish their own enterprises. Small businesses are reluctant to employ them. As Wang Jinyang pondered, the vehicle sped swiftly toward the direction of Tsongshan. Chapter 21. Perfection. Jinghu Garden. As Fang Ping stepped through the threshold of his home, The sound of a security door closing echoed from upstairs. After casually securing the door behind him, Fang Ping glanced toward his mother, who was busily tending to the backyard, and inquired with curiosity. "Mom, has Aunt Chun returned to stay upstairs?" "No, Tout Ao has purchased a spacious house in Tianyuan Huafu. With the child just born, Aunt Chun is occupied with the grandchild and has no time to return," Li Yueying replied while preparing vegetables. "It's been rented out. We just finalized the agreement today." Fang Ping responded nonchalantly, chuckling, "Mom, once I get admitted to the Martial Arts Institute, we'll move into a larger house." Li Yueying beamed with delight. "Once you are admitted to the Martial Arts Institute, what need will we have for a larger house? With you away at school, your father, your sister, and I will find this house sufficient." "The old house is still too small," Fang Ping countered, shaking his head. "Don't hold your breath for any demolition. In my opinion, it won't happen in the next decade." The residents of Jinghu Garden all yearned for redevelopment. They would rather rent than sell, simply because rumors of demolition circulated annually. Logically speaking, with over 30 years of age, and the location not being too shabby, it should indeed be time for redevelopment. Yet, Jinghu Garden stubbornly remains, even after a decade. Much to Fang Ping's frustration, as the mother and son engaged in conversation, the sound of keys jingling at the door interrupted them. Moments later, Fang Yuan burst through the entrance. As she swung the door open, she hurriedly bent down to change her shoes, nearly causing Fang Ping to stumble. Before Fang Ping could utter a word, Fang Yuan exclaimed, "Fang Ping, what are you doing? You nearly scared me to death." Fang Ping turned to his sister. "Do you have no sense of guilt? You almost knocked me over. I hadn't even complained, yet you're the one playing the victim." Ignoring her, Fang Ping changed his shoes and entered the living room, while Fang Yuan hastily followed suit, puzzled. "Fang Ping, how did you manage to return home earlier than me today?" "The school organized a lecture on the Martial Arts Institute. I returned right after attending," he replied. "Was it that Wang Jinyang who gave the lecture? You know about this too?" Fang Ping asked, somewhat astonished that these middle school students were interested. "Of course I know. One of my classmates has an older sister at Yizhong, and my classmate even asked her sister to get Wang Jinyang's autograph. I wonder if she managed to get it," Fang Yuan said, then turned to Fang Ping and asked, "Did you see Wang Jinyang?" "What nonsense! How can one attend a lecture without seeing it? Not only did I see it, but I also picked him up from the station myself." "Really?" "Of course, it's true." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan immediately felt a pang of regret and exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Fang Ping, under the impression that she was also a fan, scoffed. "What is there to discuss? He is quite ordinary looking, not nearly as handsome as I am." "You fool!" Fang Yuan retorted with disdain, clearly thinking her older brother lacked intelligence. "If you had said you want to pick up Wang Jinyang, you should have brought a little notebook to get his autograph. I could sell it at school. So many people idolize Wang Jinyang, as long as he is a martial artist with some fame. An autograph sells for 10 yuan. If we get a few hundred, we would become rich." Fang Ping was taken aback, astonished that his sister could think like this. While he was focused on obtaining an autograph, she was already contemplating selling it. Still feeling somewhat annoyed that Fang Ping hadn't informed her sooner, Fang Yuan quickly inquired, "Has he left yet? If not, why don't you go ask him for some autographs? Once I sell them, we can split the profits 3-7. I keep 70, you only get 30. Fang Yuan, it's a shame you're not in business. You'd even con your own brother, and this is the first time." Fang Ping shook his head, bemused, and replied, "He left long ago. Where would I go to get an autograph now? Besides, I can't afford to lose face." "Humph," Fang Yuan muttered. "What is so embarrassing about it? A few thousand yuan would last me a year. And that's not even including tuition." Fang Ping said nothing further. Truth be told, had he thought about it, he might have actually gone through with IT. IT was indeed a pity that he hadn't thought of it at the time. Of course, even if he had, Wang Jinyang might not have agreed. As the siblings chatted, Li Yueying in the courtyard expressed her curiosity. "Isn't Wang Jinyang the one who got into the martial arts university last year?" "Mom, you know him too?" Fang Ping was even more surprised. After all, he was just a freshman at a martial arts school, yet he was becoming a household name. Li Yueying smiled. "I've been to your school. Your teacher mentioned his name. I can't recall the details, though in this day and age, getting into a martial arts university was even more prestigious than being accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University in previous generations. Especially with Wang Jinyang's remarkable rise from an ordinary background, his fame was amplified. It was no surprise that families connected to the first high school were aware of him. Hearing that his mother also knew Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping's eyes lit up, and he suddenly smiled. "Mom, since you know him too, it makes things much easier. I was supposed to pick someone up today. Initially, I planned to ask Wu Jihao's father to buy me some medicine, but it turns out Wang Jinyang has some too. It's provided by their school. He said he didn't need it, and I thought, since he is a student at the martial arts university, the medicine from their school might be more effective, so I bought a blood cheap pill from him." The room fell into a sudden silence as Fang Yuan looked at her older brother with suspicion, finding his words hard to believe. Fang Ping, however, paid it no mind. He had previously mentioned Wu Jihao as the most reliable person, but Wu Jihao was at the first high school, and if his parents happened to meet him and asked, that could lead to trouble. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, was a martial artist who rarely returned home throughout the year. Even if they returned, their parents had no intersection with each other. Surely they couldn't consult a martial artist about this matter? Upon reflecting on this, Fang Ping couldn't help but commend his own intelligence. He was becoming increasingly skilled at weaving tales. Claiming that Wu Jihao's father had purchased it had its flaws, and he would need to devise a solution later, but for now, it was absolutely perfect. Without waiting for his mother to inquire, Fang Ping continued. "Wang Jinyang, considering I am his junior, sold it to me for 20,000 yuan, which I consumed on the spot. To be honest, the effects were astonishing. After I finished, Wang Jinyang remarked that my chances of passing the martial arts exam this year were quite promising." "Really?" Li Yueying was taken aback. Her son had actually bought elixirs from a martial university student and consumed them right away. That aside, the money had indeed been for purchasing medicine. However, for the other party to assert that her son had a chance in the martial arts exam, such words were not those of an ordinary person. In Li Yueying's eyes, the words of a student from Wu University held more weight than those of an official. For a moment, Li Yueying found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan scrutinized Fang Ping, stroking his chin like a little adult, wearing a contemplative expression. As the person who had known Fang Ping the longest, Fang Yuan felt as though he had stumbled upon a great secret. Fang Ping was lying. Although it was merely an instinct, Fang Yuan was convinced he was right. This fellow was indeed fabricating a story. What were the odds that when you sought medicine, the other party just happened to have it on hand and willingly sold it to you? Fang Yuan felt compelled to don the hat of Sherlock Holmes and dig into his brother's background. While Fang Yuan was skeptical, Li Yueying remained unperturbed regarding her son. Upon hearing that even Wu University students praised her son's chances in the martial arts exam, Li Yueying was overjoyed, finding even more motivation in her cooking. Once Li Yueying had retreated to the kitchen, Fang Yuan seized Fang Ping, who was about to enter the room, and said fiercely, "Tell me, are you lying?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, "Who is lying to you? If you don't believe me, go ask Wang Jinyang. Besides, whether it's a mule or a horse, once the physical examination is complete in a few days, everything will be clear. This year, I am definitely taking the martial arts exam. By next semester, if you find yourself short on money, I'll sign for you to sell." He sensed something was amiss. The little girl muttered under her breath. As for Fang Ping's suggestion to ask, did he think she was foolish enough to know where to inquire? Although she suspected her brother was lying, Fang Yuan still stated, "Regardless of the truth, you must not engage in any wrongdoing." Fang Ping chuckled, pinching her cheek once more, exclaiming helplessly, "What misdeeds could I possibly commit? Just have a bit of faith in your brother. All right, I wish for you to pass the martial arts exam too, but I always feel that if you can pass, then everyone would be able to." Ouch! The little girl hadn't finished her sentence when she glared at Fang Ping with a face full of grievance. Fang Ping had just pinched her cheek a little too hard. Fang Ping pressed down harder on his sister's round face, feeling even more vexed. Did he really seem that incompetent? The siblings squinted at each other for quite some time, and it was only when Fang Mingrong returned that Fang Ping rubbed his eyes and recounted the events to his father once again. Like Li Yueying, Fang Mingrong harbored no doubts about his son. Most parents in the world are like this, always believing that their children would never deceive them. Additionally, their son had been a model student all these years. Fang Mingrong never truly contemplated that one day his son would dare to deceive him out of 20,000 yuan, a sum that is far from trivial. Upon learning that it was a student from Wuhan University who sold the medicine to Fang Ping, Fang Mingrong found it to be more reliable than entrusting Fang Ping's classmate's father to procure the medication. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing the medicine in person as his son consumed it on site, the purpose of acquiring the medicine was indeed for his son's benefit. This minor disappointment was soon forgotten by Fang Mingrong. During dinner that evening, he indulged in a bit more baijiu than usual, and his spirits appeared particularly elevated. Wang Jinyang had suggested that his son had a fair chance of being admitted to Wuka, and it seemed that there was indeed some merit to that assertion. For a moment, the family was enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere, and Fang Ping was quite pleased with the excuse he had devised. The matter was settled. As long as his parents did not encounter Wang Jinyang, there were no loopholes, rendering the plan impeccable. Chapter 22. Unfair. For the Moonlit Alliance, an update, Zhongshan. Zhongshan is not a renowned mountain range, yet it traverses two provinces. The section of Zhongshan and Yangqing can merely be considered a foothill, lacking in steepness to this moment. Wang Jinyang found himself amidst the mountains, a backpack slung over his shoulders, and in his hand, he wielded a military-grade entrenching tool. He swung the blade to sever the thorns obstructing his path. His brow furrowed as he spoke into a military-grade waterproof phone. Director Zhang, are you certain that the individual has truly entered the mountains? A deep yet somewhat suave middle-aged voice emanated from the phone. After Huang Bin evaded our surveillance, he took a taxi to the Zhongshan No. 3 entry point. This information was gleaned from our inquiries with the taxi company. The driver confirmed seeing him enter the access point, and he was carrying a backpack stocked with ample food and water. Given that he has prepared provisions, why were you not proactive? Wang Jinyang expressed his dissatisfaction. Even if Zhongshan's foothills are modest, it is not difficult to conceal one's presence. If Yangqing could have delayed a bit longer, I could have reached the target directly without all this complication. The voice on the other end remained calm, replying with a chuckle, this precaution is for the safety of the public. Huang Bin is a second-tier warrior attempting to break into the third tier. If we act and fail to subdue him, he could inflict significant damage upon Yangqing. Wang Jinyang was disinclined to hear further justifications. Taking a deep breath, he stated, I have scoured the vicinity of the entry point and found no traces whatsoever. For a second-tier warrior, it is not a challenge to leave no evidence. The area around the entry point is bustling with people, making it difficult to discern anything. I will delve deeper, but I must trouble you, Director Zhang, to coordinate by assigning some personnel to monitor the various entry points in Yangqing. If we fail to locate him within 3 days, I will have no choice but to abandon this mission. Having delayed for too long was not the outcome Wang Jinyang desired. Moreover, with the impending final assessments for martial studies, although he was confident in passing, he still aimed to secure the top position to obtain additional resources. Listening to his words, Director Zhang did not refuse, responding affirmatively, very well, we will reconnect with any updates. If we truly cannot locate him, we will report to Ruiyang and coordinate with Su Bei for the capture. Though he said this, Zhang still harbored a sense of regret. It was a pity that Huang Bin was overly cautious. Otherwise, by the time Wang Jinyang arrived, capturing a second-tier warrior involved in criminal activity would have been a significant achievement. As for himself, although he was also a second-tier martial artist, it had been nearly a decade since he had engaged in combat since arriving in Yang City. The likelihood of him being killed while attempting to apprehend someone was considerably higher. As for employing firearms, a second-tier martial artist would naturally be unable to withstand them. However, if the opponent was wholly intent on escape, once they reached a populated area, it would spell genuine trouble. Oftentimes, it is better to forego achievements than to commit grave errors. Capturing an individual is commendable, but if it results in the deaths of several ordinary people, that would be a significant blunder, one that cannot be compensated by mere captures. Thus, the approach in Yang City has always been one of surveillance rather than active pursuit. Unexpectedly, on the final day, complications arose, and it remains uncertain whether Huang Bin had learned of Wang Jinyang's intentions for coming to Yang City. Nonetheless, Director Zhang felt somewhat perturbed. Wang Jinyang should hold little status in the eyes of these societal martial artists, should he not? A mere freshman in martial arts, had it not been for his own graduation from Nanjing Martial University, and his awareness of this junior's prowess, he likely would not have extended an invitation. After exchanging a few brief words, Wang Jinyang hung up the phone, shouldered his backpack, and continued his journey into the mountains. 3 days, that was the limit. It might not even take that long. Perhaps after merely 1 day, he would have already crossed out of Yang City's jurisdiction, making it uncertain whether he could bring anyone back for the reward, even if he managed to capture someone. Yang City, Jinghu Garden Community. Unlike the previous days spent cooped up in his room, Fang Ping, feeling the inadequacy of his physical resilience after a boost in vitality, was apprehensive. Therefore, after dinner, he ventured into his backyard to engage in physical exercise. He refrained from going outside, as the old community lacked proper gyms, and the small park was monopolized by elderly folks, leaving Fang Ping unwilling to be the subject of their amusement. Fortunately, he had a yard at home. Otherwise, finding a place to exercise in his current situation would have been a challenge. Without any equipment, Fang Ping could only perform simple exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups, and squats were the extent of his physical regimen. Observing the spaciousness of the backyard, he resolved to ask his father to set up a wooden beam the following day to practice pull-ups. The enhancement of his vitality was markedly effective. In his previous life, performing 30 push-ups would have left him utterly fatigued. Yet now, completing 50 in one go felt less taxing than he had imagined. Completing 100 each session should also pose no problem. By persisting daily, exercising both morning and evening, it would likely take only a few days for his body to acclimate to the current surge of vitality. After exercising for a while in the yard, while performing sit-ups, Fang Ping noticed the lights on the second floor were illuminated and instinctively glanced up a few times. The upper floor was quiet. Apart from the lights, it was nearly imperceptible that anyone resided there. After a brief glance, he paid it no further mind and continued his workout. On the second floor, Huang Bin was indeed standing by the window at that moment. Having grown accustomed to hiding during this period, he instinctively concealed his body behind the wall. Catching a glimpse of the young man exercising below out of the corner of his eye, Huang Bin's face displayed an indescribable expression. Once upon a time, he too had been like these youths, striving diligently to gain admission to a martial arts program. Yet reality proved cruel. He never even managed to secure a place in a respectable liberal arts university. Instead, he attended a university that was, even back then, exceedingly subpar, and upon graduation, he found himself working at a state-owned factory. After years of hard work and saving, unwilling to spend his life in the factory, he poured all his savings into enrolling in a martial arts training program. Perhaps it was the turning of fate that led him to acquire a wealth of knowledge in the martial arts training class. After several years of labor, he finally amassed the resources necessary for his breakthrough at the age of 30, officially entering the realm of a first-tier martial artist. He had anticipated that this transformation would usher in a life of distinction and privilege. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow once more. Due to his unorthodox background, the martial artists from his training class were inevitably inferior to those from prestigious martial arts universities. Achieving the first tier at 30 placed him at the lower echelon among martial artists. Nevertheless, he was still a martial artist, barely managing a life that was somewhat better than before. Had Huangbin been content to settle into corporate life and accumulate wealth in the millions over time, perhaps it wouldn't have been too difficult. Yet, he yearned to ascend further, only to discover the arduous nature of the martial path. He was neither a graduate of a renowned martial arts institution nor an official martial artist, nor even affiliated with a major enterprise. Some resources he could only acquire through special channels at great expense. The practice of martial arts is an endeavor that requires substantial financial investment. Equipment costs money. Training resources incur expenses, techniques demand payment, and elixirs are not free. Consequently, he found himself perpetually in deficit, juggling work while attempting to maintain his training, with funds always falling short. After several years of painstaking accumulation, he barely broke through to the second tier, only to find himself once again in dire financial straits. The thought of needing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, for a breakthrough to the third tier left Huangbin feeling despondent. In the blink of an eye, he reached middle age at 40, yet the third-tier martial arts realm remained tantalizingly out of reach, with some required breakthrough resources being restricted. Huangbin contemplated joining an official organization or a well-known enterprise. With his second-tier standing, he was not without prospects. However, the notion of undergoing evaluations and accepting assignments for several more years felt like a significant waste of time. Driven by a sense of desperation, he resorted to robbing a fellow trader, spiraling into a cycle of crime that proved uncontrollable. The spoils came too swiftly. He acquired items worth millions in a single night, whereas previously it would have taken him at least a year. With the allure of easy gains clouding his judgment, he repeated the act several times, leading to inevitable consequences. There is no such thing as a wall that does not leak. Soon enough, he found himself on the wanted list. As he gazed at the young man below, Huang Bin was engulfed in memories, shaking his head in disbelief and muttering with a scoff. Another young soul embarking on a path of no return. Is it truly so easy to pass the martial arts exam? Once one fails, if they do not give up, they will surely endure a lifetime of hardship. I am the living testament to this. Living in such a modest community, the state of his family was self-evident. The adolescent years are crucial for laying the foundation. Could the young man below receive adequate nourishment and resources from his family's circumstances? Life is indeed unfair. Huang Bin cursed under his breath, lamenting the inequity of fortune. Why do some individuals emerge from privilege, treating millions as mere pocket change? Why, even after becoming a martial artist, must he still stand beneath the graduates of prestigious martial arts universities? Take, for instance, the head of the detective bureau in Yangqing. Should he appear before Huang Bin, he would be confident in his ability to eliminate the man within 10 minutes. Yet, the head of the detective bureau is a position of authority. Should Huang Bin join now, he would find himself serving such individuals. To attain that level, one would require at least 5 years of dedication. In Huang Bin's eyes, all of this was profoundly unjust. Contemplating these thoughts, Huang Bin lost interest in continuing to watch and turned back to his room. As for the little fellow downstairs, Huang Bin scoffed, hoping that the lad would not succumb to despair. Fang Ping, however, was far from despairing, for he had never entertained the notion of failing to gain admission to the martial arts academy. The prying gaze from above went unnoticed by Fang Ping. Even though his mental acuity was slightly superior to that of an average person, Huang Bin's prowess far surpassed his own, making it impossible for him to sense it. After over an hour of training, concerned that he might overexert himself, Fang Ping decided to cease his efforts, returning to his room to freshen up before beginning his review of the materials. Meanwhile, the upper floor remained as quiet as ever, so much so that Fang Ping almost forgot that it was rented out. Chapter 23. Startling oneself the following day, April 10th, Thursday. Upon waking, Fang Ping felt a slight soreness in his muscles. However, it was better than he had anticipated. For someone who had not exercised for an extended period, experiencing muscle soreness after sudden exertion was inevitable. Yet, due to his robust vitality, this adverse reaction was mitigated to a minimum. At this moment, Fang Ping began to understand why vitality was an essential prerequisite for martial artists. A strong constitution banishes ailments and even alleviates fatigue. Only individuals of such vigor possess the confidence to become martial artists. Otherwise, merely the workout from the previous day would have left Fang Ping's muscles aching for days. When he got up, his parents had, as usual, already left for the day. Fang Yuan, still half asleep, brushed his teeth and washed his face. As children of this age tend to be more prone to slumber, Fang Yuan was aware that Fang Ping had trained all night. With bleary eyes, he observed his older brother's spirited demeanor and felt a twinge of envy. Fang Ping, aren't you tired? Not at all. I feel invigorated, and everything tastes delicious. Fang Yuan pouted, knowing that this was merely a provocation. The siblings quickly tidied up, finished the breakfast prepared by their mother, and set out together with their backpacks. Upon stepping outside, Fang Yuan tossed his backpack at Fang Ping, saying, "Aren't you not tired? Help me carry it for a while." The junior high school Fang Yuan attended was not too far from the high school, and part of the route was indeed convenient. Fang Ping chuckled, shaking his head without protest, casually lifting the backpack in his hand. As they exited the corridor, a middle-aged man approached, carrying breakfast in his hands. Fang Ping glanced over, noticing that the man was heading towards their unit, and felt a slight surprise, quickly realizing that he was likely a tenant from upstairs in this old building, with only a handful of households. Encountering unfamiliar faces was a rarity. However, since they were strangers, Fang Ping did not greet him, allowing their paths to cross without acknowledgement. As Huang Bin passed by Fang Ping, his previously calm brow suddenly twitched. Martial artists possess the ability to sense the vitality of ordinary individuals to some extent. This was something Wang Jinyang had accomplished. However, such perception requires proximity, particularly since lower-tier martial artists do not possess overwhelming strength. Last night, Huang Bin had been unaware of anything amiss. Yet, at the moment of their encounter, he instantaneously sensed something unusual about Fang Ping. This young lad has remarkably high vitality. At least, when compared to the average person, it was exceedingly high. Huang Bin furrowed his brow, a pang of jealousy surging within him. Just last night, he had felt certain that the boy downstairs would inevitably despair, sympathizing with Fang Ping for the perceived unfairness of the world. Coming from an ordinary family, he was inherently at a disadvantage. But now, with this sudden revelation, he realized that the boy he had pitted, whose vitality was so high, stood a significant chance of succeeding in the martial arts academy, provided there were no issues with the other assessments. Upon such contemplation, Huang Bin felt as though his face had been swollen from a resounding slap. What right did he have to empathize with others? Compared to this youth, When he himself was of the same age, he would not have even been worthy to offer him his shoes. He had failed to enter the martial academy, while some of his former classmates had become martial artists by the age of 20. In contrast, this young man had spent an additional decade and countless resources to achieve the same status by 30. Should this boy gain admission to the martial academy, it was highly probable that he would become a martial artist before turning 20. With the support of a prestigious institution like Wu University and hailing from such a respectable family, the vigor evident in him suggested remarkable talent. Perhaps within a few years, he would break through to the second tier, or even the third, and then gaze down upon Huang Bin from a lofty height. How could he have dared to feel pity for him? The more he pondered, the darker Huang Bin's countenance became. Every individual harbors feelings of jealousy. Some manage to restrain themselves, while others do not wish to. 9 days gone by, Huang Bin might have exercised restraint. Yet, as his personal limits were repeatedly breached, compounded by the fact that he was now reduced to hiding like a rat from pursuers, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress those primal desires. Thus, when he brushed past Fang Ping, his expression turned particularly grim, and a surge of impulse to eliminate the youth surged within him. Fortunately, he ultimately managed to hold himself back. For the moment, it was prudent to remain low-key. There was no need to jeopardize his own affairs over this boy, however. If fate allowed him to cross paths with the youth again, perhaps he could discreetly enact some mischief. Why should others enjoy a life of ease while he suffered? The heavens seemed so unjust. Even in seeking refuge, he encountered a prodigy. How could that be fair? Huang Bin strolled away nonchalantly. Yet Fang Ping could not resist glancing back, his heightened mental acuity stirring an instinctive chill along his spine. Though fleeting, a sense of dread momentarily enveloped his thoughts. Turning his head slightly, he could only catch a glimpse of the silhouette of the tenant above. Furrowing his brow, he remained silent. Fang Yuan, noticing his hesitation, inquired curiously, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing much, just the tenant from upstairs." Fang Ping replied, "Oh, Aunt Shun and her family have left. The place has been vacant for quite a while. I wonder if that uncle has a daughter." Fang Yuan mused, "There aren't any girls around my age in our unit, and I have no one to play with." Fang Yuan expressed a wish that the uncle had a daughter close to her age. Fang Ping shook his head. "There's only the uncle living upstairs." "Just him?" Fang Yuan muttered, "That uncle must have quite the appetite. I saw him carrying a dozen buns, and I thought he was feeding a whole family a dozen buns." Words spoken without intention, yet the listener perceived their significance. Fang Ping had also overlooked the middle-aged man carrying the breakfast, but now that he reflected, it indeed seemed to be a large bag. Could one person consume so much? Or was there someone else? Yet last night, the upstairs had been ominously quiet, not suggestive of a bustling household. What might that imply? A flicker of suspicion arose within Fang Ping. Who could eat so many? Naturally, it would be a martial artist. It was a given that martial artists required substantial nourishment. Their bodies demanded greater sustenance to sustain their vitality, and those with means could indulge in special tonics to meet their needs without resorting to excessive feasting. Without any conditions, one can only supplement the body's needs through ordinary food. This also results in martial artists, if they do not exercise restraint, consuming several times, or even dozens of times more than an ordinary person. The individual living above is a martial artist? As Fang Ping walked, he found himself lost in thought. Coupled with the sudden surge of dread he had experienced earlier, he swallowed hard. A martial artist in Yang City undoubtedly holds the highest status. Would such a person choose to rent an apartment in an old community like Jinghu Garden? Could it be that they are here to deal with me? It is no wonder Fang Ping harbored such narcissism. After all, he is a distinguished reincarnator, accompanied by an unreliable system. In recent days, his vitality had been rising steadily. Suddenly, a martial artist appeared in the apartment above, and just yesterday, Fang Ping could not help but overthink. Could it be that they have discovered my uniqueness? Fang Ping felt a dryness in his throat. Was the aura he sensed earlier the scent of killing intent? The more he associated it with himself, the more plausible it seemed. Someone wants to kill me, or perhaps they wish to uncover some secret from me. Fang Ping began to frighten himself, his complexion turning pale. He had never witnessed a martial artist in action, but merely imagining it filled him with dread, especially in an era where advanced weaponry could elevate martial artists to the upper echelons of society. If they were to strike at him, he feared he would lack even the strength to retaliate. The The fact that they have not acted against him yet might indicate they are observing him in secret, trying to unearth his secrets. What should I do? Call the police. However, martial artists are rare in Yang City. How would I explain it? How could I say that I possess a system and have reincarnated, thus attracting the attention of a martial artist? Who would believe that a martial artist would target a high school student? Furthermore, what if this individual is already part of the higher echelons of Yang City? If I report it, would I inadvertently alert them? Countless thoughts flooded Fang Ping's mind in an instant. Fang Yuan could hardly have anticipated that his unintentional remark would lead Fang Ping to such extensive musings, even contemplating whether to uproot and flee. On the way, Fang Ping parted ways with his sister. Yet, his mind remained preoccupied with the earlier events and the tenant above. With no guilty conscience, he had no reason to fear anything. But now, harboring a secret, his sense of security felt fragile. Suddenly, a suspected martial artist had taken residence above him, which seemed highly abnormal. What on earth should I do? Fang Ping's head throbbed with intensity. Would pretending ignorance be of any use? Or should he observe further? Nonetheless, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. If this individual truly intended to confront him, he could strike at any moment, snapping his neck in an instant, leaving him without recourse. Filled with anxiety and unease, Fang Ping entered the school, though his mind was elsewhere. Noticing his furrowed brow, his desk mate Chen Fan could not help but inquire. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing," Fang Ping replied dismissively, then suddenly leaned in to ask quietly, "What would you do if a martial artist wanted to kill you, or rather, if it was a possibility?" Chen Fan looked at him in disbelief, clearly thinking that Fang Ping had too much time on his hands. With a hint of irritation, he retorted, "Are you planning to wait until you become a martial artist before you come after me?" Fang Ping quickly responded, "I speak earnestly. The professional exam for martial arts might very well include such questions, and I merely wish to inquire about your perspective. Does the professional exam really cover this?" Chen Fan pondered for a moment, unsure of its veracity, before finally stating, "Call the police." Yet, the other party made no move. Thus, reporting it would be futile, wouldn't it? Then let's run. You can escape from the monk, but not the temple. Where would one flee? Chen Fan lamented. Are there so many restrictions? Then there's no choice but to wait for death. Once you perish, the government will apprehend the culprits. Fang Ping grimaced. Aside from awaiting demise, what alternatives do we have? Chen Fan jested. Unless, by some fortuitous chance, a master happens to pass by, striking this martial artist dead with a single blow, while casually proclaiming your extraordinary potential and taking you as an apprentice. From that moment forth, you would embark on the path of an unparalleled powerhouse. How does that sound? Are you satisfied now? Fang Ping momentarily fell into a stupor, murmuring, "A master?" Instantly, the figure of Wang Jinyang flickered through his mind. Indeed, if one spoke of masters, he was the only person he knew. However, that individual had already departed from Yang City, and besides, even if he had not left, it would be unreasonable for him to seek assistance. His head began to throb, and ultimately, Fang Ping could only find solace in self-reassurance. It's not aimed at me. It's not aimed at me. But, if it's not aimed at me, then why does he reside in the apartment above mine? It is evident that he is indeed after me. Fang Ping clenched his teeth in frustration, resolved to observe further. If he truly were a martial artist, it would be undeniable that he was here to seek him out. Chapter 24. Testing the waters in times of peace, one must remain vigilant. Fang Ping did not believe it was wrong to think a bit more. After all, life is one's own. Being overly fearful of possibilities, even if it meant scaring oneself, was far better than losing one's life. To be oblivious and dismissive of potential threats would be sheer foolishness, leading one to death without even comprehending how it happened. If the other party harbored no ill intentions, then that would be splendid. However, should there be malice involved, it would be prudent to be somewhat prepared, which is always better than being caught off guard. In Fang Ping's view, determining whether the other party had malicious intent was a relatively straightforward matter. If the individual was indeed a martial artist, the likelihood of them harboring ill intentions was significantly heightened. The modern era is far removed from ancient times. Martial artists constitute a unique stratum of society. Seclusion is non-existent. Moreover, who would be foolish enough to rent an apartment in an old community to live in hiding? Therefore, by ascertaining whether the individual was a martial artist, one could broadly gauge various elements. Even if one were to misjudge, what of it? Forcing himself to regain composure, Fang Ping realized that his earlier anxiety had been unwarranted. At present, he felt that he was not in grave danger. If the other party truly wished to do him harm, they would likely observe him first. Otherwise, there would be no need to rent a room. As an ordinary student, it would be exceedingly simple for a martial artist to eliminate him. Given that there was no immediate threat, he could attempt to verify the other's identity. Simply based on the buns from the morning, there was insufficient evidence. After all, there are indeed ordinary individuals who possess a hearty appetite. Throughout the day, Fang Ping occupied himself with writing and drawing, occasionally engaging in subtle inquiries with Wu Zhihao and others regarding the situation. By the time school concluded in the afternoon, Fang Ping had formulated a rough plan. Although he was not a martial artist, he was not merely a naive youth. Nearing 30, he possessed a psychological maturity far surpassing that of these high school students. Upon the conclusion of classes, he hurriedly made his way back home to Jinghu Garden. Today, there was no early dismissal from school. Fang Yuan returned home earlier than Fang Ping, and their mother was, as always, busy in the kitchen. Upon entering the house, Fang Ping first headed to the bathroom, then meandered through the backyard. Fang Yuan, who was watching television, was slightly taken aback, wondering if her brother had undergone a change in demeanor. In recent days, the most frequent action she had encountered from him was him pinching her cheeks. She had just prepared herself for his usual antics, yet Fang Ping returned home, wandering about without acknowledging her presence. When he finally returned to the living room, Fang Yuan curiously inquired, "Fang Ping, what are you looking for? Did you lose something?" Fang Ping chuckled and replied, "Your brother is as broke as a church mouse. How could I possibly lose any money?" He then raised his voice slightly and asked, "Mom, is that gentleman upstairs at home? What is the matter?" Li Yuing inquired, puzzled, questioning why her son was inquiring about the tenant above. "I just checked the bathroom, and it seems there might be a bit of water seeping from the ceiling. I wonder if the new tenant upstairs has been careless while showering." I asked, "There really?" Li Yuing had not paid much attention to the matter and casually remarked, "If it's not serious, then let it be. Old houses are prone to such issues. It's better to remind them. I'll go greet the gentleman upstairs. He new and probably isn't fully aware." Upon hearing her son's words, Li Yuing did not object and added, "He should be home. I saw him return with some groceries this afternoon, but I didn't hear the door open. The sound insulation between the floors was poor. Any noise from opening or closing doors could be easily heard." Fang Ping did not press further and stepped outside, intending to go upstairs to find the man. Fang Yuan, seeing that he was indeed going to introduce himself, could not help but feel speechless. Her brother had never concerned himself with such matters before, and his behavior had become increasingly peculiar of late. On the second floor, Fang Ping took a slight breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He knocked on the security door. The interior was eerily silent, as if no one were home at all. Not willing to give up, he knocked again and called out, "Hello, is anyone home? I'm from downstairs. Is anyone there?" After several knocks, the door within the security door opened. Huangbin frowned slightly but quickly broke into a hearty smile, saying, "I didn't hear you before. Hello, I'm the gentleman from downstairs. I heard from my mother that Aunt Chin's house has been rented out." Fang Ping briefly explained, feeling a bit embarrassed, "Sir, the situation is that our neighborhood has some aging houses, and the plumbing is quite deteriorated. Additionally, during Aunt Chin's renovations, the bathroom waterproofing was not particularly well done. I just took a look, and it seems there is some water seeping in our bathroom. You might not be aware of this, so I came to check." Huangbin raised an eyebrow. The landlord had mentioned this issue yesterday, and he had not paid attention while showering last night. Was this an inquiry for blame? However, as it was merely a small matter, Huangbin did not wish to create any commotion. He promptly smiled and said, "I apologize. I just moved in and am not very familiar with the situation. I'll be more careful next time." "No problem, it's just an old issue," Fang Ping remarked. Noticing that Huangbin had not opened the door further, he added, "Sir, would it be convenient for you to let me check your bathroom? It's possible that the problem isn't from your side, but rather that the main pipeline is leaking. If the main pipeline is leaking, one must seek assistance for repairs. Otherwise, in a few days, the household will become uninhabitable." Huangbin furrowed his brow slightly but soon nodded in agreement. "All right, take a look. If it's my issue, I can arrange for someone to fix it. I apologize for the trouble," Fang Ping replied courteously. Huangbin then unlocked the security door and allowed Fang Ping to enter the house. Fang Ping casually glanced around the interior. He had visited the upstairs before when Aunt Chin lived there. Occasionally coming over to play at it appeared largely unchanged, as Huangbin had only just arrived yesterday and likely hadn't had time to make any alterations. After a brief survey, he noticed the curtains on the balcony were half drawn. But he refrained from commenting. It was somewhat peculiar for a grown man to be at home with the curtains partially closed during the day. Not dwelling on it, Fang Ping walked toward the bathroom with a cheerful demeanor, remarking, "Uncle, you finish work quite early. I just assumed you hadn't returned yet." Huang Bin casually explained, "It's not that I finish early. I've just arrived in Yangqing and am currently seeking employment, so I haven't officially started working yet." He had been cooped up here for the past few days, so he couldn't exactly say he was coming back from work. "What line of work are you in, Uncle?" Fang Ping inquired. "My father works at a ceramic factory on the outskirts. He has been there for many years. They are hiring recently. Should I have a word with him?" "No need, no need. I'm nearly done with my job search, so I wouldn't want to impose," Huang Bin replied with a hint of impatience, finding the child's inquiries somewhat excessive. Sensing this, Fang Ping chose not to press further but noted in his mind that Huang Bin was not from Yangqing. Upon entering the bathroom, Fang Ping glanced around earnestly, inspecting the plumbing. After a while, he exhaled in relief, stating, "It shouldn't be an issue with the main pipeline, Uncle. In the future, it would be best if you could use a basin to collect water while bathing." "I apologize for the inconvenience. No worries. I will certainly keep that in mind," Huang Bin replied amiably, though slightly impatient, as he had other matters to attend to, and this boy was lingering. Fang Ping did not overstay his welcome. Casting a casual glance at Huang Bin's hands, he cheerfully added, "Then I shall take my leave for now. Since you've just moved in, feel free to reach out to me or my father if you need any assistance." "All right, do not hesitate to ask if anything arises," Huang Bin responded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Fang Ping departed under Huang Bin's watchful gaze. Once Fang Ping was downstairs, Huang Bin finally closed the door, shaking his head, not placing too much significance on the encounter. Downstairs, Fang Ping furrowed his brow. Although their conversation had been brief, he had gleaned quite a bit. The other party was likely a martial artist. While martial artists may appear similar to ordinary individuals, upon closer inspection, certain characteristics become apparent. Had he not encountered a martial artist before, Fang Ping might have overlooked many details. However, having recently met Wang Jinyang, he was now more observant. Wang Jinyang appeared no different from an ordinary person, yet his eyes had a certain brightness. This was one small distinguishing trait. Additionally, Wang Jinyang's hands were rough and calloused. Practicing martial arts is not akin to cultivating immortality. There is no simple method of improvement through meditation. Developing one's physique requires arduous effort, and it is common for hands and feet to be covered in calluses. Moreover, the longer one practices, the thicker these calluses become. The notion of a complete transformation with delicate skin is unrealistic for low-level martial artists, and Fang Ping was uncertain about the higher levels. Just moments ago, while conversing with Huang Bin, he seemed to casually cast a few glances, yet his eyes were keenly observing the other's palms. Huang Bin likely never imagined that a student would come to test him, and thus he concealed nothing. The palms of his hands were thickly calloused, not merely the result of laborious work. There exists a distinct difference between the two. The calluses born of manual labor differ greatly from those of a martial artist, a nuance that ordinary students might overlook. Yet Fang Ping was not one to dismiss such details. Coupled with the considerable quantity of food the other consumed, Fang Ping felt he could draw a conclusion. The individual was indeed a martial artist. Even if he were not a martial artist, he had undoubtedly immersed himself in martial training for many years. With no job and no intention of seeking one, he remained solely focused within his rented quarters. All these signs collectively suggested that this fellow harbored secrets. Confirming his suspicions, Fang Ping realized he needed to take this matter seriously. A seemingly unsavory character residing just above him, and he himself indeed had issues. He was compelled to prepare for the worst. What should he do? Fang Ping fell into deep contemplation. Should he passively wait? As he pondered, the thought struck him that waiting could very well lead to his demise, which was not entirely implausible. Reporting to the authorities? The other party had not truly assaulted him. What could he report? Seeking assistance from experts? A jest. Where could he possibly find such help? After much deliberation, he concluded that he must rely on his own resources. Should he strike first? A sudden surge of this thought startled Fang Ping. When had he become so audacious? After all, the other was a martial artist. Setting aside the question of whether he could even confront the individual, if he were mistaken, would he not be committing a crime? Hesitation crept into his mind, yet soon Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He would give it a try. He was not necessarily intent on killing the man. In truth, he lacked the courage to take a life. Regardless of whether the individual was a villain or a hero, as long as he did not kill him, he could always report to the authorities afterward. If the person turned out to be good, a mere explanation could suffice, likely causing no significant trouble. As a student, filled with youthful fervor, he believed the other to be a wrongdoer, aiding the police in apprehending criminals. Should he be mistaken, the most he would face would be a reprimand. But if the other were indeed a villain, that would simplify matters, as he would proactively avert a crisis rather than passively await its arrival. As for how to confront the individual, martial artists were not invincible. In modern society, myriad methods existed to resolve such issues. Had Fang Ping been a martial artist himself, the other might have taken precautions. However, as an ordinary student, who would take him seriously? Huang Bin probably never even contemplated that Fang Ping would seek him out for trouble before he himself acted. Chapter 25. Arrangement. Despite Fang Ping's thoughts leaning towards self-reliance, when faced with this juncture, he felt it prudent to deliberate further. After some contemplation, he decided to report his suspicions to the authorities and see how it unfolded. If that proved ineffectual, he could devise another plan. That evening, Fang Ping concocted an excuse to leave the community and used a public phone to report his concerns, as anticipated. Without revealing his identity, he merely expressed his suspicion that the tenant above was a bad person. The operator, clearly at a loss, offered no harsh words but reassured him, stating that they would ensure the safety of all lives and property and that patrols would be dispatched. As for whether they would genuinely pursue the matter, Fang Ping knew, without needing to think, that the likelihood was slim. This was entirely normal. With limited police resources and no solid evidence, they could not justify deploying a significant force simply based on suspicion. If that is truly the case, then the police might as well cease their duties altogether and simply await the resolution of such matters. Each day, numerous false reports are filed. Unless Fang Ping claims he is on the verge of death, the likelihood of anyone coming is exceedingly slim. Moreover, since Fang Ping does not disclose his identity, it is even less probable that anyone will respond. In truth, Fang Ping is not averse to reporting in his real name. His primary concern lies in the possibility that the individuals above might possess connections to learn of his actions. If he were to report under his real name and the other party harbored malicious intent, he could very well find himself in immediate danger. By reporting as a mere bystander, even if he were to be recognized, the sheer number of residents in the community makes it unlikely anyone would deduce that he is Fang Ping. Having acted as a concerned citizen previously yielded no results, leaving Fang Ping feeling somewhat helpless. After all, Yang City is not a sprawling metropolis. The police force is limited, and oversight is lacking. Often, they prefer to avoid unnecessary complications. Cases lacking concrete evidence of crime, such as someone reporting via a public phone, are rarely acted upon. Consequently, Fang Ping has no choice but to abandon the notion of seeking assistance from the police. He must rely on himself, waiting until he can incapacitate the other party, searching for any evidence, and if found, reporting it will not be too late. Fang Ping rubbed his forehead. If he cannot find any evidence against those above, he will have to stir the pot a bit. Since he cannot uncover the criminal acts of those upstairs, he shall instead focus on his own actions. As a passionate young man striving to assist the police in apprehending wrongdoers, he might engage in some questionable behavior and subsequently confess to the authorities. This way, the police will certainly take notice. Regardless of whether the other party is a villain or a virtuous individual, they will attract the attention of law enforcement. If they are indeed good, all the better. He can honestly admit his mistakes and make amends. If they are bad, even better. It could provide a lasting resolution, and he might even earn a commendation. Weighing the pros and cons, Fang Ping concluded that, no matter the outcome, he would at most receive a reprimand, a minor consequence. When compared to the threat to his life, such an outcome is still bearable. Having come to this realization, Fang Ping felt a significant sense of relief and began to plot how best to bring down this individual. That evening, Fang Ping continued his physical training in the backyard. However, while exercising, he felt an unsettling sensation that someone was watching him from the second-floor window. "He is observing me," Fang Ping concluded, increasingly convinced that the person above was harboring ulterior motives. In reality, this suspicion was somewhat misplaced. Huang Bin had indeed glanced down for a brief moment, but he had his own matters to attend to and did not linger for long. The following day, as Fang Ping set out for school, he once again encountered Huang Bin, who was returning from purchasing breakfast. The previous morning, Huang Bin had not recognized Fang Ping and therefore had no reason to greet him. However, after their encounter the previous evening, they were now somewhat acquainted. Thus, when they crossed paths again, Huang Bin, in an effort to maintain his facade of being an honest individual, greeted Fang Ping with a sheepish smile. If he had chosen not to greet him, Fang Ping might have suspected that Huang Bin was deliberately pretending not to recognize him. This reflects the principle of suspicious neighbors and stolen axes. When one harbors doubts about another, any action taken by that individual is interpreted through the lens of suspicion. Presently, Fang Ping suspects Huang Bin may pose a threat to him, and thus he perceives this individual as decidedly untrustworthy. Fang Ping had firmly concluded that this individual harbored ill intentions, further solidifying his resolve to deal with him decisively. With a clever mind, he believed there were ways to incapacitate his opponent. While appearing to diligently study at school that morning, Fang Ping was actually devising his next course of action. Soon as his morning classes concluded, he vanished in an instant. Chun Fan, witnessing Fang Ping's swift departure, could only marvel at his excellent physical condition, feeling a tinge of envy. By the time afternoon classes commenced, Fang Ping arrived at school just on time. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had discreetly stashed a few small bags of items in his pocket. To incapacitate someone, sedatives and tranquilizers would be the most effective, yet these were prescription medications notoriously difficult to procure. Fang Ping had no intention of purchasing such drugs. Their effects were generally mild and slow to manifest. Moreover, considering his opponent might be a martial artist, their resistance would surpass that of an ordinary person, rendering standard sedatives ineffective. Unless one resorted to administering a considerable quantity of medication, which would be impractical, as the individual upstairs was hardly naive enough to consume an array of suspicious white pills. Ordinary students would likely find themselves at a loss in such a situation. However, Fang Ping was not just any student. During lunch, he paid a visit to an adult stored in a previous life. A friend of his, a journalist, had conducted an undercover investigation into a much-rumored mind-altering drug. It turned out that the notion of causing someone to lose consciousness and memory within mere seconds was utterly absurd. If such a drug existed, anesthesiology would have long been rendered obsolete. Nonetheless, there were indeed substances akin to anesthetics that provided superior sedative effects, albeit with significant side effects. Prolonged nausea and dizziness for several days were common occurrences. Fang Ping's friend had personally experimented with a small amount of memory-erasing liquid, and although he did not lose consciousness, he experienced a profound sense of lethargy and mental fog. Fang Ping had been present at the time and had taken advantage of his friend's condition to pilfer his wallet. In retrospect, his friend admitted that he was aware of what was happening but was powerless to intervene. His limbs rendered weak and his speech stifled. However, the drug's effects were not as astounding as rumored. He remained in a drowsy state for nearly 20 minutes. Perhaps due to his minimal intake, he refrained from further experimentation, fearing adverse health effects. Thanks to this experience, Fang Ping learned where to procure such substances. At that time, some adult stores openly sold these items at reasonable prices. During lunch, Fang Ping visited several establishments, spending 400 yuan to purchase 3 small bags. The somewhat unsavory shopkeeper claimed their efficacy was remarkable and even suggested Fang Ping consider some aphrodisiac products. The concoction Fang Ping purchased would render a woman as unresponsive as a corpse, and the shopkeeper advised against its use on Fang Ping himself. Dismissing the shopkeeper's lewd insinuations, Fang Ping scoffed inwardly, questioning whether he appeared to be that type of person. Yet, to any observer, a young man purchasing such items would indeed seem to fit that stereotype. With the drug secured, Fang Ping's next challenge was to devise a method to ensure his target would consume them. Concerned about the potential resilience of the martial artist, the shopkeeper had mentioned that 5 milliliters would suffice for an average person. Hence, Fang Ping had acquired 3 small bottles, totaling 50 milliliters. With a tenfold dosage, he reasoned that even a martial artist would succumb to paralysis and confusion. However, the thought of excessive consumption leading to fatality lingered in his mind, prompting him to ultimately decide on a lesser dosage. Even if the side effects were more pronounced, it was preferable to the risk of causing a death. The individual upstairs had a habit of dining out rather than cooking for himself. At this moment, there were no conveniences like Mate One or Me delivering to one's doorstep. It was all about ordering takeout oneself. However, last night, Fang Ping noticed that the individual living upstairs had a takeout container when he descended to dispose of his garbage. This indicated that the man had not dined out but rather brought food back with him, likely concerned that others might judge him for consuming too much. Without the presence of delivery personnel, it would be quite troublesome to execute his plans. Fang Ping continued to contemplate how he might persuade the individual to indulge further. His current status as a student and a neighbor would serve as an effective guise, and he assumed this fellow would not suspect him. Throughout the day, Fang Ping schemed on how to bring this person down. It wasn't until after school that he shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened, as he perceived himself as resembling a quintessential villain. Suppressing this thought, he reassured himself that the worst-case scenario would merely leave the man feeling dizzy for a few days, after which he could offer reparations. He wasn't a woman, after all. Could he truly take advantage of the situation? If he were to be the antagonist, at least he would be ridding society of a menace. Upon arriving home, Fang Ping immediately sequestered himself in his room, combining several vials of liquid sedatives. After some consideration, he changed into a long-sleeved shirt and donned a jacket over it, hoping to obscure his intentions. When he emerged from his room, Fang Yuan's face was a portrait of surprise. What had happened to her elder brother? Fang Ping, aren't you feeling warm? Although the weather in April was not as oppressive as summer, the temperature was still rather high. Fang Ping's sudden decision to wear a jacket raised her concerns about his health. Realizing his sister was watching, Fang Ping snapped back to reality. If the man upstairs were a martial artist, failing to incapacitate him could spell trouble. With the family gathered at home, it was less than ideal for his plans. During the day, their parents were out, and Fang Yuan had school to attend. It appeared prudent to wait for daylight to avoid any unforeseen complications. With this thought, Fang Ping hastily removed his jacket and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, it's nothing, just felt a bit chilly a moment ago. Are you unwell?" Fang Yuan inquired with genuine concern. Initially, he intended to deny it, but after a moment's reflection, he nodded, saying, "I think I feel a bit off. Perhaps I'll take the morning off tomorrow. A good sleep should remedy it." Hearing this, Fang Yuan approached and touched his forehead, finding no signs of fever, which eased her worries somewhat. That evening, when informed of Fang Ping's discomfort and his intention to take the next day off, both Fang Mingrong and Li Yueying expressed their concern. Fang Ping reassured them that his condition was not severe. Although the couple was somewhat apprehensive, they ultimately refrained from further inquiry. However, they considered that if he still felt unwell the following day, a visit to the hospital would be necessary. Li Yueying initially planned to take the day off to care for her son, but Fang Ping's firm refusal dissuaded her. Satisfied that her son did not appear gravely ill, she relented, yet she slipped Fang Ping an extra 100 yuan that evening, instructing him to take a taxi to the hospital should the need arise. With everything arranged, Fang Ping felt a sense of relief and awaited the opportunity to act the next day. Chapter 26. Scheming. April 11th, Friday in the morning, Fang Ping used his father's antiquated phone to request a morning off from his class teacher. Lu Onghua was quite concerned, continuously urging Fang Ping to rest and recover his health over the phone. The Fang Ping of today was no longer the same as before. The prospects of the martial arts program were promising. As the imminent Wuku examination approached, Lu Onghua felt an overwhelming urge to weep at the thought of falling ill at such a critical juncture. It was only when Fang Ping mentioned that he merely felt a slight discomfort that Lu Onghua relented, offering a series of admonitions before readily acquiescing to Fang Ping's request for leave. At that moment, Fang Mingrong and his wife were thoroughly convinced that their son truly had prospects for Wuku. The concern displayed by the homeroom teacher suggested that if Wuku were not attainable, such attention would not be warranted. Previously skeptical of his elder brother Fang Yuan's boasts, he now found himself compelled to believe. It seemed his brother was indeed not exaggerating. The little girl, grappling with existential doubts, wondered if her elder brother could genuinely gain admission to Wuku. Observing her incredulous expression, Fang Ping found himself both amused and exasperated. Before long, their parents departed for work, and Fang Yuan left for school, leaving Fang Ping alone in the house. Though the upper floor was enveloped in silence, Fang Ping was certain that the occupant above remained at home. A quintessential recluse. Aside from meals, he had never witnessed the individual venture outside. Unlike other recluses who might engage in online activities, watch television, or partake in various pastimes, the person upstairs was distinctly different. Fang Ping knew that he neither surfed the internet nor watched television. The internet had long been disconnected, and the television had never been switched on. Such a character, confined within the walls of his home, raised suspicions about what mischief he might be concocting. Fang Ping harbored grave doubts, pondering whether the individual was currently lurking by the window or pressing his ear to the floor, eavesdropping on the sounds of their household. Fang Ping was uncertain whether martial artists possessed exceptional abilities in all respects, including auditory perception. Therefore, even within the confines of his home, he exercised caution, refraining from uttering anything inappropriate. This included his prior reconnaissance of the upper floor. Even today, as he took a day off, Fang Ping adhered to protocol, proceeding methodically without appearing conspicuous. Instead of hastily rushing upstairs for an opportunity, he meandered about the house, donned a jacket, and discreetly tucked a small vial containing the medicinal liquid into his sleeve, with the opening facing his palm. After experimenting with his own cup several times, he felt confident he could pour the contents quickly, allowing himself a moment to breathe easy. The liquid bore no scent, yet he remained uncertain about its taste. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, he extracted a tiny amount from the vial, mixed it with water, and cautiously took a sip. As his tongue assessed the flavor, he concluded it was indistinguishable from ordinary water, prompting him to spit it out immediately, a smile breaking across his face thereafter. Colorless and tasteless, it exceeded his expectations. Martial artists are human too. Even if their senses are heightened, it is likely they would not easily discern the difference. Fang Ping did not believe that anyone could maintain vigilance at all times, especially since he considered himself a diligent student. After reclining on the bed for a while, he finally rose around 9 in the morning and made his way to the kitchen. Upon entering, he picked up the kettle and muttered to himself, "Is there no hot water left at home? I can't take my medicine without hot water." With a sigh, he gathered a few cold medicine tablets, filled his cup with water, and headed outside. On the second floor, Huang Bin, rummaging through a package, was startled by the sound of knocking. His expression shifted momentarily, and he hastily shoved the package beneath the sofa. Holding his breath and remaining still, "Uncle, are you home?" came the voice from outside, and Huang Bin frowned, exasperated. Yet again, it was this brat. He exhibited a hint of annoyance on his face, wishing to avoid interaction with outsiders, especially since this boy had visited twice in 2 days. Contemplating whether to remain silent, Huang Bin ultimately responded, "I'm here, coming right away." Huang Bin opened the door, a goofy smile adorning his face as he exclaimed, "Did you not attend school today?" Fang Ping rubbed his forehead, a hint of distress evident in his demeanor as he replied, "I am unsure if it is due to the overwhelming pressure of late, but I have been feeling a bit dizzy and took the morning off." "Uncle, do you have hot water at home? I was about to take some medicine, but there is no boiled water at my place, and it will take a while to heat some, so I thought I might come here." Huang Bin, understanding the situation, felt an increasing sense of vexation. "You truly do not consider yourself an outsider, coming here to borrow when there is no water at home." Despite his inner irritation, Huang Bin maintained a smile and said, "I have hot water. Do come in." "Thank you, Uncle." No need to be polite. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang Ping entered the house with his cup. Huang Bin pointed towards the kitchen, saying, "The kettle is over there. Would you like me to assist you?" No, Uncle. Please don't trouble yourself. I can manage." Fang Ping hastily waved his hand and then glanced at the half-drawn curtains on the balcony, casually remarking, "It's a bit dim in here. Are these curtains broken?" "They are not broken." "Oh, I thought the curtains were faulty." Huang Bin felt increasingly speechless, wondering why Fang Ping felt the need to comment on everything. However, upon this reminder, Huang Bin realized something was amiss. Indeed, it was rather inappropriate to have the curtains drawn during the day. As Fang Ping walked towards the kitchen, Huang Bin did not follow but instead made his way to the balcony to pull the curtains open. Fang Ping silently exhaled, having considered his words multiple times before speaking. Huang Bin was indeed following the pattern he had anticipated. Of course, even if Huang Bin hadn't gone to the balcony, Fang Ping had other plans in store. Now, he had avoided unnecessary trouble. Without wasting any time, Fang Ping entered the kitchen, lifted the thermos, and poured a cup of water for himself. Swiftly, he retrieved a small medicine bottle from his sleeve, uncorked it, and poured the liquid directly into the thermos. Once he completed this task, Fang Ping tucked the medicine bottle back into his pocket, sealed it, and then carried the cup out of the kitchen. Upon exiting, he found Huang Bin had already drawn open the curtains and was approaching the kitchen. Fang Ping remained calm. After all, the person opposite him might be a martial artist, and if his heart rate accelerated, it could be sensed, which would lead to complications. As Huang Bin approached, Fang Ping raised his cup with a cheerful smile, saying, "Thank you, Uncle, that it's nothing." Huang Bin did not elaborate further, pausing as if to imply that once Fang Ping had finished pouring, he should take his leave. Yet, to Huang Bin's surprise, Fang Ping seemed completely oblivious to his impatience and displayed no intention of departing. Fang Ping had no choice. He lacked any means of surveillance, So he could not ascertain when Huang Bin would drink the water. He could only observe, waiting for the moment when the other would take a sip, as that would present an opportunity. Otherwise, if he missed the timing, even if the water was consumed, he would be none the wiser, rendering it useless. The first time, even if he didn't pay heed and drank the water, he would undoubtedly sense something was amiss afterward. Securing a second chance would be nearly impossible, and he would also be under suspicion. Thus this opportunity was singular. In such circumstances, Fang Ping naturally would not leave. He intended to wait until he witnessed Huang Bin drink the water. Fang Ping paid no mind to Huang Bin's thoughts, holding his cup while drinking and taking a few cold medicine tablets, then inquired, "Uncle, do you usually stay home alone?" "Yes, my family is in the countryside. I came to Yangqing to work by myself." Fang Ping inwardly cursed, wishing the liar could be a bit more clever. Did he really think her so naive? A worker who doesn't seek employment yet rents a place on his own, spending dozens to hundreds on takeout each day. Did he truly believe she had never encountered someone who worked before? Despite her internal grievances, Fang Ping's face wore a mask of sympathy as she said, "Your son must miss you dearly. I understand. My father works late, and sometimes I don't see him all day. I really miss him." She then inquired, "By the way, Uncle, can you watch television here? My dad removed the smart card from our TV, saying I'm in my final year and can't watch it. So I haven't seen any TV in a long while." Huang Bin's face turned a shade of green. This audacious brat had the nerve. Not only did he come asking for water, but he also wanted to watch TV here. Had he considered Huang Bin's feelings? However, recognizing the youth's naivety and lack of social awareness, Huang Bin suppressed his irritation and said, "Well, before he could finish. Fang Ping had already made her way to the living room, picked up the remote, and turned on the television. As the screen flickered to life, Fang Ping's face lit up with excitement. "Uncle, can I watch TV for a bit?" "Damn it!" Huang Bin nearly cursed aloud. He hadn't even agreed, and yet she had turned on the TV and plopped herself onto the sofa. What could he even say? He had contemplated claiming the television was broken, but now that was no longer an option. He had presented himself as the nice guy, and with no one else around, he had no excuse to kick her out. Should he claim he needed to step outside? But he desperately wanted to avoid drawing attention to himself in broad daylight. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Bin managed to suppress his annoyance and forced a smile, saying, "It's fine, just watch for a little while if you like." "Uncle, do you enjoy watching sports? Shall we watch together?" "No need, I can watch anything," Huang Bin replied, sighing internally. Fine, he would endure it for a while. Surely this kid had to go to school eventually. Wasn't he supposed to have taken the morning off? At most, he would only see her during mealtimes. Having resolved this in his mind, Huang Bin found it difficult to engage in any other activities with Fang Ping present, so he reluctantly sat down on the other side of the sofa. Staring blankly at the television, Fang Ping, too, was fixated on the screen, though she felt a twinge of impatience. When would he finally drink some water? As soon as he did, she could leave and return in 20 minutes. By then, the medication should have taken effect. Even if he weren't unconscious, he would likely feel weak. After nearly half an hour of watching television, Huang Bin showed no inclination to drink. Fang Ping, feeling a sense of helplessness, finally stood up with her cup and said, "Uncle, I'm going to get some more water. I'm really thirsty, and I'll pour you a glass too." Without waiting for Huang Bin to refuse, she strode into the kitchen. Instead of directly pouring water, she brought the thermos into the living room, first filling her own cup and then pouring a generous amount into the glass in front of Huang Bin. He was in no mood to converse. This kid was a bit too familiar. If it weren't for the desire not to attract attention, he would have liked nothing more than to toss her out the window. Whatever Huang Bin thought didn't concern Fang Ping. Glancing at the cup in front of him, she neglected her own drink and continued to stare at the television, seemingly entranced, as if she had forgotten to drink. People are easily influenced by psychological cues. When there is no water in front of you, you are less likely to seek it out. Before you lies a glass of water. Even if you are not parched, you may instinctively take a sip. Especially when someone else has poured the water for you, you often find yourself drinking some, regardless of your thirst. Just moments ago, Fang Ping deliberately poured water for Huang Bin, fulfilling this psychological suggestion. Fang Ping, however, was fortunate. He could divert his attention to the television. In contrast, Huang Bin, clearly disinterested in watching TV, found himself with nothing to occupy his time. A sip of water could alleviate his emotions. After a few minutes, Huang Bin shifted his body forward and casually reached for the glass of water before him. For a fleeting moment, Fang Ping felt as if his heart might cease to beat. To conceal his unease, Fang Ping fixed his gaze on the television and murmured, "Still no goals? Hurry up and score." In reality, Fang Ping was being overly cautious. Huang Bin was wary of many, of the investigation bureau, foreign martial artists, and other suspicious figures. But he never suspected Fang Ping, a mere teenager, still a student. He bore no grudge against him. Even if Fang Ping had previously entertained thoughts of eliminating him, such thoughts had not led to action. Under such circumstances, would a youth plot against himself? Not just Huang Bin, but anyone else would likely think the same. Previously, when Wang Jinyang visited the school, Fang Ping and his companions had hosted him, offering him drinks. Would Wang Jinyang suspect that someone had poisoned his beverage? If everyone were to harbor such paranoid thoughts, their nerves would have long since unraveled. Thus, many of Fang Ping's precautions were, in fact, efforts in futility. Huang Bin, having never contemplated these matters, drank the water quite naturally, lifting the cup to his lips and taking a generous gulp. A martial artist does not sip delicately like a lady. A single mouthful could deplete the glass by half. Observing this, Fang Ping decided not to linger any longer and abruptly exclaimed, "Oh no, I think I left the gas on at home. Uncle, I must head down now." Huang Bin was eager for him to leave and promptly replied with a smile, "All right, do come by often." "Thank you, Uncle, I will return once I'm done here." Huang Bin felt like chastising himself for his own words. Why had he been so familiar with that kid? Had he lost his mind? Unfortunately, there are no remedies for regret. After exchanging a few forced pleasantries, Huang Bin watched as Fang Ping hurriedly exited the room and descended the stairs. Once Fang Ping had left, Huang Bin massaged his temples, feeling somewhat parched. He picked up the water glass and took another sip. Shaking his head, he disregarded Fang Ping and retrieved a package from beneath the sofa. Anticipating that the boy might return, Huang Bin took the package into his room to avoid being seen. Chapter 27. The Great Villain Fang Ping, for Yichao, the Alliance Leader. Extra update, downstairs. Fang Ping did not return home but instead exited the building and found a place to conceal himself outside. He worried that Huang Bin, not yet affected by the drug, might realize he had been duped and come looking for trouble. Fang Ping remained exceedingly vigilant around martial artists. Although he had accidentally spilled 3 vials of the potion, which, by all accounts, should result in no fatalities, he believed that martial artists could endure. Thus, he felt it unlikely that anyone would meet their demise. Perhaps Huang Bin still had some strength left. He decided to wait outside for a while before returning to test the waters again. Room 201, Huang Bin entered his room, stashed the package away, and suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Shaking his head, Huang Bin suddenly felt his legs weaken, even experiencing an overwhelming urge to collapse onto the ground. This was dire. Upon realizing his predicament, Huang Bin's immediate thoughts did not dwell on Fang Ping, but rather on the Yangqing Criminal Investigation Bureau. He had been discovered, and worse still, he had fallen victim to a scheme. How had they managed to ensnare him? With a foggy mind, Huang Bin was engulfed in terror and disbelief. He was certain that since moving here, no one had been monitoring him. Each day before venturing out, he had been vigilant, aware that the individuals from Yangqing were keeping tabs on him. He could not be easily deceived. The last time, he had quickly noticed their surveillance. Moreover, he had merely gone out this morning to purchase some breakfast. Breakfast? Could it be that he had been drugged within those morning morsels? Yet, it had already been 2 or 3 hours since he had consumed it. What kind of drug could take effect so slowly? Even at this moment, Huang Bin had not considered Fang Ping. With his mind clouded, he had no time for further contemplation. Feeling his limbs grow increasingly weak, Huang Bin was frantic. He could not allow this to persist. He bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. Ignoring the pain, he forced himself to turn and grasp his package, then struggled to crawl toward the windowsill. To his dismay, he discovered that the window was fitted with security bars. Damn it! Huang Bin's head throbbed painfully. His limbs were becoming more and more numb, and the thought that the personnel from the Yangqing Criminal Investigation Bureau might be waiting outside sent chills down his spine. He dared not use the front door. He could only leap from the window in hopes of finding an escape. Laboriously, he maneuvered from the room to the living area, striking his legs in desperation, as he felt increasingly unable to control his own limbs. Fang Ping had certainly administered an excessive dosage. Although a martial artist's resilience was considerable, Huang Bin was merely at the second rank. If Fang Ping had given him 10 times the amount intended for an ordinary person, that individual would likely be drooling and unconscious by now. Yet here was Huang Bin, still able to move. A testament to his fortitude, he had no time to revel in his own resilience. Fueled by sheer willpower and a desire to survive, he finally reached the balcony. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Uncle, I'm here to watch TV. Uncle, are you home? Huang Bin, feeling drowsy, struggled to remain conscious. Initially, he had no inclination to respond to the small child outside the door. At this moment, he could not afford to conceal his identity. Yet suddenly, a spark of clarity ignited within him. Yes, a hostage. Even if he were to jump from the window now, given his current condition, the chances of escaping were slim. But if he could capture a hostage, particularly a student in his final year of martial arts studies, the individuals from Yangqing would surely think twice before disregarding this boy's life. Grasping at this last hope, Huang Bin summoned all his strength and began to shuffle toward the door. While the Criminal Investigation Bureau personnel remained unaware that he had been compromised, he aimed to secure this child first. At the door, Fang Ping continued to knock, a series of raps echoing in silence from within. He surmised that the man had most likely fallen victim to the scheme. However, Fang Ping did not dare to let his guard down completely. Behind his back, he held a moderately sized wooden stick. If no one opened the door, all the better. He could later scale the wall from his own yard to investigate. If someone did answer, he would have to assess the situation accordingly. If the other party were to fall for the trap, then one should assess the situation and give him a solid blow. If he were not ensnared, it would suffice to claim that the drain was blocked and one had come to clear it. Yes, to clear the drain. Fang Ping silently encouraged himself. With his mind meticulously calculating the forthcoming responses, he continued to knock on the door, innocently calling out, "Uncle, are you home? Surely you haven't gone out. If so, I shall return later." As he spoke to himself, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from within. After a short while, the security door was opened. Huang Bin, in a daze, hardly discerned the figure outside and managed to mumble, "Come in. Uncle, are you feeling all right?" Fang Ping dared not enter at that moment, instinctively taking a cautious step back, inquiring with great care, "You seem unwell. Are you ill?" Huang Bin felt as though he were on the brink of fainting. There was no time for idle chatter. He struggled to open the security door, breathing heavily. "Come in." "Uncle, would you like me to find you a doctor? I can also call the police. Your condition does not seem too good." Huang Bin's head was practically about to explode. "Go hell with the police," he thought. This kid had been lingering for some time. Perhaps the detectives stationed downstairs were about to come up. While he still had a sliver of strength, Huang Bin could not afford to say anything further and reached out towards Fang Ping. Anticipating this move, Fang Ping swiftly retreated a few steps. Huang Bin momentarily paused, and at that moment, Fang Ping discerned that he was in a dire state. It was evident that this individual had attempted to seize him, and he was clearly no good person. Be why the logic of a decent person, if one were feeling unwell, the first instinct would be to ask Fang Ping for help in summoning a doctor. Yet this man sought to ensnare him. Should he be deemed a good person, Fang Ping would dare to swallow the stick in his handhole. At that instant, Fang Ping was utterly convinced that all his prior suspicions were indeed true. No longer hesitating, if a martial artist sought trouble with him, possibly even wishing to take his life, there was no need for courtesy with such a person. With his right hand, which was concealed behind his back, he swiftly brandished the wooden stick and aimed it at Huang Bin's head. This little wretch, that was Huang Bin's immediate reaction. The opponent had anticipated his move and was even armed with a stick. Even in his muddled state, he comprehended who was plotting against him. It was neither a rival nor someone from the detective bureau, nor was it an outsider martial artist. He, Huang Bin, had been outwitted by a foolish brat. Wretch! He did not have the time to utter this curse as Fang Ping's stick descended. Huang Bin barely raised his right hand, not to retaliate, but to shield his head. Under normal circumstances, had he not been caught off guard, he would have dispatched Fang Ping with a kick before the stick even fell. However, now, with his limbs feeling feeble, merely standing was an extraordinary display of willpower. Bang! The wooden stick did not strike Huang Bin's head but instead collided with his arm. Fang Ping's expression shifted. For an ordinary person, enduring such a blow would likely result in a fracture. Yet, upon striking the opponent's arm, it felt as if he had struck a concrete surface. The stick rebounded. In that moment, though still unaware of the full extent of a martial artist's terror, Fang Ping recognized the formidable strength of his opponent's physique. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. Fang Ping, disregarding the multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, initially hesitated to exert his full strength, fearing that he might inadvertently cause serious harm. However, at that moment, he had no time for such concerns. He withdrew the wooden stick and, with all his might, brought it crashing down once more. Bang! The stick was once again intercepted by Huang Bin's arm. The pain from the two strikes momentarily alleviated Huang Bin's dazed state. The realization that he had been outmaneuvered by a foolish young man ignited a fierce rage within him, prompting him to bite down hard on his tongue. In that instant, it felt as though strength surged through Huang Bin, and he took a small step towards the doorway. Abandoning all defense, he swung his fists forward with reckless abandon. As a peak second-grade martial artist, even in this dire situation, he wanted this beast to know that a martial artist was not someone he could easily manipulate. Fang Ping, recognizing the shift in Huang Bin's stance, had no time to ponder further. As Huang Bin threw his punch, Fang Ping swung the wooden stick with renewed vigor. Crack! Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. Huang Bin's punch appeared slow and lacked any real force. Yet, as the fist came crashing towards him, the wooden stick in his hands shattered unexpectedly. The force of the impact jarred Fang Ping's grip, sending a sharp pain through his hand, leaving it numb. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he refused to relinquish the broken piece of wood, wielding it with determination as he continued to strike at Huang Bin's head. That last blow had already pushed Huang Bin to his limits. At this juncture, Huang Bin could scarcely feel his limbs. Thud! The stick made contact with Huang Bin's head for the first time. Contrary to expectations, there was no gush of blood, for his skull was harder than that of an ordinary person. Fang Ping nearly cursed under his breath. Was this what it meant to be a martial artist? Despite the numerous drugs he had consumed, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness, and he still had the strength to retaliate. And even when he could no longer fight back, his bones were tougher than those of an average person, leaving Fang Ping's hands tingling with pain. With no time to dwell on these thoughts, Fang Ping summoned every ounce of strength he possessed. His face flushed as he rained down blow after blow upon Huang Bin. In that moment, he did not contemplate the possibility of causing death. It was terrifying. A person like this had dared to confront him. Had he not acted decisively, it was likely that a single slap could have ended his life. Huang Bin could no longer maintain his footing. After a series of savage strikes from Fang Ping, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. This moment, Huang Bin had not yet fully succumbed to unconsciousness. His eyes were wide open, glaring at Fang Ping with a ferocity that seemed to challenge him to retreat. Fang Ping, however, paid no heed to the intensity of Huang Bin's gaze. Even as his opponent lay incapacitated, Fang Ping continued to wield the broken stick mercilessly. He began by striking Huang Bin's head, and upon seeing blood seeping from his forehead, he swiftly changed his target. Time and again, he struck at any area that might pose a threat: arms, legs, and chest, delivering relentless blows. In the corridor, the only sounds that filled the air were the dull thuds of wood meeting flesh and Fang Ping's labored breaths. He lost track of how many times he struck his opponent, only stopping when his own limbs grew weak and fatigued. Panting heavily, it was only then that he turned his gaze towards Huang Bin. The latter lay sprawled on the ground, his head drenched in a pool of crimson. His limbs twitched from the severe blows he had endured, and his chest rose and fell slightly, indicating that he was still alive. After catching his breath for a moment, Fang Ping felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He could scarcely imagine what the outcome would have been had he not incapacitated Huang Bin with the drugs. Fighting was not a new experience for Fang Ping. Yet this time it was not a mere brawl. It was a self-inflicted assault upon a defenseless individual, to the point where he felt his limbs grow weak and his breath became labored. A truly unprecedented experience for him. Licking his parched lips, Fang Ping cautiously nudged Huang Bin with his foot. Receiving no response, he glanced around. It was broad daylight, and everyone else had gone to work, leaving the corridor eerily quiet. Upon observing Huang Bin sprawled at the entrance, Fang Ping felt a twinge of anxiety. This man was exceedingly dangerous. Would he awaken soon? Without further hesitation, Fang Ping seized a wooden stick and delivered several more blows to Huang Bin. The latter merely convulsed, confirming Fang Ping's suspicion that he was indeed out of strength. Setting down the stick, Fang Ping stepped into the room and proceeded to drag Huang Bin inside, swiftly shutting the door behind him. Inside the chamber, Fang Ping searched around until he found a bedsheet. He began to wrap Huang Bin, ensconcing him within the fabric. This method of binding, utilizing the entire weight of the sheet, proved far more reliable than ropes. Concerned that a single sheet might not suffice, Fang Ping scoured the area once more and discovered another sheet, which he used to encase Huang Bin again. He then enveloped him with a quilt, leaving only his head exposed. Still apprehensive about the adequacy of his bindings, Fang Ping, while failing to locate any rope on the second floor, stumbled upon a bundle of iron wire. Without delay, he began to encircle the quilt with the wire, securing it tightly in place, twisting it repeatedly until he ultimately used pliers to fasten the connection. At this juncture, Fang Ping wiped the sweat from his brow and gasped, "If you manage to break free from this, I shall concede you are formidable." Huang Bin's hands and feet were likely fractured from the blows he had received, rendering him unable to exert any force. With multiple layers of binding encasing him, and the outermost layer secured by iron wire, if he could escape from this predicament, it would indeed be a feat of superhuman proportions. After securing Huang Bin, Fang Ping proceeded to apply several layers of tape. Sealing his mouth shut in that moment, an unsettling thought crept into Fang Ping's mind. He murmured to himself, "Why does it feel as though I am the villain?" It was difficult to dismiss such a notion. He had invaded another's home, administered a sedative, then brutally assaulted the individual, ultimately binding him and silencing him. Was this not the hallmark of a true antagonist? If Huang Bin were a woman, the imagery would be even more pronounced. Fang Ping's cheeks twitched slightly. Should anyone happen upon this scene, it was unlikely they would perceive him as the hero. He shook his head and gazed at Huang Bin once more, feeling another pang of anxiety. Having reduced a person to such a state seemed rather problematic. He was now convinced that this man was undoubtedly a villain. However, if he could not procure any evidence, relinquishing him to the police might not result in mere reprimands. Initially, Fang Ping had not intended to resort to such brutality. He merely wished to incapacitate him. Yet, even after administering a tenfold dosage of the drug, Huang Bin had remained conscious enough to retaliate, leaving Fang Ping with no choice but to act decisively. "This is quite troublesome," Fang Ping muttered, though he felt no overwhelming fear. There would surely be a way to navigate this situation. Chapter 28. Harvest Room 201. In the living room, Fang Ping regarded the bound Huang Bin with a mix of trepidation and self-reproach. He realized he had acted impulsively. Although he had always suspected this man to be a martial artist, Fang Ping had not anticipated such formidable strength in his mind. Yang City was merely a small locale, where even someone like Wang Jinyang, a martial arts student, was held in high esteem, while true martial artists were a rarity. Thus, Fang Ping subjectively judged that the fellow upstairs, even if he were a martial artist, possessed little strength. A low-grade martial artist, having just transcended the realm of ordinary individuals, could hardly be formidable. With a tenfold dosage of the anesthetic, incapacitating him would be mere child's play. Yet, the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Fang Ping felt a twinge of relief. Fortunate was he to have chosen to depart and wait rather than lingering. Had he remained, during the initial onset of the drug's effect, Huang Bin might still have had the wherewithal to retaliate, and he feared he would have fared poorly. Contemplating these thoughts, Fang Ping took a brief respite on the floor before rising to search the room. He was uncertain whether he could unearth any incriminating evidence, especially since the other party had only just moved in. Nevertheless, he needed to devise a means of extricating himself from this predicament. If all else failed, he pondered whether he might frame this individual for a crime. In modern society, the circumstances were vastly different from those of antiquity. In the past, one could dispose of a body in a mass grave without a second thought. However, in the present, a death would undoubtedly prompt an investigation. As for how to orchestrate the framing, Fang Ping contemplated employing a strategy of self-inflicted harm. It was likely that no one would believe a martial artist could be easily subdued, nor would they accept that a mere high school student had the leisure to plot against a martial artist. Dismissing these musings, Fang Ping commenced his search within the dwelling. After 10 minutes, he emerged into the living room, clutching a large package. The entire apartment was nearly devoid of Huang Bin's possessions. Apart from a few everyday items, there was only a set of change of clothes. However, in the end, Fang Ping discovered this package on the balcony. It appeared to be Huang Bin's belongings. Gazing at the package for a moment, Fang Ping hesitated before unzipping it. The moment the zipper was drawn open, his pupils constricted. What met his eyes was none other than a nearly 40-centimeter-long military dagger. Military personnel? Fang Ping swallowed hard, but quickly shook his head. although the military dagger could be classified as military equipment. In recent years, the armed forces had gradually phased it out, with many civilians selling such items. It was rare for an actual soldier to carry one. Exhaling softly, Fang Ping grasped the dagger, examining it closely. Upon noticing some dried blood in the groove, he couldn't help but glance at Huang Bin, who was securely wrapped. This fellow was quite likely a murderer. Even if he had not taken a life, this dagger had certainly tasted blood. Carefully setting the dagger aside, keeping it at a considerable distance from Huang Bin, Fang Ping dared not allow this individual any opportunity for contact. Once the dagger was removed, what Fang Ping next beheld was nothing other than a bundle of crimson banknotes. Stacks upon stacks of cash were haphazardly stuffed into the package, some already scattered. Fang Ping hastily extracted the notes. Counting for a while, the neatly stacked bills totaled 20 bundles, amounting to 200,000. The scattered notes were fewer than 10,000, which he did not bother to tally in this day and age. There were few who carried such a substantial amount of cash. Aside from certain business people, it was uncommon for individuals to venture out with large sums of money, especially someone like Huang Bin, the tenant. Fang Ping completely ruled out the possibility of Huang Bin being affiliated with the military and concluded that he was likely not an official. Officials would never carry such a significant amount of cash while under surveillance. A lone wolf? A fugitive? These two identities were Fang Ping's initial thoughts. Venturing out with a substantial sum of cash. And considering Huang Bin's habitual evasiveness, Fang Ping felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Huang Bin was not of reputable character. Moments later, all the items from the package were meticulously laid out before Fang Ping. A Mitsubishi military dagger, cash amounting to just under 210,000, a change of clothes, and several bottles, 6 in total. Among these, 3 bore advertising logos, resembling ordinary medicine bottles, complete with their respective drug names. 2 bottles of blood chi pills, and 1 of chi blood elixir. Each bottle was marked with a production date, a manufacturer, and an address, confirming their legitimacy as compliant pharmaceuticals. Fang Ping counted the blood chi pills. Together, the 2 bottles contained a total of 18 pills. Each bottle held 10 capsules, suggesting Huang Bin had consumed 2 for the chi blood elixir. It remained with 8 capsules, also indicating 2 had been taken. Fang Ping's breath grew heavy. He had heard Wu Zhihao mention both blood chi pills and chi blood elixir. In legitimate pharmacies, a single blood chi pill costs 30,000, while a chi blood elixir is priced at 100,000. For individuals like Wu Zhihao, purchasing a chi blood elixir before the college entrance examination was their greatest reliance. 100,000 is no trifling amount. Even Wu Zhihao's family would feel a pinch buying such a potion. But now, before him lay 18 blood chi pills and 8 chi blood elixirs, at the pharmacy prices. These 2 types of medicine alone would be worth 1.34 million. Adding the cash, the total value exceeded 1.5 million. Not to mention, there were 3 bottles of substances Fang Ping did not recognize. Upon examining them, they too appeared to be round pills, clearly designed for martial artists, yet these 3 bottles bore no labels. For a moment, Fang Ping could not speculate on what these pills might be. Regardless of their nature, their value was unlikely to be low. The high cost of martial artists' medicinal pills was evident. The chi blood elixir was a common necessity for martial science candidates below the rank of martial artists. While the items before him were likely of superior quality and expense, intended for true martial practitioners, Fang Ping's limited experience rendered him incapable of accurately assessing the worth of these items. Aside from these, there were merely some food items and bottled water. 6 bottles of pills, cash just over 200,000, and a military dagger. This constituted Fang Ping's findings thus far. He then couldn't help but cast another glance at Huang Bin. In the rush of binding him earlier, he had forgotten to search him. Judging by Huang Bin's supplies, which included food and weapons, the possibility of him fleeing was significant. Such individuals rarely store their most prized possessions in their bags. As those could be easily discarded, valuable items are typically kept on one's person, assuming they are not overly cumbersome. Fang Ping mused that Huang Bin might still be concealing something valuable. However, with Huang Bin securely bound, Fang Ping was hesitant to release him for a search at this moment. Returning his focus to the items before him, Fang Ping furrowed his brow slightly. He had secured the cash, yet his wealth value had not increased. Logically, the medicinal pills should hold value, yet the wealth value remained stagnant. This suggested that, according to the system's assessment, these items did not yet belong to Fang Ping. It was, after all, true that these items still belonged to Huang Bin. Huang Bin is neither dead nor has he declared these items as a gift to Fang Ping. The rightful ownership naturally belongs to Huang Bin. Even if Fang Ping were to acquire them, it would not enhance his wealth. Soon, Fang Ping contemplated that since he now had control over Huang Bin, consuming the elixir would essentially render it his. However, the system did not grant him any increase in wealth, indicating that money does not equate to wealth in absolute terms. Perhaps the system does not endorse such actions. Fang Ping found himself at a loss, shaking his head to temporarily suppress these thoughts. The pressing concern was not the issue of wealth, but rather Huang Bin himself. Although he had discovered these items, and while the weapons and cash clearly suggested that Huang Bin was not a good person, there was no direct evidence to substantiate that he was indeed a villain. Furthermore, how should he handle these valuables worth over $1 million? If he were to involve the police, would he have to surrender everything? Fang Ping felt reluctant, pondering whether to withhold some and hide them, especially since he had risked his life this time. In reality, however, he had not faced any real danger. He had merely experienced a slight strain in his hand while striking Huang Bin. A few minutes later, Fang Ping stuffed everything back into the bag. His gaze shifted towards Huang Bin. After observing the unconscious Huang Bin for a moment, Fang Ping suddenly remarked, "Martial artists are indeed formidable. After consuming so many potions and being beaten by me, you recover so swiftly." Huang Bin remained motionless. Fang Ping scoffed disdainfully, "Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? You were breathing erratically while unconscious, and your body was convulsing. Yet now, you lie there as still as a corpse. Are you truly dead, or are you merely pretending? Do you not understand the meaning of covering one's ears while stealing a bell? If you had not held your breath, I might have overlooked it, but your sudden cessation of breath after a loud inhalation. Do you think my hearing is impaired?" In the modest living room, it was just the two of them. The silence enveloped the room, and Huang Bin, with his mouth gagged, was audibly breathing. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the sound vanished, and Fang Ping was not deaf. Huang Bin likely did not realize that. In his unconscious state, he instinctively held his breath, unwittingly revealing his greatest flaw. Upon Fang Ping's words, Huang Bin, who had been keeping his eyes shut, gradually opened them. His gaze swept across the visible area, finding only Fang Ping, which allowed him to exhale slightly in relief. This was far better than he had anticipated. He had expected that upon awakening, he might find himself in the custody of the Criminal Investigation Department, potentially face-to-face with the corpulent officer from Yang City's CID. Instead, he found only Fang Ping before him, which represented the best possible outcome. Had he ended up in the investigation department, he would have had no means of escape, regardless of his current state. However, now he still harbored a glimmer of hope for freedom. His head throbbed painfully, and his body was tightly bound, rendering even Huang Bin incapable of breaking free. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he looked at Fang Ping. His eyes beginning to dart around that moment, he was unable to speak. Observing this, Fang Ping became cautious, retrieving a military dagger from the bag, maintaining a distance and saying, "Are you trying to speak? However, I prefer not to grant you the opportunity. Someone as dangerous as you is better left to the police." With a feeble struggle, Huang Bin shook his head and raised his chin to indicate the package before Fang Ping. Observing that the package was intact, he initially assumed Fang Ping had not bothered to open it. Inside lay a considerable sum of cash and some elixirs that could prove beneficial to Fang Ping. Huang Bin believed that a child of ordinary means like Fang Ping would undoubtedly feel tempted. If given the opportunity to speak, he was confident he could orchestrate his own escape. Though the young rascal before him was cunning, he was still merely a boy. Huang Bin had been caught off guard previously, but now, fully aware, he felt assured that a youth lacking in experience could not thwart him. Chapter 29. Warriors are indeed wealthy. Fang Ping understood a crucial truth. Villains often fall victim to their own verbosity. Huang Bin wished to speak, yet Fang Ping was keen to prevent him from uttering anything at all. However, in his current predicament, Fang Ping found himself woefully uninformed, and his social standing limited his access to valuable information. Thus, despite his reluctance, he prepared to engage Huang Bin in a brief exchange. He was unafraid of the man's potential outbursts. It was evident that he was no virtuous individual, as demonstrated by his immediate struggle upon mentioning the police. Moments later, Huang Bin began to breathe heavily. Fang Ping had bound him too tightly and had just sealed his lips, leaving him feeling as though his chest had been fractured, which resulted in his labored breathing. When Fang Ping finally pierced the tape with a military dagger, Huang Bin's first instinct was to gasp for air. After catching his breath, he turned his head to glance at Fang Ping, who stood at a distance, revealing a flicker of crimson in his eyes. To his astonishment, he had fallen into the hands of this young man. Nevertheless, Huang Bin could not help but inquire, "We bear no grudges, do we?" He struggled to comprehend why this boy would target him. Had he been a martial artist, he might have understood, but this individual was not even that. Fang Ping did not respond directly, for he could not confess his suspicions about Huang Bin's intentions. In truth, he had begun to suspect that he had misjudged the situation. It was highly likely that Huang Bin was not after him, but rather attempting to conceal his true identity. Given the cash, weapons, food, and water he had prepared, the possibility of him being a fugitive seemed more plausible. Yet, could Fang Ping admit his error? When Huang Bin pressed him, Fang Ping casually remarked, "I am a diligent student. Capturing wrongdoers is our sacred duty." Sacred duty, indeed. Huang Bin cursed inwardly, feeling a sense of bitterness for having traversed the world only to fall prey to this little scoundrel, unwilling to accept his fate even in death. Fang Ping did not grant him the opportunity to inquire further about himself, instead retrieving several vials of elixirs from his bag. "What kind of elixirs are these? Do not conceal the truth from me. If you fabricate lies, I can easily investigate myself." Huang Bin did not attempt to hide the information, for as Fang Ping had stated, he could indeed verify it. Noticing the boy's interest in those items, Huang Bin felt a sense of relief. Having a desire was a favorable sign. Among them, 3 vials bear labels, which I presume you have seen, 2 vials of blood qi pills, and 1 vial of qi blood elixir. "Do martial artists also require such elixirs?" Fang Ping inquired. "Certainly," Huang Bin replied promptly. "These are all medicinal products used to replenish vital energy. Martial artists, too, need to restore their qi. It is not feasible to rely solely on food for replenishment. Hence blood qi pills and qi blood elixirs are staples for most martial artists." Fang Ping nodded in understanding and picked up a slightly smaller vial, asking, "And what about this one?" "This is also a qi blood pill, but it is not an ordinary one. It is a first-grade qi blood pill." Huang Bin added, "The superior-grade qi blood pill is primarily used for the final breakthroughs of martial artists. This first-grade qi blood pill is an essential item for aspiring martial artists. Utilized during their ascension to martial prowess, it can replenish a significant amount of vital energy. However, for me, it mainly serves to restore my vitality in daily life in the face of battles or long-distance pursuits. It proves far more effective than blood vitality pills or ordinary qi blood pills." "Are pills categorized by grade?" Huang Bin did not respond, deeming the question superfluous. However, upon seeing Fang Ping brandishing a military dagger as if searching for a target, Huang Bin quickly interjected, "The grading system corresponds to the levels of martial artists. How much does this item cost per pill?" The first-grade qi blood pills were scarce. Fang Ping glanced and noted only 3 remaining. 300,000. Fang Ping winced, lamenting how martial artists seemed to disregard the value of money, casually pricing a single pill at several 100,000. The market price for blood vitality pills and ordinary qi blood pills had reached 1.34 million. Adding these 3 first-grade qi blood pills brought the total to 2.24 million. Fang Ping pointed to the remaining 2 bottles of pills. Huang Bin replied candidly, "One bottle contains bone-tempering pills, while the other holds vital protecting pills. These 2 bottles contained even fewer pills. Technically, each bottle held only a single pill." This time, without needing to inquire further, Huang Bin eagerly explained, "Bone-tempering pills, as the name suggests, are designed to enhance bone density. For martial artists, especially those of lower grades, the primary focus of their training revolves around strengthening their bones. Robust bones are crucial for withstanding the explosive force of vital energy. The external training of muscles and skin is not considered severe injury for martial artists. Only bone injuries are different, as they heal extremely slowly. Thus, martial artists prioritize bone refinement, ensuring that neither explosive energy nor regular training inflicts grave harm upon them. This principle holds true in combat as well. If your bones are fragile and you throw a punch, resulting in a fracture, you would be incapable of continuing the fight. Possessing strong bones equates to possessing a strong physique. The vital protecting pill is similarly named, primarily serving to safeguard the internal organs. The organs within the human body are quite delicate, and low-grade martial artists are unable to venture into the realm of organ cultivation. While regular training may be manageable, upon attempting a breakthrough, the vital protecting pill becomes immensely necessary. Without it to shield the internal organs, should the vital energy surge exceed its limits, it could lead to damage to the internal organs. After elucidating for a while, Huang Bin hastily added, "These are the pills I intend to use for my breakthrough to the 3rd grade. Their prices are exceedingly steep. Both the bone-tempering pill and the vital-protecting pill are 2nd grade pills, rare and highly sought after. The bone-tempering pill, though somewhat cheaper, still holds a value of 1 million. The vital-protecting pill, on the other hand, is extraordinarily expensive, with a market price of 2 million for a single 2nd grade pill." Fang Ping swallowed hard, instinctively clutching the 2 pill bottles in his hands. With a 2nd grade bone-tempering pill priced at 1 million and a 2nd grade vital-protecting pill at 2 million, it felt as though money had lost its value. In reality, these 2 pills were procured by Huang Bin specifically for his breakthrough to the 3rd grade. In everyday practice, neither Huang Bin nor martial artists from prominent enterprises or institutions would indulge in the extravagance of utilizing such pills for their training. The 6 bottles of pills amounted to a market price of 5.24 million. However, in the realm of martial transactions, prices tend to be somewhat cheaper. Institutions like Wu University would offer even more favorable rates. However, Huang Bin lacks such channels. If he were to make a purchase, the market price would simply be the market price. Of course, most of the elixirs in Huang Bin's possession were acquired through nefarious means. In his pursuit of attaining the 1st and 2nd ranks, he had long since exhausted his finances. Although he had accumulated some savings over the following years, it was merely sufficient to sustain his routine expenditures. To break through to the 3rd rank, a student like Wang Jinyang from Wuda might only need to spend 3 to 4 million. Yet for Huang Bin, gathering the necessary resources would require at least 10 million, if not more. Earning money is far more challenging than spending it. It is precisely this sense of despair and resentment that drove Huang Bin to commit acts of robbery. Wang Jinyang had previously remarked that individuals like Fang Ping, who come from modest backgrounds, feel even more despondent upon gaining admission to Wuda, and for good reason. Daily cultivation demands funds, replenishing one's vitality requires funds, and breaking through to new realms necessitates funds. There is never a time when money is not required. The reason Li Yuanjiang, who was admitted to Nanjing Wuda during the last admission cycle, has been unable to break through to a martial artist is due to this very issue. A quasi-martial artist must at least prepare a 1st grade vitality pill and a 1st grade bone refining pill to transition into a martial artist. As for the organ protection pill, it can be temporarily set aside, although it does carry certain risks. Those of affluent backgrounds can afford to prepare for it, thereby ensuring greater safety. For those of average means, merely preparing a 1st grade vitality pill might suffice, but that entails considerable risk, which many are reluctant to undertake. The 1st grade bone refining pill is valued at 500,000, and when combined with the 1st grade vitality pill, the total comes to 800,000. Even within Wuda, where the institution provides some resources at significantly reduced prices, students must still secure over 300,000 in funding on their own. This is just for the first attempt. If a quasi-martial artist fails to break through, subsequent attempts will not be supported by the school. Li Yuanjiang, for instance, did not succeed in his first attempt, and thus the cost for his second attempt had to be borne by himself. For a Wuda student who is not a martial artist, along with the need to maintain daily living expenses, preparing for another breakthrough would necessitate at least 1 million in funds. Where could a non-martial artist procure such a sum? Individuals like Wang Jinyang achieve breakthroughs in one fell swoop. Some manage it with merely a single vitality pill, as the resources provided by the institution are often sufficient. Once they become martial artists, they gain access to avenues for earning money, which fundamentally explains why the strong grow ever stronger while the weak become weaker. If one cannot take that first step, it is not uncommon for some Wuda graduates to never attain the status of a martial artist. From Huang Bin's words, Fang Ping gleaned some information. This fellow is not only a martial artist but a second-rank one, preparing for a breakthrough. With this thought, Fang Ping felt a twinge of fear. He had acted impulsively. Impulsiveness is a devil. He must exercise caution in the future. Observing Fang Ping tightly gripping the vial, Huang Bin's eyes flickered momentarily as he spoke softly. Everything here is now yours. Along with the cash in your bag, the total value exceeds 5 million. However, should you turn me over to the police or the investigation bureau, all of these items will surely be confiscated. At that moment, Huang Bin's sole concern was to avoid being handed over to law enforcement. He was not afraid of the police, as they were merely ordinary people. Yet, as a wanted criminal, his name was already registered with the police. If recognized, he would be swiftly transferred to the investigation bureau. Once in the investigation bureau, it mattered not that he was a second rank. Even a fourth rank would be brought to their knees in their stronghold. For now, he could only tempt Fang Ping with the allure of wealth. Over 5 million in assets. Had this young man ever laid eyes on such a sum in his lifetime? Fang Ping remained silent, prompting Huang Bin to assert, "Do not entertain the notion of silencing me. For the clues I have laid out will only divert official attention for at most 10 to 15 days, a matter of days. They will surely locate me if I were to perish. You would undoubtedly face repercussions. You are still young, with a promising future ahead. I can see that your vitality is robust, and you are likely to excel in martial arts. Should you choose to perish alongside me, it would be a futile endeavor. Release me now, and I shall depart, leaving all these possessions to you. You need not worry for your safety. I would never seek vengeance." However, there was an air of insincerity to his words. Huang Bin added, "You may position someone at the police station's entrance, or be prepared to alert the authorities at any moment if I were to retaliate. I would have no means of escape. Should you fall into peril, the authorities in Yangqing would certainly seal off the area to apprehend me. Thus, I shall not take such a risk. Life is far more valuable than wealth. I have not yet lived enough. What do you think of this arrangement?" Huang Bin spoke with earnestness, and much of what he conveyed bore truth. As for his claim of not seeking revenge, even he found it hard to believe. Having been ensnared by this young man to such an extent, he knew he could not find peace without eliminating him. Just as Huang Bin awaited Fang Ping's response, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. "Surely you possess more valuable items, perhaps even exceeding the worth of these elixirs." SK, a second-tier martial artist carrying possessions worth millions. Martial artists truly possess great wealth. Huang Bin's lips twitched. At such a moment, did Fang Ping still have the presence of mind to concern himself with money? "Did you hear what I just said?" Chapter 30. The conditions for breaking through to a martial artist. Huang Bin yearned to escape, but was unwilling to confess that he possessed even more valuable items. Naturally, he refuted Fang Ping's assertion. Fang Ping, however, paid little heed, lightly tapping the ground with his military dagger, pondering aloud. "It seems you are guilty of serious crimes. You must have taken many lives, correct?" Huang Bin remained silent. A careless answer could lead to dire consequences. Noting his reticence, Fang Ping ceased his inquiries, having formed a judgment in his mind. That moment, he found himself less interested in that line of questioning. After a moment's reflection, Fang Ping finally broached the topic that piqued his curiosity the most. "I shall pose one more question. Should your response satisfy me, I might reconsider your earlier proposition." Huang Bin, cautious, replied, "Ask away. What defines a martial artist?" The inquiry may have seemed naive, and many would likely find it laughable. It is indeed absurd for someone unaware of the essence of a martial artist to pursue the path of martial arts. Yet, Huang Bin had no inclination to scoff. Aside from genuine martial artists or those with a rich lineage, how many ordinary individuals truly grasp the nature of a martial artist? Fang Ping's question was not merely about what constitutes a martial artist, but rather how one becomes a martial artist, the criteria for being recognized as such, and the definition of a martial artist. These were, in essence, secrets. The authorities had not disclosed such information to the general populace for myriad reasons. Typically, only those who gained admission to the martial arts university would learn of these matters. Were it Wang Jinyang in Huang Bin's position, he would likely say, "You will understand once you enroll in the martial arts university." But Huang Bin was no Wang Jinyang. At that moment, he could scarcely attend to his own affairs, let alone these relatively unclassified secrets. He contemplated deceiving Fang Ping. Yet he realized that Fang Ping was still far from becoming a martial artist, and by the time he achieved that breakthrough, it would be a long while yet. At this juncture, deception holds no significance. Contemplating these thoughts, Huang Bin candidly remarked, "A martial artist is essentially a group of ordinary individuals who transcend the limits of their physical bodies. The key to becoming a martial artist lies in breaking through these limits." Without delving into the realm of mid to high-grade martial artists, which remains a distant aspiration, let us first discuss the low-grade practitioners. As I previously mentioned, low-grade martial artists primarily focus on bone tempering, supplemented by muscle refinement. Vital energy and blood serve as the foundation upon which the development of muscles, bones, and skin relies. In summary, it is the robust vitality and blood that establish the qualifications for transcending into a martial artist. Alongside strong bones, as Huang Bin elucidated, Fang Ping gradually grasped the path of the martial artist. Simultaneously, he recalled some of the remarks made by Wang Jinyang in the past. When he went to fetch Wang Jinyang, Yang Jian and others were discussing the martial artists among the college entrance examination candidates. Wang Jinyang had stated that these individuals possessed not only innate talent but also prestigious backgrounds. with nearly all of them having a fourth-grade martial artist backing them. Previously, Fang Ping did not comprehend the implications of this, but now it became clear to him. According to Huang Bin, to transcend into a martial artist, one must meet at least 3 conditions. Firstly, vitality and blood. Students admitted into martial science typically possess a minimum vitality of 110 calories. However, this does not equate to the standard of a martial artist. To become a martial artist, one's vitality must reach at least 150 calories. Naturally, a higher figure is preferable, but it should not exceed 200 calories, for otherwise, an individual lacking martial prowess would find excessive vitality detrimental. Secondly, bone strength. For an ordinary person to break through to martial artist status, their bone strength must be sufficient to withstand the explosive vitality that follows. Bone tempering cannot solely rely on medicinal supplements. It requires specialized techniques. This leads us to the third condition, techniques. A foundational technique typically possesses the capability to enhance both vitality and bone strength. Otherwise, relying solely on supplements, it becomes exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to elevate their vitality to 120 calories, let alone surpass 150 calories. Of course, cultivating techniques also necessitates a baseline. Generally, one must have a vitality of at least 110 calories to begin training. Otherwise, insufficient vitality can lead to detrimental health effects post-training. This is precisely why martial universities prioritize high vitality in their admissions criteria. However, techniques must not be disseminated lightly. Those below the 4th grade martial artist rank are prohibited from sharing techniques. Violating this rule constitutes a criminal offense. When Huang Bin addressed this matter, he exhibited a demeanor of understanding rather than resentment. Why is the dissemination of techniques restricted to 4th grade martial artists and above? It is not a limitation imposed on lower grade practitioners or ordinary individuals, but rather a measure of protection. When a prospective martial artist breaks through, the surge of vitality can be perilous. Without the guidance and supervision of a mid-grade martial artist, even a slight misstep could result in ruptured blood vessels, leading to catastrophic internal damage. In less severe cases, it could result in serious injury, and in the worst-case scenario, death. Martial arts training institutions and society also stipulate that only 4th grade martial artists and above may operate, further preventing the indiscriminate transmission of techniques. Without proper guidance and protection, the risks are immense. In previous years, restrictions on the dissemination of techniques were relatively lax. However, many ordinary individuals, in pursuit of martial artist status, took reckless risks, resulting in numerous fatalities each year. While some did succeed, they were but a minority. Among 100 individuals attempting to cultivate techniques, fewer than one could achieve breakthrough status without any guidance. The majority either hesitated to continue their training or suffered catastrophic consequences during the process. Moreover, many ordinary individuals do not meet the required standards of vitality and blood essence. If they attempt to cultivate prematurely, they risk injuring their foundational essence, a loss that cannot be remedied. In modern times, life remains of paramount importance, unlike in ancient eras. To avert such occurrences, the dissemination of martial arts techniques has been restricted. Only martial artists of the 4th rank and above possess the capability to oversee and suppress ordinary individuals during their breakthroughs. Consequently, the authorities have implemented a series of regulations, including the stipulation that the legal representative of a martial arts training class must be at least a 4th rank martial artist. When ordinary individuals aspire to break through to become martial artists, unless they lack the necessary conditions or are driven by necessity, they will invariably seek the protection of a 4th rank martial artist. The costs of martial arts training classes are exorbitant. The techniques themselves are not the primary focus, but rather the assurance of safety. Those enrolling in training classes are entitled to request the assistance of a 4th rank martial artist for protection during their breakthroughs. Should their attempts falter, these seasoned martial artists can help mitigate the explosive surge of vitality and blood essence in prospective martial artists. A similar situation prevails at the Martial Science University, where students can request the support of martial artists of 4th rank or higher during their breakthroughs. Vitality and blood essence, bone density, and martial techniques are the essential prerequisites. Additionally, resources such as vitality elixirs, bone refining pills, and organ protection potions are crucial. Those with better conditions prepare more, while those with lesser conditions prepare less. Thus, in families lacking a 4th rank martial artist, it is exceedingly rare for individuals to become martial artists before the college entrance examination, as the risks are too great. Even a 3rd rank martial artist cannot suppress the vitality of another during a failed breakthrough to prevent catastrophic consequences. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, So, without a fourth-rank martial artist present, ordinary individuals cannot become martial artists. Huang Bin was well aware of Fang Ping's thoughts. This sentiment was not unique to Fang Ping, who among ordinary people does not yearn to become a martial artist. Otherwise, there would not have been the infamous ban on the transmission of martial techniques in years past. The sheer number of such aspirations, combined with the scarcity of fourth-rank martial artists, has led many to take perilous risks, resulting in the prohibition of technique dissemination. If it were Huang Bin's own relatives or children, he would certainly clarify. Even if he were to break through to the third rank, he would be willing to incur costs to secure the assistance of a fourth-rank martial artist for protection. But who is Fang Ping? A nemesis who has devised traps against him. Thus, when Fang Ping inquired, Huang Bin quickly responded, "It is not strictly necessary to have a fourth-rank martial artist present, as long as the foundation is solid. The risks may exist, but they are not insurmountable. In the past, not everyone had the protection of a fourth-rank martial artist. Most seasoned martial artists relied on their own strength. If one can achieve a successful breakthrough in one attempt, then there is no inherent danger. Many prodigies do not require external protection, for they are capable of succeeding on their first try." After saying this, Huang Bin glanced at Fang Ping, clearly implying, "You are a genius. Do not fear, just break through, you will not perish." The youth, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, often believe themselves to be unique. It is essential to flatter the young. When you praise them, they feel elated, but when you belittle them, they become discontented, feeling underestimated. Huang Bin understood the mindset of these young individuals, having once been young himself in his youth. Huang Bin was equally confident, believing he could achieve a smooth breakthrough without guardianship. Yet, he failed to consider that even students at the martial university have a 50-50 chance of failure during their breakthroughs each year. Huang Bin himself nearly lost his life during a breakthrough at a martial arts training class, a memory that still haunts him. If Fang Ping wishes to take a chance, Huang Bin would wholeheartedly support his endeavor. The premise is contingent upon whether this fellow can survive until that time. Observing him inquiring about the circumstances of martial artists, Huang Bin secretly hoped that this lad would achieve a breakthrough soon. Death would be preferable. Unfortunately, this young man is not yet qualified. He lacks the opportunity to even contemplate a breakthrough. Fang Ping, who is not truly a mere 17 or 18 years old, certainly comprehends the intentions of this individual and internally scoffs at him. However, it must be said that Fang Ping harbors a semblance of that notion himself. He is uncertain if he qualifies as a genius, yet he possesses a unique advantage. In that sense, he could be deemed a genius, couldn't he? Nevertheless, he is still far from meeting the criteria for a martial artist breakthrough. So Fang Ping does not dwell on it. If he manages to enroll in martial university, with the protection of a mentor, there would be no need for him to take unnecessary risks. Contemplating these matters, Fang Ping inquired once more, "Do you possess any cultivation techniques?" "Indeed." Huang Bin replied succinctly, adding promptly, "Most low-tier martial artists primarily cultivate foundational techniques. The martial arts training classes and the fundamental techniques at martial university are largely similar. Even if there are discrepancies, they typically pertain to the order of refinement. The human skeletal structure is complex. Some techniques focus on refining the legs and feet first, while others prioritize the hands and arms. Ultimately, these differences are negligible, merely a matter of sequence. The refinement of bones is not an endeavor that yields immediate results. The transition from to a martial artist involves only a slight enhancement of the skeletal structure. Even low-tier martial artists, up to the third tier, are perpetually engaged in skeletal refinement. And what about your technique?" Fang Ping probed. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Huang Bin's eyes as he continued. "I have been studying foundational techniques for 20 years. They are ingrained in my memory, and I have no need to carry any manuals. The techniques reside within my mind, and should you release me, I can relay them to you immediately." Fang Ping believed him when he claimed not to carry a manual. If he did, Fang Ping would have discovered it long ago. However, should he be asked to transcribe these techniques, even if Huang Bin provided them, Fang Ping would still harbor doubts. He refrained from further questioning the matter of techniques. At present, he was preoccupied with how to deal with this individual. To kill him? As Huang Bin observed, the authorities in Yang City would inevitably uncover the truth, especially since this fellow was clearly evading capture. Moreover, despite Fang Ping's mature mindset, he had committed misdeeds, but he had never taken a life. Even if Huang Bin urged him to do so, Fang Ping would likely hesitate. Yet, sparing him was fraught with danger. This man was a second-tier martial artist and posed a significant threat. Thus, the only option was to deliver him to the police. The crux of the matter lay in Fang Ping's glance at the parcel before him. If he were to send the man away, would the police allow him to retain these possessions? That was a laughable notion. The value of these items amounted to several million, and some were irreplaceable, such as the bone refining pill and the vitality protection pill, items that Fang Ping currently had no means to purchase. How, then, should he handle Huang Bin? Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. This fellow was indeed a hot potato. Sending him away was a certainty, but the method of delivery was crucial. It could not simply be a matter of dropping him off at the police station, where he would likely end up with nothing. As an ordinary person, he had no leverage to negotiate with the authorities. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ping arrived at a rough decision. Ignoring Huang Bin's expectant expression, he searched for a while and retrieved the half-broken wooden stick he had discarded earlier. Upon seeing Fang Ping approach with the stick in hand, Huang Bin's expression darkened instantly, and he nervously exclaimed, What are you doing? You're too dangerous. It's better to be unconscious than awake. Don't come any closer. Don't shout. If someone hears you, your situation will be even worse. Huang Bin yearned to scream, to cry out in agony, yet the mere thought of attracting the attention of others stifled his voice. He dared not utter a sound, for he knew that if he did, Fang Ping would show him no mercy. Bang! The wooden stick struck his head once more, and at that moment, Huang Bin felt as though he wished for nothing more than death, almost longing to lose consciousness. Yet even if he feigned fainting, Fang Ping would not relent, delivering a series of blows, 5 or 6 in rapid succession. It was only when Huang Bin's groans became weak and feeble that Fang Ping finally ceased his assault. Muttering to himself, "What a hard head." Chapter 31. Seeking help a few minutes later, Fang Ping emerged from room 201. After securing the door, he held a black plastic bag in his hand. He had left behind the cash and military dagger, choosing instead to carry 6 bottles of precious elixirs. These potions were extraordinarily valuable, and Fang Ping could not bear the thought of leaving them behind, fearing that a thief might take them and leave him with no recourse for lamentation. As for Huang Bin, Fang Ping had once again silenced him, stuffing him beneath the bed. Upon exiting the community, Fang Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Though he had successfully brought the elixirs out, he pondered whether this constituted any increase in his wealth value. Was it that the conditions had not been met? Or did these tangible items not count towards wealth value, only cash being considered? It seemed unlikely to be an issue with cash, as he had just handled some earlier. After a moment of internal deliberation, Fang Ping speculated that the money and elixirs did not yet fully belong to him. If the situation were mishandled, it was uncertain whether these possessions would ultimately be his. The lack of an increase in wealth value did not cause Fang Ping undue concern for the time being. The pressing matter at hand was the resolution of the troublesome Huang Bin. He had successfully apprehended him, and according to the original plan, he could simply deliver him to the police station. However, Fang Ping was reluctant to do so without further consideration. Huang Bin was no mute. Should he divulge the details upon entering, everything Fang Ping had taken would be at risk. Currently, he felt ill-equipped to withstand the pressure from the police. After much contemplation, Fang Ping realized he would need to seek assistance, sharing the burden of pressure with another. At worst, they could split the spoils. If Fang Ping had the capability to manage the ensuing matters, his nature would naturally lead him to claim everything for himself. Yet at present, he lacked such capacity. The most prudent course of action was to concede some of his gains, as it was preferable to walking away empty-handed. Whom could he enlist to share this burden? The image of Wang Jinyang flashed through his mind. This was a last resort. It was not that he knew Wang Jinyang was pursuing Huang Bin, but rather that Wang Jinyang was the only martial artist he was acquainted with. Those who were not martial artists lacked the ability to withstand such pressure, including his parents, school teachers, and other acquaintances. Among all the people he knew, Wang Jinyang was the sole individual capable of preserving these assets. Moreover, Wang Jinyang was a student at Wuda, which added to his significance. Although Fang Ping had only interacted with him for a limited time, he could glean from their conversations that Wang Jinyang was not a particularly malicious individual. Even if the spoils were unevenly divided, it seemed unlikely that he would resort to eliminating Fang Ping for a share. As a Wuda student and a bona fide martial artist, he had a promising future. The probability of him jeopardizing his own life for a few million was minimal. The worst-case scenario would be that Wang Jinyang claimed all the benefits for himself. A more favorable outcome would see Wang Jinyang taking the lion's share, while still leaving Fang Ping with some measure of advantage. If it could be improved further, then it would align perfectly with Fang Ping's expectations. Everyone would share equally, which would be the most favorable outcome for him. Having thoroughly considered the circumstances and assured of his own safety, Fang Ping had resolved to take action. At this moment, the only thought occupying Fang Ping's mind was his own insignificance. If only he were a bit stronger, a martial artist, wouldn't he be able to seize the opportunity for himself? Capturing a fugitive and inadvertently causing their demise could be deemed self-defense. Would the authorities in Yangqing really pursue him? There are few martial artists in Yangqing, and they hold esteemed positions. Even if it were known that he had taken advantage of the situation, it would likely remain unspoken. But for now, he was merely an ordinary high school senior. Who would take him seriously? Whether Huang Bin was dead or taken to the police station, as long as any connection to Fang Ping was discovered, he could forget about gaining any significant advantage. At best, he might receive a small reward for acting heroically. However, compared to the several million in wealth, such a reward was paltry, and Fang Ping held it in disdain. More than 10 minutes later, around 11 a.m., at the first high school, the final class of the morning concluded. As Wu Zhihao stepped out of the classroom, he noticed Fang Ping, who had taken the morning off, waving to him from outside. Curious, Wu Zhihao approached and inquired, "Fang Ping, are you unwell? The homeroom teacher mentioned you were feeling ill this morning." "Not at all, just overexerted myself a bit. I'll be fine after a short rest." Fang Ping replied briefly before continuing. "When we picked up Brother Wang together earlier, you had his phone number, right? Do you still have it?" "Of course," Wu Zhihao exclaimed, as he had retained the number provided by the school for convenience during their earlier pickup. After all, Brother Wang was a martial artist, and it wasn't every day one had the opportunity to obtain such a contact. "That's great. Would you mind lending me your phone for a moment?" Wu Zhihao hesitated, uncertain. "You're not planning to call Brother Wang, are you?" "Yes, I need to ask him for a favor." Wu Zhihao was taken aback, then quickly urged, "Fang Ping, remember, Brother Wang is a martial artist. While he has been relatively courteous to us, this might seem rather out of the blue." Fang Ping understood his concern and chuckled, "Don't worry. It's nothing but good news if you're worried. Just give me the number, and I'll step outside to make the call myself." Wu Zhihao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately pulled out his phone and handed it to Fang Ping, saying, "Go ahead, but make sure you say some polite words. If Brother Wang declines to help, please don't take it personally. Just be careful not to offend him. Am I that foolish?" Fang Ping laughed as he accepted the phone and quickly scrolled through the contacts. Upon finding the entry for Brother Wang Jinyang, he promptly dialed the number. Tangshan, the entrance to Yangqing. After entering the mountains on the afternoon of the 9th, Wang Jinyang spent the entire day traversing the mountainous terrain. And by the evening of the 10th, he had practically scoured all the ranges within Yangqing. The result was as one might expect, utterly fruitless. Considering he needed to return to school, Wang Jinyang, though somewhat disappointed, had no choice but to exit the mountains. Having just emerged from Tangshan, Wang Jinyang appeared somewhat fatigued and dejected. This endeavor had consumed 3 days of his time, and aside from minor gains at first high school, the major prize had eluded him. The 500,000 reward remained unattained, and gathering resources would likely take him a considerable amount of time. By the end of this semester, it seemed unlikely that he would break through to the 3rd rank. Exhaling a sigh of frustration, Wang Jinyang was not one to be overly concerned about losses or gains. At worst, he could simply seek out another task. With his backpack in hand, he decided to return home briefly before taking a bus back to school that evening. As he approached the roadside at the mountain entrance, his phone began to vibrate within his bag. This phone was seldom used, and during this recent excursion to apprehend a fugitive, Wang Jinyang had tossed it into his backpack. The faint vibration was hardly noticeable. Had he not been a martial artist, he might not have felt it at all. If he were still in the mountains, he would likely have ignored the call, knowing that those who had this number were not of significant importance. However, with nothing else on his agenda at the moment, he opened his bag and retrieved the phone. Glimpsing at the number, he recognized it as a local Yangqing number, unsure whether it was someone from the school or perhaps a local business owner seeking his attention. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Jinyang decided to answer the call. "Brother Wang." Upon the connection, hearing the voice on the other end caused Wang Jinyang to raise an eyebrow. He was not so forgetful. It had only been 2 or 3 days, and despite the distortion in the call, he could easily identify the caller. It was that fortunate junior whose vitality had surged unexpectedly. "It's me, Fang Ping, junior brother," came the straightforward reply. "Brother Wang, I have a favor to ask, if it's convenient. Could you return to Yangqing for a moment?" Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow slightly, not revealing that he was indeed still in Yangqing. and replied with a casual smile, "I wonder what matter brings you to seek me out." "Junior brother Fang, if it's convenient, you may share it over the phone. This situation is rather complicated, and honestly, I'm unsure if reaching out to you will be of any help. However, you are the only martial artist I know personally. It's difficult to discuss the specifics over the phone, but essentially, I've encountered an individual suspected of being a fugitive and inadvertently, I've injured him. Now, I find myself in a bit of a predicament. I'm uncertain whether I should hand him over to the authorities. I'm also concerned about any repercussions since I'm about to take my college entrance exams, and missing them would be catastrophic." Fang Ping succinctly conveyed the situation without divulging too much detail, clearly seeking assistance. This was also a subtle test for Fang Ping, gauging Wang Jinyang's character and whether he possessed the capability to resolve any ensuing complications. As Fang Ping concluded his explanation, Wang Jinyang felt a sudden tension in his brow. He had become particularly sensitive to the term fugitive. On a fleeting moment, he thought of Huang Bin. Yet, after some consideration, he dismissed the idea. Huang Bin was a peak second-tier martial artist, and even Wang Jinyang himself would exercise caution in such an encounter. The fact that Fang Ping had injured this individual led Wang Jinyang to instinctively rule out Huang Bin. Were he in Jiangxing and back at Nanjing Martial University, Wang Jinyang would have been unlikely to intervene, as he and Fang Ping were not particularly well acquainted. However, being present in Yangqing with Fang Ping possessing considerable vitality and promising prospects in martial studies, it could indeed be advantageous for him to lend a helping hand. If all went well, Fang Ping might very well gain admission to Nanjing Martial University this year. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Jinyang readily responded, "I believe I have a general understanding of the situation. Let us do this. Since I am currently in Yangqing, find a suitable place where we can discuss the details. If it's not too troublesome, I can make a few inquiries on your behalf." He also needed to pay a visit to the investigation bureau, as even though they had not apprehended anyone, it was still prudent to report in. If Fang Ping's matter is not of great significance, it would be appropriate to inform that rotund individual, considering that if he were to speak up, what harm would befall an escaped convict? However, should the situation prove to be somewhat troublesome, Wang Jinyang would likely refrain from becoming overly involved. After all, he and Fang Ping are not particularly familiar with one another. Merely extending a greeting would suffice as a gesture of goodwill. At the stairwell, Fang Ping hung up the phone, a faint smile gracing his features. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that Wang Jinyang was still in Yangqing, which certainly made things more convenient. Furthermore, he had not mentioned anything regarding wealth, simply requesting a favor, and to his astonishment, Wang Jinyang had readily agreed. In that moment, Fang Ping felt a significant sense of relief. Given Wang Jinyang's character, even if he were to take the lion's share, he would still ensure Fang Ping received a taste of the benefits. Perhaps this was the best outcome achievable at present. Still, a sense of reluctance lingered. With a quiet murmur, Fang Ping shook his head. It was an unavoidable circumstance. The consequences of selfishly hoarding the benefits at this juncture would be dire. Contemplating this, Fang Ping clenched his teeth in determination. He must excel in the martial arts examination this time. Otherwise, such situations might recur in the future. Chapter 32. You're not joking, are you? 1:20 p.m. In a bubble tea shop near Yizhong. Fang Ping had initially sought a CAF, yet at this hour in Yangqing, where the economy was rather lackluster, he had scoured the vicinity without spotting a single CAF. Considering his status as a student, Fang Ping ultimately opted for the bubble tea establishment. He had already been waiting there for nearly half an hour. After finishing another glass of orange juice, he raised his gaze to the entrance and suddenly stood, calling out, "Brother Wang, over here." Outside the door, Wang Jinyang smiled as he stepped towards Fang Ping. The latter hurriedly rose to greet him, ordering a glass of lemon juice from the barista before inviting Wang Jinyang to sit down. Wang Jinyang observed with a hint of amusement. His junior was certainly more mature than the average high school student. Once seated, Fang Ping wasted no time and spoke first. "Brother Wang, I must admit, I was quite surprised that you could make it today. When I called, I only hoped to test the waters, never expecting you would actually come." Wang Jinyang did not rush to respond. He waited for the server to bring the lemon juice before saying with a smile, "I happened to be in Yangqing, so it was merely a matter of convenience. Furthermore, please don't take it amiss. To be frank, if the matter is straightforward, I can lend a hand. However, if complications arise, I fear I may not be of much assistance." "That is only natural," Fang Ping nodded, acknowledging the reality. After all, he was not a close friend of Wang Jinyang. Their acquaintance was but a fleeting one. Without further preamble, Fang Ping addressed the matter directly. Brother Wang, I'll be frank. What I mentioned over the phone wasn't entirely fabricated. However, the situation is considerably more intricate than I initially indicated. The individual I injured, if it were merely a matter of simple harm, I would have contacted the police directly. The subsequent issues, I believe, are not insurmountable, especially since he is a villain and I have apprehended him. The police should reward me for that. Wang Jinyang nodded slightly, taking a sip of his lemon juice, and smiled softly. Please continue. The crux of the matter does not lie there. Rather, that individual is no ordinary foe. He is akin to someone of your caliber, Brother Wang. Wang Jinyang's heart skipped a beat. He remained silent, instead raising his gaze to Fang Ping, urging him to elaborate. That fellow was subdued by me. He sustained some injuries and is now hidden away in a secret location. I stumbled upon a plethora of valuable items at the scene, far exceeding my expectations. I do not wish to be evasive with Brother Wang. I am tempted to keep some for myself, yet I fear the complications that may arise. The primary reason for summoning Brother Wang is this very matter. Wang Jinyang's eyes flickered. This junior of his displayed far more audacity than he had anticipated. Among his peers, they must be speaking of martial artist. He had apprehended a martial artist, and rather than turning him over to the authorities, he was contemplating keeping the spoils for himself, worried about safeguarding these treasures. Wang Jinyang pondered momentarily, grasping the essence of Fang Ping's intentions. Fang Ping wished to claim the bounty for himself while fearing the aftermath, thus seeking to use Wang Jinyang as a scapegoat. This was not an unfeasible plan. However, it hinged upon the magnitude of the benefits involved. Lightly tapping the table, Wang Jinyang was not the kind of antiquated individual resistant to change. After a brief contemplation, he spoke softly. I will refrain from inquiring how you subdued him for now. Allow me to ask a few critical questions. First, are you certain he belongs to our kind? Second, can you affirm he is a nefarious character? Third, what is the estimated value? Fourth, how do you propose to divide the spoils? Should the haul prove insufficient, Wang Jinyang had no intention of becoming embroiled in this affair. If the individual in question were a good person, that would constitute a crime, and even if he refrained from reporting Fang Ping to the authorities, he would not conspire with him in wrongdoing. For the sake of a trifling sum, he would not risk legal repercussions, as it simply was not worth it. Thus, these matters required clarity. Confirming that the individual was indeed of his kind, Fang Ping continued. I cannot assert with absolute certainty that he is a villain, but there is a 90% probability he is, given that he is still alive, and urged me not to turn him over to the police as for the value. Fang Ping extended his hand. 500,000. Wang Jinyang lowered his voice, never having contemplated such a meager sum as a martial artist. If Fang Ping sought only that amount, it would render him a full 10 times that. Cough. Wang Jinyang was somewhat shaken. 5 million was indeed a substantial fortune, even for him. Yet, as he considered the implications, his countenance shifted. A martial artist possessing such wealth was not unheard of. It was conceivable that martial artists in Yang City might have amassed similar fortunes. The crux of the matter lay in Fang Ping's earlier assertion that the individual was an escaped convict. Suddenly, thoughts he had previously dismissed surged back into his mind. There were not that many criminal martial artists in Yang City. While martial artists were not uncommon, the city was not large enough for such coincidences. A middle-aged man, just over 40, standing around 175 centimeters tall, appeared somewhat honest and simple-minded. This was Wang Jinyang's description. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping's expression shifted slightly as he nodded and replied, Indeed, Brother Wang, do you recognize him? Wang Jinyang was momentarily taken aback. Who on earth had this lad captured? You must be jesting. He was injured beforehand? No, you cannot be serious. Wang Jinyang blurted out. If Fang Ping was not lying, then the individual in question was Huang Bin, a pinnacle second-tier martial artist, perhaps even on the verge of breaking into the third tier. How could such a formidable figure be apprehended by a mere high school student? If he had been heavily injured and Fang Ping had seized the opportunity, Wang Jinyang could believe it. However, a fully unscathed top-tier martial artist being captured by Fang Ping. Seeing his astonishment, Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. It was all a fortuitous accident. Before he could finish his words, Wang Jinyang suddenly rose to his feet. His gaze sharp as he declared, Let us go. We shall converse as we walk. Lead me there. He refrained from further inquiries, knowing that upon encountering the real person, he would discern the truth of the matter. As for the division of spoils, that could wait until they assessed the situation. Very well. Fang Ping was not one to dither. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Along the way, Wang Jinyang posed several questions, quickly confirming that the individual in question was indeed Huang Bin. Even though Fang Ping had recounted how he had subdued this adversary, Wang Jinyang still found it hard to believe. A pinnacle second-tier martial artist had so easily fallen. With just a few bottles of sedative and a mere few hundred yuan in expenses, he had brought down a second-tier peak warrior. Huang Bin truly deserved to meet his demise. Reflecting on his own abilities, he realized that he was not much different from Huang Bin. Did this not imply that, had he been in Huang Bin's position, he too could have been ensnared by Fang Ping's cunning? Merely contemplating this sent a chill down Wang Jinyang's spine. As he regarded Fang Ping, he noticed a rather unsettling expression upon his face. Should this incident become public knowledge, Huang Bin would undoubtedly become a laughingstock within the martial arts community. Meanwhile, even if Fang Ping did not ascend to the status of a martial artist, he would surely gain notoriety in select circles. After a brief interval, the two arrived at the Jinghu Garden Complex, room 201. Observing Fang Ping drag Huang Bin from beneath the bed like a lifeless dog, Wang Jinyang's eyes twitched uncontrollably. It was indeed Huang Bin. Even with his bloodied visage, Wang Jinyang recognized him from the photographs he had seen. A pinnacle second-tier martial artist had truly succumbed to Fang Ping's hands. Not rushing to examine Huang Bin, Wang Jinyang turned his gaze to Fang Ping, his tone laden with complexities as he remarked for the first time, "Fang Ping, in my life, I have seldom admired anyone, but you are one of them. Impressive." Beyond that singular word, he found himself at a loss to articulate his feelings. Here was a pinnacle second-tier warrior, reduced to a battered state by an ordinary individual. With talents like Fang Ping's, what was the purpose of their martial training? Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. "This is quite unexpected, Brother Wang. You know this fellow? He is a villain, correct?" "Indeed, a fugitive." Wang Jinyang did not conceal the truth, offering a wry smile as he continued, "He is a fugitive with 3 lives on his hands, and not just any lives. The 3 individuals who met their end at his hands included 2 first-tier and 1 second-tier martial artists. If those 3 were to learn that their nemesis had been brought low by you, they would surely be unable to rest in peace." As he spoke, Fang Ping had yet to respond, but Huang Bin, lying on the ground, began to thrash violently. In that moment, Huang Bin's eyes glared at Fang Ping with an intensity that radiated menace. He understood that he was in grave trouble. The person who could recount his deeds, someone whose vigor surpassed even his own, could not possibly be anything but a martial artist. To fall into Fang Ping's grasp, rather than that of another martial artist, was an entirely different predicament. This time, he had truly stumbled into a dire situation. As Huang Bin struggled, just moments ago amicable, Wang Jinyang suddenly delivered a side kick. Fang Ping barely registered the movement before he witnessed Huang Bin being propelled far away by the force of the blow. Wang Jinyang's gaze remained calm as he regarded Huang Bin, speaking coolly, "I initially came here for you. I have pursued you across Tsongshan for several days, only to discover you hiding here. Fate plays its hand, and though you evaded me, you have now fallen into this predicament." As Huang Bin's once bloodshot eyes began to dim, he realized the gravity of his situation. Wang Jinyang was not mistaken. Falling into Fang Ping's hands is indeed less favorable than falling into his own. Wang Jinyang uttered a remark and then turned his attention to Fang Ping, inquiring, what items did he bring? Blood chi pills, chi blood elixirs, as well as a bone refining pill and a protecting organs pill. Fang Ping disclosed, omitting their grades. In truth, even without that information, Wang Jinyang could surmise their value, particularly since Fang Ping had previously mentioned their worth and Huang Bin was preparing to break through to the 3rd rank. Wang Jinyang did not rush to speak. Instead, he contemplated the distribution of spoils. At that moment, Fang Ping added, "He might still have some items on him, but I didn't dare to search him." He was not out of fear, but rather because he had forgotten while the other was unconscious. Afterward, he was reluctant to release the fellow, thus rendering a search impossible. Wang Jinyang's eyes suddenly brightened, and his breath quickened slightly as he asked, "Before you took him down, he should have had no defenses, right?" This inquiry was somewhat redundant. Had there been any defenses, it would have been Fang Ping who lay defeated. Nevertheless, Wang Jinyang was indeed somewhat excited, for Huang Bin had been preparing to break through to the 3rd rank for quite some time. Achieving this breakthrough required not only elixirs but also other essential items. These would be of the utmost value. He had not considered these aspects earlier, as someone like Huang Bin would never leave anything for his opponent when faced with a life-or-death situation. However, this time, Fang Ping had caught him off guard. Huang Bin might not destroy these items. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have been able to acquire the elixirs. Without waiting for Fang Ping to respond, Wang Jinyang strode towards Huang Bin. Fang Ping hesitated to search him or loosen his bindings. He possessed no such reservations. Chapter 33. Division of spoils concluded a few minutes later. Huang Bin was freed from his restraints but lay motionless on the ground, only the slight rise and fall of his chest indicating he was still alive. Wang Jinyang extracted an object resembling jade from him and promptly stashed it away. Rising, he approached Fang Ping and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "You have no use for the second-grade bone refining pill and protecting organs pill. I will give you a first-grade bone refining pill and protecting organs pill, which you can utilize during your breakthrough as a martial artist, of course. The value differs significantly." Wang Jinyang observed him for a while, then added, "I can also compensate you with 1 million in cash." The market value of the second-grade bone refining pill and protecting organs pill combined is 3 million. In contrast, the first-grade equivalents amount to approximately 110,000, meaning Wang Jinyang would be taking resources valued at 190,000 while compensating Fang Ping with 1 million, effectively acquiring less than 100,000 in resources. However, with Huang Bin in his possession, he could still exchange him for an additional 50,000 in bounty.as for whether the Yangqing Investigation Bureau would demand these spoils from him. Wang Jinyang had not given it a thought, nor did Huang Bin have the opportunity to voice any objections. Naturally, Wang Jinyang did not mention the object he had just taken. Upon hearing those words, Fang Ping refrained from bringing up that item and quickly replied, "No need, Brother Wang, if that's the case. You would be taking away far less than I." Wang Jinyang regarded him intently for a moment before saying, "You are a clever individual. We will undoubtedly have further dealings in the future. I wish to clarify some matters today to prevent any animosity between us down the line. The elixirs, while undoubtedly valuable, are within my means to procure. I stand on the brink of a breakthrough, and I can gather the necessary elixirs myself. However, I still lack one crucial item, which comes at a steep price, beyond my current reach. What I just acquired is precisely that item, though it is of no use to you at this moment. Furthermore, the second-tier elixirs are also beyond your current capabilities, and parting with them might attract unwarranted attention, making them ideal for my needs. Rest assured, once I achieve my breakthrough, gathering resources will become significantly easier. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Speaking candidly, if you agree, you need not concern yourself with the matters regarding Huang Bin. I shall handle them." Fang Ping is actually well prepared, feigning ignorance for now. Yet, Wang Jinyang has stated his position clearly. Fang Ping, no longer evasive, nodded and said, "I shall refrain from being coy. Without Brother Wang's assistance, I doubt I could obtain anything." Ha ha ha, that is hardly the case. Even the most miserly of Yang City would still offer a reward of at least 100,000 or 80,000. However, drawing too much attention might not be advantageous. Fang Ping acquiesced, and Wang Jinyang smiled with delight. Even if he were to hoard everything for himself, Fang Ping would be powerless to stop him. Yet, this fellow, a mere high school student, managed to bring down a peak second-tier martial artist, truly a formidable character. With robust vitality and audacious spirit, his chances of being admitted to the Martial Arts Academy are quite high. This time, for the sake of a few million, should he choose to monopolize these resources, he would likely forge a bitter enmity with Fang Ping. Once he breaks through to the third tier, a few million would hardly be a significant sum. Is it truly worth antagonizing a fierce opponent over such a trivial amount? Moreover, he has obtained everything he desired, surpassing even his own expectations. Noticing Wang Jinyang's joyful countenance, Fang Ping contemplated and added, "Brother Wang, I shall forego the 1 million. Instead, I desire a foundational cultivation technique." "A technique?" Wang Jinyang raised an eyebrow, then nodded. "Foundational techniques are not particularly valuable. Every student at Wu University receives one upon enrollment. Although dissemination is prohibited, if the knowledge were to leak, it would matter little. Now that you possess elixirs, wealth, and a technique, you are well prepared for your future breakthroughs as a martial artist, and there is no harm in that. However, I must caution you. Without proper guidance, reckless cultivation can lead to dire consequences. Of course, should you have any questions, feel free to call me. But I must inform you that I will be preoccupied with my own breakthrough soon, and may not have ample time to assist you." Having issued his warnings, Wang Jinyang ceased further discussion. Fang Ping was no fool. Even a fool could not take down Huang Bin, and he conveyed his understanding succinctly. I will transfer the 1 million to you later. Cash or bank transfer will suffice. I do not have the cultivation manual on me at the moment, but I will send it to you once I return to Jiang City. Before Wang Jinyang could finish, Fang Ping produced 2 vials containing second-tier bone refining pills and protecting organs pills, presenting them to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang accepted them without hesitation, opening the vials to reveal a glimmer of delight in his eyes. With the elixirs secured and the essential item now in hand, he felt fully prepared, waiting only for the moment of breakthrough. Upon returning to school, he would apply for additional resources, ensuring that his preparations would be even more robust than before. Originally, he had harbored some doubts about breaking through to the 3rd tier, but now he felt a surge of confidence a year to attain the 3rd tier. With this thought, Wang Jinyang's eyes sparkled with determination. In the entirety of Nanjiangwu University, including those seniors in their 4th year, how many could possibly suppress his burgeoning strength? Upon receiving the elixir handed to him by Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang retrieved 2 pills from his own bag and offered them to Fang Ping, 1 grade 1 bone refining pill and 1 grade 1 vitality protecting pill. Having settled their terms, Wang Jinyang approached Huang Bin, observing him for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Fang Ping and said, "You may leave now. I shall deal with this fellow later tonight." Fang Ping hesitated slightly before whispering, "He won't have the opportunity to speak here in Yangsheng." Huang Bin, who had just begun to awaken from his stupor, immediately struggled to rise upon hearing this. Wang Jinyang disregarded him entirely, his right fist clenched, and with a sudden force, he struck Huang Bin on the head, stating flatly, "Murder, resisting arrest, shot dead on the scene." A chill coursed through Fang Ping's heart as he nodded slightly, avoiding any glance at Huang Bin, indifferent to whether he lived or died, and proceeded to the door with the package he had previously left behind. Just as he was about to exit, Wang Jinyang abruptly remarked, "Once the martial arts examination concludes, even if you achieve scores surpassing those of the prestigious Nanjiang Martial University, it is advisable to still apply to Nanjiang Martial University unless you qualify for one of the 2 top academies. This year I shall make a breakthrough, and by next semester, I will vie for the position of president of the Martial Arts Society. Superintendent Zhang will also make a breakthrough, increasing the school's training resources, and I shall extend you a certain degree of consideration." Fang Ping nodded once more. Wang Jinyang was formidable, at least unafraid of Huang Bin. According to Fang Ping's assessment, this time Wang Jinyang would likely break through to the 3rd rank. A 3rd-rank martial artist would not be weak among students. Having such an acquaintance to look after him was indeed preferable to applying to other martial universities. As for the 2 top academies, Fang Ping had not entertained such thoughts. They were far too difficult. Even if he exerted himself in the days to come, the likelihood of acceptance remained slim, unless he managed to become a martial artist before the examination. Slight deficiencies in his academic performance could be overlooked. Yet, with only a little over 20 days remaining, Fang Ping did not believe he could achieve a breakthrough. "Thank you. I expect to see you at Nanjiang Martial University next semester, Brother Wang." "Good. I shall await your arrival." Outside the door, Fang Ping suppressed his other thoughts, no longer dwelling on Huang Bin's fate. That fellow was as good as dead as for whether he deserved to die or if he should feel guilty. Fang Ping chose not to ponder. Wang Jinyang's earlier words had illuminated certain truths for him. Martial artists were in a fierce competition, contending for status, resources, and the pursuit of strength. Wang Jinyang, in his quest for benefits, showed no hesitation, never considering giving Huang Bin a chance to speak. As for the authorities, they would come to reclaim what Fang Ping had seized. But if Wang Jinyang consumed it, without tangible evidence or witnesses, it would simply vanish without a trace. Who would raise a fuss over it? This disparity stemmed from the differences in strength and status. Without power or standing, one clearly lacked a voice. Shaking his head, Fang Ping cast aside these thoughts and began to calculate his gains from this encounter. 18 blood chi pills, 8 ordinary vitality pills, 3 grade 1 vitality pills, 1 grade 1 bone refining pill, and 1 vitality protecting pill. Additionally, Wang Bin had over 200,000 in cash. Wang Jinyang would soon transfer 1 million to him, along with a martial arts manual. The market value of the elixirs totaled an astounding 340,000, with cash amounting to 1,200,000. Even without accounting for the manual, Fang Ping's gains this time amounted to an impressive 4,500,000. Gold belts for murder and arson, Fang Ping murmured, astonished that he had acquired such wealth without having taken a life. Yet, These are not all the gains that Fang Ping has acquired. Just moments ago, Fang Ping noticed a fluctuation in his wealth status. Wealth, 2, 403, 800, vitality, 1.2, spirit, 1.1. Such a peculiar wealth value, even without accounting for the 1 million yet to be transferred from Wang Jinyang. According to Fang Ping's calculations, it should be approximately around 3.5 million. However, now it appears to have diminished by 1.1 million. Fang Ping surmised that the system likely computes a relative value. These elixirs, while market priced at just over 3.3 million, do not necessarily equate to their actual worth. Until Fang Ping liquidates them into cash, their value remains uncertain. Similar to Wang Jinyang and his companions, purchasing within the confines of the academy yields significantly lower prices. Conversely, social martial artists acquire them through other avenues at a much steeper cost. Hence, the system's calculation reflects a relatively true value rather than mere market price, indicating that the elixir's worth has been reduced by a third. If one were to calculate in this manner, it would indeed be quite accurate. It is as if mass-produced items are masquerading as intelligent products. What a disappointment! Fang Ping muttered under his breath, yet a smile crept upon his face. With a wealth value of 2.4 million, and if one were to add Wang Jinyang's imminent transfer of 1 million, Fang Ping himself could hardly fathom accumulating such wealth in such a brief period. This windfall truly exceeded all his expectations. Chapter 34. Data conversion. Fang Ping was reveling in his newfound fortune when, suddenly, his expression shifted, and he hurriedly grabbed his bag, making his way home. Room 101. Inside the small chamber, Fang Ping's countenance darkened, and inwardly he cursed. I knew you were unreliable, and indeed you are. Surely you haven't been tempted by wealth and absconded with my fortune? Just moments ago, in the throes of excitement, the 3 lines of data in his view abruptly vanished. It was as sudden as a power outage. Nothing was visible. This wretched system, having failed to provide a manual, had already led Fang Ping to suspect something amiss. It felt like a mass-produced item. Now, after arduously amassing over 2 million in wealth, before he could even savor the moment, it had vanished. If this isn't an act of greed, what could it possibly be? Fang Ping cursed internally yet refused to concede defeat, widening his eyes and fixating on the seemingly black void. Just as tears welled in his eyes from straining to see, the dark panel suddenly flickered. Soon enough, the 3 lines of data re-emerged slowly. Fang Ping exhaled in relief, rubbing his eyes, and grumbled. Why the hell can't you just upgrade without scaring me? To simply disappear without a word. Are you trying to intimidate me? His dissatisfaction with this faulty system grew increasingly palpable. No manual, no consistency, appearing and vanishing at will. What did they think he was? Grumbling aside, Fang Ping remained focused on the newly revealed lines of data. Wealth, 2, 403, 800, vitality, 121, spirit, 110. The changes were minimal, merely reflecting a data conversion. A small vitality gauge had transformed into a large vitality chamber. Fang Ping contemplated the implications of such changes, pondering their potential benefits. At the very least, it spared him the cost of hospital visits. This upgrade was presumably triggered by his wealth reaching a certain threshold. Transitioning from a rudimentary version to a more precise one. Soon, Fang Ping contemplated the possibility of a second effect. The previous enhancements were based on a foundation of 0-1, where 10,000 wealth points augmented his vitality by 10 cards. Now, could it be possible to increase it by 1 card with just 1,000 wealth points? After some reflection, Fang Ping decided it was worth it. No longer hesitating. He was now affluent and indifferent to the expenditure of 1,000 wealth points. He pondered the prospect of enhancing his vitality by 1 card. Before long, the data before him began to change. Wealth, 2, 402, 800, vitality, 122 cards, spirit, 110 hertz. Indeed, a surge of joy filled Fang Ping's heart. It was truly feasible. The reconfigured data was not merely a matter of eliminating the costs associated with vitality checks, but rather it enabled Fang Ping to gain a more intuitive understanding of his bodily condition. Previously, each enhancement was in increments of 10 cards. Last time, he nearly failed to meet the requirements, enduring excruciating pain. This was due to the excessive increase, which left his body struggling to keep pace. Now, with the enhancement of just 1 card, Fang Ping felt a milder response, allowing him to more effectively manage his body and avoid the risk of ruptured blood vessels. Beyond this, he soon realized another significant advantage. It could effectively prevent his secrets from being discovered. An increase of 10 cards would be readily noticeable to martial artists like Wang Jinyang. Previously, Fang Ping had to concoct excuses to cover up his progress. However, if he limited himself to an enhancement of just 1 or 2 cards, the difference would be too subtle for Wang Jinyang to detect. Fortunately, Fang Ping did not yet have many martial artists around him, with only Wang Jinyang currently in the picture. But once he entered the martial university, he would be surrounded by numerous martial artists. It would be quite normal for someone to notice an unusual increase of 10 cards in vitality after just one night of absence. If this increase were spread out over a week or 10 days, the likelihood of detection would diminish significantly. Having come to this realization, Fang Ping was greatly pleased. This upgrade had proven to be quite effective, even providing specific units of measurement. This was encouraging and seemed reliable. He silently praised the system, yet could not help but mutter a few curses. It was indeed a mercenary entity. When he was devoid of wealth, there was not even a manual provided, forcing him to rely solely on his own exploration. Yet now, with his wealth points increasing, even the precise units were revealed. How superficial! As the data reappeared, Fang Ping refrained from hastily enhancing his spirit power. Wang Jinyang was still upstairs, and if he were to enhance his abilities and exhibit any anomalies, he would easily attract suspicion. He resolved to wait until Wang Jinyang departed before utilizing his points. Considering that Wang Jinyang was upstairs and there was another unwelcome presence above him, Fang Ping felt a twinge of unease. Not lingering in the house any longer, he hid the cash, took the pills with him, and set off for school with his backpack. As he walked, Fang Ping contemplated whether he should purchase a house, or at least consider renting. His current living space felt too cramped. His parents were generally respectful of his privacy and rarely rummaged through his room. However, the unreliable Fang Yuan was excessively curious, often intruding into his space to search for snacks, comic books, or anything entertaining. In short, that girl seemed to find everything intriguing. Currently in his room, along with the 20,000 provided by his parents, he had amassed over 220,000 in cash. Although he had concealed it, 200,000 was not merely a single piece of paper, and if that girl happened to discover it, the consequences could be troublesome. Turning back, I need to get a bank card, Fang Ping muttered. Considering that Wang Jinyang's 1 million had yet to be transferred, it would be prudent to obtain the card sooner rather than later, lest this fellow retreat into seclusion and forget about the matter. Following this, he focused on refining his skills and improving his physique. However, his own home was not suitable for such endeavors, as he could not consistently exercise in the yard. When he had no money, Fang Ping never contemplated this. Now that he was financially secure, it became imperative to secure a secret hideaway for himself. Whether to rent or purchase a property, he resolved to keep this in mind and plan to explore options this upcoming Sunday. After a long afternoon at school, Fang Ping hurried home the moment classes ended. A sense of unease washed over him. He was anxious about the cash hidden at home, fearing it might be discovered by Fang Yuan. Upon arriving at the entrance of his building, Fang Ping's complexion turned ashen. It seemed that something worse than Fang Yuan stumbling upon the money had transpired. In the corridor, at his doorstep, stood an unexpected visitor, Wang Jinyang. Although Wang Jinyang had mentioned he would leave in the evening, Fang Ping had assumed this fellow would remain indoors during the day. To his astonishment, there he was, swaggering out with confidence. If it were just Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping might have been indifferent. However, he was taken aback to find Wang Jinyang engaged in conversation with Fang Yuan. Fang Ping's heart raced, and he rushed over. Wang Jinyang, noticing him, smiled and nodded. Fang Yuan's face lit up with joy upon seeing Fang Ping, exclaiming, "Fang Ping, you're back? What is going on here?" Fang Ping inquired. "Isn't it a coincidence? I ran into Senior Wang." Fang Yuan chirped excitedly, then added with curiosity, "Don't you know him?" Fang Ping's expression turned sour. Of course, he recognized him. The real issue was how these two ended up chatting together. Moreover, why was that scoundrel Wang Jinyang not dutifully guarding the corpse? Fang Yuan, unable to contain her excitement and disregarding Fang Ping's confusion, continued, "When I returned just now, I encountered Senior Wang outside. I had no idea he had relatives living nearby. If it weren't for my classmate showing off a signed photo of Senior Wang yesterday, I wouldn't have recognized him. I previously lamented never having met Senior Wang, and lo and behold, I encountered him today. Fang Ping, you previously deceived me into thinking Senior Wang had left." Fang Ping's face grew even more pallid, not for any other reason, but because he had spun what he believed to be a flawless lie. He had assumed that his family would no longer have any dealings with Wang Jinyang, hence claiming that Wang Jinyang was merely selling him pills. If his sister brought this up, it would expose the ruse. However, judging by Fang Yuan's exuberant demeanor, it seemed she had not yet had the chance to mention it. Fang Ping hastily interjected, "Don't disturb Brother Wang. He's busy. You go inside first." Fang Yuan's previously cheerful expression immediately soured as she mumbled, "No, Senior Wang hasn't said he was busy. Go back and don't embarrass me in front of your brother." Fang Ping admonished, then forced a smile at Wang Jinyang, saying, "My sister insisted on getting your autograph last time, even suggesting signing hundreds of them to make some money." At this moment, Fang Ping could only divert the conversation. Wang Jinyang chuckled at this remark. Fang Yuan glared at Fang Ping with gritted teeth, thinking what a scoundrel he was. She had initially intended to ask Wang Jinyang for his autograph, but now, embarrassed by her brother's words, she hurriedly shook her head at Wang Jinyang. Without further ado, she opened the door and swiftly retreated inside, declaring, "You all continue your conversation. I'm off to do my homework." The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, clearly indicating her annoyance at Fang Ping's interruption. Fang Ping was left in a state of bemusement, unable to suppress his curiosity towards Wang Jinyang. What was this guy doing out during the day? As if reading his thoughts, Wang Jinyang chuckled, "No need to be anxious, I'm not a villain. If it weren't for the fear of causing panic by being seen in broad daylight, I could stroll out with ease." Fang Ping managed a dry smile but remained silent. Wang Jinyang, in a rare moment of explanation, added, "I didn't bring a luggage bag, which makes things inconvenient. I just stepped out to buy one and grabbed some fast food while I was at it." With that, he raised the takeout in his hand. The mention of the luggage bag was obvious to Fang Ping, but the mention of fast food sent a chill down his spine. Was this guy out of his mind? He might as well have eaten outside instead of bringing food back, especially considering there was a corpse upstairs. The thought of Wang Jinyang eating while admiring Huang Bin's lifeless body struck Fang Ping as somewhat deranged. Wang Jinyang, however, seemed oblivious to this notion, chuckling, "I happened to run into your sister on the way. She's quite an amusing little girl. Don't even think about making a move on my sister," Fang Ping blurted out. Wang Jinyang paused for a moment, then a smirk crept onto his face. "Are you a sister complex kind of guy?" he teased. "Certainly," Fang Ping thought, exasperated. There were countless beauties at Wu University, even from other schools. With beautiful mentors, class flowers, and affluent heiresses, when had Wang Jinyang stooped to pursuing a little girl? Just moments ago, Fang Yuan had recognized him and had chattered away in a familiar manner, which Wang Jinyang found amusing. Since they were heading in the same direction, he hadn't made any effort to avoid her. Yet, Fang Ping had the audacity to question his character. Wang Jinyang cast a somewhat unfriendly glance at Fang Ping, who sheepishly shrugged it off. "It's just a habit." In his past life, Fang Ping had dealt with many who had designs on his sister, often stepping in to protect Fang Yuan from such individuals. When Wang Jinyang had made his remark, Fang Ping had instinctively reacted with that retort. They exchanged glances for a moment before Wang Jinyang broke into laughter, saying, "I'll be leaving tonight and returning to Wu University tomorrow. I hope our next encounter won't be too far off. You're quite intriguing, daring, meticulous, yet ruthless and discerning." These were Wang Jinyang's impressions of Fang Ping. Thus, he found himself quite interested in Fang Ping, eager to see what fascinating things he might accomplish after becoming a martial artist. Fang Ping smiled, nodded, and chose not to continue the conversation. Wang Jinyang, not lingering any longer, leisurely ascended the stairs with his takeout. Once he departed, Fang Ping let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, his counterpart was a martial artist, and despite his amiable demeanor, Fang Ping still felt a subtle pressure. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Fang Ping, feigning interest in his book, murmured to himself, "Finally, he's gone." If Wang Jinyang didn't leave, the pressure would remain. Now that the Huangbin incident has come to a complete conclusion, it is time for me to utilize this opportunity to enhance my own abilities. Chapter 35. All is ready night. Shortly after Wang Jinyang's departure, Fang Ping commenced his journey of self-improvement. Soon, the data before Fang Ping began to transform. Wealth, 2, 370, 800, Vitality, 124, Mental Strength, 140. After expending over 30,000 units of wealth, Fang Ping maximized both his vitality and mental prowess. With a vitality of 124, he once again experienced the sensation of his veins nearing rupture. His mental strength, now at 140, shifted from an initial clarity to a state of slight dizziness and pressure. Fang Ping recognized that this was the extent of his limits and refrained from further enhancement. Feeling somewhat lightheaded, Fang Ping decided against experimenting with mental strength enhancement that evening, opting instead to rest. The following day, April 12th, Saturday. Upon awakening, Fang Ping felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated, and the air seemed remarkably fresher. Unlike in the past, he had no inclination to linger in bed, rising promptly to wash up. After completing his morning routine, he energetically knocked on Fang Yuan's door, calling out, "Time to rise. You're going to be late." Fang Yuan, still in slumber, only grew rounder with each passing moment. Under the forceful knocking, she yawned and opened the door, squinting at Fang Ping with displeasure, instinctively making her way to the bathroom. Still somewhat groggy while washing up, she felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, though she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Once she returned to the living room and saw Fang Ping eating, she sat across from him, propping her chin up as she yawned. "Fang Ping, I seem to have forgotten something." "What is it?" Fang Ping feigned ignorance, casually brushing her off. Indeed, what could it be? The young girl fell into deep thought. Had she forgotten to ask Wang Jinyang for an autograph? Or perhaps neglected her homework? Homework? Fang Yuan suddenly recalled something, casting a disapproving glance at Fang Ping, her teeth clenched in annoyance. "Fang Ping? What day is it today?" "I forgot, it's Saturday." Fang Yuan's cheeks puffed up in frustration, indignantly exclaiming, "You have class on Saturday." "But I don't." "Why did you wake me?" Fang Ping remained remarkably composed, casually responding, "I simply forgot. Besides, rising early is beneficial for your health. I did it for your own good. You're driving me crazy." The young girl, with her fists raised, seemed ready to unleash her fury upon Fang Ping. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan, holding her reddened cheek, glared at Fang Ping in anger. Outmatched, her attempts at retribution only made her rounder. After teasing her for a while, Fang Ping felt quite pleased and chose not to provoke her further. He then retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and, under Fang Yuan's astonished gaze, handed it to her, saying, "It's a holiday today. Don't just stay cooped up at home, but go out and have some fun with your classmates." With over 220,000 in cash at home, Fang Ping had taken more than 20,000 with him. The remaining 200,000 was still in his room. He worried that she might grow bored and attempt to explore his room, so he decided to send her away first. "Upon the arrival of tomorrow's holiday, I shall attend to the matter of these cash funds, whether to invest in real estate or deposit them in the bank. In any case, they cannot remain at home indefinitely." Fang Ping retrieved 100 yuan, a mere trifling amount for him. However, for Fang Yuan, this sum was nearly unprecedented as pocket money. Aside from the festive season, the little girl rarely possessed such a considerable amount. Today, her usually stingy elder brother unexpectedly bestowed upon her 100 yuan for leisure. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Fang Yuan, with a look of astonishment, could not help but exclaim, "Fang Ping, are you still unwell from yesterday's illness?" Fang Ping, his expression dark and demeanor brusque, retorted, "Do you want it or not? So you've been up to no good and are trying to bribe me. If you don't, I'll take it back. I want it." Fang Yuan hastily snatched the banknote from Fang Ping's hand, her face alight with joy, and then chattered on. "Did Mom give this to you? She is so biased. She always gives you more than me. Fang Ping, are you truly giving this to me? You want to ask for it back later, will you? How about I give you 10 yuan to keep for lunch?" Fang Ping, ignoring her, continued to enjoy his breakfast. Once he finished, he stood up with his backpack in hand and declared, "I'm going out for a stroll to clear my mind. Make sure to eat well at noon. And remember, you are not allowed to go out with the boys from your class, only the girls." As if I would only go out with the girls. Fang Yuan wore a defiant expression, seemingly intent on doing the opposite. Fang Ping, unbothered, shrugged and remarked, "I'm just saying it. Which boy in your class would want to go out with a chubby girl like you? It would be too embarrassing." Fang Ping, one should refrain from hitting the face or uncovering the flaws. Yet here you are, doing just that. Fang Yuan fumed, wishing she could smack him on the head. After teasing her for a while, and before she could explode with anger, Fang Ping cheerfully departed with his backpack in TOW. The first high school, class 4 of the 3rd year. It must be noted that the students preparing for the martial arts examination are indeed quite diligent. Arriving at school early each day, Fang Ping observed that each time he arrived, the other martial arts candidates were already present. Upon his entrance, he heard Zhang Hao excitedly announcing over the loudspeaker, Zhobin tested his vitality yesterday, 125 cards. Remarkable. This year, it seems there may very well be a candidate from our school who can gain admission to the two prestigious universities. Last year, the admission standard for those two universities appeared to be around 125 cards. Did it not? Zhang Hao inquired, to which the bearded young Jian promptly nodded. Indeed, last year, the minimum admission standard for Wudin Magic City was 125 cards. Zhang Hao was well aware that his question was merely a ploy to garner cooperation. Upon hearing this, he quickly added with a grin, "There is still ample time before the physical examination. Perhaps Zhobin should take another vitality pill beforehand. I suspect his vitality test results may even reach 128 cards." Could it be that Zhobin might truly gain admission to the two prestigious universities? If he succeeded, it would bring fame to our school. Zhang Hao was so animated. It was as though he himself had achieved a score of 125 cards. The other martial arts candidates displayed a mix of envy and anxiety, while the ordinary liberal arts students mostly felt admiration, without any sense of urgency, as it did not concern them. Fang Ping, upon entering, felt relatively indifferent to the commotion. Zhobin is undoubtedly the most formidable seed competitor at the first high school, currently possessing a vitality of merely 125 units, while Fang Ping stands at 124 units. The disparity between them is a mere 1 unit, almost negligible. Moreover, Fang Ping boasts a substantial wealth value. Were it not for his physical limitations, surpassing his opponent would be a trivial endeavor. In reality, Fang Ping is not engaged in competition with these students. His thoughts are instead occupied with Wang Jinyang, who, despite being only a year older, is already preparing to break through to the third rank of martial arts. Compared to Wang Jinyang, these senior students, regardless of their higher vitality, fail to capture Fang Ping's attention. Ignoring their discussions, Fang Ping picked up a book and began to read. Exhausted from the previous night, he had not even had the chance to test the effects of his enhanced mental strength. Whether he gains admission to the Martial Arts Academy is not contingent upon vitality. Rather, his challenges lie within the realm of academic subjects. If the enhancement of his mental strength proves effective, it will serve as the foundation for his acceptance into the academy. Reluctant to join the conversation, Fang Ping was interrupted by Yang Jian, who couldn't help but turn around. "Fang Ping, what is your current vitality?" "I don't know. I haven't measured it," Fang Ping replied. Yang Jian, feeling a twinge of curiosity, didn't he genuinely wish to inquire about Fang Ping's vitality. Upon hearing Fang Ping's response, Yang Jian chuckled foolishly. "Last night, my dad insisted I go to the hospital for a checkup. I went along with him, and as a result, my vitality increased by 1 unit. Now at 113, Fang Ping rolled his eyes, finding Yang Jian's boastful demeanor rather silly. "Fang Ping, do you think if I take some medicine during the health check, I could reach 115 units? You must be higher than me, right? Why don't you measure it tomorrow?" Fang Ping felt a headache coming on, as Yang Jian was quite the chatterbox. Ignoring his incessant rambling, Fang Ping lowered his head to focus on his reading, keen to experience the effects of his enhanced mental strength. After the morning study session concluded, Fang Ping closed his book and entered a state of deep contemplation. The results were impressive, with a mental strength of 140 Hz. Fang Ping was unsure if that was considered remarkable. However, the effects were evident. His mind felt exceptionally clear and agile. Having previously studied high school subjects and performed well, he now regarded this as a review. Yet, after years of neglect, even reviewing requires a process and time. Now, as he revisited the knowledge he once learned, his comprehension and retention were significantly improved compared to just a few days ago, allowing him to recall much of the forgotten information. This was still at 140 Hz. In a few days, once he fully adapted to his current mental strength, he would aim for further enhancement. By then, the results should be even better. Fang Ping felt as though he had already moved a substantial portion of the final obstacle to his acceptance into the Martial Arts Academy. Throughout the morning, he voraciously absorbed and digested this blend of new and old knowledge. During the midday break, Fang Ping stepped out briefly. He spent 10 yuan to obtain a bank card, 1,200 yuan to purchase a mobile phone, and 100 yuan for a mobile plan. Without a phone, many tasks were inconvenient to manage. Once he received the phone and activated the SIM card, his first action was to send a text to Wang Jinyang. Upon receiving the message, Wang Jinyang, who had just arrived at the university, chuckled at the series of numbers displayed on his screen. "This guy is quite amusing. Just yesterday, Fang Ping was overly polite, saying he wouldn't need the 1 million. Even if he did, there's no rush. Wang Gu will transfer the funds whenever he has time. In summary, the words spoken were particularly melodious. However, less than a day had passed when that fellow sent over his account number. After chuckling for a while, Wang Jinyang had no intention of shirking his responsibility. He made a trip to the campus bank and completed the transfer. At Wuhan University, a transfer of 1 million is not considered significant. The university's internal bank often sees daily transactions amounting to hundreds of millions without raising an eyebrow. Having settled the monetary matter, Wang Jinyang packed some of his textbooks along with a fundamental cultivation manual and arranged for a courier to send them to Fang Ping. He wasn't worried about losing them. If they were misplaced, it wouldn't be a catastrophe. Without the foundational skills to practice recklessly would be akin to courting disaster. At worst, he could always send another copy to Fang Ping later. Meanwhile, far away in Yangcheng, when Fang Ping received the text message notification, he couldn't help but exclaim with delight. How generous! Old Wang is indeed a straightforward person, even though this fellow might profit more than I do this time. Chapter 36. The eager Fang Yuan. Upon receiving Wang Jinyang's transfer of 1 million, Fang Ping's wealth had soared to an impressive 3.37 million. Considering that even a boost to his mental and physical vitality to 200 would only cost him a mere tens of thousands of wealth points, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, this elation was short-lived as he soon sensed an invisible malice approaching. Can a sycophant make me feel this comfortable? Fang Ping muttered to himself, suspecting that the source of this malevolence stemmed from the rather unreliable sycophantic system. Although it was merely an instinct, Fang Ping believed that intuition could often be quite reliable. While he was pleased with the increase in wealth points and funds, he eagerly anticipated the subsequent message from Wang Jinyang. The items have been dispatched. Please keep an eye out for their arrival. This brief line was read and reread by Fang Ping. In truth, he found himself more intrigued by the cultivation techniques than the monetary gain. Money was not a foreign concept to him in his past life. Although he hadn't amassed a fortune, he had earned a decent sum over the years. However, regarding cultivation methods, aside from some trivial goods, he had never truly encountered any. Even if he had, he wouldn't have pursued them seriously. No one would take it to heart. The thought that the courier might arrive in a day or two filled Fang Ping with impatience. After school that afternoon, he declined Wu Zhihao and his companion's invitation to exercise together. At this moment, Fang Ping was still familiarizing himself with his body, processing the gains he had made previously. Exercising with him would offer little assistance. As he walked away alone, a martial arts student from class 4 remarked somewhat uncomfortably, Fang Ping seems rather arrogant. Wu Zhihao paid little mind to it, chuckling as he responded, if he doesn't want to go, then so be it. He hasn't participated in our activities before. He has probably gotten used to it. With that, the others fell silent. The student who had spoken earlier expressed mild curiosity. Zhihao, how much vitality do you think he has now? The fact that Fang Ping's vitality had increased again was known to them all, as the other 3 present at the time could hardly keep such information to themselves. Even Wang Jinyang had praised Fang Ping, indicating that his vitality must be considerable. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Zhihao replied, perhaps around 120 calories. That high? Someone's face was filled with envy and even a hint of jealousy. Fang Ping had previously been rather inconspicuous, so it was surprising to learn that his vitality had reached 120 calories. It is noteworthy that among all the senior martial arts students in the school, only Zhou Bin and another top student from a key class had vitality exceeding 120 calories. As for whether someone is concealing their true capabilities, such occurrences are quite rare. During our student years, the tendency to show off and display one's talents is almost a universal trait among students. It would indeed be foolish to hide good grades. I am merely speculating, but the disparities between us should not be significant, Wu Zhihao remarked. Casting a glance at the others, however, it is best that we refrain from such actions. Otherwise, we may not even realize how we have perished. Even if we fail to gain admission to the martial sciences, it is far better than losing our lives. If we do not succeed this time, we can always repeat a year. If that fails, we can earn money and attend a martial arts training class. The others nodded in agreement, for at that moment, no one had the courage to risk their lives for a chance. Naturally, Fang Ping was unaware of the discussions among his classmates. Arrogance? He did not perceive himself as arrogant. It was merely that he was not particularly familiar with those classmates. Moreover, with the martial sciences examination imminent, it was uncertain whether there would be future opportunities for interaction, rendering any attempts to forge connections somewhat futile. Jinghu Garden. As Fang Ping opened the door to his room, Fang Yuan stealthily peeked out from her own room and whispered, Fang Ping, come in. Fang Ping found the situation amusing yet exasperating, retorting, "This is my home. Am I a thief?" "Sure." Fang Yuan quickly placed a finger to her lips and cautiously glanced towards the backyard, her irritation palpable. "Hurry up and come in," Fang Ping chuckled, changed his shoes, and entered his sister's room. Once inside, Fang Yuan hastily shut the door and then thrust a plastic bag into Fang Ping's arms. Without waiting for him to examine its contents, she whispered, "I'll give you half, but you must not ask me for money. I've already exchanged the 100 yuan for reserved snacks, so I'm out of cash. Also, you must not tell Mom if it comes to it. I want to take my allowance this month and will give it all to you." Fang Ping remained silent, accepting the plastic bag and peering inside. It was filled with snacks. Fang Yuan was not excessively generous with her spending, but it was only natural for a child to crave treats. Their parents rarely indulged her with snacks, considering it a waste of money and unhealthy. Previously, when Fang Yuan had a bit of pocket money, she often spent it on such items. This time, her older brother had been unexpectedly generous, and with 100 yuan in her pocket, she initially intended to purchase just 10 or 8 yuan's worth of snacks. However, upon entering the snack shop, the little girl was overwhelmed by choices. By the time she reached the checkout, she realized she had significantly reduced her snack selection, having nearly exhausted the entire 100 yuan. To avoid Fang Ping's reproach for her extravagance, she contemplated for a while at home before ultimately deciding to share her spoils with her brother. Half for each should surely suffice, right? Noticing her slightly guilty demeanor, Fang Ping couldn't help but chuckle. "It's fine, you bought them. I want to eat these, they're all yours, in a way." Though the young girl was fixated on the plastic bag in Fang Ping's hands, she resolutely shook her head, saying, "You're getting half, or else you'll definitely tell on me. Would I really do that?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes, thinking, "What does she take me for? As for me, I am quite affluent now. What is 100 yuan to me?" Besides, Fang Ping was no longer a child, and he had no particular fondness for snacks. He tossed the bag of treats onto the bed and said with a smile, "Keep it for yourself. I've made a bit of money recently. If you find yourself short of pocket money in the future, feel free to ask me. Some matters are best revealed in moderation." Having purchased a mobile phone, Fang Ping now faces the task of either renting or buying a house tomorrow. With their parents frequently absent from home, there is little risk of exposure. However, Fang Yuan's situation is different. As she often spends time with Fang Ping, if she reveals some information, it could serve as a useful pretext. Upon hearing Fang Ping's words, Fang Yuan looked puzzled and asked, "Have you earned some money?" "Yes." "How much?" "That's not for you to inquire about. Suffice it to say that your brother is not lacking in funds at present." "How did you make it? Did you get a job?" No, suddenly, Fang Yuan seemed to have an epiphany, her demeanor shifting as she playfully threatened to wrestle with Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, you are despicable. You must have sought Wang Jinyang's autograph and then sold it, right? That was my idea. I told you yesterday not to let me speak with Wang Jinyang. It was all part of your scheme. You villain. You have stolen the fruits of my labor." Fang Yuan was incensed, recalling how she had been so grateful to her older brother that morning for the generous sum of 100 yuan. Little did she know he had profited greatly from her suggestion. Fang Ping, wearing a wry expression, marveled at Fang Yuan's vivid imagination. However, he chose not to contest her theory. If that was how she wanted to perceive it, so be it. Besides, this newfound wealth was indeed linked to Wang Jinyang. Not denying it, Fang Ping watched as Fang Yuan concluded she had guessed correctly, her face flushed with exasperation as she demanded, "Come clean, how much did you sell it for?" "Not much. 1,000. Fang Yuan probed. "Heh, 2,000? Heh." Fang Yuan gasped, realizing that her brother must have earned significantly more than 2,000. After a brief moment of shock, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled broadly and proposed, "How about a 50-50 split?" "Pardon me, did I hear you correctly? What did you just call me?" Fang Ping feigned confusion, pretending to clear his ears. "Brother, big brother, I said, how about a 50-50 split? If not, 40-60 will suffice." The young girl showed no signs of embarrassment. After all, he was her older brother. Calling him brother wouldn't cost her anything. Once she secured a share of Fang Ping's earnings, she could address him however she pleased. Fang Ping laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Besides, what do you need so much money for? Once you run out, I'll give you more. And from now on, make sure to treat your brother well. No more casual addresses." Fang Yuan, disappointed at not being able to share in her brother's windfall, was somewhat reluctant but ultimately nodded with a sweet smile. her mind already set on emptying her brother's little treasure trove in due time. Fang Yuan was exceedingly warm towards Fang Ping, even going so far as to serve him food during their meal. Her transformation left their parents astonished. Though the siblings shared a decent relationship, their usual banter was a hallmark of their interactions. When had Fang Yuan learned to serve Fang Ping? Fang Mingrong watched, feeling a twinge of jealousy. He set aside his drink and tapped his empty bowl, casting several pointed glances in Fang Yuan's direction. It was clear he was silently complaining. "You're serving your brother? But what about your father?" Fang Yuan, perceptive as ever, recognized her father's displeasure and quickly flashed a sweet smile, serving him food and helping Li Yueying with her meal. The lively atmosphere during dinner was greatly enhanced by her antics. Although the meal was not particularly lavish, the family enjoyed it immensely. With everyone in high spirits, Fang Ping felt quite cheerful as well. During his evening workout, he managed to accomplish an impressive 160 push-ups, a significant increase from the 100 he could manage just the day before. Upon completing his set, Fang Yuan, who had been watching closely, nearly erupted with exclamations of praise. While her flattery was evident, she genuinely believed her elder brother to be quite remarkable, as his ability to perform such a high number of push-ups exceeded her expectations. Chapter 37. Enjoying wealth first the following day, a Sunday. Rising early, Fang Ping refrained from teasing his sister and instead deliberately knocked on her door. After freshening up and donning a slightly more mature outfit, he stuffed all the cash he had hidden in his room into his backpack. Today, he intended to explore potential homes, preferably those equipped with a gym. If he found a reasonably priced one, he would consider purchasing it. If it was too expensive, he would opt for renting. Currently, his living situation at home was cramped and lacking in equipment, limiting his workout routines to just a few. Without the aid of proper apparatus, there were certain exercises he could not perform. Moreover, with his martial arts techniques soon to be acquired, Fang Ping needed to find a more suitable environment to practice. The urban area of Yang City is not particularly vast. Fang Ping did not wish to buy a house in the suburbs, as it would be too far from both Yizhong and his own home, making it inconvenient. Thus, when selecting a property, he had to focus on neighborhoods that were reasonably close to both Yizhong and Jingguayuan. Ideally, he sought a new development, preferably one that was fully renovated, to avoid the hassle of refurbishment. If a fully furnished unit was unattainable, he would settle for a second-hand one. The environment had to be pleasant, and the housing prices needed to be affordable. After some consideration, Fang Ping realized his options were rather limited. 7 to 8 minutes later, he arrived at Guanhu Garden. This development was located conveniently between Yizhong and Jingguayuan, slightly askew from a direct line. Officially launched in 2006, it welcomed its first residents in 2007. Now, 2 years post-launch, the properties in Guanhu Garden had not sold out, and the sales office remained operational. The unsold units were not due to poor conditions or quality, but rather the current low demand for housing in Yang City. In 2008, larger cities experienced a housing shortage and speculation was rampant. However, Yang City, being a small central city, attracted little interest from speculators, rendering it an unworthy investment. Upon entering the sales office, Fang Ping found it surprisingly quiet, with hardly anyone around. After 2 years since the launch, the remaining properties were primarily leftover units, which were few in number. As Fang Ping stepped in, several employees engaged in conversation paused momentarily. After a brief wait, a woman in her 20s, dressed in professional attire, approached him. "Sir, which unit has caught your eye? If you would like to view a property, I can accompany you," she offered. The staff remained cordial and did not seem to mind Fang Ping's youthfulness. It was not uncommon for someone his age to be contemplating marriage, and naturally, that would necessitate a marital home. Without inquiring whether Fang Ping intended to buy, she directly asked which unit he was interested in, a common sales tactic. Having been on the market for 2 years, even the once inexperienced sales representatives had gained considerable expertise. When a client walks in, they typically ask for their requirements and proceed to show them properties. When faced with a hesitant client, it is advisable not to overwhelm them with too many choices, as excessive options can lead to further indecision. Often, the properties that truly result in a transaction are those that are viewed for the very first time. Some clients, despite returning numerous times to inspect various options, ultimately find themselves drawn back to that initial property they considered. This has become a common occurrence. Furthermore, younger individuals like Fang Ping are more susceptible to persuasion. When a middle-aged couple arrives, however, the experience can be quite taxing. The sales representative, while reflecting on this, skillfully recites a script she has delivered countless times before. Fang Ping does not interrupt, after allowing her to speak for a while. He finally inquires, are there any fully furnished options available? Indeed. The sales representative's spirits lift at such a request. This is the hallmark of a serious buyer. Those who enter without articulating any specific requirements, merely expressing a casual interest, often turn out to be just that, casually interested. In response, she quickly moves to the nearby model of the development, pointing out several buildings. Buildings 8, 9, and 10 are all fully furnished apartments. However, they are nearly sold out. May I ask if you have any preferences regarding the floor? The top and ground floors still have options available, but only the 9th building, Unit 1604, and the 10th building, Unit 1801, remain for the mid to high-rise floors. Personally, I find the ground floor quite appealing. Not only is it affordable, but it also offers convenient access. The sales representative enthusiastically advocates for the ground floor, as both ground and top floors tend to be more challenging to sell. Currently, the remaining units in Guanhu Garden predominantly consist of these two categories. After listening for a moment longer, Fang Ping ponders. Is the top floor a duplex? Yes, we have both duplexes and those with lofts. The distinction between the two is not particularly significant. However, duplexes tend to have higher ceilings, while those with lofts can feel somewhat constricting. Fang Ping considers this, realizing that if he were to engage in activities at home, it might create some noise. The ground floor poses a visibility issue for passers-by, whereas a top-floor duplex would be far more suitable. After all, Wu Jihao's family resides in a duplex, and any commotion on the second floor would not be heard below. With these parameters in mind, Fang Ping's options become limited. Currently, duplexes are not in high demand, and their pricing is rather steep. In Guanhu Garden, only 4 duplex units remain on the top floor of Building 9, 2 of which have already been sold. Once the sales representative finishes her introduction, Fang Ping promptly states, "Lead me to see them." "Certainly, I will fetch the keys. Please hold on a moment." The sales representative, feeling a surge of excitement, hastens to the counter to retrieve the keys. Although Fang Ping speaks little and is youthful, those who express clear intentions to view properties often prove to be decisive buyers, provided that the price is right, assuming, of course, that they have the means. A few minutes later, Fang Ping and the sales representative arrive at the top floor of Building 9. As she unlocks the door and he steps inside, he is immediately struck by the appealing ambience. The space is suffused with light, and the layout is quite sensible, devoid of the oppressive feel often associated with typical duplexes. Many duplexes, in an effort to minimize communal area, compromise on space, resulting in a claustrophobic atmosphere that can be stifling. This tendency is particularly prevalent in bustling urban centers and prime neighborhoods, where the communal area is only counted as part of the ground floor's square footage. Excluded from the property's official area in larger cities, true middle mezzanine duplexes are a rarity. Most people refer to them simply as split-level units in smaller cities like Yangqing, where property prices are not exorbitant. The focus tends to be on livability. Though it is advertised as a luxurious finish, in reality, it merely entails the completion of the flooring, wall surfaces, and the installation of doors and windows, with everything else conspicuously absent. The first floor comprises a living room, dining area, kitchen, bathroom, and a bedroom, complemented by a reasonably sized balcony. Ascending to the second floor, one finds 2 additional bedrooms, a modest study, a room suitable for use as a gym, along with another bathroom. Aside from the void space in the living area, which is not counted as part of the 2-story area, the rooms on the upper level of this duplex are indeed considered part of the actual square footage. After a brief inspection, Fang Ping felt quite satisfied. Although the decor was simple, he did not require extravagance at this juncture, given that his stay in Yangqing would be fleeting. Once he relocated to Wuhan University, the residence would naturally be passed on to his parents. For now, basic livability sufficed. Moreover, the property had been completed for over a year, eliminating any lingering odors. After surveying the premises, Fang Ping cut straight to the chase. "How much?" "Sir, your taste is impeccable." The saleswoman praised Fang Ping before promptly stating, "Room 2601 features the finest layout in our community. The void space is not included in the square footage. Consider it a complimentary gift. Furthermore, our duplexes at Guanhuiyuan are unlike those in other neighborhoods. Many so-called duplexes are merely lofts with minimal ceiling height. Typically, the combined height of 2 levels ranges from 3 to 4 meters, creating a rather claustrophobic atmosphere. Our design, however, adheres to standard ceiling heights, achieving a magnificent height of 5.8 meters across 2 levels. The saleswoman took a moment to disparage the duplexes in other neighborhoods, extolling the virtues of Guanhuiyuan, a necessary prelude before discussing pricing. The inability to sell these 2 duplexes was closely tied to their pricing. Many prospective buyers expressed satisfaction during their viewings, yet hesitated upon discovering numerous issues when it came time to purchase. Other communities often exclude the second-floor area from their calculations and offer lower prices. Thus, when Fang Ping inquired about the price, the saleswoman was well prepared to respond. After her self-praising monologue, she finally revealed the crucial details. The property measures 186 square meters, and the vaulted sections are complementary if calculated as a standard 2-story unit. The area exceeds 230 square meters. The pricing is quite favorable. Should you decide to purchase now, we will refund the deed tax and maintenance fund. Additionally, we offer a furnished apartment. Had you opted for renovations, the cost would easily run into the hundreds of thousands. However, as this is a final unit, the company is eager to expedite the sale, thus providing even greater discounts. Having attempted to persuade Fang Ping further, the saleswoman sensed his indifference and lowered her voice slightly to disclose the total price. 860,000. In 2008, purchasing a property in Yangqing for 860,000 was undoubtedly a considerable expense. Such an amount could secure a small villa in the suburbs. When averaged out, it equated to over 4,600 per square meter, while nearby property prices generally ranged from 3,500 to 4,000. Even with the high-quality finishes, the extent of the renovations was not excessively costly. Had the price been 4,000 per square meter, this property would likely have sold long ago. Yet, at over 4,600, even with the allure of a duplex and the appealing void space, buyers remained scarce. After quoting the price, the saleswoman hastily added, "Sir, the adjacent unit is slightly smaller but features a similar layout." Fang Ping waved his hand dismissively, adhering to his habit of spending freely when finances allowed. At present, he possesses ample resources for cultivation and is not troubled by financial concerns. Naturally, with newfound wealth, one should indulge in enjoyment. Fang Ping finds this apartment quite satisfactory. Although the price of 4,600 per square meter is somewhat steep, the community's environment is pleasant, the layout is favorable, and he can comfortably shoulder the expense. Compared to the duplex of Wu Jihao's family, this unit is larger and boasts a more rational design. With money coming easily, Fang Ping stepped out, and just as the saleswoman appeared somewhat disheartened, he remarked while walking, "Let us return to the sales office to discuss the price. If it is lower, I shall pay in full." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman was overjoyed. Indeed, young individuals are often straightforward, and she had shown this apartment to potential buyers at least 10 times. However, none had been as decisive as Fang Ping. In an instant, various flattering remarks that required no payment made Fang Ping's scalp tingle. Chapter 38. The delivery has arrived. At the sales office, upon confirming Fang Ping's intent to purchase, the supervisor on duty personally attended to him. The Guanhu garden had been on the market for 2 years, and the remaining units were few. The developer was keen to avoid wasting too much effort here. Particularly for those paying in cash, the discounts were indeed significant. A full payment offered a 5% discount, along with exemptions from deed tax and maintenance fund. After some calculations, the supervisor, appearing as if he had suffered a great loss, resolutely stated, "Mr. Fang, if you pay a 20 deposit now, I can request further reductions from my superiors. Ultimately, for the property, you would only need to pay a total of 810,000 for 810,000. One acquires 186 square meters, exquisitely furnished. This amounts to approximately 4,350 per square meter. Even though the developer's uniform decor is considerably cheaper, the expenses for plumbing, flooring, and wall finishes are not negligible. Upon closer inspection, the bare property price is even below 4,000 per square meter. At this price, the duplex is not exorbitant, and when compared to typical apartments, it is quite reasonable. End units are generally less expensive, and the duplex appears more spacious when considering the area of the second floor. Wealthy residents of Yang City now reside in villas in the suburbs. Ordinary families willing to invest over 800,000 in a home are abundant in large cities, yet the clientele in smaller cities is scarce. Even if one desires a duplex, residents of Yang City prefer nearby tiered homes that do not count the second floor's area. While the supervisor was quoting prices, Fang Ping found himself momentarily distracted. His thoughts were occupied with Huangbin.3 grade 1 blood recovery pills cost 900,000 4 Huang Bin, a peak grade 2 warrior. These pills merely serve as routine supplements. If indulged, he would consume a month's supply in no time. If frugal, 1 pill per month would suffice, leading to depletion in 3 months. A grade 2 warrior spends the equivalent of a large house, which Fang Ping's parents could never afford, merely to replenish vitality. This starkly illustrates the disparity between ordinary individuals and warriors, a chasm of difference, especially for someone like Huang Bin, who does not excel among warriors. As Fang Ping drifted in thought, the supervisor across from him appeared somewhat anxious. Fortunately, Fang Ping soon regained focus and stated, "I won't haggle over the price, but I expect you to handle all the paperwork swiftly. We can sign the contract today, and I will pay a deposit of 210,000. The remaining funds will be transferred upon completion of the paperwork and handover of the property." Upon hearing this, even the supervisor felt that this young man was remarkably straightforward. Without ambiguity or verbosity, the crux lies in the financial aspect. Fang Ping truly needs to negotiate. Ultimately, a final price of 800,000 is quite feasible. However, given Fang Ping's ease in acquiring funds, any counteroffer would necessitate the supervisor's approval, leading to potential delays. At this juncture, Fang Ping is preoccupied with numerous matters, preparing for the martial arts examination, attending to cultural studies, and maintaining his physical fitness. Time is of the essence, and for a matter involving merely a few thousand yuan, it may require several trips. In Fang Ping's view, such an endeavor is hardly worth the effort. Fang Ping is straightforward, and the sales department supervisor is equally pleased. A full cash purchase simplifies the process, eliminating the need for mortgage arrangements and significantly reducing bureaucratic procedures. Particularly, since Fang Ping is willing to deposit over 20 as earnest money, the transaction becomes even more streamlined. Before long, both parties signed the purchase agreement. Without the necessity for a mortgage, Fang Ping merely needed to present copies of his identification card and household registration book. As he set out that morning, Fang Ping had prepared for the home purchase, carrying his ID and having retrieved the household registration from his parents' room. He made several copies on site, signed the purchase and delegation contracts, and produced 210,000 yuan in cash for payment. Both parties were pressed for time, ensuring that the process unfolded seamlessly. The only minor hiccup occurred when the supervisor, upon seeing Fang Ping's age on his ID, lavished praise upon him. Although aware that Fang Ping was young, discovering he was merely 18 years old was indeed surprising. For someone of such tender years to purchase property outright indicates either immense family wealth, rendering the sum of 1.8 million inconsequential, or a remarkable capability on the young man's part, wherein his family trusts him enough not to deem a property purchase worthy of discussion, of course. The latter scenario also necessitates financial backing. Regardless of which scenario it is, it attests to Fang Ping's extraordinary nature. At least within Yangtze in less than half an hour, the supervisor, beaming with delight, bid Fang Ping farewell. "Mr. Fang, our Guanhu garden has been on the market for 2 years. Processing the paperwork will be swift. With your delegation agreement in place, you need not be present during the formalities. In a few days, once the property certificate is ready, you may simply come to collect it.at that time. Ensure you have the remaining balance prepared for the handover." The supervisor reminded Fang Ping to have the funds ready, assuring him that he need not concern himself with any other matters. In this day and age, possessing wealth bestows significant advantages. Lacking funds and resorting to mortgages brings forth myriad complications, requiring countless trips to the bank. Yet for Fang Ping, who pays in full, such complications are rendered moot. After escorting Fang Ping a considerable distance from the sales office, the supervisor cheerfully turned to depart. Leaving the sales office, Fang Ping felt quite content. He had acquired a substantial duplex for 810,000 yuan, well within his financial means. His current funds exceed 1.22 million yuan. Even after purchasing the property, he still possesses over 400,000 yuan, ample for acquiring fitness equipment, with the remaining amount sufficient for the time being. Furthermore, he has a significant supply of elixirs, adequate for his advancement to the status of a martial artist. Until he attains that rank, Fang Ping need not fret over financial concerns. Once he becomes a martial artist, coupled with the system's insights into broader trends, he harbors little anxiety regarding future financial burdens. Having completed the property transaction, Fang Ping did not linger outside. Today, it is possible that Wang Jinyang's package may arrive, and Fang Ping finds himself increasingly impatient. Upon returning home, he discovered Fang Yuan had just risen, seated on the sofa watching television. "Jian Fang Ping has returned," and Fang Yuan, stifling a yawn, inquired, Fang Ping, where did you venture off to so early in the morning? This girl, upon awakening, had evidently forgotten the events of the previous day. She had previously resolved that before emptying her elder brother's small treasury, she ought to address him as brother. Now, calling him by his name so casually indicated that she had not considered this matter. Fang Ping chose not to hold it against her and casually replied, I went out to breathe some fresh air. Have you had breakfast? Not yet, Fang Yuan replied, her mouth agape as she yawned again. Is there a delivery coming? Not that I know of, Fang Yuan pondered. Did you buy something? Yes, some textbooks for martial arts studies. Upon hearing it was textbooks, Fang Yuan immediately lost interest and languidly asked, What are we having for lunch? Despite not having eaten breakfast yet, she was already contemplating lunch, that moment. Fang Yuan remembered that Fang Ping had a small treasury. With her elder brother's small treasury in play, it was only natural to indulge in a delightful meal at noon. Before Fang Ping could respond, Fang Yuan cheerfully suggested, Fang Ping, how about we go to KFC? I've never been, and my classmates say it's particularly delicious. Fast food from foreigners? What could possibly be appealing? Fang Ping retorted dismissively, only to be nearly choked by Fang Yuan's next words. Brother, let us give it a try. I heard someone mention that the president of KFC's parent company in Huagua is a 7th-tier master. If you eat their chicken wings, who knows, you might gain some insights and become a martial arts expert. Coughing and sputtering, Fang Ping was genuinely taken aback. What connection could there be between the two? Setting aside the fact that the president of Brands in Huagua was indeed a 7th-tier master, was it truly the case that their chicken could impart martial prowess? Amused and bewildered, Fang Ping ultimately acquiesced. It was not so much the allure of becoming a martial arts master from eating their chicken, but rather Fang Yuan's earlier remark that had swayed him. I've never been. This year, Fang Yuan was in her 2nd year of junior high, just 14 years old. For a girl of her age from a family with a slightly better financial standing, dining at KFC was hardly a big deal. The Fang family's situation wasn't dire enough to render such an outing impossible. The crux of the matter lay in Fang Yuan's understanding. She never broached the subject with their parents, merely seeking to nudge her elder brother. Previously, with Fang Ping having had limited pocket money, she had now decided it was time to tap into her brother's newfound earnings. With over 10,000 yuan in cash on hand, treating his sister to a meal of foreign fast food was hardly a burden for Fang Ping. After waiting at home for the delivery all morning without success, Fang Ping decided not to linger any longer and took Fang Yuan out for a meal instead. Thrilled at the prospect of her first visit to KFC, Fang Yuan was particularly exuberant, exclaiming that everything tasted delicious. Originally not possessing a hearty appetite, Fang Ping found himself influenced by Fang Yuan's enthusiasm and ended up eating quite a bit. The siblings spent over 100 yuan on their meal, which for Fang Yuan felt extravagantly indulgent. While they had not given it much thought during the meal, on the way home, she could not help but lament, I won't go again. It wasn't good at all, and it was so expensive. Wasn't it just a moment ago that you devoured so much? Fang Ping teased. Fang Yuan's cheeks flushed as she stubbornly replied, It's not my fault. You ordered too much. I was just trying to avoid waste. From now on, we shall not indulge again. Furthermore, you are rather extravagant with your finances. Kindly entrust the remaining funds to my care, and I shall return them to you when you require them. Fang Ping cast her a sidelong glance, incredulous that she could utter such words. Once money falls into the hands of this little miser, Fang Ping realized that retrieving it would be nearly impossible. Indeed, there is a greater likelihood that this girl would hand it over to her parents, a strong possibility indeed. Fang Ping chose to ignore her, and as they reached the foot of her building, she happened to spot a delivery vehicle below. Fang Ping hastened over and inquired, Is there a package for 101 of Building 6? The delivery man, having been about to make a phone call, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words. I just knocked on your door. No one was home, and I was about to call you. So, you are from 101? Yes, I am Fang Ping. That is correct. Could you kindly sign for this? After confirming Fang Ping's identity, the delivery man retrieved a cardboard box from the delivery truck. Fang Ping glanced at it, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Was a book truly worthy of such a large box? While signing for the package, she shifted the box slightly. It was quite heavy, suggesting it contained more than just a single book. What exactly had Wang Jinyang sent him? Wang Jinyang had not mentioned it, and Fang Ping had not inquired. However, it now appeared that old Wang might have sent something of greater substance. Once Fang Ping completed the package receipt, she hurried home with the box in hand, her pace brisk and her expression animated. Compared to the earlier emotional turmoil of purchasing a house, Fang Ping's current excitement was far more pronounced. Chapter 39. Basic Cultivation Method Inside the Room. Fang Ping firmly shut the door. On the desk lay 6 or 7 books. Basic Cultivation Method, compulsory. 16 Forms of Standing Meditation, compulsory. Basic Fist Techniques, elective. Basic Leg Techniques, elective. Overview of Cold Weapons, elective. Rather than hastily examining the others, Fang Ping first picked up Basic Cultivation Method. It was of comparable size and thickness to standard textbooks, entirely unlike the thin pamphlet he had envisioned. Upon opening the book, the first thing that caught his eye was a line of small text on the title page. Warriors dare to lead the way. Fang Ping paid little mind to the small print and continued to flip through the pages. The first recto page of Basic Cultivation Method displayed a detailed illustration of the human skeletal structure. An adult's skeleton consists of a total of 206 bones, categorized into 3 main sections: the skull, trunk bones, and limb bones. Among these, there are 29 cranial bones, 51 trunk bones, and 126 limb bones. The human body is fundamentally constructed upon its skeleton, with flesh, blood, meridians, and internal organs serving as its adjuncts, thereby forming a complete anatomical framework. For a warrior, vitality and skeletal strength are interdependent. Should one possess only a robust vitality while lacking a sturdy skeleton, the human body risks disintegration after a single battle. Conversely, if one solely possesses a strong skeleton without sufficient vitality, then such strength is but a fleeting existence, lacking the ability to sustain itself. To become a formal warrior, one must first cultivate a formidable vitality that can nourish the bones and flesh of the body. An ordinary individual can withstand a maximum of 150 calories in physical capacity. Beyond 150 calories, a more powerful physique is required to bear the burden. Thus, under typical circumstances, when one's vitality reaches 150 calories, the 206 bones of the body can be initially tempered to endure a burst of 150 calories of vitality. At this juncture, an ordinary person may choose to break through and ascend to the status of a formal warrior. With 150 units of vitality and an initial refinement of bones, Fang Ping, while perusing the explanatory text, nodded in understanding. Soon, he encountered handwritten annotations within the pages. These materials were authored by Wang Jinyang himself, who had provided personal commentary during his lectures. The threshold of 150 units of vitality is merely a standard for the masses. For non-warriors, the goal is to surpass the limits of the human body. But what constitutes a limit? It is reached when one can ascend no further, replenish no longer, and when vitality stagnates for an extended period, showing a downward trend, thereby failing to consolidate one's foundation. Only then can it be deemed a limit. To choose to break through before reaching this limit is to squander one's potential and blend into mediocrity, rendering one unremarkable among warriors. Fang Ping was uncertain whether this was Wang Jinyang's personal philosophy or that of his instructor. According to Wang Jinyang, while 150 units of vitality marks the breakthrough line for non-warriors, even achieving this breakthrough would be quite ordinary. After pondering for a moment, Fang Ping resolved to inquire further when the opportunity arose. He, Fang Ping, would not settle for being the weakest warrior, perpetually bested by peers of the same rank. He could not bear such humiliation. In addition to vitality, there is also bone refinement. For non-warriors, the requirements for bone refinement are relatively modest. It suffices to meet the demands of vitality's explosive potential. When a non-warrior formally breaks through to the first rank, they begin to pursue lethality. First and second rank warriors refine their limb bones. A first-rank warrior can choose to refine either the upper or lower limb bones. The distinction is merely a matter of focus. Regardless of whether one refines the upper or lower limb bones, upon completion, the warrior possesses formidable individual lethality. With bones as hard as iron and vitality surging like a torrent, their strikes can rival cold weapons. At this stage, a warrior can easily dispatch an ordinary person with a mere punch or kick. Should one opt to refine the upper limb bones first, there are a total of 64 bones in the upper limbs. Once refined, both hands and arms can be wielded like cutting blades, showcasing immense power. Upon completing the refinement of the upper limb bones and achieving the requisite vitality, one can break through to the second rank and commence the refinement of the 62 bones in the lower limbs. Conversely, those who begin with the lower limb bones must subsequently refine the upper limb bones after reaching the second rank. The text also cautions against the folly of only refining one side of the skeletal structure. Some students, in a burst of creativity, wonder if they can refine one hand and one foot simultaneously. Such individuals are not uncommon, yet many find themselves stagnating at the first rank for a lifetime, resembling a deformity when their vitality begins to decline. Elders have imparted hard-earned lessons, emphasizing the importance of either focusing on the upper limb bones or the lower limb bones. A peak second-rank warrior, like Huang Bin, has completed the refinement of all four limbs. At this juncture, had Huang Bin not been schemed against by Fang Ping, his hands and feet could serve as weapons, capable of dispatching Fang Ping with a single kick. Previously, when Fang Ping struck Huang Bin with a wooden stick, despite Huang Bin's weakened state, he still managed to shatter the stick with a single punch. Ultimately, when Fang Ping knocked Huang Bin unconscious, it was due in part to the effects of a tranquilizer, and in part to the severe blows to Huang Bin's head and chest. Despite Fang Ping's repeated strikes against Huang Bin's limbs, no fractures were evident. Upon completing the refinement of the four limbs, a third-rank warrior primarily focuses on refining the trunk bones. A peak third-rank warrior dares to confront firearms directly, provided they protect their vital cranial areas. Although a bullet may penetrate the body, it typically results in non-fatal injuries, allowing the warrior to retain their combat efficacy. Certainly, a shot to the head will inevitably lead to demise. For those unfortunate souls who are struck through the gaps in their bones, hitting vital organs, their fate is similarly sealed. However, comparatively speaking, a third-tier martial artist possesses significantly greater defensive capabilities than those of first and second tiers, with a broader area of protection. Lower third-tier martial artists focus on tempering the bones of their limbs and torso. As for the skull, it is deemed too perilous, and the texts do not specify when one should commence its tempering. Concerning the cultivation of realms above the third tier, the texts provide no guidance. Basic cultivation methods primarily emphasize the training of those below the third tier. The tome is not thin, and Fang Ping perused it for an extended period, yet he did not finish it. Nonetheless, the subsequent sections predominantly elaborate on the tempering of limb and torso bones, which bears little relevance to Fang Ping at present. What he requires is merely an understanding of the preceding content, to enhance vitality, temper bones, and break through to become a martial artist. Within basic cultivation methods, there exists a section titled Tempering Method, specifically designed for individuals like Fang Ping who are not yet martial artists. Once one's vitality reaches 110 units, one may commence training in the tempering method, which focuses on refining both vitality and bones. The challenge for non-martial artists in augmenting their vitality lies in its tenuous nature. It appears full and robust, yet there is little room for increase. One of the benefits of the tempering method is its ability to compress vitality. Originally akin to a sponge, vitality can be compacted, enabling the body to endure a greater force of vitality. Simultaneously, this compression flushes the external bones, allowing them to absorb vitality and enhancing their strength. At this juncture, deep-level bone tempering is unnecessary. When both vitality and bone strength seem to reach an impasse, one may then contemplate breaking through to become a martial artist. However, such a breakthrough carries considerable risk. Some individuals mistakenly believe they have reached their limits, that their bone strength can withstand the impact of vitality. In reality, they may not have refined their bones adequately. During the breakthrough, they might either lack sufficient vitality to breach the threshold or generate an impact that exceeds their bone's capacity to endure, which presents genuine peril. There are indeed those who meet their end each year from such explosive failures. The tempering method, in conjunction with stance training, can facilitate more effective bone tempering. Upon reviewing the descriptions within the tempering method, Fang Ping picked up another essential text, 16 Stance Techniques. This book discusses various methods of stance training. There are many types of stances, and the text enumerates the current 16 most commonly employed techniques. Through years of experimentation, these 16 may not yield the absolute best results, yet they are the most stable and easiest to practice. Some stances may indeed be quite effective but are challenging to master. Just to begin, the process may take a minimum of 3 to 5 years, or even as long as 8 to 10 years. Ultimately, even if the results surpass those of other stances, if one has spent a decade or more training without stepping into the realm of martial arts, it would all be in vain. Fang Ping did not delve deeply, merely glancing at the names of the 16 stances: Wuji stance, Hunyuan stance, Santi form, and Mabu stance. Each stance is thoroughly detailed, with foundational training methods, including illustrative explanations and summaries. Among the 16 techniques, one may select any, as the disparities between them are not substantial. The emphasis may vary. Some focus on the lower limbs, others on the upper limbs, while some address both, albeit with slightly lesser efficacy and greater time investment. After a cursory examination, Fang Ping chose not to continue reading. After a moment of contemplation with closed eyes, he softly remarked, "Tempering method stance training medicinal supplements. This constitutes the primary cultivation approach for both non-martial artists and martial artists alike. Non-martial artists need not concern themselves with practical combat. Practical courses will only be imparted once one has officially become a warrior, encompassing various disciplines such as fist techniques, leg skills, and the use of cold weapons, all of which may be chosen at one's discretion. The method of bone tempering is not optional. However, one may select a stance related to subsequent practices. The distinction between tempering the upper or lower limbs at the first rank will result in different choices of stances, potentially leading to discrepancies in progress at this level. My ultimate objective is bone tempering. I am not overly concerned with vitality. Bone tempering primarily relies on the consumption of vitality to nourish the skeletal structure." Upon hearing this, Fang Ping's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. For ordinary individuals, bone tempering is challenging due to insufficient vitality, making it difficult to achieve results in a short time. Even with medicinal supplements to restore vitality, one must contend with the digestion and assimilation period of the medicine. Typically, an essence pill for vitality requires an average individual more than half a month to fully absorb. Overconsumption may even lead to resistance. But that pertains to the common folk. Every time the system replenishes my vitality, it seems to manifest out of thin air, seamlessly merging with my own reserves. Does this imply that, in my case, I need not worry about the replenishment of vitality during bone tempering? Once vitality is depleted, I can promptly enhance it. Many individuals face the challenge of bone tempering for durations ranging from 3 months to several years. If I engage in continuous tempering without concern for vitality replenishment, could I possibly complete this phase in a remarkably brief period? With no need to worry about vitality, I could accelerate bone tempering, provided my physique meets the requisite standards. Fang Ping's eyes sparkled with clarity. Perhaps his aspirations were indeed feasible. If this were the case, he might soon transcend into a warrior. Moreover, since the lower-ranked warriors primarily focus on bone tempering, does this not suggest that he could proceed in a similar manner? Could he achieve the swiftest possible tempering of the bones in his limbs and torso? Perhaps it is worth a try. Having already attained over 120 vitality points, Fang Ping now possessed the qualifications to cultivate his techniques. As this thought arose, he found himself unable to remain still. The practice of the foundational method, bone tempering, is described as difficult yet not overly so. The cultivation of techniques requires more than mere literacy. The specialized knowledge acquired in high school serves as a foundation for such practices. Bone tempering entails a comprehension of the circulatory system of blood within the human body, as well as a clear understanding of the network of meridians and bones throughout the body. Without knowledge of the circulatory system of vitality, acquiring the method is futile, as one would be unable to practice. Nevertheless, this is a foundational technique, designed for widespread education, thus not overly complex. The components involved, including the circulatory system of vitality, pertain primarily to the main meridians. Generally, even if one begins with a misstep, it will not result in fatality. Injury, however, is unavoidable, as for the risk of falling into madness. Fang Ping had yet to reach such a level. With his 124 vitality points, even if he were to misdirect the flow of vitality while consolidating it, the impact would not be as severe. Compared to a previous increase of 10 vitality points at once, a misalignment of vitality flow within his body poses a lesser danger. Before commencing his practice, Fang Ping felt a twinge of unease. After some contemplation, he retrieved his phone and called Wang Jinyang, 18 Nanjing Martial University. Wang Jinyang had been focusing on self-cultivation and recovery, preparing for a breakthrough at his peak. Upon receiving the call and learning that Fang Ping intended to practice at this moment, Wang Jinyang could not help but furrow his brow. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Jinyang spoke. The refining technique can indeed be practiced. Initially, even if one encounters minor issues, the repercussions will not be severe. However, Fang Ping promptly leaned in, eager to listen. Nevertheless, there are certain matters I must caution you about. First and foremost, practicing the refining technique now entails the condensation of vital energy and blood, as well as the refining of one's bones with blood essence. All of these processes consume vital energy. Vital energy does not materialize from thin air. Even though the body can regenerate, it cannot keep pace with the rate of consumption. Once you commence training with the refining technique, your upper limit of vital energy will increase, yet your actual vital energy will decline significantly. If you fail to replenish it adequately, With your impending college entrance examination, any shortfall could lead to substantial complications during your physical examination. The immediate priority should be to focus on the martial arts examination rather than training. Fang Ping furrowed his brows and inquired, "Vital energy will decline?" "Certainly." Wang Jinyang chuckled. "Refining bones necessitates the nurturing of vital energy. And so too does refining the meridians. Do you not think the consumption is considerable? If your current vital energy is 120 units, after just one training session, it might drop to 115 units. Although the speed of recovery is faster than that of increase, even consuming an ordinary vitality pill will take over 3 days for recovery. 3 days for a single ordinary vitality pill. How much does that cost? How many families can afford such a burden? Should you fail to keep up with the replenishment, and your vital energy continues to decline without recovery, the slight increase in your upper limit achieved through prior training will swiftly diminish. Fang Ping, you do possess some resources. However, these resources are finite and should not be squandered recklessly. In my opinion, once you enter Wu University, it will present a prime opportunity for training, as the institution can provide half the resources necessary for your cultivation. A mere delay of a few months is far better than depleting your family's savings. Fang Ping did not pay much heed to this, pondering for a moment before continuing. If the replenishment of vital energy keeps pace, can the upper limit increase? Indeed, that is a certainty. Otherwise, how could the refining technique elevate the vital energy of non-martial practitioners to its zenith? You mentioned the first point. What other drawbacks are there? Secondly, Wang Jinyang's tone grew more serious, and he spoke gravely. Practicing the refining technique with your current vital energy will not inflict severe harm, but that does not mean there is no risk. Should the main meridian, particularly those near the brain, sustain injury, even if it can be healed, you may find yourself bedridden for months. Fang Ping, with the college entrance examination approaching, you must exercise caution. The greatest danger lies in your initial training session. Should you sustain serious injury, you could very well miss this examination. A rupture of capillaries is not overly concerning. Given your vital energy recovery capacity, you can bounce back swiftly, but you must absolutely avoid injuring the main meridians. Wang Gu, I will be careful, Fang Ping hurriedly replied. Upon hearing Fang Ping's determination, Wang Jinyang shook his head, acknowledging the resolve. As you wish. If you do get injured, you can always return next year. One option is to delay for a year, while the other is merely a few months. You must weigh this carefully. Wang Jinyang, not being Fang Ping's father, would not insist further if Fang Ping was resolute. After concluding this discussion, he continued, additionally, consider your choice of stance. There are 16 different stances. Have you decided which one to select? To be honest, I have not given it much thought. Wang Gu, could you recommend one for me? The primary focus lies in your forthcoming choices regarding the realm of the first grade. Wang Jinyang paused momentarily before responding. In the first grade, specializing in the upper limbs is rather prudent and conventional. However, if one chooses to specialize in the lower limbs, they gain both the ability to engage in combat and to run swiftly, ensuring a solid foundation. Yet, honing the lower limbs carries certain risks. An injury could lead to a limping condition at wuda. It is not uncommon to see individuals from the first grade limping around the campus, which detracts from their image. Injuries to the upper limbs tend to be less noticeable, whereas injuries to the lower limbs can sometimes render one unable to walk normally. Is it not the case that a practitioner who specializes in refining the lower limbs is superior to one who focuses on the upper limbs? This can vary from person to person, depending on the actual combat circumstances. Nonetheless, under equal conditions, a practitioner who has honed their lower limbs can escape even if they cannot win, whereas those who have refined their upper limbs find it challenging to catch up. At this point, Wang Jinyang suddenly chuckled. I have specialized in refining my lower limbs, allowing me to run exceptionally fast. I once faced off against a senior brother who had just entered the second grade. He had focused on his upper limbs while his lower limbs were only beginning their refinement. In the end, I managed to exhaust him. Wang Jinyang recounted this incident with a sense of humor, though it had indeed caused quite a commotion at the time. The two had engaged in a serious bout, running over 30 laps around the South Jiangsu Wuda. Ultimately, the senior was left gasping for breath. Unable to keep pace and in frustration, he vowed never to face Wang Jinyang again until he had fully refined his lower limbs. Naturally, Fang Ping was unaware of these intricate details. Upon hearing that refining the lower limbs was superior to the upper limbs, Fang Ping quickly asked, Brother Wang, if I were to focus on my lower limbs, what stance would you recommend? The horse stance. It is the preferred choice for those refining their lower limbs. The two engaged in an extensive discussion regarding their training. Wang Jinyang displayed remarkable patience. Any ambiguity could lead to mishaps. If Fang Ping were to sustain an injury, missing this year's college entrance examination would create a gap that would be difficult to bridge. Wang Jinyang believed there was no need for Fang Ping to rush. Once he entered Wuda, he could conserve some resources. The resources Fang Ping possessed, when combined with the school's allocation, would suffice to reach the second grade. However, if he squandered them recklessly, it was highly likely that he would find himself depleted after achieving the first grade. To find another Huang Bin would require favorable circumstances, which Fang Ping would find challenging to secure. After a lengthy phone call lasting nearly an hour, it must be said that Wang Jinyang proved to be quite generous. Fang Ping benefited significantly from their conversation, and Wang's after-sales service was commendable. Once the call ended, Fang Ping took a few deep breaths. At 3 p.m., he embarked on his first formal training session. He had grasped the basic training methods, and even if he encountered some errors, the worst outcome would be a couple of days of rest, provided he avoided recklessly challenging his vital arteries. Lacking the ability for internal sight, Fang Ping had to rely on intuition. Stripping off his upper garments, he concentrated on practicing according to the refinement method illustrated in the manual, while simultaneously observing the meridians throughout his body. As the vital energy coalesced, the areas of strengthened energy would soon reveal the previously inconspicuous meridians. He experienced a slight throbbing discomfort. During his first training session, his bodily meridians were somewhat unaccustomed. After overcoming this initial phase, he would be fine, for the human body possesses boundless potential. Fang Ping continually reflected on his gains and losses, and as the vital energy converged near his temples, he began to feel a sense of apprehension. In other regions, the rupture of blood vessels may not pose a significant threat. However, a rupture in the blood vessels near the brain can have dire consequences. Within the refinement method, the pathways traversing the brain are few, with only a single main vessel. Fortunately, the foundational cultivation technique follows an established circulatory system without branching into secondary vessels. Soon enough, Fang Ping successfully navigated through the main vessel in his head. Half an hour later, he completed his first refinement with remarkable ease. Fang Ping grinned widely, verbally expressing his satisfaction while inwardly cursing. At that moment, he was covered in blood, with the main vessel intact. Yet several capillaries had ruptured, causing blood to ooze from every part of his body. If Fang Yuan or Li Yueying were to enter at that moment, they would likely be terrified. Upon completing the first refinement, Fang Ping felt a significant alleviation in the previously swollen and painful blood vessels. As for the bleeding, he thought, let it be. After all, he possessed ample vitality. Concentrating on the interface, Fang Ping wished to check if there had been any decline in his vitality. Wealth, 370, 800. Vitality, 120 points. Spirit, 140 Hz. His vitality had decreased by 4 points, which would be irrecoverable for an ordinary person without consuming a regular vitality pill. This meant that a single session of cultivation had cost him 100,000. Fang Ping winced, now comprehending why so few candidates became warriors before the college entrance examination. Even with all conditions met, the expenditure felt like water flowing away. Who among the non-wealthy could afford such lavish expenses? Moreover, considering the inherent dangers, such techniques are accessible only to warriors, and most high school students lack this opportunity. However, the concerns of others did not trouble Fang Ping. While Wang Jinyang worried about him exhausting his resources, Fang Ping had no intention of using those pills. Without further hesitation, he immediately focused on enhancing his vitality. Wealth, 365, 800. Vitality, 125 points. Spirit, 140 Hz. His upper limit had increased by 1 point. Fang Ping's eyes sparkled. To elevate his upper limit by a point in one session was no small feat, at least for him. For other students, recovering vitality takes about 3 days. Enhancing it by 1 point in 3 days at the cost of 100,000 would hardly entice many to attempt it. He could recover his vitality without a digestion period, while others trained only once every 3 days. As long as his body could withstand it, he could practice as many times as he wished. So this is how the system operates. Old Wang, trifling with third-tier status? Just wait, I will astonish you. Fang Ping muttered to himself, unable to conceal his delight. However, drenched in blood, anyone who caught sight of him might truly frighten young children. Chapter 41. Spending like water. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Fang Ping was reveling in his accomplishments, preparing to attempt another round of cultivation, the door was pounded with a resounding thud. Without needing to ask, Fang Ping instantly recognized the distinctive knocking style. Sure enough, Fang Yuan was outside, banging on the door while shouting, "Fang Ping, what are you doing?" One moment laughing foolishly, the next panting heavily, he continued, "Do you realize how inappropriate this is? I must warn you. If you keep this up, you won't find a wife. I'm still so young. Don't lead me astray." Fang Ping's face turned pale. What had he done? He was merely practicing. How could that lead anyone astray? Upon reflecting on the girl's recent remarks, Fang Ping found himself somewhat enlightened, and then he scowled and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is being lewd? Who has led the children astray? I am sincerely engaged in physical training, practicing my techniques. Do you understand?" Outside, Fang Yuan scoffed, "Who are you trying to fool? Can't you practice in the courtyard? Regardless, I won't be swayed. You must cease that heavy breathing. It sounds quite inappropriate." Fang Ping felt a sense of despair, increasingly convinced that he needed to find a different place for his training. This old house had nearly non-existent soundproofing. After just one session of practicing the refinement technique, his blood surged, and it was only natural for him to catch his breath. Little did he know that Fang Yuan heard everything with crystal clarity. That girl must have her own ideas about him. During the day, hiding in his room, breathing heavily and laughing foolishly, Fang Ping couldn't help but feel he hadn't conducted himself well. He had initially intended to attempt the standing post exercise, but at that moment, he decided against it. The standing post practice would create even more noise than the refinement technique, and he could only imagine what that girl might think. After a quick tidying up, Fang Ping changed into a fresh set of clothes. His previous outfit bore the marks of a ruptured blood vessel, with numerous stains of blood adorning his trousers. Once dressed, he took his soiled garments and headed toward the bathroom. Seizing the opportunity before his mother returned, he intended to wash up, hoping to alleviate any worries his parents might have. However, this action only reinforced Fang Yuan's suspicions that her older brother was up to no good. "Fang Ping, you really ought to find yourself a girlfriend. All the boys in our class have girlfriends, and you're still a singleton. Being single is one thing, but secretly hiding in your room watching those unhealthy things is quite unacceptable. What if mom and dad find out? How embarrassing would that be? Fang Ping, how about I introduce you to someone?" "Shut up," Fang Ping retorted, his face darkening as he rubbed the fabric of his clothes. "From now on, keep your distance from those dubious friends. How old are you? What are you thinking? I'm only 18. What does it mean to be a singleton? I'm training, do you understand? Training, whatever, if you refuse to admit it." "That's your choice," Fang Yuan murmured nonchalantly. "I'm just trying to help. My classmate's sister is quite beautiful." All right, I'll be quiet," Fang Yuan relented, her expression suggesting she would not continue to press him, which left Fang Ping feeling rather wounded. "I truly haven't watched any inappropriate films, nor have I perused magazines featuring impoverished models, or anything else. I am practicing. Fang Ping felt a sense of resignation. Concluding that it was futile to explain himself, it would be pointless to try to clarify things with her. That evening, Fang Ping did not resume his practice of the refinement technique, but instead picked up the 16 forms of standing post to study. Particularly, he focused on the horse stance. To train in martial arts without mastering the foundational techniques would lead to nothing in the end. The essence of this practice lay in the standing post. If one could not maintain a solid stance, not only would it hinder the refinement of bones and meridians, but it would also affect one's combat capabilities. At Wu University, martial artists who excelled in standing post were often referred to as the unmovable one. A well-executed stance made one virtually impervious to being pushed or knocked down. If one could not defeat you, they would find themselves entangled. The horse stance, named for its resemblance to riding a horse, was divided into 3 levels. The first level, stability. To stand firm in one's stance means one cannot be easily toppled. The second level, solidity. With feet like rock, rooted to the earth, one cannot be easily moved. Thirdly, the concept of standing empty serves as the origin of the title unstoppable. Standing empty refers to the ability of the human body to adjust its center of gravity at will. An unstable center of gravity leads to the risk of falling. When the center of gravity is stable and can be adjusted freely, one remains steadfast against pushes, strikes, kicks, or grabs, remaining utterly unyielding. The martial prowess of a fighter cannot be solely assessed by their rank. A skilled practitioner of stance training, even when facing a higher-ranked opponent, may not necessarily breach their defenses, but they can certainly evade them. Moreover, stance training can strengthen bones and enhance the speed of skeletal refinement. When combined with the refining method, the results are remarkable. albeit the consumption of vital energy is astonishing. Fang Ping perused a plethora of instructional materials and endeavored to maintain a horse stance for a brief period. Merely 5 minutes into the exercise, he found himself trembling all over, drenched in sweat. The challenge of stance training surpassed his expectations. After 10 minutes, he was on the verge of shaking uncontrollably. His legs quivered significantly, and at that moment, if someone were to push him from the front, he would undoubtedly lose his balance. This indicated that he was still far from mastering this fundamental level of stability. With a flat chest, rounded back, and head held in a straight line, he silently recited the essentials of stance training, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Soon, he was panting heavily, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. This was without the incorporation of the refining method, yet it was already exhausting. Once he attempted to integrate the refining method, Fang Ping felt utterly incapable of multitasking. He refocused and examined his data. Wealth, 365, 800, vital energy, 122, mental strength, 135. Fang Ping's expression shifted as he noted that not only had his vital energy decreased, but so too had his mental strength. Was this a drain on his mental faculties? He murmured to himself, beginning to comprehend the reason behind the decline in his mental strength. During stance training, the intense concentration required led to significant consumption of both vital energy and mental strength. Reflecting on this, Fang Ping began to mentally recite affirmations to enhance his mental and vital energy. Wealth, 357, 800, vital energy, 125, mental strength, 140. The consumption was indeed greater than he had anticipated. In less than a day, he had expended 13,000 in wealth value. Initially, he believed that even if both attributes were raised to 200, it would only cost him several 100,000 wealth value. However, in hindsight, he realized he had been overly optimistic. Vital energy and mental strength are not static. They diminish with exertion and training. At this juncture, an ordinary person would recuperate through sleep, nourishment, or medication. Yet, to avoid wasting time, Fang Ping could only rely on wealth value for recovery. Each restorative session consumed a substantial amount of wealth. Although over 3 million in wealth value seemed considerable, at this rate, how long could he sustain such expenditures? Unless Fang Ping chose to forego rapid advancement and, like others, gradually recover through sleep and food, the consumption would only escalate with the combination of stance training and the refining method. For the average non-martial artist, the prolonged recovery time and substantial resource consumption during training elucidate why martial practitioners are not commonly found in society. Ordinary individuals can only progress slowly, but as age advances, their bodies become rigid, making breakthroughs increasingly challenging in youth. Aside from familial support, young individuals often lack the financial means for training. However, how many families can afford to expend such vast sums? Even if the refining method and stance training were offered to individuals like Wu Zhihao, they might hesitate to engage in such practices. The rate at which wealth is depleting is even swifter than Fang Ping had imagined. Over the next 2 days, Fang Ping devoted his days to attending classes and studying, while his nights were spent practicing standing meditation. Tuesday evening, upon concluding his training in the refining method, he cast another glance at his data, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Wealth, 320, 800. Vitality, 126 cards. Mental energy, 142 Hz. Both his vitality and mental energy limits had risen, but this was accompanied by a significant drain on his wealth. From an initial sum of 3.37 million, he had squandered 50,000 wealth points in just a few short days. The outcome was that his vitality had reached 126 cards, and he sensed that even a rise to 127 cards would now be attainable. On average, elevating vitality by 1 card required at least 20,000 wealth points, and this was during a period when his vitality was still relatively low. Once it reached its maximum of 150 cards, further enhancement would likely demand even greater expenditure. How naive I was! Fang Ping chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling how he had previously reveled in the thought that a mere 100,000 wealth points could enable him to surpass 200 cards. Now, he fully comprehended that the system was indeed a substantial pitfall. The rate of increase was approximately 1 card per day. Contemplating his situation, Fang Ping decided to enhance his vitality once more, expending 1,000 wealth points to elevate it to 127 cards. After moving his body, he felt a manageable strain and was rather satisfied. If he were to increase his vitality by 1 card each day, He might reach the minimum vitality threshold of 150 cards by the time of his physical examination, and of course, whether this pace would continue remained uncertain. As for whether to reveal such elevated vitality, that would depend on the circumstances. Increasing vitality was a challenging endeavor, while consumption was all too easy. If Fang Ping wished to avoid drawing attention, he could engage in rigorous training before the examination, significantly depleting his vitality to bring it down to 120 cards with ease. Just as he was preparing to freshen up, his phone, which he had tossed aside, vibrated. Picking it up, he noticed it was the voice of the sales manager he had spoken to earlier. "Mr. Fang, I apologize for the interruption. The paperwork for your property has been completed. If it is convenient for you tomorrow." "All right, I'll be there tomorrow at noon," Fang Ping replied in a hushed tone, forgoing pleasantries with the eager manager before ending the call. The speed at which the Guanhuiyuan office operated was impressive. The contract had been signed on Sunday, and now, merely 3 days later, the paperwork was already finalized. Once he acquired the property, he planned to purchase some fitness equipment and other necessary supplies, which would constitute a considerable expenditure. After excluding the cost of the property, he currently had just over 410,000 in cash on hand. After making his purchases, he feared he would be left with less than 400,000. How swiftly money flows away. Fang Ping sighed, gaining a profound understanding of why high-ranking martial artists were so fervently amassing wealth. Even he, a mere novice, was incurring substantial expenses for the sake of his cultivation, and that was with the system's assistance. For those without such advantages, the daily costs were staggering. Without funds, it was difficult not only to cultivate but even to maintain one's current level. Earning money was imperative. Fang Ping muttered to himself, but he realized that this matter would have to wait until after the college entrance examination. He simply did not have the time to address it now. Chapter 42. The Gymnasium Wednesday.as. Soon as his morning classes concluded, Fang Ping hurried straight to the Guanhuiyuan sales office. Fang Ping, having settled the final payment, obtained various documents and keys, proceeded to inspect the house, marking the completion of the acceptance process. With the payment finalized, Fang Ping's remaining savings and cash dwindled to just over 410,000. The personnel from the sales department departed, leaving no one to hinder him, which alleviated Fang Ping's stress considerably. He wandered alone in the spacious, empty house, feeling quite pleased. In just a few days, he had purchased a large home. The thought of Fang Yuan's reaction upon learning of his new acquisition brought a smile to Fang Ping's face. It would undoubtedly be amusing, however, for the time being, he had no intention of informing his family. Even if he were to share the news, it would have to wait until after the college entrance examination. Once he secured a place at Wuka University, he could fabricate a plausible explanation, whether it be about collaborating with Wang Jinyang or receiving early investment from a large enterprise. If his family found out now, it would inevitably stir concern among his parents. He contemplated purchasing some fitness equipment, but decided to hold off on buying furniture for the time being. Essential items like a sofa and chairs were necessary. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to sit. And of course, he needed to acquire a bed, as he might occasionally stay over. After calculating what he needed, Fang Ping wasted no time and stepped out. An hour later, Fang Ping emerged from the largest furniture store in the city. He had placed orders for everything he required, paid a deposit, and arranged for delivery within the next couple of days. He had not splurged on the sofa and chairs, opting for practical choices instead. However, he selected mid to high-end fitness equipment, which would not only serve him but could also be passed on to Fang Yuan, thus avoiding waste. After tallying his expenses, he estimated that he would be left with around 390,000 after settling the bills. Upon returning to school, Fan expressed mild curiosity. "Fang Ping, why do you seem to be elusive lately?" Previously, when Fang Ping did not return home for lunch, neither did Fan. They often dined together at the cafeteria or outside, but recently, Fang Ping had been noticeably absent. "I've been a bit busy with some matters," Fang Ping replied. "Even though you've enrolled in Wuka? The entrance exam is challenging. Do not neglect your studies," Fan reiterated, his concern evident. Fang Ping smiled and nodded, appreciating the friendship that prompted such reminders. If it were someone less familiar, they would likely wish for him to neglect his studies. Reducing competition. As they conversed, Yang Jian from the front row turned around and asked, "Fang Ping, would you like to join us for a workout this evening?" In recent days, Fang Ping had been absorbing the benefits of his enhanced vitality. He had felt no need to join them for exercise, but now, armed with newfound techniques, he found himself somewhat restless at home, unable to fully practice. The new house was still bare, and he preferred not to visit just yet. Taking this opportunity to observe how others trained seemed beneficial. After a moment's thought, Fang Ping nodded. Sure, let us go together tonight. Yang Jian had merely made a casual suggestion, as Fang Ping had declined previous invitations. Surprised by Fang Ping's acceptance this time, Yang Jian quickly broke into a grin. Great. Let us head out together after class. There will be many people there, including some top students from our school. Observing their training methods might prove helpful. Having agreed to meet after school, they ceased their conversation and began to wait for the teacher to commence the lesson. Before long, the afternoon classes came to an end. Among the liberal arts students, there are some who still attend evening self-study sessions, while Fang Ping and his fellow martial arts students almost never do. This evening, Fang Ping is also participating in a group exercise, which is well known among Wu Zhihao and the others. As they make their way outside, Wu Zhihao chuckles. Fang Ping, I assume you haven't been to the gym over there, right? I can guarantee it will be an eye-opening experience for you. The gym he refers to is a facility constructed by the first high school, specifically designed for martial arts students to hone their bodies. Not every student has the privilege of a personal gym. Even if they do, the atmosphere is entirely different. While Wu Zhihao has access to a workout space at home, he prefers to go to the gym with everyone else, with more people around. Although it may be somewhat chaotic, the mutual comparison among peers provides motivation for exercise. Working out alone can be monotonous and dull. Many cannot endure such solitude. Fang Ping laughed in response. An eye-opening experience? Do you mean to say that others can make exercising entertaining? Before Wu Zhihao could respond, Zhang Hao chimed in with a grin. Fang Ping, you clearly don't understand. Not all martial arts students are male. There are quite a few female students as well. When exercising, do you think they wrap themselves up like rice dumplings? TSK, you'll know what I mean when you see it. Before he could finish, one of the two female martial arts candidates in their class, Zhang Nan, retorted sharply, stop being so lewd. Do you think Fang Ping is like you? Always staring at the girls and embarrassing our class. Zhang Hao remained unfazed and laughed at Fang Ping. Did you catch that from Zhang Nan? We shouldn't stare at girls from other classes. Let us focus on her instead. Get lost? Zhang Nan rolled her eyes. Don't be so fierce. The more aggressive you are, the less I dare to look. If no one is watching, you're the one missing out. Are you looking for a fight? The two exchanged their usual banter, which others had grown accustomed to. Wu Zhihao simply ignored them and continued walking, chuckling. Don't listen to Zhang Hao's nonsense. Watching girls can be considered one of the perks, but that's not the main point. There are many top students from other classes at the gym, each with their own workout methods. We can observe and learn from those who are effective. However, we are already somewhat set in our ways. Fang Ping, you can take a look and learn systematically. Fang Ping nodded, and amidst their casual conversation, they arrived at the entrance of the gym. The gym is staffed and not open to the public. However, students from the first high school, regardless of whether they are in the liberal arts or martial arts program, can enter, albeit for a fee. The cost is modest, at just 2 yuan per visit, and is not based on duration. Fang Ping paid the fee, while the others did not, as those who frequent the gym can obtain a monthly membership card. The fee is primarily to prevent overcrowding, ensuring that not everyone rushes in at once. Though 2 yuan is not a significant amount, those who are not genuinely interested in exercising would not waste money merely to spectate. Upon entering the second floor of the gym, Fang Ping was immediately greeted by a wave of warmth. The sounds of lively chatter and enthusiastic shouts fill the air. The layout is similar to a typical gym, yet the atmosphere is filled with young men and women. As soon as Wu Zhihao and the others arrived, voices called out, Zhihao, over here. Zhihao, come and compete. Yang Jian, how is your stamina? With fewer than 300 martial arts candidates at their school, and even fewer regularly attending the gym, the number is likely under 200. Wu Zhihao possessed a robust vitality, standing out prominently among his peers, well known to many. Upon hearing the greetings from the crowd, Wu Zhihao responded with a cheerful smile. Today is not about competition. Let us focus on our own training. Fang Ping whispered. What are we competing in? Oh, nothing much, Wu Zhihao casually explained, just a bit of lively fun. Perhaps some push-ups, pull-ups, or occasionally a contest of strength. With that, he led Fang Ping and a few others to a quieter area. The rest of the group had their own plans, each seeking out available equipment to commence their workouts. Wu Zhihao, however, chose an empty multifunction training machine to guide Fang Ping through his exercises. Although Fang Ping was familiar with its use, he felt it would be impolite to decline Wu Zhihao's enthusiastic assistance. As he listened to Wu Jihao's instructions, he glanced around. The second floor of the gym was bustling with people, yet the spaciousness prevented it from feeling overcrowded. Among the crowd were indeed several young women, dressed rather minimally for their workouts. However, to be candid, Fang Ping felt little interest or attraction. A group of vibrant high school students would have drawn his gaze more readily on a beach than in this setting. Here, everyone was sweating profusely, and the scent of perspiration from the girls was no more pleasant than that of the boys. He had no inclination to get closer. While demonstrating the equipment's usage, Wu Jihao lowered his voice. "There's also a third floor, Dado?" Fang Ping replied, intrigued. "The third floor is less crowded but offers a bit more excitement. First-time visitors often enjoy checking it out," Wu Jihao elaborated. "You see, number 1 high school is the finest in Yang City, and it is not devoid of martial artists. The children and grandchildren of martial artists usually attend here. Although the number of these descendants is not large each year, they do exist. In our current cohort, there are 2 with martial artist lineage. Including those from the first and second years, there are a total of 7 students with martial artist backgrounds who frequent this place. However, they typically train on the 3rd floor. Fang Ping, are you interested? We could go take a look." Fang Ping was slightly taken aback. "Of course, the school doesn't prohibit it, but we rarely go." Wu Jihao continued. "The equipment on the 3rd floor is limited, and those individuals, having martial artist relatives, don't usually engage with us. However, they won't mind if we come to observe. It's common for first-timers to be curious. Of course, those who come frequently find it less appealing after the initial visit." Fang Ping's curiosity was piqued, and he stood up, exclaiming, "Let's go see then. Are these individuals particularly robust?" "They're decent, I suppose. Slightly stronger than us, but not by much," Wu Jihao replied as they ascended the stairs, lowering his voice once more. "The martial artists in Yang City aren't particularly high in rank, and their resources are limited. Truly formidable warriors seldom remain in Yang City. Those of higher rank, their children do not attend number 1 high school. They either enroll in Ruiyang number 1 high school or pursue their studies in larger cities." Fang Ping understood, realizing why there was seldom talk of exceptionally strong second-generation martial artists at number 1 high school. The martial artist descendants studying here generally had grandparents who were first- or second-tier martial artists, mostly the former. Moreover, the majority were social martial artists, whose limited training resources naturally translated to fewer opportunities for their children. Even if their vitality was somewhat elevated, it was only marginally higher than that of ordinary individuals. As they conversed, the 2 individuals ascended to the 3rd floor. It was notably spacious and remarkably tranquil. This was Fang Ping's first impression, starkly contrasting with the sweltering heat below. There were very few people present. Though the second generation of martial artists from the first high school numbered 7, not everyone would frequent this place, nor would they always come together. A cursory glance revealed that in the expansive 3rd level, there were only 5 individuals in total, 2 of whom were clearly there for mere amusement, just like Fang Ping and his companion. In fact, only 3 were genuinely engaged in training. Indeed, training, not the so-called refinement method, which lower-tier martial artists would never permit their offspring to practice, but rather the standing meditation. Having already perused the 16 forms of standing meditation, Fang Ping could instantly discern that the 3 individuals above were indeed practicing this form. "Standing meditation?" Fang Ping murmured softly. Beside him, Wu Jihao was not taken aback. He nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed, the second generation of martial artists typically engages in standing meditation. Standing meditation is no secret. The Martial Arts University has compiled 16 commonly utilized forms. However, there exists a plethora of standing forms beyond this collection in society, and those eager to learn can certainly find ways to do so. Even the standing forms from the 16 forms of standing meditation can be acquired with a bit of investment." Wu Jihao, unconcerned with Fang Ping's thoughts, continued in a hushed tone, "Do you know why these second-generation martial artists remain relatively obscure? It is precisely because of this. Standing meditation reflects long-term effects. Its true efficacy only manifests after one enters the martial arts university. Upon admission, it is said that those who have mastered standing meditation advance to becoming martial artists at a rate surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Therefore, these second-generation martial artists typically do not strive for early brilliance. Their sole aim is to gain admission to the martial arts university. Once admitted, that is when their opportunity to shine truly arises." As Wu Jihao spoke, he shook his head again, adding, "However, we need not emulate them. Standing meditation demands considerable time and effort. Its short-term effects are, in fact, not superior to regular exercise. dietary supplements and medicinal aids yield even greater results. Generally, only the second generation of martial artists practices standing meditation during high school. Standing meditation is focused on long-term outcomes, and its maximum effectiveness is only achieved when combined with the refinement method. Otherwise, practicing standing meditation alone yields less benefit for the enhancement of one's vitality and blood than regular exercise, of course. This assumes that the level of the standing meditation is not particularly high. Should one manage to reach a solid foundation in standing meditation prior to becoming a martial artist, the effects would far surpass those of ordinary exercise. The descendants of these lower-tier martial artists do not aspire to become martial artists before the college entrance examination. Their sights are set on the future. They first engage in standing meditation to elevate their vitality to meet the martial arts university standards, and once they enter, with a foundational understanding of standing meditation, they can then incorporate the refinement method into their training. At that point, the results will be evident. Moreover, they can leverage the resources available through the school, alleviating the burden of relying solely on their own means. Practicing standing meditation in isolation consumes resources comparable to those required by the refinement method, thus relieving these lower-tier martial artists of some pressure. As Wu Zhihao succinctly articulated these points, Fang Ping grasped the reasoning behind why. Despite the availability of standing meditation, individuals like Wu Zhihao chose not to pursue it. Their current objective was the martial arts examination. Given that conventional exercise enhances vitality at a pace quicker than standing meditation, why then engage in standing meditation? As for the future, there was ample time ahead. Without passing the martial arts examination, all aspirations remained hollow. The descendants of martial artists, however, almost universally aim to become martial artists themselves. Thus, these individuals can afford to engage in the time-consuming practice of standing meditation. Even if they fail to gain admission to the martial arts university, they will persist along the path of martial arts. While the two conversed quietly, Fang Ping also observed the three individuals engaged in standing meditation. 2 men and a woman. The two boys, like Fang Ping, were practicing the horse stance, while the girl was training in the round stance. The distinction in their stances was evident, easily discernible from their postures. Fang Ping observed them, and the few standing in their stances noticed Wu Zhihao and his companion. Among the two boys, one, with a rugged appearance and a buzz cut, suddenly concluded his practice and cheerfully exclaimed, "Wu Zhihao, it's been a few days since I last saw you. How's your vitality?" Having not measured it for several days, he turned to Tan Hao and asked, "What about you?" 118 cards, Tan Hao replied, his voice resonating as he wiped off his sweat with a towel, lamenting, "By last year's standards, I could have been napping at home, but this year, I've heard everyone's vitality is impressively high. 118 cards isn't even secure. There's no choice but to push harder while there's still time," aiming for 120 cards. Tan Hao, with his robust build, bore some resemblance to Yang Jian. While speaking, he cast a glance at Fang Ping, yet, unfamiliar with him, chose not to greet. Wu Zhihao, however, took the initiative to introduce, "This is Fang Ping, a powerhouse from our class. His vitality surpasses mine." He then turned to Fang Ping with a smile, "This is Tan Hao from Class 2. A second-generation martial artist. Get lost? Second-generation martial artist?" Tan Hao retorted with irritation, "What do you mean by that? My father is only a first rank, and he is merely a basic martial arts training class graduate. I'm broke. I've consumed fewer elixirs than you." Wu Zhihao chuckled, "Don't be so shameless. Who has eaten more is obvious to anyone. Ha ha ha, let us not beat around the bush. You say Fang Ping has a higher vitality than you?" At this moment, Tan Hao grew curious about Fang Ping, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Meanwhile, another boy, somewhat more refined in appearance and with slightly longer hair than Tan Hao, also halted his practice. Hearing their conversation, the refined boy approached, visibly intrigued. "Wu Zhihao, is what you said true?" Wu Zhihao delayed his response, turning to Fang Ping, "This is Tan Tao, also from Class 2. This year, our cohort has 2 second-generation martial artists, and they are brothers. Don't be deceived by their current lower vitality compared to Zhou Bin and Xiao Liang. Once they enter the martial university, these 2 brothers will shine in our high school senior year. These 2 are the second-generation martial artists." As for the girl standing nearby, she was a second-year student. Seeing them chat, she chose not to interject, continuing her practice. "Brothers?" Fang Ping looked at the 2 before him, one robust and tall, the other refined and handsome. "What the heck? Are these 2 really brothers?" Fang Ping silently scoffed but maintained a smile, greeting them. Before the brothers could speak, Fang Ping, filled with curiosity, inquired, "You were practicing the horse stance just now, right?" Yes, you know about it? Tanhao replied with a hearty laugh. Though it sounds impressive, the results are rather mediocre. If it weren't for my father insisting we practice stances, I would have long stopped. If I train like Wu Zhihao, my vitality might even surpass Zhou Bin. Can you stop boasting? Just as Tanhao finished, Tan Tao interjected with a hint of exasperation. Zhou Bin's vitality is 125 cards. That guy is genuinely exceptional. 120 cards is a threshold. Even if we matched him, we might not necessarily break through 120 cards. 120 cards is a threshold. Fang Ping pondered internally, wondering where this threshold came from. How could I possibly be unaware? Moreover, these two brothers are quite talkative. I clearly mentioned the horse stance, yet somehow the conversation leapt to Zhou Bin. While Fang Ping harbored doubts, the two brothers finally returned to the main topic. Tan Tao cast a curious glance at Fang Ping and inquired, Fang Ping, is it true that your vital energy surpasses that of Wu Zhihao? Wu Zhihao's vitality is not to be underestimated. He previously registered at 115 cards, comparable to theirs. As for the current status, Wu Zhihao has not disclosed it, leaving them in the dark. If Fang Ping indeed surpasses Wu Zhihao, does that not imply he is on par with these two brothers? Few achieve a vitality exceeding 115 cards, and until now, Fang Ping's name had not been mentioned. Zhihao merely remarked upon it. I haven't measured it myself, so I am not entirely certain. Fang Ping wished to steer clear of this topic and forcibly redirected the conversation. Judging by your appearance, you must have been practicing the stance for quite some time. How long can you maintain it now? About half an hour, came the response. So, that means you've reached the stable level? Oh, you know about that too. Tanhao expressed mild astonishment before quickly breaking into a smile. It took me 3 years of standing practice to finally attain this level of stability. Tanhao, being somewhat rugged, contrasted with his older brother Tan Tao, who was more meticulous. After a moment, Tan Tao suddenly asked, Fang Ping, do you also practice the stance? Wu Zhihao couldn't help but glance at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not deny it, replying with a smile, yes, I also practice the horse stance, just like you. However, I have yet to achieve the stable level. I notice that you both maintain your stances much more steadily than I do. I find it quite enviable. Without a careful observation, it is indeed challenging to discern whether one practices the stance. However, upon close inspection, slight differences become apparent in posture and aura. Since Fang Ping was not moving, Tan Tao only asked out of curiosity. Upon hearing Fang Ping acknowledge his practice of the horse stance, Tan Tao immediately expressed interest, asking, how long have you been practicing? For quite some time, Fang Ping replied vaguely, then forcefully shifted the topic. I have always been exploring on my own. I had no idea there were others practicing the stance here at school. You two are the first practitioners I have encountered. In the future, may I observe you while you practice? Although he had yet to reach the stable level, and the dual practice of standing and refining techniques was difficult and fraught with danger, Fang Ping longed to break through to the first level of stability and then attempt the effects of simultaneous practice. However, certain concepts are inherently difficult to grasp through mere diagrams. If there were a real-life model for reference, achieving stable standing at the first level would be considerably easier. While Wang Jinyang could offer guidance, he was situated in Jiangxing and was currently focused on his own breakthrough, making it inconvenient for Fang Ping to constantly disturb him. Now that he had fortuitously encountered these two brothers, both of whom had achieved stable standing at the first level and practiced the horse stance, Fang Ping was eager to observe them for a while, certain that he would gain valuable insights. Tanhao, hearing this, chuckled, feel free to watch. It's not a secret. The essence of standing practice lies in persistence. Tan Tao and I have been practicing since our first year of high school, and it was only recently that we broke through to the first level. Acknowledging Fang Ping's practice of the horse stance, the Tam brothers became increasingly chatty. Having just concluded their standing practice, they chose not to continue further, instead engaging Fang Ping in a discussion about their insights on the horse stance. As a high school student, one does not possess a profound depth of understanding. Although it was their first encounter with Fang Ping, the two brothers openly shared some key insights they had personally grasped, without any reservations. This immediately made Fang Ping feel that his trip was worthwhile and that he had indeed made the right choice. During the session, Fang Ping even stood in stance once, with the brothers assisting him in correcting some of his movements. After a brief half-hour, the Tam brothers returned home, while Wu Zhihao looked at Fang Ping with a hint of curiosity. Fang Ping, do you also practice dance training? He inquired. Yes, Fang Ping replied. Wu Zhihao hesitated, as stance training typically results in a slower progression of vital energy, necessitating both medicinal and dietary supplements. He wondered where Fang Ping's family could possibly find the funds to support such endeavors. Sensing his thoughts, Fang Ping casually remarked, "I used to practice haphazardly, not concerned with speed. Otherwise, my vital energy would not have remained so low. But after taking some medicine, my vitality increased significantly, prompting me to resume my stance training." While Wu Zhihao still harbored some doubts, he chose not to pursue the matter further, feeling that Fang Ping was indeed quite enigmatic. Fang Ping, indifferent to his speculations, figured he could always shift the blame onto Wang Jinyang if necessary. With the king of blame around, Fang Ping was untroubled by any potential scrutiny from others. Who would dare to question Wang Jinyang? Even if they did, Wang Jinyang would readily take responsibility, ensuring that matters concerning Huang Bin were thoroughly addressed. In Jiangsheng, Wang Jinyang, having just achieved a breakthrough, suddenly sneezed. Shaking his head, he felt a nagging sense of foreboding. Yet, the thought of his recent advancement to the third tier made him grin, allowing him to set his misgivings aside. Chapter 44. Wu Zhihao's speculation. Having experienced the first encounter, a second was inevitable in the following days. Fang Ping frequently observed the Tan brothers practicing their stance. After several days, he found himself greatly enriched by the experience. The Tan brothers were amiable, allowing him to watch without interruption during their training. Whenever they had a moment to spare, Fang Ping would pose questions, and the brothers were always willing to provide answers. Stance training was considered a semi-public secret, devoid of any shortcuts. It fundamentally relied on the passage of time for refinement. However, they were unaware that Fang Ping was no ordinary individual. While others found their vital energy depleting and their spirits flagging during prolonged training sessions, necessitating breaks for recovery, often taking until the next day or even the day after, Fang Ping was different. When his energy waned, he simply replenished it with his wealth points. When his spirit faltered, he again drew upon his wealth points. The Tan brothers, having reached a stable level in their stance training, could only maintain their practice for half an hour a day. While they could continue, the toll on their vital energy and mental fortitude was too great, leaving them fatigued for several days thereafter. Vital energy could be restored through supplements and elixirs, but for low-tier martial artists, mental exhaustion posed a nearly insurmountable challenge. Aside from rest, there were few alternatives to recover one's mental strength. Fang Ping, however, operated at a different pace. Even a 20-minute session was a significant achievement for most. Yet this individual recklessly consumed his wealth points. Every evening, from 7 o'clock, he would train diligently. Spending half an hour on body refinement techniques, he would then dedicate over 4 hours to stance training. Rarely pausing before midnight, Fang Ping felt he could stand until dawn if not for the limitations of sleep. His consistently robust vital energy and mental state allowed him to engage in prolonged, uninterrupted stance training, equivalent to what the Tan brothers might achieve in half a month, or even a month in just a few short days. Fang Ping sensed that he was not far from mastering the first layer of stability in his stance. As Saturday night arrived, when Fang Ping once again sought the counsel of the two brothers, Tan Hao appeared relatively unfazed, while Tan Tao exhibited a somewhat altered demeanor. This fellow is rather intimidating. Just a couple of days prior, he was inquiring about rudimentary knowledge, and now he was broaching the subject of stabilizing oneself at the first level. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Tao could not suppress his curiosity. "Fang Ping, you're not on the verge of a breakthrough, are you?" Tan Hao opened his mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "A breakthrough?" Fang Ping chuckled lightly. "No, I was merely asking. In truth, I have been practicing standing post for a while now. Previously, I had never had the opportunity to hear a systematic explanation, so my understanding was rather superficial. Now that you both are guiding me, I have managed to organize my thoughts, and what once eluded me is now clear. I have gained immensely. Although I have yet to break through, I firmly believe it will come soon. I truly must express my gratitude to you both. When you have a moment, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal." The Tan brothers, whether indifferent or magnanimous, had indeed rendered Fang Ping significant assistance. Were it not for the two of them, Fang Ping would have struggled on his own, as certain fundamental techniques would have remained uncorrected, making it impossible to enter the first level within a few months. "It appears he may indeed achieve a breakthrough," Tan Tao murmured, casting an envious glance at Fang Ping. Despite their own higher levels of vitality, the brothers were not particularly concerned if Fang Ping did not advance in his standing post. A few extra vitality points meant little to them. With a martial artist father, they possessed knowledge that surpassed that of others. Once they entered the martial arts university and learned the refining techniques, supplemented by mentors and school resources, Their chances of becoming martial artists within a year were considerably high. However, for those like Fang Ping, as long as their vitality was not overwhelmingly high, it mattered little. Even if Zhobin boasted 125 vitality points, what of it? Upon entering the school, he would have to start from scratch with standing post practice, achieving stability alongside the refining techniques, and it remained uncertain how long that would take. It was quite possible that the brothers would break through to martial artists, completing the refinement of their limbs, while these others would only then have a glimmer of hope. But that was in the past. Now, as Fang Ping was on the cusp of breaking through to the first level of standing post, he would stand alongside them on equal footing. After a brief spell of envy, Tan Tao politely replied, "There's no need for a meal. We are all quite busy. Let us wait until the martial science examination concludes. Then, we can dine together." Fang Ping, with his impressive vitality and reportedly decent academic performance, had a high probability of being admitted to the martial arts university. Once they all became students there, it would be nice to share a meal and strengthen their camaraderie. They were busy, and so was Fang Ping. After expressing his gratitude once more, Fang Ping took his leave. Once he had departed, the brothers sought out Wu Zhihao downstairs. The burly Tan Hao seized Wu Zhihao by the collar, his anger palpable. "Little Wu, you've deceived your elder Hao again." Wu Zhihao, taken aback, quickly retorted, "Get lost, you big oaf. Don't think I'm afraid of you too. If you dare, let us settle this one-on-one. My foot." Tan Hao grumbled, reluctantly releasing his grip, his frustration evident as he lamented, "Didn't you say Fang Ping came from a modest background? Recently, his progress in standing post has been astonishing, and his vitality is robust. By all accounts, this shouldn't be the case." Wu Zhihao, slightly irritated, responded, "Is that what this is about?" He had previously harbored doubts but was beginning to piece things together. Seizing a moment when others were not paying attention, Wu Zhihao lowered his voice, "That lad, I fear he has someone backing him." "Who?" "Brother Wang." Wu Zhihao's eyes gleamed with clarity as he said, "The last time Senior Brother Wang visited the school, he requested Senior Brother Wang's phone number. It seems they met at least once. I am unaware of their exact conversation, but it is highly probable that he received Senior Brother Wang's support. Otherwise, one must wonder how he could progress so swiftly. Wang Jinyang, perhaps." The two brothers exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with astonishment. Wu Zhihao, oblivious to the underlying circumstances, was unaware that their father was a martial artist, who possessed a modicum of insight into the situation. Just days ago, the most remarkable individual in Yang City in nearly a decade single-handedly felled a pinnacle second-tier martial artist. How old is Wang Jinyang? A freshman, merely 19 years of age. To have slain a pinnacle second-tier martial artist. What tier is Wang Jinyang himself? Second pinnacle? Third? Such a figure, even their father would advise them to befriend him if he were to enroll in Nanjing Martial University. Befriend, not merely grow close. For a freshman like Wang Jinyang to be so prodigious, by the time he graduates, he could very well ascend to the intermediate tier. Individuals of this caliber, upon graduation, would surely enter the political arena, at the very least attaining the rank of a commander. A city-level leader is referred to as a commander, while a provincial head is termed a governor. Yang City is merely a county-level city, and its leader cannot even be considered a commander. After a few years of experience, it would not be inconceivable for Wang Jinyang to become a governor. Such a person, how could one not seek to befriend him? The brothers' eyes glistened with envy. Had that rascal Fang Ping truly managed to cultivate a connection with Senior Brother Wang? Noticing their expressions, Wu Zhihao murmured, "I believe it's quite likely that so. Your envy is futile. Besides, Uncle Tan is also a martial artist. There's no need for you to be jealous. I should be the one envious." "You know nothing," Tan Hao retorted sharply, even though their father was present. He dared not place himself in the same league as Wang Jinyang, a first-tier martial artist nearing 50 and a 19-year-old second, or even third-tier martial artist. What comparison could be made? The old man was now pinning all hopes on his sons to achieve greatness. Aside from maintaining his vitality through daily practice, he hardly trained anymore. Training requires funds, you understand? With all three of them training, relying on the meager benefits of the old man, they would have long gone bankrupt. But Wang Jinyang was different. He was young, of a higher tier, and still a student, thus acquiring resources came easily to him. With his support, Fang Ping could likely consume vitality pills as if they were mere candies. Of course, this was just speculation. Even if Fang Ping could consume them, rapid digestion was another matter altogether. Why would senior brother Wang take a liking to Fang Ping? Could it be related to the previous hosting incident? If only we had known. We should have gone ourselves. Such regret. The brothers sighed heavily. And Wu Zhihao grumbled further, let us not even mention it. I went to pick him up, yet it was to no avail. He speculated that perhaps Fang Ping's substantial increase in vitality after consuming the medicine had caught Wang Jinyang's attention. Of course, it could also be linked to Fang Ping's boldness. That fellow dared to actively call Wang Jinyang, and Wu Zhihao found that quite admirable. The essence of a martial artist lies in their willingness to contend. Many have heard this saying, yet how many young people truly understand it? At this moment, Wu Zhihao felt he was beginning to comprehend. Had Fang Ping not dared to contend, had he not made that call, Wang Jinyang may not have chosen to nurture him. Although his deductions were not entirely accurate, the outcome remained the same. Had Fang Ping refrained from making that call, the present circumstances would indeed be different. Nevertheless, Fang Ping was prepared, engaging in a transaction of mutual benefit. Replace Wu Zhihao for the call. Wang Jinyang, despite his kind heart, would only offer a few words of guidance and would not extend much assistance. Wu Zhihao's reckless conjectures would naturally remain unknown to Fang Ping. However, this was precisely Fang Ping's design. He had no intention of excessively concealing matters, as he had already devised a plan to shift the blame onto Wang Jinyang. Yet, that was a concern for after the martial arts examination, not for the present at this moment. As Wu Zhihao and his companions pondered over this, Fang Ping would neither deny nor refute it upon learning. After leaving the gymnasium, Fang Ping did not return home but instead went to Guanhuiyuan. Over the past few days, everything had arrived, and Fang Ping had arranged for its installation. This noon, he enlisted the help of a cleaning service to tidy up the place. By evening, the new house was impeccably arranged. After taking a stroll around the house, Fang Ping shed his outer garments and commenced his ground cultivation of the refining technique. For the past few days, he had used the excuse of exercising at school, returning home quite late, which had raised no suspicions from his parents. Half an hour later, the refining technique was complete. From the time he acquired the technique until now, merely a week had passed. Yet, Fang Ping's strength had escalated at an astonishing pace. Wealth, 240, 000, vitality, 129 cards, mental strength, 150 Hz. The wealth value becoming an integer was due to his parents providing him with an additional 200 yuan for meals and pocket money over the past few days. Although Fang Ping had intended to decline, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Realizing that refusing might only increase his parents' concerns, it was prudent to accept for the moment, and he could reveal the truth after the martial arts examination concluded. Since last weekend, prior to obtaining the refining technique, Fang Ping's wealth was slightly over 3.37 million AT that time. His vitality stood at 124 cards. In just a week, his vitality had risen by 5 cards, while his mental strength had increased by 10 Hz. According to Fang Ping's previous expenditure, a wealth value of 15,000 would have sufficed. However, this time, he had consumed over 130,000 wealth points, nearly tenfold the usual expenditure. Nevertheless, Fang Ping felt satisfied. Although previous consumption had been minimal, the increase in limits was challenging and reliant on his physical training, which his body struggled to endure. Now, with the refining technique and stance training, while he consumed vitality and mental strength, both his physical and skeletal strength were simultaneously enhancing. The increase in wealth value not only manifested in vitality and mental strength, but also signified an overall fortification. Moreover, it had saved Fang Ping a considerable amount of time. Spending several 100,000 wealth points was indeed worthwhile. With 11 days remaining until the physical examination, he wondered how much his vitality could rise by then. Today marked April 19th, and Fang Ping sensed that the higher his vitality, the more challenging it became to elevate it further. Yesterday, he had reached 129 cards of vitality, and despite a day of training today, his upper limit had not increased. It appeared he would need to await a breakthrough in stance training, combining it with the refining technique for enhanced progress. The breakthrough in stance training was anticipated to occur within the next few days. Fang Ping quietly contemplated this as he completed a simple wash-up, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and setting off towards Jinghuayuan. Chapter 45. Breakthrough in Stance Training Evening, Jinghuayuan, in the backyard. Fang Ping wasted no time and resumed his stance training. Initially, Fang Ping maintained a fixed posture during his training. Any movement could disrupt his state. However, at this moment, his upper body was gently swaying. Fang Yuan, seated on a small stool nearby, watched her elder brother's swaying form with wide eyes, finding it quite amusing. Though the little girl enjoyed teasing Fang Ping, she also understood the importance of not interrupting him while he practiced. Though the desire to retort with sharp words lingered, he restrained himself in that moment. Standing in a horse-riding stance, his spine like a dragon, his form resembling a post, and his steps light as a cat, Fang Ping found himself repeatedly echoing the essential teachings from the texts and the guidance of the Tan brothers in his mind. Standing post, one might say it is easy to practice, yet some take years to even begin to grasp it at this juncture. After several days of prolonged standing practice, Fang Ping finally discovered the sensation he had been seeking. Initially, his legs would falter, quickly causing him to lose his stance, but now, even with slight movements, he managed to maintain the essence of the training. Steady and unyielding. Suddenly, Fang Ping's gaze shifted as he commanded Fang Yuan. Come? Push me, huh? Push me. At this, Fang Yuan understood, albeit perplexed by her brother's eccentricity. Yet, if Fang Ping sought to challenge himself, she would oblige. With a playful laugh, she stood and approached him. Am I really going to push you? Do it. Although Fang Ping's upper body swayed, the motion was minimal. With a grin, Fang Yuan extended a finger and playfully pushed it toward his forehead. Just days prior, she had managed to topple him with the mere press of a fingertip. In her eyes, it was simple to tease Fang Ping, who, despite his prowess, was currently inviting her challenge. The fingertip made contact with his forehead, and as she applied a gentle pressure, she found him utterly unmoved. Soon, she heard him exclaim, "Haven't you eaten today?" Fang Yuan puffed her cheeks, indignantly retorting, "This is what you asked for." Initially reluctant to exert too much force, she now intensified her effort, replacing her fingertip with an entire hand. When her palm pressed against his head, it felt as though it encountered an unexpected slickness. Despite applying 7/10 of her strength, her push seemed ineffective. Fang Ping, with all that extra roundness, put in some real effort. Fang Yuan, now somewhat exasperated, ceased holding back and forcefully pushed against Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping's toes gripped the ground, and his body began to sway slightly once more. Yet, as Fang Yuan exerted herself, she realized there was no solid point of leverage, causing her to stumble slightly as she nearly lost her balance. Observing this, Fang Ping shouted again, "Fang Yuan, come on, hit me!" With gritted teeth, Fang Yuan felt a surge of determination rising within her. Having consumed much yet feeling devoid of strength, she lamented her extra weight. "I ought to unleash my full potential. If I topple you, I'll treat you to KFC tomorrow." Fang Ping, increasingly attuned to the sensations of his practice, continued to provoke Fang Yuan. He felt as though he was on the brink of something significant, just a step away. Previously, he had thought it might take several more days, perhaps even a week, to achieve a stable stance. Yet, having just begun, he sensed progress as Fang Yuan pushed against him. It appeared that he moved only slightly, but in truth, he was shifting the point of force, rendering her full strength ineffective against him. Standing firm was not merely a matter of brute force. It was about skillfully dissipating the pressure through the principles of standing practice. Dissipating force. Fang Ping felt he had grasped the crux of it and was on the fast track to achieving stability, perhaps just a moment away. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan felt her own inner strength surging. How dare Fang Ping provoke her so? If uncle could endure, auntie would not. Previously, Fang Yuan had only used one hand to push, but now she employed both hands simultaneously and no longer merely pushing Fang Ping's head. She sensed her elder brother's forehead was slick with sweat, far too slippery. Changing her direction, the young girl forcefully thrust both hands towards Fang Ping's chest, exclaiming, "Take that for calling me roundy." The girl, in a fit of exasperation, showed no sign of restraint. Fang Ping remained steadfast, adopting a horse stance, yet his upper body began to sway once more, his toes curling to grip the soles of his shoes. When Fang Yuan's hands connected with his chest, that peculiar sensation of lacking resistance resurfaced. Despite the impact landing squarely on his chest, her hands inexplicably glided apart. The force of Fang Yuan's push was too great, causing her body to tilt and tumble directly towards Fang Ping. He swiftly moved to support the young girl, disregarding her unsteady movements. At that moment, Fang Ping's mind lingered on the feeling of having released force. His firmly planted feet began to shift gently, amplifying the sway of his upper body. Suddenly, he felt his body lean backward. Just as Fang Yuan regained her senses, she exclaimed, "You're going to fall, I won't." Fang Ping quickly retorted, and as his body seemed on the verge of toppling, it rebounded as if he were a weeble, without his feet having moved an inch. Success. A smile illuminated Fang Ping's face. In that brief moment, he had finally grasped that elusive sensation. His body wobbled slightly, and the soles of his feet felt a bit sore, but he paid it no mind. He had mastered the essence of standing firm. Once again, he assumed his stance, effortlessly achieving the same balance as before. Haha, I truly am a genius. Fang Ping couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Just a week had passed, and despite his apparent advantage, he was amazed at how quickly he had grasped the fundamentals of stability. In reality, his mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and the enhancement of his mental strength greatly aided his comprehension abilities. Seeing Fang Ping so self-satisfied, Fang Yuan's teeth clenched in frustration. This fellow was exceedingly arrogant. If only Fang Ping had offered a few comforting words, the girl would have let bygones be bygones. However, lost in his own triumph, Fang Ping had completely forgotten the earlier provocation. Just as he was about to check his vitality consumption, a sudden gust of wind swept past him. That moment, Fang Ping had not maintained his stance. Thud! The sound of a heavy fall echoed as his rear end met the concrete floor with an intimate greeting. Ouch! Fang Ping gasped, hurriedly rubbing his injured backside, and exclaimed in annoyance, "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" "What am I doing, you ask?" Fang Yuan, seeing him fall, couldn't help but display a triumphant grin. "Weren't you the one who just asked me to push you? You even said I hadn't eaten. You claimed I was just a mass of flesh. You didn't say to stop, so I merely fulfilled your wish. You little imp," Fang Ping muttered, having forgotten that detail in his earlier excitement. He chose not to dwell on it, having already provoked her enough to keep her from venting her frustrations. Fang Ping remained seated, his gaze intently fixed upon the data before him. Wealth, 3, 240, 000, vitality, 124 calories, spirit, 140 hertz. The expenditure of energy over just a brief moment far surpassed the consumption incurred during half an hour of standing meditation. Particularly noteworthy was the depletion of spiritual energy, which had suffered a one-time loss of 10 hertz. The breakthrough in his standing technique instilled in Fang Ping a sense of confidence that he could indeed enhance his abilities. As thoughts of augmenting his vitality and spirit filled his mind. The data swiftly changed. Wealth, 3, 224, 000, vitality, 130 calories, spirit, 152 hertz. A glimmer of excitement lit up Fang Ping's eyes. The 130 calories of vitality was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that his standing technique had reached the foundational level, indicating that he could now begin to integrate the refinement method with his standing practice. Both Wang Jinyang and the Tan brothers had remarked that only upon achieving a stable stance in the standing technique could one be deemed to have formally embarked on the path of a martial artist. This threshold, a quasi-martial artist, allowed for the combination of training methods, paving the way for a genuine advancement towards the limits of human potential. Eager to experiment with the synergistic effects of both practices, Fang Ping hesitated upon glancing at Fang Yuan beside him. The amalgamation of the two techniques bore certain risks during initial practice. The confines of the room were ill-suited for such an endeavor, and practicing in the courtyard could lead to distractions. It would be wiser to wait until tomorrow to try in the new house. Observing Fang Ping seated on the ground, Fang Yuan inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Fang Ping snapped back to reality, his smile vanishing as he grimaced in pain. "I've injured my coccyx. Fang Yuan, you're truly cruel. I really did fall." Fang Yuan grew increasingly anxious, rushing forward to assist Fang Ping. "Did you really hurt yourself? That sounds painful. Don't scare me like that. How about this? You take care of the household chores tomorrow, like doing the laundry, and I hold it against you." Initially worried, Fang Yuan quickly caught on to his words and retorted in irritation, "Fang Ping." A hearty laugh erupted from Fang Ping as he sprang to his feet, denying her the chance for retaliation, and promptly retreated to his room. How infuriating! Despite the breakthrough in his standing technique, Fang Ping did not allow himself to relax. That evening, he resumed standing meditation in his room, diligently savoring the sensations of stability associated with the foundational level. Meanwhile, at Nanjiang Martial University, Wang Jinyang strolled leisurely along a campus path, his hands tucked into his pockets. Students passing by either regarded him with awe making way, or brimmed with vitality, eager to engage in a confrontation. Some female students gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, yearning for his attention. Yet, Wang Jinyang remained indifferent, ambling along while murmuring softly to himself. Should I inform that guy? This fellow was bold and cunning, unafraid to fight for what he desired, well suited for the martial path. Unfortunately, he could only rely on himself, without familial support. Reflecting on Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang couldn't help but think of himself. Their similar backgrounds made him acutely aware of the challenges faced by those from ordinary strata striving for ascendance. With Huang Bin's elixirs backing him and having obtained training methods, this fellow's progress should not be slow. Perhaps he might achieve something. Never mind, I'll notify him tomorrow. Whether he can seize the opportunity is his own affair. Wang Jinyang muttered a few phrases, oblivious to those around him. Tomorrow, I shall challenge the vice president of the martial arts club, with aspirations to secure the position by the end of this semester. Next semester, when the president of the martial arts club graduates, I will be able to contend for the presidency myself. Once I attain the position of president, a smile will grace my lips, for perhaps I shall swiftly ascend to the mid-tier realm. Chapter 46. New benefits. The following day, Sunday. Upon rising, I stood in meditation for a while and washed up before preparing to head to my new residence. Fang Yuan had yet to awaken, and I had no intention of rousing her. Disturbing her slumber would complicate my departure. Just as I was about to step outside, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out and, upon glancing at the screen, was somewhat surprised that I answered, "Brother Wang, is there something you need?" Typically, unless I initiated a call to inquire about cultivation matters, Wang Jinyang would not reach out to me unprompted. "How goes your cultivation?" he inquired. "Not too bad. I feel I am progressing rapidly," I replied, deliberately omitting my recent breakthrough in stance training, fearing it might dishearten him. Wang Jinyang did not press further, sensing from my tone that I was indeed making good strides. With my resources in hand, swift progress was to be expected. "Governor Zhang has broken through to the 7th tier, he continued. I responded, puzzled as to why Wang Jinyang would mention this, on the first day of my rebirth. There had been speculation that Governor Zhang of Nanjing Province was attempting to break through to the 7th tier. However, what had once been mere gossip was now confirmed. I previously mentioned that Governor Zhang's advancement to the 7th tier places him among the masters, allowing him to secure more martial arts resources for Nanjing. In the past, the most exceptional students from Nanjing who sat for the college entrance examinations often went to universities outside the province. The Nanjing Martial Arts University, along with several others within the province, received only those students who were considered leftovers. With Governor Zhang's recent breakthrough, the provincial government hopes to retain more talented individuals. Previously lacking resources for cultivation, they now have the means. In a bid to retain these exceptional martial arts students, the provincial government has introduced new policies and benefits. New benefits policy? I inquired eagerly. What does it entail? The cultural subjects remain a stringent criterion, so I shall not elaborate on that. The focus is primarily on vitality levels. Wang Jinyang paused before continuing. This year, for students with vitality exceeding 125 cards who wish to apply to local martial arts universities in Nanjing, there will be rewards. Those achieving 125 cards will receive a cash prize of 100,000 yuan and 3 ordinary vitality pills. For those reaching 130 cards, the reward escalates to 200,000 yuan, 3 ordinary vitality pills, and 1 first-grade vitality pill. If one attains 135 cards, the reward is 500,000 yuan, 1 first-grade vitality pill, and 1 first-grade bone refining pill. The market price for a first-grade vitality pill is 300,000 yuan, while a first-grade bone refining pill commands an even higher price of 500,000 yuan. I awaited his further elaboration, but suddenly there was silence on the line. "And then?" I urged. "What do you mean, and then?" Wang Jinyang chuckled. "Those exceeding 140 cards will be applying to the 2 prestigious universities. Such individuals lack for nothing. Even with reward policies, it is unlikely they will remain. If that is the case, what is the purpose of drafting policies? If no one ends up staying, it merely becomes a source of ridicule. Thus, for now, the plan is only applicable up to 135 cards. If there truly exists a remarkable talent willing to apply to Nanjing's Military Science University, rest assured that individuals will come forth for an interview, and one need not worry about the absence of rewards. This indeed holds merit." As Fang Ping spoke, he couldn't help but calculate in his mind. With his current vitality at 130 cards and only 10 days until the physical examination, achieving 135 cards should pose no challenge, right? Should he reach 135 cards, the rewards alone, when converted to the current market value, would amount to a staggering 1.3 million. Such a reward cannot be deemed insignificant. With that considerable sum, even without the resources provided by a school, it would suffice to break through to the first-tier realm. Assuming fortune does not betray him, as some individuals do fail in their breakthroughs. Despite the numerous pills Fang Ping currently possesses, these rewards appear far more substantial than his own wealth. However, it is essential to note that Fang Ping's plunder was from a peak second-tier warrior, a unique circumstance. For an ordinary military student, attempting to gather over 1 million in resources without family support is akin to chasing a dream. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Fang Ping inquired, "Brother Wang, will there be any rewards for achieving 135 cards when applying to the 2 prestigious universities?" Wang Jinyang chuckled. "Of course, there will be none. The 2 prestigious universities receive a plethora of applicants each year. Why would they reward those who are not warriors? If they were warriors, however, the 2 universities would compete for their enrollment and would offer certain incentives. By the way, do not compare last year with this year. Last year, the minimum admission vitality line for the 2 prestigious universities was 125 cards, which was merely the baseline, with other grades being exceptionally outstanding. The general situation last year required around 128 cards of vitality to gain entry into the 2 universities, which was considered the lowest threshold. This year, I estimate it to be above 130 cards. A score of 135 cards in Nanjing would indeed signify an exceptional talent, yet it would likely still be at the bottom tier among the 2 universities this year. Fang Ping, sometimes it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Wang Jinyang continued with a serious tone. Many believe that preferring to be the head of a chicken is a form of evasion. In reality, it is a short-sighted view. How many students do the 2 prestigious universities have? If you are at the bottom, who will care about you? How much of the school's resources can you access? Will a mentor take the time to guide you individually? When the school has valuable resources, excellent tasks, and enticing rewards, will you be in the running? But in an ordinary military university, the scenario is entirely different. As for being surrounded by individuals weaker than yourself, which may lead to a sense of despondency, Wang Jinyang said meaningfully, this is not necessarily the case. If you truly feel no pressure, you can certainly create some for yourself. For instance, you could go to the 2 prestigious universities and cause a scene, returning half-beaten. Naturally, you would find motivation. In that case, the school, in an effort to maintain its reputation, would spare no resources to aid your progress. However, if you are merely an ordinary student at a prestigious university, causing a scene at our school and returning half-beaten, no one would spare you a glance. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping sensed something amiss and suddenly asked, "Brother Wang, this experience of yours, it couldn't have been personal, could it?" Ahem. Wang Jinyang coughed lightly, yet he did not respond directly. The truth is, he had indeed experienced it. When he was transitioning from the first tier to the second tier, lacking resources as the school allocation had run dry, he ventured to the Martial University of Modu armed with a large blade, only to return nearly defeated. Upon his return, the school's leadership quickly made a decision. They could not allow the leaders of Modu's Martial University to have a laugh at their expense. Wang was still deemed promising. After all, he was merely on the verge of breaking through to the second tier, and that was no issue. Resources would be allocated to him in full. Once he broke through to the second tier, he could then go back and confront them. Thus, Wang successfully achieved his breakthrough to the second tier. Certainly, undertaking this endeavor once may be manageable, but should one falter a second time, the administration will not be as accommodating. Moreover, it must be noted that only exceptional students are deemed worthy of the institution's considerable resources. The school would not be so foolish as to squander them on those lacking potential. Old Wang harbors a tinge of regret, realizing that had he pursued this when he was at the pinnacle of the second tier, he could have accrued even more resources. Fortunately, having surpassed the second tier and encountered Fang Ping, he ultimately navigated the situation with relative ease. In a moment of digression, Wang Jinyang added, "Today, I am reaching out to you with the hope that you can achieve 125 points during the physical examination." 125 points? Fang Ping's lips twitched in disbelief. "Dio, you look down upon me. Fang the great genius?" Wang Jinyang, as if recalling something significant, continued, "Of course, if you are willing to expend resources and consume all available elixirs, reaching 130 points is within the realm of possibility. However, that would not be prudent. The rewards from the elixirs and cash would scarcely compensate for your expenditures. Given the quantity of blood chi pills and chi blood pills Fang Ping possesses, should he disregard costs, achieving 130 points is not an impossibility. Yet, the financial burden of consuming such a plethora of elixirs is staggering. Pursuing these rewards may not be the most economical choice. A more gradual approach would be wiser, as elixirs have a digestion period, and consuming them in excess over a short span leads to significant waste of their efficacy. Fang Ping refrained from elaborating, quickly asserting, Brother Wang, if my qi level becomes excessively high, it may draw unwanted attention. You can state that the elixirs were given to you by me. It matters not. Wang Jinyang dismissed. According to his estimations, even if Fang Ping were to consume every available elixir, he would only max out at 130 points of qi. After all, with the impending martial arts examination looming, the rate of absorption has its limitations. Such a qi level would indeed be notable, potentially causing a stir in Yang City. However, Wang Jinyang, now a third-tier martial artist and a prodigious student of Nanjing Martial University, deemed it trivial to mentor a junior and cultivate a genius capable of reaching 130 points. In reality, Fang Ping's training in the refinement technique and foundational exercises requires significant energy expenditure. Wang Jinyang believes that merely attaining 125 points would be commendable. As for any speculation regarding whether he is favoring Fang Ping excessively, Wang Jinyang remains indifferent. Should anyone dispute it, they are welcome to confront him directly. Old Wang's generous offer allowed Fang Ping to feel a sense of relief, with Wang stating that any issues should be directed to him. Even if Fang Ping were to attain 135 or even 140 points, there would be no need to deliberately conceal his capabilities. With this thought, Fang Ping expressed his gratitude profusely. Wang Jinyang, unfazed, concluded with a weighty reminder. Fang Ping, given our backgrounds, the path of martial arts is more arduous for us than for others. If you aspire to a long-term journey, seize every opportunity. Now is the time to temporarily set aside the refinement technique training. Focusing on consolidating your qi will yield greater benefits. The genuine advantages lie in experiencing the refinement technique in due course, rather than rushing the process. This marked a moment of deeper connection. Wang Jinyang understood the fervent desire of non-martial practitioners for training techniques. Yet with merely 10 days until the physical examination, it was prudent to prioritize increasing Fang Ping's qi level before reaching his current limit. Should he attain that limit, the refinement technique and foundational exercises would indeed become essential. Fang Ping showed no objection, responding with a smile and once again expressing his thanks before ending the call. Fang Ping murmured to himself, to think there are additional benefits, it seems imperative to surpass 135 points. However, he hesitated, contemplating whether it was truly necessary to aim for the admission thresholds of the two prestigious universities. If he succeeded, would he still apply to Nanjiangwu University? Should he forego applying to the local university? He would miss out on those rewards. Oh well. He decided to consider it after the exams. The two esteemed institutions not only demanded high vitality but also rigorous assessments, specialized examinations, and elevated academic standards. Even if Fang Ping met the vitality requirements, he was uncertain about his performance in other areas. Once the exams concluded, if he indeed reached the admission criteria for the two universities, he could worry about this then. Moreover, Wang Jinyang seemed to receive news from the province in advance. He was evidently doing quite well now. Fang Ping's imagination wandered as he thought about what it would be like if he truly attended Nanjiangwu University. If he outperformed old Wang, would that fellow regret encouraging him to apply there? Chapter 47. The enthusiastic Ma Fan in room 2601 of the Guanhu Garden. Fang Ping shed his upper garments, indulging in a mischievous curiosity. I wonder what the scene is like for girls during their training. Each time he practiced the refining method, he would remove his shirt on one hand. It facilitated the observation of the effects of vitality refinement. On the other, each session expelled some impurities from his body. This expulsion was not akin to urination, but rather emerged through the pores. However, upon further reflection, it dawned on him that it wasn't necessary for others to undress. Having multiple sets of clothing would suffice. Certainly, some girls might choose not to change outfits frequently during training. Fang Ping concluded that it was essential to delve deeper into this matter. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. He chuckled to himself and cast aside these trivial musings. A few minutes later, he cleared his mind and began to assume a horse stance, entering a state of stillness. The combination of the stance and the refining method resonated through his bones and vitality, accelerating the process of refining both bones and meridians. This synergy consumed more vitality, typically starting with one limb among the an ordinary person, even with a non-martial artist's maximum of 150 vitality, would struggle to complete a full body refinement in one go. As he stood firm, Fang Ping reflected on the information he had gleaned from the texts and Wang Jinyang's explanations. The two methods, when practiced together, significantly increased the rate of vitality consumption. When vitality was low, it was generally sufficient to refine just one limb. Once vitality exceeded 140 points, refining 2 limbs at a time would reach its limit. To attempt a full body refinement in one session, even while consuming vast amounts of medicine, would not keep pace with the rate of consumption. But I am not an ordinary person. A proud grin spread across Fang Ping's face, embodying the confidence of a genius. While others struggled to replenish their vitality through medicine, he needed no such aid. He possessed wealth points. By utilizing these points, he could swiftly restore both vitality and mental energy. Thus, during this session of combined training, while others refined a single limb, Fang Ping resolved to undergo a comprehensive full-body refinement. Bring it on. Let me witness the results of my first full-body refinement. Fang Ping felt an unparalleled sense of vitality today. Great gains were surely on the horizon. The previously fixed stance underwent a slight alteration as his muscles and bones began to tremble ever so slightly. The amplitude was minimal from a distance. Fang Ping appeared to be quietly grounding himself in meditation. However, upon closer inspection, one could detect the slight tremors coursing through his body. While maintaining his stance, Fang Ping simultaneously focused his mind on the practice of the refinement technique. On his left arm, a previously indistinct network of veins rapidly transformed into a deep purple hue, becoming strikingly pronounced in an instant. The condensed vital energy relentlessly pounded against the outer layer of his bones. The meridians in Fang Ping's left arm surged visibly in a wave-like motion. Moments later, his right arm mirrored the left, with its veins becoming prominent and beginning to pulse as well at this juncture. Fang Ping was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The refinement of his limbs had significantly accelerated the consumption of his vital energy, and he acutely sensed a growing weakness within himself. Restore my vitality, replenish my mental strength, he silently chanted, disregarding the depletion of his wealth points. As a fresh surge of life force welled up within him, Fang Ping resumed the refinement of his other limbs. The comprehensive refinement of his entire body proved to be far more time-consuming and laborious than he had anticipated. Throughout the process, he repeatedly intoned his need to recover his vitality and mental acuity. Even without consulting the data, Fang Ping was aware that the expenditure this time was considerable. Nearly an hour passed. Upon completing the external refinement of his skull, the tension in Fang Ping's spirit finally eased, and he collapsed onto the ground. His heavy, labored breaths echoed in the emptiness of the room. At this moment, Fang Ping's skin was a grotesque amalgamation of blood and sweat. Ignoring the need to cleanse himself, the repeated drain on his vitality and spirit left him eager to ascertain the extent of his wealth expenditure and how much his limits had increased. With concentrated focus, he gazed at the panel before him, and soon the data materialized. Wealth, 3,181,000 vitality, 122, 133, spirit, 144, 154. The corners of Fang Ping's eyes twitched. He quickly dismissed his distress and hastened to maximize his vitality and spirit. Moments later, both reached their peak. Wealth, 3,160,000 vitality, 133 spirit, 154. Through this session of synchronized training, Fang Ping's vitality ceiling had risen from 130 to 133, while his spirit had also seen an increase. Growing from 152 to 154, however, the cost was staggering. After concluding his standing meditation the previous night, he had 3,220,000 wealth points remaining. This latest session of training, including the effort to restore his limits, had consumed a staggering 60,000 wealth points. A rough full-body refinement had enhanced his vitality limit by 3, yet it had cost him 60,000 wealth points. The closer his vitality approached the non-martial artist limit, the more arduous and costly the enhancements became. With over 3 million wealth points, he might only afford around 50 training sessions. Fang Ping felt a pang of discomfort. He realized that according to his estimations, the efficacy of the initial session of combined training would likely be the highest. Subsequent sessions would undoubtedly yield diminishing returns. This implied that if he wished to elevate himself to the common limit of 150 vitality, he would require at least 10 to 15 additional training sessions, with the expenditure of wealth points totaling nearly 1 million. Achieving 150 vitality would likely entail even greater costs for future enhancements. The over 3 million wealth points could very well be depleted after his breakthrough to the first tier. This is even more exhausting than spending money on medication. Fang Ping felt a sense of gloom. Yet he understood that he pursued speed, not relying on his own vitality and mental recovery. The human body's vitality and mental strength can be partially restored through eating and sleeping. Fang Ping eliminated this recovery time, engaging in uninterrupted cultivation, which naturally consumed more than the average person. He was willing to exchange wealth for time. However, watching his wealth diminish relentlessly caused him heartache that made it difficult to breathe. Despite the pain, life must go on, and the following days, Fang Ping endured both suffering and joy. A substantial amount of wealth was poured into the practice of the refinement method and standing meditation, yielding immediate results. As the time for the physical examination approached, news of Governor Zhang's breakthrough to the 7th rank began to circulate widely. Accompanying this announcement was an official document issued to all schools regarding a new reward scheme. Senior Class 4. Fang Ping initially assumed that with the new scheme being released, there would be lively discussions among everyone. After all, a reward exceeding 1 million would make anyone envious. However, when Fang Ping arrived at school on Friday, he found no one discussing the scheme. Although the topic was absent from conversation, the classroom was abuzz with excitement. How terrifying! From such a distance, just watching the video scared me. The master-level experts are truly formidable. Did you see? Master Ma detonated the mountaintop with a single punch. Zhang Hao, stop talking nonsense. I watched the video. It was unclear. All I saw were some rocks exploding. How do you know it was Master Ma who destroyed the mountaintop? Nonsense. It must have been Master Ma. Today, even Penguin officially announced its entry into the Asian market. Google has remained silent, which surely means Taimu lost. Not necessarily. The results haven't been announced yet. Are you still not a citizen of Huagua? If Master Ma didn't win, could it be that foreigner? What are you on about? I never said Master Ma lost. However, Taimu has been at the 8th rank for several years now. The classroom was filled with a cacophony of discussions and arguments. It wasn't just the martial arts students who were engaged. Even the liberal arts students displayed excitement. Yang Jian, who was conversing with Chen Fan, noticed Fang Ping entering and flushed with excitement, exclaiming, "Fang Ping, did you see last night's video? It was absolutely thrilling, truly impressive." The clash of two masters shook the earth, their fists shattering mountains and rivers. Masters are invincible. Watching the exuberant Yang Jian, whose words tumbled out in a frenzy, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. I didn't watch it. My family doesn't have a computer. Are you discussing the battle between Master Ma and Taimu? You didn't see it? Yang Jian looked at him with an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "The internet went wild last night. Two 8th rank masters clashed, although the specific location wasn't publicly disclosed. However, around 7 p.m., a reporter managed to stake out the scene. In an indoor confrontation, masters cannot unleash their full power, and Master Ma fought Taimu in a large mountain area in the deep city. Although the reporters were too far away to capture images of the individuals, just hearing the sounds made it apparent how terrifying it was. Moreover, after the incident, when the reporters returned to the scene, you wouldn't believe how horrifying it was. There were pits everywhere. It was a stone mountain, and it looked like a beehive after the battle." Yang Jian spoke with uncontainable excitement, gesticulating wildly, splattering saliva everywhere, prompting Fang Ping to quickly step aside. As he gradually quieted down, Fang Ping hastily inquired, "Is there a video online?" "Indeed, there is. You truly ought to take a look," Yang Jian replied, adding, "It's a pity we didn't witness the outcome. But it's certain that Master Ma emerged victorious." Zhang Hao interjected loudly, "Absolutely." While the group fervently debated, someone entered the classroom, none other than Wu Zhihao, who had been absent earlier. Typically composed, Wu Zhihao wore an expression of sheer excitement. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "The master ranking for Huagua has just been updated. Master Ma has climbed 64 places, soaring from 92nd to 28th. Incredible. He has made it into the top 30. A voice quickly called out, "How can it be just 28th? Master Ma must have defeated Taimu. He should at least be in the top 20. Didn't he win yesterday?" Someone speculated. The supporters of Xiao Ma were now unwilling to concede. One angrily retorted, "He definitely won. Otherwise, how could he have entered the top 30? The crowd erupted into a heated argument, leaving Fang Ping feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Despite having personally encountered martial artists and currently undergoing training himself, he found the fervent adoration for Xiao Ma somewhat disconcerting. Listening to their passionate debate, Fang Ping felt a sense of anticipation. He resolved to visit an internet CAF at noon to observe the prowess of these masters for himself. Although it seemed that no footage of the combatants had been captured, witnessing the event live would still offer him some insight. At this moment, Fang Ping lacked a concrete understanding of the destructive capabilities of martial artists. As for Governor Zhang's recent breakthrough to the 7th rank and the unveiling of new welfare plans, those matters were relegated to the background. Chapter 48. The Video Noon, Blue Sky Internet CAF. Normally devoid of patrons on non-holidays, the CAF was now bustling with activity. Occasionally, one could hear shouts of astonishment from the crowd. In a corner of the CAF, Fang Ping gazed at the screen before him, muttering, "What a bunch of clowns. I really thought there would be a video of a master duel." Given the lively discussions from the morning class, Fang Ping had been eagerly anticipating the video. However, upon actually viewing it, he felt somewhat disheartened. It wasn't that the masters lacked strength. Rather, it was that no one had managed to capture them. The so-called intrepid reporter who had filmed the encounter was situated at least 100 meters away from the area of combat. To make matters worse, the sky was darkening, and a small hill obstructed the view. Aside from the deafening sounds of the clash, Fang Ping could discern nothing in the distance. He could faintly see fragments of rock being propelled from the opposite side of the hill. Were those the explosions of the mountain they had spoken of? Fang Ping conceded that being able to send stones flying 100 meters away was indeed impressive. However, how could they claim that a single punch had obliterated a mountain? Though slightly disappointed, Fang Ping did not close the video and continued to wait for the reporter's subsequent footage from the scene. This audacious reporter was quite the chatterbox, narrating as he filmed. During this encounter between the two masters, the specific location had not been disclosed in advance. Through my relentless analysis and judgment, I, Lu Dali, ultimately pinpointed the area most likely to witness their confrontation. The facts have proven that my analysis was correct. This alone attests to my wisdom and courage. This time, I venture perilously close to the battleground of the Grandmasters, dedicating myself to the service of the public. Should I, Lu Dali, meet my demise here, I implore the audience to remember me, Lu Dali. As he spoke, this fellow pointed the camera towards his own weathered visage. Within the frame appeared a man in his 30s. His face filling the lens, he was not unattractive. Yet when he smiled, there was a somewhat mischievous air about him, inciting an impulse to deliver a fist to his face. At least, Fang Ping felt a strong urge to do just that at that moment. In a rather darkly lit frame, Lu Dali grinned broadly, declaring, "Remember my face. Even in death, I shall die with purpose. To perish at the hands of two 8th-grade grandmasters is a fate more glorious than gold." This loquacious reporter continued his incessant chatter. Just as Fang Ping began to feel impatient and considered fast-forwarding, Lu Dali suddenly flashed a grin and exclaimed, "Merely observing, one cannot fathom the terror of grandmasters. Now, I shall conduct an experiment. Should I inadvertently perish here, blah blah blah." Lu Dali lamented for a while longer. Finally, he adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "By my estimation, I am at least 120 meters away from the core area where the two grandmasters are clashing. I, Lu Dali, a 3rd-grade martial artist, have completed the refinement of my limbs, with my torso undergoing significant enhancement. With my strength, I can cleave through bluestone, shattering it without injury to my hand, effortlessly." As he spoke, this individual, whom Fang Ping considered somewhat attention-seeking, suddenly struck the ground beside him with a palm. This was a rocky mountain, the ground not being dirt, but stone. When Lu Dali's palm met the surface, a muffled sound resonated through the video. He then aimed the camera at the ground, a sense of pride evident in his voice. "Do you see? The blue stone has developed cracks, while my hand remains unscathed. Of course, I am not boasting. I merely wish to demonstrate that my strength is indeed formidable." Though he claimed not to be bragging, the tone of his voice betrayed an air of ostentation. At that moment, should someone bestow upon him a wave of admiration, he would likely beam with even greater delight. Now, I shall use these hands capable of splitting mountains to catch a fragment of debris that may come my way. I yearn to discover whether the Grandmasters truly possess an invincible fearsome power. With my immense strength, can I withstand the aftermath of their battle, thereby showcasing the terror of the Grandmasters? Fang Ping stood there, dumbfounded. Initially, He believed this individual was merely here to amuse. The notion of risking his life for clandestine footage was, of course, a gimmick. Yet, when Lu Dali shattered the bluestone with a single strike, Fang Ping's expression shifted. Is this the prowess of a third-grade martial artist? Or is this merely a capability inherent to those who have undergone bone refinement? The stones atop the mountain, from the perspective of the video, were evidently composed of sturdy bluestone. This unreliable reporter had shattered the bluestone slab with a single blow, revealing the extent of his power. Even if he did not witness the clash of grandmasters today, Fang Ping felt he had gained considerable insight. He was still immersed in the image of that bluestone being shattered by Lu Dali's palm. The video captured Lu Dali's expression turning grave, as he solemnly stated, "Everyone, I shall catch it with my palm. Yet, misfortune lurks everywhere. I have yet to refine my cranial bones. Should the force of the debris prove too great and strike my skull, I may very well perish here. However, I, Lu Dali, fear not death. Ladies and gentlemen, let us await the spectacle." With these words, Lu Dali set the camera aside and aimed it at himself. He stood firm, focused, gazing ahead. Before long, as Fang Ping felt his breath grow heavy, Lu Dali suddenly extended his hand, as if to catch a stone. The frame was somewhat dim, rendering Fang Ping's view unclear. In the very instant Lu Dali reached out, a muffled grunt echoed through the video. "Damn, that hurts. I'm done for. I shall never act recklessly again." Not far from the camera, Lu Dali cradled his injured hand, cursing under his breath as gasps of pain escaped him. After a brief interval, Lu Dali returned to the lens, nonchalantly displaying his bloodied and mangled palm. "Indeed, the force is tremendous. A master's strength is unparalleled. I hereby convey through personal experience that when masters clash, lesser martial artists should flee at all costs. Behold, this hand of mine, capable of splitting mountains, has been pierced by shattered stones. You must know that I, Lu Dali, have even caught bullets before. Although they were from a small caliber pistol, at that time, the bullet did not penetrate my palm. You can verify this in my previous video, Lu Dali, catching bullets with bare hands. Remember, make sure to watch it on a legitimate video site. I risked my life to catch bullets, and it's quite affordable, just 10 cents for a viewing." After promoting his video channel for a while, Lu Dali resumed his previous discourse. When 8th-tier masters engage, the residual shockwaves from their clash shatter stones with greater might than bullets. This is beyond doubt, for I, Lu Dali, have personally conducted the experiment. Lu Dali continued to prattle on in the video, appearing rather comical, yet Fang Ping did not dare to underestimate him. His hand had indeed been pierced. It looked gruesome, and Fang Ping could only imagine the pain he must be enduring. Despite his initial cries of agony, this fellow still had the audacity to boast, showcasing a level of endurance that was far from ordinary. Subsequently, Lu Dali turned the camera to capture scenes of the ground perforated by the debris. During this time, he did not dare approach the site of the master's duel, opting instead to speculate and elaborate through his imagination. Yes, imaginative commentary. Listen, Master Tame has made his move. What a stunning technique, the thunderous hand. Wow, incredible, absolutely remarkable. Quick, listen. Master Ma has retaliated, employing his signature move, galloping hordes. This fellow spoke with such fervor that spittle flew, while Fang Ping stood in stunned silence. Were it not for Lu Dali's earlier display of skill, Fang Ping would have unleashed a torrent of curses, exclaiming, "What nonsense!" However, given the earlier demonstration, Fang Ping found himself hesitant to dismiss Lu Dali's claims entirely. Perhaps a third-tier martial artist could genuinely perceive the truth? With a blend of skepticism and uncertainty, Fang Ping resigned himself to continue listening. After approximately 20 minutes, Lu Dali leaped into the air, his face alight with joy. "It has ceased? I wonder if it has truly come to an end? Now, I shall venture forth to ascertain the truth. Bear witness that I walk away unscathed. Should I fail to return, you must seek justice on my behalf, for I am certain the two masters will silence me." This man, though he professed to fear nothing, was clearly terrified, as he dawdled for quite some time before finally proceeding. 1 minute passed. The lens captured a profoundly shocking scene. Within a modest valley, the ground appeared as if it had been relentlessly bombarded by countless shells. A myriad of craters dotted the terrain, some plunging several meters deep, while others were merely a few tens of centimeters in depth. Those unaware of the circumstances would scarcely believe that this devastation was wrought by the fierce clash of living beings. As a gentle breeze swept across the ground, fragments of stone dust began to swirl. Lu Dali casually kicked a stone, stirring up a thick cloud of debris. The camera panned around, and Lu Dali seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Chuckling as he remarked, "It is a pity that both masters have departed, and the outcome remains uncertain. However, from my perspective, it appears Master Ma has suffered defeat. These craters on the ground must have been caused by him. Having just broken through to the 8th rank, Master Ma likely struggled to control his strength, resulting in such a significant aftermath. In contrast, Master Taimu has been at the 8th rank for several years, capable of wielding his power with precision, thus not causing such extensive repercussions. Of course, this is purely speculation. I sincerely hope Master Ma emerges victorious. Yet, as a reporter, I cannot betray my convictions." This fellow continued to boast, concluding with a few close-up shots of the valley. There were massive stones shattered into countless fragments, and footprints that Lu Dali claimed were created by a footstep. Fang Ping found it hard to fathom how one could leave a footprint the size of a basin and over half a meter deep on a stony hill. Furthermore, there were alleged craters resembling those made by cannon fire, purportedly created by a fist. After watching the video, Fang Ping was left utterly astounded, losing interest in Lu Dali's promotional spiel. This man was once again bemoaning his near-death experience, urging everyone to visit a certain website for paid videos. Fang Ping glanced at the website he had opened, confirming it was a well-known legitimate site, and found it rather peculiar that there was no fee mentioned. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of a certain video platform, Lu Dali was beside himself with rage. "All I said was that Master Ma might have lost, and yet they send me a lawyer's letter, forbidding me from profiting off the video. My money, I'm going to the rooftop. No one shall stop me." Chapter 49. Eagerly anticipating on the way back to school, Fang Ping was still lost in thought about the battle scene he had just witnessed. Non-human, humanoid RPG. This was Fang Ping's assessment of the master's strength based on the extent of the destruction at the site. It should also include intelligence, the ability to run and evade, and boundless vitality akin to an RPG with infinite ammunition. The destructive capability of a master in a singular instance may not rival that of a missile or a nuclear weapon. However, when it comes to lethality, the comparison is not so straightforward. Missiles and nuclear weapons are, after all, inanimate objects. If proper defenses are in place, even when struck, one may not necessarily perish. A sealed city subjected to missile bombardment may not face total annihilation. Yet, if a master, this humanoid RPG, were unleashed within a sealed city, disregarding vitality consumption, exterminating the entire populace would pose no challenge. Moreover, evasion would be exceedingly difficult. What's more, what he witnessed might not represent their full capabilities. The two masters were merely engaged in a friendly sparring session for the sake of business interests. This was not a life-or-death struggle. Who could say how much effort was truly exerted during their exchange? Perhaps, when confronted with the brink of death, these individuals could unleash even greater destructive power. Contemplating this, Fang Ping suddenly erupted with expletives. Damn Huang Bin. The reason for his ire towards Huang Bin was that this individual had misguidedly shaped Fang Ping's perception of martial artists. A peak second-grade martial artist was effortlessly subdued by a few vials of sedative. During those days, Fang Ping genuinely believed that martial artists were nothing extraordinary. At the very least, third-grade martial artists were merely ordinary individuals. Yet just moments ago, the comical Lu Dali effortlessly shattered a piece of bluestone and had, in the past, caught bullets with his bare hands. Was this still humanity? If Fang Ping were to regard all third-grade martial artists as characters akin to Huang Bin, he would find himself oblivious to his own demise in the future. Should Huang Bin be aware of this from the afterlife, he would surely haunt Fang Ping relentlessly. In the afternoon, the videos of the duel between the two grandmasters continued to be the hot topic of discussion among everyone. Although Fang Ping was already aware that these individuals had not even caught a glimpse of the confrontation, it did not deter their fervent excitement. It wasn't until school was dismissed that the discussions gradually subsided. Just as Fang Ping was preparing to tidy up and leave, the homeroom teacher, Lu Onghua, entered the classroom. "Martial science students, please remain. Others may leave." The other students did not linger and swiftly departed. A few of them dashed out, their faces alight with joy, as if something delightful had occurred. Once they were gone, Fang Ping found himself lost in thought and could not help but ask, "Teacher, who will clean the classroom?" Lu Onghua was taken aback. Wu Zhihao and a few others were also momentarily stunned. This question was surprisingly reasonable. Today was not their turn to clean, and since the designated cleaners had left, it seemed they would have to take on the task. Luonghua, somewhat speechless, finally responded, "You all can clean up later. Now sit down. Let's discuss important matters." Old Lu felt a bit awkward and hastily shifted the topic. "Who still remembered the cleaning duties? It was only you." Fang Ping, who was so chatty. Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly, realizing that he had been a bit irked by the recent cleaning duties, which prompted his inquiry. Over at Yuhang Garden, it was all up to him to maintain cleanliness. He had come to understand the hardships of household chores. Fang Ping felt that each time he went to clean, it was more cumbersome than his own training. As he pondered these thoughts, Luonghua cleared his throat and transitioned to the main topic. Today is already the 25th, leaving just 5 days until the physical examination. Although the results of the political review have yet to be announced, the school has already received the list. All the students in our class have passed this time. The political review generally saw very few eliminations, aside from those with a sense of luck or those who encountered issues after registration. Nearly everyone else was likely to succeed. The school had also made arrangements. On the morning of the 30th, everyone would gather at the school, and transportation would be provided to Ruoyang. Furthermore, the school had booked accommodations in Ruoyang for a unified outing. Of course, those who preferred to go on their own were free to do so, but they must not miss the time for the physical examination. Additionally, those feeling pressed for time in the coming days could skip attending classes. With the martial science examination imminent, it was only fitting to grant these martial science students a few days off to recuperate. Luonghua added, "In the coming days, everyone should rest well, balancing work and relaxation. Do not overexert yourselves. Too much of anything can be detrimental to your health." After reiterating the specific gathering time, Luonghua did not linger any longer. Just as he was about to leave, he recalled something and turned back to say, "Everyone, remember to clean the classroom." As soon as those words left his mouth, Wu Zhihao and the others looked expectantly at Fang Ping. Fang Ping, feigning innocence, replied, "Why are you looking at me? Even if I don't mention it, this is still our responsibility." Wu Zhihao, feeling disinclined to continue the topic, busied himself with a broom while inquiring, "We spent the entire day discussing Master Mus affairs, yet we seem to have forgotten about the rewards. Fang Ping, do you have any confidence in this?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention toward Fang Ping. Yang Jian could not help but exclaim, "Wu Zhihao, are you jesting? Starting off with 125 cards, and you believe Fang Ping?" Wu Zhihao, wearing an expression of assured superiority, smiled at Fang Ping and asked, "What are your thoughts, Fang Ping? Mind your own business and sweep your floor." Fang Ping retorted, refraining from further comment. Recently, Wu Zhihao had proven to be quite entertaining, occasionally testing him by mentioning Wang Jinyang, exuding an air of knowing all. Fang Ping was aware of his thoughts, but chose not to respond directly. Relishing the suspense, Wu Zhihao, accustomed to this lack of direct engagement, continued, "In the coming days, we have a holiday. What are your plans?" Yang Jian cheerfully replied, "Medication, nourishment, and exercise. I believe my vitality has improved somewhat. Although I haven't checked, I feel confident that I have reached at least 114 cards. I plan to take a vitality pill before the physical examination and utilize the emotional explosion technique that Wang Go mentioned. If I can reach 116 cards, I believe my chances of passing the martial arts examination will be significantly heightened." Upon hearing Yang Jian's declaration, the others expressed envy. Attaining 116 cards indeed seemed promising. Last year, the minimum was 112 cards, with most hovering around 115 cards. This year, it was expected to be slightly higher, but 116 cards were not out of reach. Zhang Hao enviously chided Yang Jian, then turned to Wu Zhihao, asking, "Zhihao, you must have reached 116 cards by now, right?" "Close enough. I haven't measured in the past few days." Wu Zhihao sighed. "If only it had been last year. This year feels quite uncertain. Tan Hao and Tan Tao mentioned to me yesterday that they might reach around 120 cards during the examination. Zhoubin previously reached 125 cards, and Chunjia from Class 2 also had 120 cards. By my calculations, with Tan Tao and the others included, there are already 4 individuals above 120 cards. No, 5. As Wu Zhihao spoke, he cast another glance at Fang Ping, convinced that this fellow must also exceed 120 cards. Last year, there were a total of 5 individuals from the first high school who passed, and this year, there were already 5 above 120 cards. If the same ratio as last year held, Wu Zhihao felt his chances dwindling. Moreover, There were 4 or 5 others from the first high school with vitality levels comparable to his OWN.IN total. There were at least 10 individuals above 115 cards, and perhaps even 15 individuals like Yang Jian, while not currently at that level, could potentially reach it through temporary medication. Could the first high school really produce 15 martial arts candidates? Although vitality wasn't the sole criterion, Wu Zhihao felt increasingly apprehensive. At this moment, he could only self-reassure, thinking that other schools were inferior, and it was just the first high school that seemed to excel this year. Last year, nearly 10 individuals from Yangqing managed to enter the martial arts university. So if other schools were indeed lacking, his hopes remained substantial. As the group engaged in light banter, they completed their cleaning tasks. Others shared their vitality levels to varying degrees, but Fang Ping remained evasive, diverting the conversation whenever it arose. Outside the school, Fang Ping felt somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share, but rather that he knew they would not believe him. Just last weekend, he had combined the refinement method with standing meditation for the first time, achieving a vitality level of 133 cards. 5 days have now elapsed, and given Fang Ping's pace, progress is naturally not slow. With a focused gaze upon the panel, Fang Ping sighed in resignation, remarking that even Lao Wang would not believe him. Wealth, 2, 965, 000, vitality, 139 cards, spirit, 160 Hz. This was the result of Fang Ping being stuck at 139 cards for 2 days. He understood that this must be the minor hurdle the Tan brothers had mentioned previously. However, Fang Ping had a premonition that today would be the day of breakthrough. Spending 3 days overcoming this minor obstacle had indeed been quite time-consuming. It is worth noting that at 120 cards, he could achieve results in just 3 seconds. Not returning home, he proceeded to the viewing lake garden for his daily training. Today, Fang Ping aimed to breach the 140-card threshold. In the gym, he removed his shirt and officially commenced his training, with only 5 days remaining until the physical examination. Fang Ping contemplated whether he could reach the limit of 150 cards in 5 days. However, according to his estimation, 149 cards seemed feasible, while 150 cards would likely present significant challenges. After all, for the majority of individuals, 150 cards represent the human body's limits. As these thoughts lingered, he couldn't help but wonder how high the vitality of a master could be. 1,000 cards? 5,000 cards? Or perhaps even more. The strength of vitality and bone density is what endows one with formidable explosive power. At 139 cards of vitality, Fang Ping now summoned his energy and unleashed a punch with all his might, slightly surpassing the strength of an average adult, yet still limited. Those masters could effortlessly turn a mountain into a beehive, wielding vitality that surpassed imagination. Shaking off these thoughts, Fang Ping began to concentrate on his training. An hour later, he emerged from the viewing lake garden, a smile gracing his face, his spirits high. Wealth, 2, 913, 000, vitality, 140 cards, spirit, 162 Hz. He had finally broken through to 140 cards, although his wealth had been depleting at an increasing rate. Nevertheless, the consumption at this 10-card threshold was somewhat lesser. Fang Ping felt that upon reaching 150 cards, he could still retain at least 2 million in wealth. Having witnessed the might of the masters, he was now eager to become a martial artist himself. Previously, Fang Ping merely regarded martial arts as a tool to transcend social strata. However, having seen the valley that had been reduced to a beehive during the day, he realized that martial arts were far more profound than just a mere tool. Previously, Fang Ping had hoped that the martial arts examination would be delayed, yet now he found himself wishing for its swift conclusion so he could enter the martial university. Yang City felt too small, so small that everyone knew of the martial artists, yet few had truly encountered them, so small that Wang Jinyang, a mere martial arts student, could walk through Yang City unchallenged, needing no demonstration of his prowess. Entering the martial university would unveil an unknown world. This was Fang Ping's sole thought at present. Chapter 50. Departure, Seeking Recommendations, Seeking Collections. In the days that followed, with no classes to attend, Fang Ping dedicated more time to his training. Before long, it was April 29th. That evening, at Jinghu Garden, Li Yueying helped her son tidy his clothes, still somewhat anxious as she said, "Ping Ping, do you really not want me to accompany you?" "Mom, this time the school has arranged accommodations and meals uniformly. There's no need to trouble yourself." Yet, Li Yueying remained uneasy about her son traveling alone. Beside them, Fang Yuan exhibited a hint of jealousy, remarking, "Mom, perhaps Fang Ping will return on the 3RD, so there's no need for company." Fang Ping shot her a glare, while Li Yueying reproached, "What nonsense are you spouting? The physical examination is on the 1SD, and the official results will be announced on the 3RD. If he fails the examination, he will return on the 3RD. However, if he passes, he must remain in Ruiyang to prepare for the practical test on the 7th and the professional examination on the 10th. The duration of his stay in Ruiyang directly correlates with the number of hurdles he overcomes. The longer he stays, the greater his chances of gaining admission to Wuhan University." Under the scrutinizing gazes of his mother and elder brother, Fang Yuan felt somewhat guilty and muttered, "I'm merely trying to stimulate Fang Ping, so he can stay in Ruiyang a few more days." With that, she perked up and tentatively suggested, "Fang Ping, why don't I accompany you and take care of you?" "You take care of me?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. "What a waste I would have to be to require your assistance. You little girl." He was too weary to engage in this line of conversation, yet unexpectedly, Li Yueying expressed some interest. Ping, how about, Mom?" Fang Ping quickly interrupted. With Fang Yuan's temperament, it's clear who would be taking care of whom. It's a blessing if she doesn't create chaos. Besides, she has classes tomorrow, so how could she accompany me? "Fang Ping," Fang Yuan retorted, somewhat displeased, "don't forget, I've been the one washing your clothes these past few days. Why don't you mention how much you charge per garment?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes, recalling how Fang Yuan had volunteered to wash his clothes when she was home on break, as he was too lazy to do it himself. Now she had the audacity to claim credit. Faced with her mother's inquisitive gaze, Fang Yuan felt a twinge of guilt and defended, "I'm helping you save money. Who's charging you?" Fang Ping found it both amusing and exasperating, choosing not to expose her. Once they finished tidying up, Li Yueying handed Fang Ping a stack of cash that was clearly no less than 1,000. Fang Ping declined, smiling, "Mom, I have enough here, and besides, the school covers food and lodging, which is included in the registration fee." A few days prior, he had bought Fang Yuan an assortment of snacks, which their parents had discovered. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ping mentioned that he had made a considerable sum selling Wang Jinyang's signed memorabilia, inadvertently shifting the blame onto old Wang, who had no way to refute it. Fang Yuan had always believed this to be the truth. Although Fang Mingrong and his wife found Fang Ping's audacity in selling signatures somewhat reckless, they ceased to inquire further upon hearing that Wang Jinyang was aware of it. Despite Fang Ping asserting he had money, Li Yueying insisted on giving him cash. With uncertainty surrounding how long their son would be away, she understood that traveling alone without funds could be quite challenging. Li Yueying, being well acquainted with society, had often heard tales of families spending exorbitant sums for their children as preparations for martial arts examinations. Some sold their homes, others took out bank loans, and some borrowed from relatives. In contrast, since Fang Ping had decided to prepare for the martial arts examination, their family had only spent around 30 to 40,000. While that was a significant amount for the Fang family, it was merely a pittance compared to the expenses of ordinary martial arts candidates, who often spent far more on medicinal pills prior to their physical examinations. In recent days, Fang Mingrong had contemplated purchasing a medicinal pill for Fang Ping before the examination, even if it meant settling for a lesser quality one. However, Fang Ping firmly declined, expressing his confidence, and Fang Mingrong had no choice but to acquiesce. Their son was mature enough not to impose additional burdens on the family. Yet, the couple felt a pang of guilt, always believing they had let Fang Ping down. Li Yueying forcefully pressed the money into Fang Ping's hands, offering a few words of advice before heading out to tidy up. As Fang Ping retrieved the notes from his pocket, he knew without counting that it amounted to 2,000 yuan. The trip to Ruiyang would last anywhere from 3 days to a fortnight. Such a substantial sum was indeed a significant gesture from the Fang family. After some contemplation, Fang Ping ultimately accepted the money. Their household hadn't yet reached the point of dire straits, and the martial arts examination was approaching swiftly. Once the exam was completed, the ensuing problems would naturally dissipate. Although his mother had departed, Fang Yuan remained. The young girl was still quite keen on accompanying him to Ruiyang, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, are you truly not taking me with you? I can wash your clothes for free, and when you're taking your exam, I could carry your bag and your clothes. If you don't pass, I'll comfort you. Focus on your studies, there will be plenty of opportunities to have fun later. Don't make a fuss this time." Fang Ping, without a moment's hesitation, declined her offer. While it might not be entirely accurate to say Fang Yuan would cause trouble, he certainly didn't wish to carry an extra burden. Fang Yuan, somewhat disheartened, remarked, Once you leave for the May Day holiday, I'll be so bored at home. It's one thing to bicker with you, but we've hardly ever been apart. Now that you're going out alone, I know for certain I'll be dreadfully bored. Fang Ping chuckled as he ruffled her hair. If you're bored, go out and play with your classmates. If anything comes up, remember to call me. You remember the number, right? Yes. Fang Yuan was aware of Fang Ping's recent purchase of a mobile phone, which he claimed was bought with the money he earned from selling autographs. She had no reason to doubt him but felt increasingly resentful towards her brother for using her idea to make a fortune without sharing any of it with her. This was also the reason why she had recently started charging for laundry services. After all, Fang Ping had been frivolously spending money. The siblings chatted idly for a while longer, and though Fang Yuan jokingly claimed Fang Ping would fail his exams, she ultimately resolved with determination as she left. Fang Ping, if you return after the 10th, I'll treat you to KFC. Fang Ping chuckled, teasing, by the sound of it, you've saved quite a bit in your piggy bank? Not at all, Fang Yuan quickly denied, fearing Fang Ping would discover how much she had saved. Over the past few days, she had been cleverly transferring money from Fang Ping's little stash to her own. Last night, she had counted her savings and was astonished to find she had nearly 300 yuan. This secret must not be uncovered by Fang Ping. Fang Ping laughed heartily, little money grubber. Once your brother passes the martial arts exam, a few hundred yuan will be nothing. This year, those with high scores will receive entrance bonuses exceeding 1 million. That time, I'll upgrade our home and treat you to delicious food and new clothes. As Fang Ping regaled her with his plans, Fang Yuan became somewhat dazed by his words, ultimately forgetting how she had exited the room. The following day, at 7:50 a.m., Fang Ping arrived at the school gate with his backpack. At that moment, 8 or 9 buses were parked outside the main entrance. Students clustered in small groups beneath the buses, engaged in muted conversations. In addition to the buses, a multitude of private cars were also parked nearby. Far more than usual. Just as Fang Ping was about to search for his classmates from class 4, he heard someone calling his name. Turning his head, he noticed Tan Hao, the eldest of the Tan brothers. Waving at him as Fang Ping glanced over, Tan Hao called out loudly, Fang Ping, over here. His voice was particularly booming, drawing the attention of several nearby individuals. The moment Tan Hao uttered Fang Ping's name, a middle-aged man, who was conversing with several school leaders beside him, also turned to look at Fang Ping. As Fang Ping approached, the closer he got, the more astonished the middle-aged man's expression became. When they were within 3 meters of each other, the man's eyes revealed a hint of shock. Similarly, as the distance diminished, Fang Ping, whose mental acuity surpassed that of ordinary individuals, found his attention irresistibly drawn to the man. Turning his head, he noticed the middle-aged man gazing at him, prompting Fang Ping to quickly smile and nod in a gesture of respect. This only further astonished the middle-aged man. Had this young man recognized him? Their silent exchange was unbeknownst to Tan Hao, who, noticing Fang Ping had halted, chuckled and asked, Fang Ping, have you made any progress with your stance training these past few days? It's going well, Fang Ping replied. As they conversed, the man behind Tan Hao stepped away from the school leaders and approached with a smile, saying, Hao, is this the Fang Ping you mentioned? Tan Hao promptly responded, yes, Dad, this is Fang Ping. Tan Hao then explained to Fang Ping, who had already surmised the man's identity. Accompanying Tan Hao were several school leaders, wearing somewhat sycophantic smiles and exuding a presence that was notably superior. Connecting the dots, Fang Ping quickly deduced who the man was, yet he had not anticipated that Tan Hao's father would be present. Tan Jinping cast a deep gaze at Fang Ping, and when Fang Ping greeted him, Tan Jinping nodded and smiled, saying, Fang Ping, for this Yangqing martial science examination, I will be representing the city as the team leader, responsible for the negotiations regarding the examination. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. Upon arriving in Ruiyang, Hao and Tao will accompany the martial science students from number 1 high school. If you can't find me, you can contact them. Upon hearing this, Tan Hao was slightly taken aback. However, considering Fang Ping's backing from Wang Jinyang, he dismissed any further thoughts. The leaders from number 1 high school, however, were somewhat taken aback. What was happening? These leaders, responsible for leading the team, hardly recognized Fang Ping as the city leader for this delegation. Tan Jinping's status was significantly elevated compared to theirs, and he was indeed the only martial artist among them. Yet, the implication of Tan Jinping's words left them perplexed. Fang Ping was also surprised, not by Tan Jinping's courtesy, but rather by the fact that it was Tan Hao's father leading the delegation. The martial science examination was of great importance, especially as it involved the examination in Ruiyang. which naturally required high-ranking officials from Yangqing to accompany the group. Without a martial artist's credentials, handling emergencies in Ruiyang would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, having an official martial artist at the helm was customary each year. Fang Ping had simply not anticipated that this person would be Tan Jinping. He vaguely recalled hearing Wu Zhihao mention that Tan Hao's father held a position in the government. Although he hadn't inquired into the specifics, grateful for Tan Jinping's politeness, Fang Ping quickly said, "Thank you, Uncle Tan." "Not at all. You two continue your conversation. Once the other high school's convoy arrives, we shall set off together." Tan Jinping elaborated once more, and even Tan Hao felt that his father was being somewhat overly courteous. Although Fang Ping had the backing of Wang Jinyang, the latter was not present. Was it truly necessary to clarify even such a trivial matter with Fang Ping? Despite his confusion, Tan Hao, being rather carefree, chose not to dwell on it. On the other hand, Tan Tao, who had remained silent, cast a glance at his father. Tan Junping, without uttering a word, smiled and turned to continue conversing with several school leaders. Even while engaging with others, Tan Jinping's attention was not fully devoted to the conversation. He kept a peripheral watch on Fang Ping. Previously, he had heard his son speak of Fang Ping and the rumors of Wang Jinyang's favorable opinion of him. However, Tan Jinping did not place much importance on it. After all, Fang Ping had no familial ties to Wang Jinyang. Even if Wang Jinyang found him commendable and offered some guidance and support, it was not particularly significant. Tan Junping himself was a martial artist and had engaged in similar acts. When in good spirits, encountering promising talents and offering a few words of advice was not unusual. Yet whether those words would be remembered later was uncertain. However, the moment Fang Ping approached, Tan Junping sensed something amiss. This young man possessed an astonishing vitality. As a peak first-tier martial artist, Tan Junping could not perceive lower levels of vitality, unlike those of Wang Jinyang's caliber. Initially, Wang Jinyang could sense Fang Ping's vitality at 120 cards, but Tan Junping could not. His own vitality was insufficient to perceive the difference. The fact that he could detect something unusual indicated that Fang Ping's vitality was indeed high. Tan Junping could even faintly sense the vitality within Fang Ping surging, hinting at an extraordinary potential. He was all too aware of what such signs indicated. A non-martial artist exhibiting such signs was already half a foot into the realm of martial artists. Just how high was Fang Ping's vitality? Tan Junping speculated, ultimately concluding that this student named Fang Ping likely possessed a vitality of no less than 140 cards. This was rather alarming. This implied that Fang Ping's admission to the martial university was nearly a certainty, and once he met the academic standards, he had a good chance of entering two prestigious institutions. Such an individual might surpass him in martial prowess by the next encounter, at this moment. Even if Tan Junping wished to maintain his dignity and refrain from ingratiating himself, a few courteous remarks were surely warranted. Chapter 51. Modesty and Conduct at the Entrance of No. 1 High School. Fang Ping engaged in a brief conversation with Tan Hao and Tan Tao before returning to the gathering of Class 4. As he departed, Tan Jinping also dismissed several leaders from No. 1 High School. After observing Fang Ping's retreating figure for a moment, Tan Junping remarked softly, "Yang City has become far more intriguing these past 2 years." Tan Hao inquired curiously, "Dad, what are you talking about?" Tan Tao, pondering, added, "Are you referring to Fang Ping?" "Not only Fang Ping, but also your senior Wang," Tan Jinping replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. A 19-year-old third-tier martial artist, heralded as the future pillar of Nanjiang Martial University. An 18-year-old ordinary high school senior on the verge of entering the ranks of martial artists. The emergence of such individuals in a metropolis or from esteemed martial families is not surprising. Yet, both hailed from humble backgrounds, originating from a small city like Yang City. One must admit, the odds are exceedingly slim. The rise of Wang Jinyang had already astonished some powerful figures in Jiangnan province. Now, with the appearance of Fang Ping, the situation was even more remarkable, though it must be noted that Fang Ping was still far from reaching his potential. Approaching the esteemed rank of a first-tier warrior does not signify much. The journey ahead remains long. The ascent from first to third tier relies on the passage of time and the infusion of resources, which can indeed be acquired through sheer effort. However, once one surpasses the third tier, the equation shifts. It's no longer merely a matter of resources and time. Wang Jinyang is indeed remarkable, yet his prowess at the third tier is not the sole reason for his allure. Of course, the finer details elude Tan Jinping. He is merely aware that after Wang Jinyang broke through to the third tier, he purportedly established connections with a significant figure. Contemplating these matters, Tan Junping shook his head with a wry smile. Regardless of how these individuals fare in the future, their paths hold little relevance to him, and no matter how impressive Wang Jinyang may be, he would not extend special consideration to his fellow townsmen. The same goes for Fang Ping. Casting a glance at his two sons, he recognized them as his true hopes, the hopes of the Tan family. He had been living frugally, fully capable of finding a way to break through to the second tier. Yet he refrained from doing so, all to conserve resources for his two sons. Approaching 50, Tan Jinping had long since lost his edge. Even if he were to break through, his future prospects were limited. In contrast, his sons were still young. With this thought, Tan Junping dismissed Fang Ping from his mind and said with a light chuckle, "Ahao, Ashio, make sure to do well in your exams. If you gain admission to the Martial University, you will soon step into the ranks of warriors." The school would provide resources, and with his savings, both sons would stabilize their foundational skills. Although their vitality was currently modest, Tan Junping believed that once they entered the Martial University, their speed in breaking through to become warriors would undoubtedly surpass that of Zhou Bin. "Fang Ping, what did Director Tan just say to you?" Upon arriving at Class 4, Wu Zhihao inquired in a hushed tone. "Director?" Fang Ping responded with some confusion. "Which bureau is Uncle Tan the director of?" "The Education Bureau, though he is merely the deputy director." "What?" Fang Ping exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't there a scarcity of warriors in Yang City?" Uncle Tan only managed to secure a position. In Fang Ping's view, Tan Junping was at least a warrior. With only about 20 to 30 warriors in the entire Yang City, half of whom were engaged in business. The remaining were not necessarily all in government positions. In other words, even if Tan Junping's standing was modest, he would still rank among the top 10 figures in Yang City's officialdom. Yet, for someone of such stature to only achieve the position of Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, while it is true that official evaluations do not solely consider martial prowess, it seemed rather disappointing for Tan Junping. Wu Zhihao, equally astonished, replied incredulously, "What's wrong? Is the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau not impressive?" The Education Bureau is one of the 3 major power institutions in Yang City. Although it may not compare to those in larger cities, it is hardly insignificant. The 3 major power institutions in Yang City are the city government, the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and the Education Bureau. For Director Tan to attain the position of Deputy Director is already quite commendable. The 3 major power institutions left Fang Ping's worldview shaken. The Education Bureau is thriving in such a manner? Observing Fang Ping's bewilderment, Wu Zhihao sighed with an expression of disappointment. "You should pay more attention to current affairs. Although we are still high school students, we are about to enter university. Knowing a bit more about certain matters can only be beneficial." Yang City is a county-level city without a military department, thus placing the Education Bureau in 3rd position. In contrast, Ruiyang has a military presence, making it one of the 4 major power institutions alongside the government, Criminal Investigation Bureau, and Education Bureau. Naturally, Ruiyang's Education Bureau ranks lower due to limited resources and weaker influence. In contrast to Jiangcheng, the situation is markedly different. Jiangcheng is home to several prestigious martial science universities of Nanjing, boasting abundant resources from the Education Bureau, formidable strength, and rankings that surpass even that of the Investigation Bureau. Fang Ping opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words for a considerable time. He had never paid much attention to matters concerning the system, primarily focusing on martial universities, martial sciences, and martial artists. Moreover, as a high school student, there were few individuals he genuinely cared about, and no one in his class had discussed such topics. Thus, until now, Fang Ping remained oblivious to the significant disparities within the system. To him, the Education Bureau, while not exactly a bastion of integrity, did not seem to hold immense importance. Surprisingly, it had now emerged as a principal power entity. As for the Investigation Bureau, he vaguely recalled hearing Wang Jinyang mention it once. It was apparently an enforcement agency established specifically to address martial artists. Shaking his head, Fang Ping decided it was inconsequential. After all, he had encountered human-shaped RPGs before, so why should he be perturbed by this minor distinction? However, through Wu Zhihao's recent remarks, Fang Ping gleaned that Tan Junping was faring quite well. As an assistant in one of the 3 major power agencies, he was relatively impressive compared to the first-tier prowess of his counterpart. Wu Zhihao briefly elaborated on these matters before returning to their earlier conversation. Fang Ping casually offered a few dismissive remarks, but couldn't help but ask, "Why are you taking the school bus? I thought you were heading to Ruiyang alone." Wu Zhihao responded with a look of exasperation, "Am I foolish? If I went alone, would I not have to pay for the bus fare? Would I not need to book a hotel? Would I not have to pay for meals? Right now, I wish I could stretch every penny to two. Why waste money? Fang Ping found himself at a loss for words. So you are this frugal too? No, wait, why used to? I am not frugal. Amid their banter, buses from other high schools began to arrive one after another. Unlike Yizhong, which boasted 8 or 9 buses for a single school, some high schools could not even gather enough martial science students for one bus. Additionally, several rural high schools had already set off for Ruiyang, gathering there, by 8:20 a.m. All vehicles had assembled. A total of over 20 buses, accommodating nearly 900 individuals, with Yizhong accounting for nearly one-third. Once everyone had arrived, Tan Junping exchanged a few words with the heads of various schools before departing in his own car. Embarking on the journey to Ruiyang, the long convoy pulled away from Yizhong. At the entrance of Yizhong, some teachers who remained could not help but sigh. I wonder how many will still be here after the third. Someone shook their head and remarked, the physical examination is the toughest hurdle. If 100 pass, it would be quite remarkable. 100. I think that's unlikely. This year, the total number of senior students in Yangqing approached 20,000, with nearly 1,500 applying for martial science. If this were Kyoto or Modu, the ratio would undoubtedly be higher. However, in Yangqing, based on our previous estimates, the physical examination threshold this year would be at least 110. Those who manage to pass the physical exam will likely be around 5. Nonetheless, once past the physical examination, the chances of gaining admission to the martial university are relatively high. Big cities have their advantages. Some high schools collectively apply for martial science. TSK, incomparable. The teachers engaged in animated discussions, some displaying faces full of envy. Yet, big cities are not particularly livable. The housing prices are shockingly high, and settling down comes with numerous requirements. These teachers from prestigious high schools may be considered small elites in society, but moving to a big city does not necessarily guarantee a more comfortable life than in Yangqing. Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao were seated in a row, while the other members of Class 4 occupied the seats in front and behind them. In addition to these individuals, there were other students from different classes, most of whom were from the regular program. However, the Tan brothers had managed to mingle among them on this bus, taking their seats to the left of Fang Ping and the others. Initially, as they were not from the same class, everyone engaged in their own conversations. Yet, it wasn't long before the more boisterous personalities, led by Zhang Hao, sparked lively discussions among the group. Zhang Hao, sitting in the front row, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Our bus today is remarkable. We have 5 individuals with vitality exceeding 115 points. Tan Hao, Tan Tao, Wu Zhihao, Zhou Ming, and Fang Ping, Yang Jin, Lu Ruoqi, and Lan Pei also boast vitality over 112. If this were last year, our bus alone could have produced 10 students bound for Wuda." The others were already familiar with the names mentioned. Tan Hao and his companions were well known, and Zhou Ming was also a standout student from Class 3. However, the mention of Fang Ping raised eyebrows. While some had heard of him when Tan Hao called out names, very few were aware of who he was. Consequently, someone beside Zhang Hao inquired uncertainly, "Zhang Hao, is Fang Ping from your class?" This person turned to look back, but at that moment, Fang Ping was reclining in his seat, making it difficult to see him. Zhang Hao quickly understood the implication. Typically, within their class, everyone was absorbed in their own affairs, with little sense of collective pride. However, with students from other classes present, he boldly declared, "What do you mean? Do you think our class only has Wu Zhihao as a standout?" When Fang Ping went to pick up Senior Wang remarked that Fang Ping would have no trouble getting into Wuda. "If you don't believe me, just ask Zhihao, does Fang Ping's vitality exceed 115 points?" Wu Zhihao, grinning at Fang Ping, observed the latter's indifference as he continued to gaze out the window. Noticing Fang Ping's lack of concern, Wu Zhihao chimed in, "Not only does he exceed 115 points, but Fang Ping is far more formidable than I am." Upon hearing this, the other passengers on the bus couldn't help but glance toward Fang Ping. Tan Hao, with a carefree attitude, added, "This fellow Fang Ping is practically guaranteed to get into Wuda, and who knows? He might even be the top scorer in Yangqing's martial arts program this year, perhaps surpassing Zhou Bin." Once these words were spoken, even Zhou Ming and his high-vitality peers turned their heads in surprise. A contender for the top scorer in Yangqing's martial arts program. While they were skeptical of Zhang Hao's loud assertions, they were inclined to believe Wu Zhihao's words to some extent, but with Tan Hao's endorsement, their confidence soared to a substantial degree. In an instant, the previously lively bus fell into a hushed silence. Fang Ping felt somewhat exasperated as he shot a glance at Tan Hao and the others. Were they deliberately trying to draw attention to him? Yet, on the flip side, it felt rather delightful. The individual who had questioned his vitality had clearly underestimated him, daring to doubt whether he reached 115 points. Did they look down on Fang Ping? Maintaining the image of a top performer, he couldn't refute their claims. However, with these supporters amplifying his reputation, it was undeniably gratifying to witness their astonishment. Internally, Fang Ping reveled in his triumph, while outwardly maintaining a calm demeanor, even rolling his eyes at Wu Zhihao and the others. What are you all doing? Am I the type to boast? Honestly, can't you understand the value of modesty? Chapter 52. The bitter taste 3 hours later, in Rian City, Onping District, at the Shiri Hotel. This establishment served as the designated accommodation for the martial arts students from Yangqing's senior year. Room 1608. Fang Ping set down his luggage and cast a glance at the 2 beds in the room, subsequently pondering a rather grave dilemma. The school had been rather frugal in its arrangements, booking a room meant for 4, yet there were only 2 beds available. How were 4 grown men to sleep? Among them, who would share a bed with whom, and who might inadvertently overstep boundaries in the middle of the night? Such uncertainties were indeed troubling. He surveyed the other 3 occupants of the room, Wu Zhihao, Zhang Hao, and Yang Jian. The burly Yang Jian seemed to pose a significant risk. Resisting any nocturnal advances from him would be quite a challenge. As for the other 2, Fang Ping contemplated for a moment before speaking. Allow me to issue a warning. I have a foot odor. I snore while I sleep, tend to kick off the blankets, and I roll around quite a bit during the night. How coincidental, I do too. Wu Zhihao chuckled merrily. Zhang Hao shot a disgruntled glance at the pair and retorted, You 2 fools, fine. You can take the floor while Yang Jian and I each claim a bed. The 4 exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. After a moment, Zhang Hao grumbled, The school is truly stingy. Couldn't they book a few more rooms? Wu Zhihao succinctly remarked, It's not stinginess. It's calculated. A large number of people are leaving on the 3rd. Once they depart, those remaining will have a room each. I've checked. Damn, Zhang Hao exclaimed, finding the reality too pragmatic. Fang Ping, unperturbed, chuckled and said, Let's just make do for these few days. Just don't come creeping over to my side at night. This is a genuine warning. I've recently made significant progress in my martial arts training, and I possess a formidable capacity for harm. Consider yourselves forewarned. Get lost. The others retorted, Who has any interest in you? As for the threat he mentioned, Wu Zhihao contemplated it thoughtfully, while the other 2 dismissed it lightly. Yang Jian laughed foolishly and suggested, Why don't we consult Lu Ruoqi and the others to see if we can switch rooms? Fang Ping and the others stared at him in unison. Well, we all thought you were simple and honest, but it turns out you're the most coy of the bunch, Yang Jian hastily clarified. I meant that their room might be larger. A collective room swap. Ha! An explanation is merely a cover-up. Who would believe you? The 3 teased Yang Jian in playful banter when a knock echoed at the door. Yang Jian rushed to open it, and as soon as he did, the Tan brothers entered. Tan Hao immediately declared, Big news, just now. My father was chatting with several team leaders from other counties and districts. And guess what I heard? This year's physical examination standard might have a cutoff at 112. As soon as Tan Hao finished speaking, Zhang Hao exclaimed, No way. Though everyone had been speculating, Zhang Hao had previously thought that a standard of 110 should suffice. His vitality, while not quite reaching 110, could potentially be boosted with a vitality pill, making it feasible to surpass the threshold. At the very least, passing the physical examination would validate their efforts in the martial arts entrance exam. If they failed to clear even that hurdle, this trip would truly be in vain. Indeed, Tan Hao elaborated, this year, everyone's vitality has increased significantly. Just in our Yang City, the Education Bureau's statistics indicate that at least 100 individuals have vitality exceeding 110, not to mention those who are on medication, and then there's Fang Ping, the outlier. Fang Ping interjected, exasperated, Don't drag me into this. Tan Hao chuckled, All right, I won't mention you, but let us include those who have recently made breakthroughs that haven't been accounted for. In Yangqing, it is feared that there are at least 200 individuals with a score above 110. The situation is similar in other areas. It is said that Ruoyang has also witnessed a surge this year. Based on previous ratios, unless Wuhan University significantly increases its admissions this year, passing the physical examination with a score of 112 is practically assured. As for Tan Hao's remarks, they hold little sway over others. Among the crowd, Zhang Hao is the sole individual unable to meet the standards, and he appears noticeably disheartened. Although he feigns indifference by claiming he is merely accompanying the crown prince in his studies, the reality of potentially failing to pass even the physical examination after years of effort weighs heavily on him. Despite Zhang Hao's outward display of nonchalance, a profound sadness inevitably wells up within him. With a score of 112, Zhang Hao's smile is more akin to a grimace than a grin. Aspirations of attending Wuhan University seem to slip away, leaving him unable to linger any longer. "I'm fine," Zhang Hao forced a smile, saying, "I was already prepared for this. But I had hoped to await the results of the cultural exam before learning whether I was eliminated, at least holding on to a glimmer of hope. This way, I can focus entirely on the cultural subjects and, in the future, continue in the martial arts training program." Noticing that his words had cast a pall over the atmosphere, Tan Hao awkwardly remarked, "I only heard this from my father and the others, so I can't say how accurate it is. Let's change the subject. By the way, why does your room seem a bit small?" "Huh, Fang Ping, are you sharing a room with Wu Zhihao?" "What? I'm in a room with a Tao, but ours is a bit larger than yours." Tan Hao was just about to shift the conversation when he noticed Fang Ping and the others glaring at him with fierce expressions. Tan Tao's lips twitched as he tugged at his elder brother's sleeve. He felt a chilling breeze in the room, as if the others were contemplating devouring them whole. Tan Hao, slow to realize the tension, finally responded to Tan Tao's tugging with a dry comment. "What's the matter?" Fang Ping shot him an exasperated glare and retorted, "Enough already, hurry and leave. If you stay any longer, your safety cannot be guaranteed." "What are you all doing? You're not planning to gang up on us, are you?" Tan Hao said, while Tan Tao wore a look of discontent, thinking that if they intended to attack, why include him in the mix? Tan Hao wasn't genuinely foolish. He had just not considered the situation deeply before. After lightening the mood, he quickly forced a smile. "Let's have lunch on me. The hotel's complimentary buffet is terrible. I'll treat everyone to a meal outside." This had been his original intention, but he had spoken too much and had unwittingly disheartened the group as soon as he entered. Fang Ping glanced at Wu Zhihao, who in turn looked at Zhang Hao. Just as Wu was about to decline the offer, Zhang Hao interjected fiercely, "Eat. If we don't, we'll regret it." These two had just arrived and had already dealt a blow to their spirits. They were determined to enjoy a hearty meal at their expense. As Zhang Hao began to recover, the atmosphere lightened, and the group laughed as they pulled the Tan brothers along with them. As for the arrangement of the Tan brothers sharing a room, Fang Ping had no objections. After all, their father was the leader of the delegation, and it was hardly excessive to secure a separate room for his two sons. Not excessive at all. If Fang Ping were in that position, he would likely do the same, even if it meant footing the bill himself. All feelings of discontent and jealousy were ultimately unnecessary. Such is the nature of society. After dining out, when it came time to settle the bill, Tan Hao's expression of slight reluctance brought a sense of satisfaction to everyone present. Once the Tan brothers departed, Zhang Hao suddenly remarked, "The Tan brothers are actually quite decent. If it weren't for me today, they wouldn't have needed to go out of their way to lighten the atmosphere." He continued, "The Tan brothers later treated us generously and feigned concern, even regarding the room arrangements. All of it was intended to ease the tension. Perhaps they truly hadn't anticipated that the issue with the 112 card would affect anyone. IDS, no wonder they overlooked it, after all." Among their brethren, Fang Ping, Wu Zhihao, and Yang Jian, who doesn't possess a vitality exceeding that of the 112 card. They are all of the same ilk, and the earlier mention of entering the room was merely an icebreaker. In the end, it struck Zhang Hao hard, especially seeing that Fang Ping and the others shared a good rapport with him, leading to subsequent developments. Chuckling at himself, Zhang Hao added, "I've long come to realize that society is inherently unjust. If one does not become a martial artist, one must be prepared to accept a subordinate role. Rest assured, such trifles will not break me. Once I enter university, I will find ways to earn a living. With a little support from my family in a couple of years, I will join a martial arts training program. Who knows, I may become a martial artist even before you all." Wu Zhihao burst into laughter. "That might very well be the case. I've heard that many fourth-year students at Wu University have yet to become martial artists. If you manage to become one before graduating, that would be quite impressive." Beside them, Yang Jian chuckled innocently, "Regardless of whether I am admitted to Wu University or not, I will certainly not abandon the path of martial arts. Even if I become a martial artist a little later, it matters not." As the few exchanged a few words, Fang Ping remained mostly silent. Yet, Zhang Hao's demeanor further illuminated for Fang Ping the reality of martial arts examinations being akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. It is indeed a true leap of fate, albeit with a hint of cruelty. Thankfully, with the announcement of the physical examination results on the 3RD, one could only speculate how many students would be disheartened and lose their resolve. Many have prepared for years for the martial arts examinations. Some families have sacrificed everything to provide for their children's aspirations in martial arts. Others are burdened by debt, hoping their offspring will rise to greatness and transform their lives. Yet, in the days to come, one cannot fathom how many families will see their dreams shattered. Fang Ping could even envision that after each year's martial arts examinations, there are likely individuals who, in their despair, may resort to irrational actions. Inwardly, Fang Ping mused, the government's treatment of martial artists is exceedingly generous. So generous, in fact, that even knowing these individuals are not entirely human prompts one to ponder. Why? Is it fair? In truth, it is rather inequitable, despite the fact that a single martial artist may be worth 10 or even 100 ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, martial artists remain a minority. The majority of society consists of everyday people. This stark disparity in treatment and social status is somewhat excessive. He could not help but recall Wang Jinyang's casual remark. In this world, one must put in the effort to reap rewards. Nothing is ever obtained without due cause. Those who feel aggrieved and perceive injustice are unaware that even the strong harbor a sense of unfairness. Wang's inadvertent words plunged Fang Ping back into contemplation. They bore profound significance, yet, regrettably, the sources of information were scarce, leaving Fang Ping at a loss for clarity. Having ceased to ponder these matters, Fang Ping mused that perhaps clarity would dawn upon him once he entered Wuhan University. He never considered himself to be more intelligent than anyone else in the world. The martial artists, having attained their current societal standing, undoubtedly had their reasons for doing so. Those in power are not fools. Their foresight extends far beyond his OWNIT is said that one should not meddle in affairs they are not a part of, and for now, his priority lay in the medical examination scheduled for tomorrow. In the afternoon, Fang Ping refrained from venturing outside. The others remained quiet as well, forgoing their training to conserve their energy in anticipation of the martial arts examination the following day. The vast hotel, filled with thousands of students, resonated with a profound silence amidst such a bustling crowd. Chapter 53. A fierce contest among martial artists. As evening fell, the four-person room saw Fang Ping forego his usual practice of the forging method, instead standing in meditation for a while. During their rest, the group pushed two beds together to create a communal sleeping arrangement. This rare experience, familiar to Fang Ping, was novel for the others, who were still high school students and had yet to encounter the dormitory life of university. That night, Fang Ping spoke little, while the others engaged in lengthy conversations. On May 1 st, an unusual tension filled the air upon waking. Outside their room, students wandered back and forth, while teachers began knocking on doors, urging everyone to rise. Hurry up, gather downstairs, bring your ID and examination admission ticket. Those preparing elixirs, commence your intake now. With each commanding shout, the students hastily descended the stairs. Fang Ping and his companions had already awoken. They exited their room before any teacher could knock. As they stepped outside, faint sounds of weeping reached their ears. I'm unwell. My vitality is severely diminished. Dad, Mom, I'm so sorry, echoed the cries from a distance, as teachers began to approach to offer comfort. Falling ill before the medical examination was the gravest setback for those preparing for martial arts assessments. When one becomes ill, their vitality wanes, and they struggle to meet the already precarious standards. Such an illness could shatter a candidate's hopes entirely. This was far more brutal than missing the college entrance examination. For martial arts candidates, the stakes were tremendously high. A year's delay could be insurmountable for families already facing hardships, leaving them with no choice but to abandon their aspirations. The group felt a pang of empathy upon hearing this. Wu Zhihao sighed softly. Falling ill at such a time is truly unfortunate. He found himself at a loss for words. Sympathy was all he could offer. The call for assembly continued to echo, and they glanced back one last time, the sounds of weeping still persistent. They had no time to investigate further and joined the throng heading downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, as students descended, teachers from various high schools wielded megaphones, directing the assembly. Students from number 1 high school, gather here. Number 2 high school, assemble over there. Number 5 high school, form up. Fang Ping and his companions arrived at the assembly point for number 1 high school, and shortly thereafter, the supervising teacher began to call the roll. During the roll call, one student was notably absent. The teacher remained silent, But murmurs of concern rippled through the crowd. Xiao Liang from Class 8 didn't he make it? I heard he has a severe fever. Was that the one who had been crying? Such a pity. His vitality had just reached 110 calories, and he had a promising chance. Indeed, it seems that this year, his prospects have dimmed. From now on, there shall be no further opportunities. Each passing year sees the admission threshold rise higher, and given that Xiao Liang's family circumstances are not particularly favorable, the students murmured among themselves. The leading teacher bellowed, "Silence, everyone! Classmates, the martial arts examination has officially commenced. Whether we gain admission to Wuhan University is a pivotal juncture in our lives. However, do bear in mind, this is not the final hurdle. Shortly, we will proceed to the physical examination. Let us exert our utmost effort. If we succeed, it will be a cause for celebration. But if we do not despair. You are still young, brimming with hope and a promising future. If admission to Wuhan University eludes us, we shall enroll in training programs. If that, too, is unattainable, we can enlist in the military. Even if all these avenues are closed, numerous paths remain open to us. The journey of martial arts is not confined solely to Wuhan University. Upon graduation, we can join large corporations, work diligently, and with exemplary performance, these organizations may cultivate you into a warrior. The teachers began to impart motivational words to the students. While such encouragement may not resonate with adults, it still holds significance for these impressionable youths. A few minutes later, the leading teacher ceased speaking. Outside the hotel, Tan Jinping had appeared behind the crowd without anyone noticing. Classmates, the location for the physical examination is just 300 meters away at the Ruiyang first examination point. Now, please line up and follow me. Although Tan Jinping did not use a loudspeaker nor exert himself vocally, his voice still resonated among the ears of over 1,000 students. This exemplifies the strength of a warrior. The powerful vitality emanating from Tan Jinping was palpable, and even those less perceptive than Fang Ping could sense the might of the speaker. The crowd advanced towards the first examination point when suddenly, the Tan brothers appeared before Fang Ping, swiftly pulling him forward without uttering a word. Fang Ping, taken aback, queried, "What are you doing? We have something to discuss with you." Tan Hao responded as they dragged Fang Ping to the forefront. At that moment, Tan Jinping halted ahead, standing alongside a few students. Among them were Zhou Bin and Chen Jie from No. 1 Middle School. Although Fang Ping was not well acquainted with them, their faces were familiar. Additionally, there were two others, one male and one female, presumably from different schools, with whom Fang Ping was less familiar. Once Fang Ping arrived, Tan Jinping concluded his exchange with the others. Zhou Bin and his companions glanced at Fang Ping, who was being pulled by the Tan brothers, exchanged no words, and simply nodded as they rejoined the student queue. With their departure, only the Tan brothers and Fang Ping remained beside Tan Jinping. Casting a glance at Fang Ping, Tan Jinping chuckled, "Fang Ping, your vitality must be over 130 calories, am I correct?" "Wow!" exclaimed Tan Hao. Although he was aware that Fang Ping's vitality was substantial, his father had not mentioned that it exceeded 130 calories. Fang Ping did not deny it and nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Tan Jinping smiled again. "That's splendid. There is something I wish to discuss with you, Fang Ping." "Please, Uncle Tan, go ahead." Ruishi City encompasses 5 counties, 3 districts, and 1 city, with Yangcheng being a county-level city that ranks among the finest within Ruishi's administrative framework. However, Yangcheng is merely slightly superior to the 5 counties and falls short compared to several districts of Ruishi. Each year, the number of students meeting the standards for the martial arts examination and those successfully admitted to Wuhan University is of utmost importance, serving as a critical metric in educational assessment. Tan Jinping provided a brief introduction, summarizing that within Ruiyang, there exists significant competition. The educational assessment criteria across various regions are of paramount importance. The designation of YC as a county-level city is highly coveted by many. If it were to be suppressed for several consecutive years, particularly by 5 counties, the possibility of being replaced is uncertain. Naturally, these struggles bear little relevance to Fang Ping. The purpose of Tan Jinping's visit to Fang Ping is singular. This time, we are assigned to the same examination point as Xingxi County and Anping District. Among the 5 counties, Xingxi boasts the strongest economic and educational prowess. Anping District is even more formidable, as Ruiyang No. 1 High School is located within its jurisdiction, overseen by Anping District. The selection of examination points this time has not been particularly favorable. Noticing Fang Ping's confusion, Tan Jinping shook his head and remarked, you may be aware that emotions greatly influence students' performance. If you are surrounded by individuals of lesser capability, your confidence may soar, leading to unexpected results. Conversely, if those around you surpass your abilities, your confidence may wane, causing anxiety, and in such circumstances, one cannot perform to their fullest potential. This aligns with what Wang Jinyang described as an emotional outburst, and Fang Ping nodded in understanding. Both Ruiyang No. 1 High School and Xingxi No. 1 High School have promising talents, and the attitudes from both sides towards Yangqing are not particularly favorable. Yangqing's higher administrative level has been a point of contention for some time. A prefecture-level city cannot accommodate two county-level cities, at least not in the context of Ruiyang. Thus, I hope that before the assessment, you can channel your energy and surpass the students from this county and district. I have just advised Zhou Bin and the others, but their energy levels are relatively low. Even if they do exert themselves, the effect will be limited. However, you are different. Your outburst can be perceived by others. Fang Ping understood Tan Junping's words, yet he frowned at the notion of unleashing his energy to intimidate other students, causing them to feel nervous and disheartened. He'll be frank, engaging in such behavior seems somewhat unscrupulous. Sensing Fang Ping's thoughts, Tan Junping smiled gently and said, "A warrior must dare to compete, to strive with all one's might. Pitying your opponents or sympathizing with the weak is not the demeanor of a true warrior. Moreover, the strong remain strong. If someone fails to perform at their best due to the impact of your energy outburst, such individuals never had hope in martial science to begin with. Do you believe that individuals like Wu Zhihao and Tan Hao would be unable to realize their potential because of your influence? If that were the case, one could merely find a martial artist to unleash their energy, and then students would no longer need to take assessments. This action is solely intended to bolster the confidence of students from Yangqing. After all, for many, the students of Ruiyang No. 1 High School are perceived as exceptionally strong, and once this notion takes hold, it will inevitably influence them. Fang Ping felt a twinge of conflict, yet Tan Junping expressed disappointment, saying, hesitating and failing to compete, "Fang Ping, I do not mean to provoke you. If you adopt such a cautious demeanor, always second-guessing, your future path in martial arts will be fraught with difficulty. As a youth, you must showcase your abilities and strengths rather than conceal them. What are you afraid of? Are you concerned about revealing your capabilities, or are you worried about displeasing others?" Tan Junping shook his head and replied, "You are mistaken. The more valuable a person is, the more they will be acknowledged. Your connection with Wang Jinyang from Nanjing Wu University is not a secret. Thus, you need not harbor any apprehensions." Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. In truth, he had little to worry about since old Wang had already agreed to take the blame. His hesitation stemmed from a sense of unfairness, but also from other considerations. After a moment's thought, Fang Ping awkwardly remarked, "Uncle Tan, it's not that I'm concerned about these matters. I was contemplating the potential exhaustion of my vital energy before the assessment due to an earlier outburst. By the time the evaluation arrives, Tan Junping was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Right? I completely overlooked that. Rest assured, the city will compensate you. After your vital energy surges, I shall provide you with a vitality pill. This is not a personal gift, but rather a recompense from Yang City. A vitality pill." Upon hearing this, Tan Hao felt a wave of grievance. "Dad, didn't you mention it was a blood energy pill?" Tan Junping shot him a sidelong glance. "Silly boy. The compensation that Zhou Bin and his group received was a vitality pill, but for you two little rascals, I have selfishly provided a blood energy pill. Can Fang Ping be treated the same? Not only is his vital energy formidable as a martial artist, but with his connection to Wang Jinyang, it is essential he receives a vitality pill following his search. If he manages to surpass Anping District and Xingxi County, resulting in fewer candidates passing the assessment this year, it would signify a significant achievement for Yang City. It is not necessary for me to be exceptionally strong. It suffices that others are weaker. Competing against strength is arduous, yet everyone can excel in mediocrity. With resources like Fang Ping at hand, why not utilize them? If Yang City performs well, I could later apply for an increase in compensation, transforming the initial offer of 4 vitality pills, 2 blood energy pills, and 1 vitality pill into a possibility of 7 vitality pills. Of course, this is contingent upon achieving results superior to those of the other 2 locations. Although Fang Ping was unaware of Tan Junping's ulterior motives, it mattered little to him as he was not overly concerned. Upon hearing about the compensation of a vitality pill and recalling his recent depletion of wealth and dwindling cash reserves, he promptly dismissed his worries and nodded. "All right, Uncle Tan, I will give it my all." A smile graced Tan Jinping's face as he declared, "Now, that is the spirit of a martial artist. Fang Ping, I may be aging, but you are still young. We are not the same. Young people should be filled with ambition, believing themselves to be the best. Once you enter Wu University, you will realize that mere modesty will only lead to stagnation. You must strive, compete fiercely, dare to compete, and possess the ability to compete. Losing is inconsequential. Winning is what propels you further, and it is the fear of not daring that is truly concerning." These final words resonated with Fang Ping. Such sentiments were not solely expressed by Tan Jinping. They echoed in the pages of books and were reiterated by Wang Jinyang. Reality had also imparted the lesson to Fang Ping. One must strive. Even brother Xiao Ma was engaged in competition, risking battles against Taimu. This kind of struggle was vividly evident. Chapter 54. A fight at the drop of a hat. At the Ruiyang First Health Examination Center. Outside the building, 3 groups of students stood in stark contrast. The health examination center was vast, and the square outside was currently teeming with thousands of people, yet it did not feel congested. As the formal examination time had not yet arrived, the students were still awaiting permission to enter. At this moment, a murmur rippled through the square. "Isn't that from Ruiyang No. 1 High School?" "It is indeed them. I did not expect to share this health examination with them." The students of Ruiyang No. 1 High School possess an impressive vitality, as it is said that those with energy levels below 110 units refrain from registering. Is it truly the case that several hundred students exceed this threshold? It appears we are destined to merely observe this time around. Among the 3 teams, the student group from Anping District stands out somewhat, with approximately 400 to 500 clad in their uniforms. In contrast, Fang Ping and his peers dress rather casually, as their school imposes no strict dress code. Conversely, the students from Ruiyang No. 1 High School are uniformly attired in their school uniforms. At a glance, the students from Yangqing and Xingxi County exhibit a somewhat ragtag appearance. The students from Ruiyang No. 1 High School, at this moment, exude a certain aloofness and pride. Their emotions are quite transparent, lacking the guile often found in others. As the premier high school in Ruiyang, it annually produces the highest number of students admitted to Wuhan University. Thus, the students of Ruiyang No. 1 have every reason to feel proud. Much like those from Yangqing No. 1 High School, the students there also carry a sense of superiority when in the presence of their peers from other schools. Regardless of their individual shortcomings, they take solace in their school's esteemed reputation, declaring, "I am from No. 1 High School," which serves as their badge of honor. Of course, such sentiments are rarely spoken aloud. One must discern them through intuition. Should you compliment them, they might modestly respond, "No. 1 High School is actually quite average. Your school, XX High School, is also commendable." At this juncture, one must not take such remarks at face value, but rather continue to shower them with praise. Failing to do so may lead them to think, "These fools truly believe their school is remarkable. Compared to ours, they should feel ashamed." The students share a similar mindset, which is rather easy to perceive. While whispers circulate in the square, the students from Ruiyang No. 1 High School strive to maintain an air of indifference and superiority, standing ever more upright in their formation. While others engage in discussion, the Ruiyang students say little, preserving their aloof demeanor. However, Fang Ping can clearly see that many of the Ruiyang students are barely able to contain their excitement. It feels akin to bullying a group of naive youngsters. Fang Ping muses silently, sensing a lack of enthusiasm for confronting them. Yet, this is merely Fang Ping's perspective. His companions, Zhou Bin and others, are already eager to engage, brimming with competitive spirit. Not only they, but also the leading students from Anping District and Xingxi County display a readiness to prove themselves, exuding an air of ambition. Clearly, Tan Jinping's sentiments are not unique to him. The leaders from the opposing teams share similar thoughts. Perhaps this is the customary practice each year. Ahead in the procession, Tan Jinping and the leaders from Anping and Xingxi engage in jovial conversation, reminiscent of long-lost friends reuniting in celebration. Yet, upon closer observation, one might detect a hint of insincerity in their smiles. After exchanging polite pleasantries, Tan Jinping turns to Zhou Bin and remarks, "Fellow students, please take a moment to familiarize yourselves with your counterparts from Anping and Xingxi. Once you are at Wuhan University, you will all be representatives of Ruiyang, so let us look out for one another." The martial artists from Anping and Xingxi echo similar sentiments. The students, having received prior instructions, begin to step forward from their ranks. 7 emerge from Yangqing, 5 from Xingxi, while Anping District sees over 10 take the initiative. The selection of these students adheres to a common standard, with 120 units serving as the dividing line. As these individuals emerged, all of them students, a momentary hesitation enveloped the atmosphere. They were uncertain whether to engage in pleasantries before commencing their tasks or to roll up their sleeves and dive directly into action. The art of small talk was not a forte for many, while the latter approach risked appearing somewhat rash. Tan Junping and his companions offered no guidance, their faces adorned with smiles as they observed the performance of these promising students. Often, witnessing the youthful bravado and ostentation of these learners provided a rare opportunity for relaxation. Years hence, should any of them ascend to remarkable heights, it would serve as splendid fodder for future reminiscences in their twilight years. A few martial artists engaged in hushed conversation, their smiles far more genuine than the earlier pretense. Fang Ping cast a glance at Tan Junping and his associates, then turned his attention to the students who were beginning to interact. Followed by surveying the thousands of students in the square, their gazes fixated on the scene. This spectacle led Fang Ping to feel as though they were merely spectators at a circus. Naturally, the students might not share such a perspective. They looked upon these figures with envy, admiration, and perhaps a hint of jealousy. As prominent figures from various schools, their presence signified excellence among their peers. Yet, Fang Ping was certain that the martial artists, including Tan Junping, were viewing the proceedings with the same mindset as one would have while watching a circus performance. Just as he would chuckle at a few elementary school students engaging in mock duels on the street, finding amusement in their exaggerated displays of bravado, so too were they. Fang Ping then reflected on Tan Junping's words regarding instigating a surge of vitality to intimidate the opposing side. He pondered the feasibility of such a tactic. Non-martial artists, even if capable of a burst of vitality, would only present an illusion of strength at around 120 cards. As for the so-called aura of intimidation, it was largely absent. Those exceeding 130 cards might exert a slight pressure on their immediate surroundings, but the effectiveness of this was uncertain and the impact limited. In retrospect, observing the expressions of Tan Junping and the others as they indulged in this spectacle, Fang Ping mused whether this was merely an annual pastime for these leaders. Perhaps it was not solely for amusement, but also a form of investment. After all, one could merely unleash their vitality briefly and receive an elixir in return, a situation that seemed hardly disadvantageous. Upon receiving the elixir, one would inevitably feel a sense of gratitude. As Fang Ping contemplated these matters, he turned his gaze back to the outstanding students who were still attempting to engage. He wondered if, years down the line, they would feel any embarrassment upon recalling this moment, should they achieve greatness. Whether they did or not remained a mystery to Fang Ping, however. Witnessing their eagerness to connect yet their inability to navigate the complexities of the situation filled him with a sense of shame. Were it not for the allure of the vitality elixir, he would have been inclined to turn and leave at that moment. After some reflection, he concluded that enduring a prolonged discomfort was less desirable than a swift resolution. Continuing this conversation only to later turn hostile would be even more humiliating. With that thought in mind, he decided to act without further delay. Taking a step forward while others were still introducing themselves, Fang Ping suddenly declared, "Classmates, let us delve directly into the main topic." The crowd briefly paused, caught off guard, and before they could fully process his words, Fang Ping concentrated his vitality, employing a subtle technique from the refinement method, and instantaneously unleashed a surge of energy. The force of his vitality surpassed 140 cards, complemented by a mental acuity exceeding 170 hertz, all erupting forth in a dazzling display. In the next moment, the exceptional students who were introducing themselves seemed to be abruptly seized by an unseen force around their necks. Those closest to Fang Ping turned crimson, their eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. What was happening? Was a confrontation about to erupt? They felt as though they were struggling to breathe. These students were caught completely off guard, and aside from the two students from Ruiyang No. 1 high school, whose vitality exceeded 130 cards, the others were overwhelmed by a fierce sense of pressure. Not far away, the two martial artists who had just been engaged in light-hearted banter with Tan Junping appeared similarly ensnared. What was going on? The leader of the Anping district martial artists wore a look of confusion. He then fixed his gaze intently on Fang Ping, quickly turning to glare at Tan Junping, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "Did you go to Jiangxing No. 1 high school to poach students?" The leader from Xingxi County, also coming to terms with the situation, muttered under his breath, "Old Tan? Have you no shame? It's just a little entertainment, and you from Yangqing resort to such tactics?" The outburst was nearly on par with a martial artist's prowess, exhibiting a vitality of at least 145 cards. Old Tan, was it necessary? How much did this cost? Both team leaders wore expressions of discontent, glaring fiercely at Tan Jinping. Before Tan Jinping could offer an explanation, the leader from Anping district hastily interjected. This student is about to undergo a physical examination. The current surge in vitality will adversely affect the upcoming test. The martial artist from Xingxi County also stepped forward, a broad smile on his face, saying, "Student, save your vitality for the chamber later. Don't let this interfere with the important matters at hand." The urgency of the situation could not be overlooked. Fang Ping's vitality surged, coupled with a mental pressure. Several students whose vitality barely reached 120 cards were on the verge of suffocation, their eyes rolling back. If this continued, their performance in the examination would undoubtedly suffer. Originally capable of achieving 120 cards, a drop of 1 or 2 cards was no trivial matter. Until now, they had not anticipated the presence of such an aspiring martial artist from Yangcheng. Under normal circumstances, even if these students exerted their vitality, the impact on those with similar levels would be minimal. However, Fang Ping's vitality was formidable, approaching the first rank. Thus, the two martial artists spoke with a degree of courtesy, unaware of which prestigious high school this student had been recruited from. At that moment, Tan Jinping finally grasped the situation. He had previously recognized Fang Ping's strong vitality, but since Fang Ping had not unleashed it before, his sense had not been particularly clear. Now, observing Fang Ping's vitality erupting with precision, it was evident that he was nearing the first rank. Moreover, there seemed to be additional effects at play. The surge of near first-rank vitality should not have rendered those nearby pale at this juncture. Tan Jinping could hardly afford to ponder further. If Fang Ping continued, matters would escalate dramatically. With leaders from Anping and Xingxi approaching, Tan Jinping hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Fang Ping, that's enough." As Tan Jinping spoke, Fang Ping reined in his vitality. Turning to glance at the three hastily approaching figures, he felt a surge of amusement. Hadn't they been enjoying the spectacle just moments ago? Now they were in a panic? As he entertained these thoughts, Fang Ping maintained an expression of confusion, as if questioning why he should cease, which left the leaders visibly stiffened. Continue. If this goes on, at least 5 of these top students with 120 cards will drop below that threshold. It is crucial to understand that 120 cards represent a watershed in educational assessment metrics. Ruiyang comprises more than just a handful of districts. If matters escalate poorly, all involved shall bear the brunt of the consequences. At this moment, Tan Jinping approached, casting a glance at the panting Zhou Bin and his companions. Noticing their pallid faces yet finding no significant harm, he exhaled in relief. However, his gaze was inevitably drawn to Fang Ping, his expression a tumultuous mix of emotions. "How dare you act so impulsively, disregarding the script? Had you proceeded step by step, allowing everyone to prepare, we might not be facing this predicament. You even turned against your own. How can you justify that? Moreover, how has this fellow's vitality surged to such heights? This is not merely above 130 cards. It verges on the first rank. What method has Wang Jinyang employed to cultivate this young man? With the refinement method mastered, his foundational stance must be solid, or else his vitality could not have reached such levels. The concentration and explosive force of his vitality indicate that, even if he had consumed elixirs, he has fully assimilated them without causing stagnation. A true martial artist is always poised for a breakthrough. Though Tan Jinping has only reached the pinnacle of the first rank, nearing 50 and having lingered in this realm for years, he quickly formed a judgment in his mind. This Fang Ping is far stronger than he had anticipated. Chapter 55. The successor of Old Wang. With Fang Ping's explosive display, the annual tradition was shattered. Several martial artists, eager for entertainment, observed the expressions of horror and disbelief on the faces of the top students from various schools, feeling a sense of unspoken anguish. The two outstanding students from Ruiyang No. 1 high school, possessing vitality exceeding 130 cards, though not under severe duress, now appeared somewhat disoriented. In such a state, the forthcoming test results would likely not be promising. Not only the external students but also Zhou Bin and Chen Jie from Yangcheng No. 1 high school stood speechless, caught between disappointment and bewilderment. Moments ago, as Fang Ping erupted, they were in close proximity, their own experience significantly impacted. Tan Jinping regretted his earlier decision. He was unaware of the effects on other regions. But Zhou Bin and Chen Jia were the seeds of martial prowess in Yangcheng. Should Fang Ping's actions dishearten them, any subsequent missteps would spell trouble. The thought that Fang Ping could undermine even his own left Tan Zhenping somewhat speechless. This lad, seemingly honest, might not be as straightforward as he appeared. After all, Fang Ping was not a martial artist, and the scope of his outburst was limited. The lined-up students remained oblivious to the specifics of what transpired, yet they keenly observed the shifts in expression among the elite students. Outside the fray, whispers resurfaced. What happened to Zhou Bin and the others? Could it be that they have fallen ill? What transpired earlier that rendered them suddenly mute? Amidst the crowd, Wu Zhihao stroked his chin, having witnessed the scene unfold. Could Fang Ping be the source of this disturbance? He pondered, though uncertainty lingered, especially since Ruiyang No. 1 High School's top students were present. Listening to the murmurs of the students and glancing at the seemingly innocent Fang Ping, Tan Zhenping felt a headache coming on and called out, "Everyone, return to your lines and prepare for the physical examination." As others, lost in their thoughts, began to disperse, Tan Zhenping noticed Fang Ping attempting to slip away and called out, "Fang Ping, wait a moment." Fang Ping halted momentarily, turning to offer a dry laugh. "Uncle Tan." Tan Zhenping regarded him intently for a while, and after a pause, remarked, "You performed admirably, though perhaps a tad excessively." Tan Zhenping silently added in his mind, "Do you need the Qi blood pill now? Or shall we say that now?" Fang Ping's eyes gleamed with excitement, hastily responding, "Not now." "What if you backtrack later?" Tan Zhenping, unfazed, casually retrieved a small vial from his pocket and tossed it to Fang Ping. Noticing Fang Ping's inclination to open it for inspection, Tan Zhenping couldn't help but massage his temples. "Am I truly going to deceive you over this?" Fortunately, Fang Ping ultimately refrained from opening the vial and simply tucked it into his pocket. In truth, even without opening it, Fang Ping was aware of its authenticity. Should there be any indication of a lack of wealth value increase, he would likely confront Tan Zhenping immediately. With the Qi blood pill secured, the matters of the past could be considered resolved. Tan Zhenping wished to say a few more words but decided against it, waving his hand and stating, "We'll discuss it after the physical examination." Fang Ping nodded and turned back to rejoin the line. As he departed, the leaders from Anping and Xingxi approached, their gazes fixed on Tan Zhenping with a hint of hostility. Tan Zhenping felt overwhelmed, exclaiming helplessly, "Don't look at me. I had no idea his Qi blood was this high. Furthermore, he has some connection with that individual from Nanjing Martial University." "Who?" the two instinctively inquired, and Anping's leading martial artist raised an eyebrow. "Wang Jinyang." "Indeed. Well then, let's not say anything further." Wang Jinyang, that prodigy, had recently ascended to the position of vice president of the Martial Arts Society at Nanjing Martial University, a fact that had already circulated within the martial arts community. The Martial Arts Society of Nanjing Martial University is vastly different from the student unions of ordinary universities. Regardless of the power wielded by the student union, it remains subordinate to the school. However, at a specialized martial arts university like Nanjing, the Martial Arts Society holds significant authority, almost equally sharing power with the school's administration. This includes resource allocation and the management of school enterprises. With Wang Jinyang now as the vice president of the Martial Arts Society, his ambitions for the presidency are evident to all. Once he takes the helm, the advantages he will reap over the next 3 years, and the level he will achieve upon graduation, are nearly predictable. A third-grade Wang Jinyang is not someone they can afford to provoke. Given his connection to Wang Jinyang, even if Fang Ping's performance exceeded their expectations, there was no necessity to press for further details. Just reflecting on Fang Ping's explosive display of Qi blood that overshadowed nearly the entire seedling of Ruiyang Martial University, Anping's martial artist couldn't help but express a hint of envy. With first-grade prowess imminent, once he enters a martial university, he will undoubtedly break through within 3 months. Each year, there are few martial candidates in Nanjing. Considering his Qi blood alone, he could likely rank in the top 10 in Nanjing. Ruiyang is neither exceptional nor significantly lagging in Jiangsu province, maintaining an average standard. The provincial capital, Jiangcheng, sees martial candidates almost every year, with other major cities occasionally participating as well. At Yanlin years, there may be only 2 or 3 martial candidates statewide, but in more abundant years, there could be 7 or 8. The competition is growing fiercer year by year, and based on past standards, it would not be overly challenging for Fang Ping to secure a top 10 position. As they spoke, the leader from Anping inquired further, "How are his academic subjects?" Tan Zhenping pondered for a moment before replying, "Fairly well." If he surpasses the key threshold, the two major universities should not reject him. Are you certain about gaining admission to the two prestigious institutions? Fang Ping's warrior raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It may not be impossible to enter Nanjing Martial University, especially after Wang Jinyang departs and the leadership of the Martial Arts Society changes hands. However, this matter is rather complex. Let us not concern ourselves with it any further." Tan Jinping pondered this for a moment, but chose not to delve deeper into the thoughts. This could be related to Wang Jinyang's scheming, something that ought not to concern a mere first-tier warrior. If the Martial Arts Society of Nanjing Martial University were to have 2 consecutive presidents from Yangqing, it would undoubtedly benefit Yangqing. Whether Fang Ping attends Nanjing Martial University or enters the 2 prestigious institutions, this matter has clearly surpassed their sphere of influence. At this moment, the 3 of them harbored a vague suspicion that Fang Ping was merely a pawn in Wang Jinyang's upcoming plans. As for why he did not select individuals directly from the university, the answer is quite simple. Wang Jinyang is only a freshman and cannot ensure the succession of anyone he supports. As Wang Jinyang exited a meeting, he suddenly sneezed, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Old Wang is a 3rd-tier warrior. Has he caught a cold? Wang Jinyang rubbed his nose, casting a deep, scrutinizing glance at the former vice president of the Martial Arts Society trailing behind him. Is this fellow cursing himself in his heart? A warrior's intuition is quite sharp. If something can provoke a sneeze, it must be laden with malice. With a smile on his face, Old Wang gave the ousted senior a meaningful look, as if to say, "Do you still wish to make a comeback?" The young man, who had been subjected to Wang Jinyang's piercing gaze, wore an expression of displeasure. How dare he not only usurp my position as vice president, but also seek to eliminate me entirely? The young man's heart swelled with determination. Once I complete the refinement of my core, I shall reclaim my honor. For a moment, the atmosphere at the entrance of the Martial Arts Society grew somewhat chilly. Returning to the ranks, Fang Ping remained oblivious to the matters concerning Nanjing Martial University. Ignoring the complex gazes of Zhou Bin and others, he began to concentrate on examining his data panel. Wealth, 270,000 vitality, 147 cards, 149 cards, mental energy, 170 Hz, 172 Hz. A few days prior, Fang Ping had engaged in extensive training, rapidly depleting his wealth to a mere 2.2 million. After recently acquiring a vitality pill, his wealth had increased by 70,000. This time was different from the last. Previously, he had received an abundance of pills, leaving him uncertain about the system's valuation of each. Now, having obtained a single vitality pill, he comprehended that the system estimated its value at 70,000. Should he consider engaging in some secondary trading? Fang Ping mused to himself, recognizing that the system valued the ordinary vitality pill at 70,000. Given the system's tendencies, this implied there exists a channel through which one could procure a vitality pill for that amount. If he were to sell it to someone without access, it would typically fetch around 100,000. Should reselling be feasible, acquiring a vitality pill at 70,000 and subsequently selling it would not only yield profit but also significantly enhance his wealth. However, this was merely a thought. Not only did he lack such a channel, but large-scale trading of pills would also be illegal. Ordinary individuals could only purchase pills at pharmacies. Even if Fang Ping possessed a considerable supply of pills, selling small quantities without attracting attention would pose no issue. Yet, should he attempt to engage in large-scale reselling, it would not be long before the authorities came knocking. Nevertheless, Fang Ping filed this notion away in his mind. Should an opportunity arise, he might consider giving it a try. Having shifted his focus from wealth, Fang Ping cast another glance at his vitality and mental energy. The recent outburst had not drained too much, merely 2 vitality points and 2 mental energy points. After spending 4,000 wealth points to replenish his reserves, a faint smile graced Fang Ping's lips. This venture had proven profitable. Not only had he earned a vitality pill, but he also acquired 66,000 wealth points, which somewhat compensated for his recent substantial expenditures. Moreover, his vitality now stagnated at 149 points, leaving him uncertain about how many more training sessions would be required to break through to 150 points. As Fang Ping pondered his gains and losses, the entrance to the health examination center swung open, signaling the commencement of the assessments. Students began to line up in preparation to enter. At that moment, a few men clad in police uniforms emerged from seemingly nowhere, securing both sides of the entrance to the examination center. With a cursory glance, Fang Ping overheard Tan Hao muttering, "Don't look." Those are the detectives from the Investigation Bureau. The Investigation Bureau? It's nothing serious, just to prevent impersonation and disturbances. Fang Ping understood. Indeed, there had been instances where martial artists disguised themselves as students to take exams. As expected, upon entry, the officials meticulously checked each candidate's examination permit for verification. There were only 4 personnel from the Investigation Bureau present. Fang Ping sensed that 2 of them had vitality levels lower than his own, indicating that the Bureau was not composed entirely of martial artists. This was inevitable. After all, even a city like Yangqing had an Investigation Bureau, and if all were martial artists, it would still be insufficient to accommodate all of Yangqing's martial artists. When it was Fang Ping's turn for inspection, one of the Bureau officials, whose vitality was comparable to Tan Jinping's, scrutinized him for a moment. Ultimately, no words were exchanged, and Fang Ping was permitted entry into the health examination center. The moment he stepped inside, he exhaled deeply. After so many days of anticipation, the time to discern the results had finally arrived. Chapter 56. Self-rescue. Simultaneously, as Fang Ping and the others entered the health examination center, in the central control room, a small gathering of 7 or 8 individuals was present. Among them were personnel from the Ministry of Education Supervisory Team, the South Rivers Examination Supervision Team, and official representatives from Ruiyang. Observing the students entering in succession, the vice leader of the South River Examination Team, an elderly man nearing 60 with still black hair, turned to Jean Kuming, the director of Ruiyang's Education Bureau, and remarked, "Director Jean, there are no martial artist candidates from Ruiyang this year, correct?" Jean Kuming, standing beside the elderly man, was perspiring profusely, responding cautiously, "Director Luo, there are indeed no martial artist candidates from Ruiyang this year. If my memory serves me right, it has been exactly 10 years, 10 full years without a martial artist candidate emerging from Ruiyang." The man referred to as Director Luo replied indifferently. Before Jean Kuming could continue, the elderly man scoffed lightly. A decade ago, during such challenging times, there were still martial artist candidates for the martial arts examination. Who would have thought that over the course of 10 years, life would improve, the educational environment would flourish, yet Ruiyang has failed to produce a single martial artist candidate. Each year's educational funding, I wonder where it has been allocated. More beads of sweat formed on Jean Kuming's brow. However, the elderly man paid him no heed, casting a glance at the 2 members of the supervisory team, who appeared engrossed in monitoring the surveillance, seemingly oblivious to his words. A hint of a smile flickered across his somewhat grim face. Without concern for the presence of the 2 individuals, the elderly man continued, "This year, the inspection team from the province holds a significantly higher level of authority than in previous years. Director Chen personally led the inspection team in Jiangcheng. Vice Director Liu and I, along with others, each headed our own teams to inspect various cities. Do you know the reason behind this?" Jean Kuming licked his dry lips and whispered, "Governor Zhang has broken through to the 7th grade master realm and is determined to eradicate the decline of martial arts in Nanjing. Oh, so you are aware?" The elder replied indifferently, "I thought you were oblivious." Jean Kuming dared not respond, and the elder continued, "Nanjing governs 15 prefecture-level cities. While Ruiyang may not be the best, it certainly does not lag behind. Yet, the martial arts education in Ruiyang has consistently ranked among the bottom 3 for several years. Every year, Ruiyang declares its intention to reform, to restructure, and you, Jean Kuming, boast proudly. Last year, when reporting to the provincial government, you were filled with grand ambitions, vowing to eliminate Ruiyang's reputation as the worst. But what is the reality? For a decade, not a single martial artist candidate has emerged. Not only that, but even the most basic aspiring martial artists have failed to appear. If it were not for, the elder's gaze grew notably stern, and he snorted lightly, if it were not for Wang Jinyang's outstanding performance at Nanjing Martial Arts University last year, the Ruiyang Education Bureau could have faced complete dissolution. Sweat trickled down Jean Kuming's forehead, yet he felt a slight sense of relief. He was somewhat grateful that Wang Jinyang had preserved Ruiyang's reputation. Unfortunately, Wang Jinyang's performance during the martial arts examination was mediocre. Had he succeeded in becoming a martial artist last year, Ruiyang would not be under such immense pressure. Just as Jean Kuming began to relax, the elder suddenly remarked, "Although Ruiyang Education Bureau has avoided drastic measures because of Wang Jinyang, prior to my departure, Governor Zhang personally visited the education department, stating that merit would be rewarded and mistakes punished. The issues plaguing Ruiyang's martial arts education are numerous. The high schools in the subordinate counties lack professional martial arts training programs. The plan to subsidize outstanding students exists only in name, with no implementation in sight. The elder enumerated numerous issues, leaving Jean Kimming's complexion ashen. Once he finished, the elder slowly added, "Do not blame the province for not giving you opportunities. My visit today, to speak with you calmly rather than to remove you on grounds of dereliction of duty, signifies that you still have a chance. This opportunity hinges on the results of the upcoming physical examination. If this year, over 100 students from Rueyang achieve a vitality level of 120 or above, the province will grant you more time to reform. Alternatively, if aspiring martial artists or exceptional candidates emerge, you will also have a chance to correct your course. However, if none of these standards are met," the elder spoke slowly. "Then, Director Jean, it will be time for you to visit the underground caverns." The underground caverns? Jan Kimming could no longer contain himself as sweat poured down his forehead. The two inspectors, who had feigned ignorance of the conversation, could not help but glance over, their eyes filled with a hint of pity as they regarded Jean Kimming. This man had held a position in the Rueyang Education Bureau for 5 years and was among the top 5 influential figures in Rueyang. But could someone so accustomed to comfort truly survive in the underground caverns? Although he had already reached the 3rd grade realm, the elder stated flatly, "Enjoyment and contribution are equal. Rights and responsibilities are equally binding. No one is exempt. If you, Jean Kimming, can cultivate a large number of martial artists, you will be contributing to the nation. Then, naturally, you can enjoy all that Rueyang has to offer. However, you occupy a lofty position, indulging in the privileges it affords you, yet lacking an understanding of the principle of contribution and the necessity of fulfilling your responsibilities. The state has invested considerable effort in nurturing you to the rank of 3rd grade official, and thus, you are naturally obliged to pay the requisite price." Luo, I, Jean Kimming, felt my countenance turn as pale as a ghost, and even my legs trembled slightly as I implored, "Luo, grant me just 1 more year. I assure you, next year, Rueyang will not be as it is this year. The current situation has already been established. Is it truly difficult to have over 100 candidates scoring above 120? It is indeed challenging, yet not insurmountable. For major cities, achieving over 100 students scoring above 120 is quite feasible. Some prestigious high schools can accomplish this with ease. However, for Rueyang, it is a daunting task. The first health examination site has already gathered renowned high schools within Rueyang, such as Rueyang No. 1 High School, Xingxi No. 1 High School, and Yangqing No. 1 High School. Yet, even under these circumstances, the number of students scoring above 120 is fewer than 30. Furthermore, there are only 3 examination sites in total, and the other 2 locations are even worse off, with a scarce number of students surpassing the 120 mark. By calculation, the final tally will hardly exceed 70. While the elder speaks of providing himself with an opportunity, Jean Kimming is acutely aware that there is no genuine chance. The mere thought of sending a civil martial artist, who has not engaged in combat for many years, into the abyss fills him with despair. It feels akin to a death sentence. The elder pays him no heed, saying, "Another year? You utter the same words each year, always offering excuses. Previously, Governor Zhang failed to break through to the 7th grade, and his influence as a 6th grade governor did not reach its zenith. Given the complexities of local conditions, the governor had refrained from taking significant action. However, now that the governor has ascended to the 7th grade, he possesses the power to instill dread in the region. To eradicate the languishing state of martial arts in Nanjing, an example must be made. It is not only Rueyang that suffers. The chickens to be slaughtered extend beyond Jean Kimming alone. As the 2nd-ranking deputy of the Education Department, his visit to Rueyang was, in fact, a prelude to directly apprehending Jean Kimming. As for the local governor of Rueyang, he may choose to remain uninvolved, but should he dare to intervene, he must not expect leniency. To set an example, the governor of Rueyang also falls within the scope of the reprimand. Noticing the elder's indifference, Jean Kimming suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke. "Luo, I wish to descend and assess the situation." The elder cast a fleeting glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "Do as you please. The blood detection area is monitored by the Investigation Bureau, and I will remain here. If you believe you can vanish beneath my watchful eye, that would indeed be an impressive feat I wouldn't dare." Jan Kimming hastily shook his head. Escaping at this juncture would certainly lead to his demise. Even if he ventured into the abyss, death was not a certainty, but fleeing now would be unequivocally fatal, and he had no inclination to entertain such thoughts. "Go ahead." The elder was well aware of his motives for descending. It was merely an endeavor for self-preservation. Despite being a third-grade martial artist, Jan Kimming may be considered a mediocre official, but he is not a criminal of the gravest sort. His failure to be detained on the spot is, in fact, an opportunity being afforded to him. However, how faint this hope may be is something only they understand. Jan Kimming hurriedly departed. In the control room, one of the members of the inspection team, a cultured gentleman in his 30s who had remained silent until now, chuckled softly. I have always heard that Director Luo is exceptionally considerate towards his subordinates. Today, I have truly witnessed it. Having a superior like you is indeed a blessing for Director Jin. If there is an opportunity in the future, I would be eagerly looking forward to serving under you in Nanjing. The elder chuckled and replied, You flatter me. I too anticipate collaborating with the talented youth from the ministry. However, whether Jean Keeman can pass the assessment seems rather bleak. The reason for his statement was that he had surmised what Jean Keeman was about to undertake, or rather, that this was the only course of action available to him. However, achieving 100 students with over 120 units of vitality is no simple feat within the medical examination center. At the doctor's command, the 10 individuals in Fang Ping's batch began to disrobe. When Fang Ping was left with only his undergarment, he halted his movements. Among the remaining 9, 7 others also ceased. Yet, 2 individuals in the crowd continued undressing until they were completely bare. Observing Tan Hao and Yang Jian flaunting their nudity, swinging their little brothers with bravado, the others wore expressions of dismay, some even struggling to suppress their laughter. The doctor in charge of the examination appeared somewhat speechless, eventually stating, in the external medicine department, we only inspect significant scars. The primary concern is to prevent excessive scarring from causing a surge of vitality during the breakthrough, which could lead to severe repercussions. Therefore, a general overview suffices. Additionally, I just mentioned to leave your undergarments on. The middle-aged male doctor, bemused, added, Did I not make myself clear enough? The area covered by your undergarments, even if it bears some scars, is inconsequential. Do you understand? These 2 fools, are they showing off, or what? After a few remarks, the doctor no longer bothered with them, briefly inspecting before stamping the examination forms. Fang Ping, witnessing these 2 dimwits failing to grasp the rules yet reveling in their own ignorance, felt a mix of embarrassment and dismay. Do you truly believe your little brothers appear grand? Spectacular? He could hardly be bothered to deflate their egos. Hastily dressing, he exited the examination room, resolute in avoiding the next test alongside these 2 fools. As Fang Ping emerged, he spotted Tan Jinping. Pausing for a moment, he was taken aback. Weren't the leading martial artists prohibited from entering? How was Tan Jinping here? Upon noticing Fang Ping, Tan Jinping waved eagerly. Moments later, the 2 found a quieter spot to converse. Tan Jinping, slightly breathless, inquired, Fang Ping, could you tell me, what is your vitality value? Stealing a glance at him, Fang Ping noted his urgency and pondered for a moment before responding. Uncle Tan, I have yet to undergo the examination. Although he was aware of his own vitality, Tan Jinping's eagerness left him uncertain of his intentions, prompting Fang Ping to withhold some information. You must have practiced the refining method, correct? Indeed, I have. Have you experienced that overwhelming surge of vitality recently, yet found it impossible to elevate further? Fang Ping immediately comprehended that Tan Jinping was referring to the bottleneck at 149 units. After some contemplation, he chose not to answer directly and instead queried, Uncle Tan, why do you ask these questions? The vitality examination will commence shortly. The results will reveal everything. Realizing that Fang Ping was not forthcoming, Tan Jinping understood that this young man was not entirely straightforward and possessed a nimble mind. After contemplating for a moment, Tan Jinping murmured, Let me put it this way. If your vital energy has indeed reached a point where it can no longer be enhanced, then considering the intensity of your previous outburst, you should be nearing your limit, or perhaps you have already reached it. When I speak of a limit, I refer to the threshold of non-martial practitioners. You should understand what that implies. Are you referring to the boundary between 149 and 150 cards? Precisely, Tan Jinping continued. Previously, I had my suspicions, but I dared not voice them. A quasi-martial artist at 149 cards is often referred to as a limit quasi-martial artist. Fang Ping remained patient, choosing not to speak, simply gazing at him. Tan Jinping, in a state of urgency, had sought him out, inquiring whether he had reached the limit of a non-martial practitioner, which surely harbored a specific purpose. Sighing, Tan Jinping felt a sense of helplessness. This young man hardly resembled a typical high school student. After a moment of reflection, considering the formidable Wang Jinyang backing him, he realized that this would not be an easy individual to deceive. With that thought in mind, Tan Jinping spoke candidly. In recent years, Ruiyang's martial science examination results have been lackluster. If we continue to lag behind this year, there may be repercussions from above. Previously, Director Jean of the Ruiyang Education Bureau approached us, hoping we could provide information on students with vital energy surpassing 115 cards. The intention is to assist them with medicinal pills, enabling breakthroughs to 120 cards during the upcoming vital energy assessment. However, the risks involved are considerable, and we are hesitant to act recklessly. Director Jean later mentioned the matter of limit quasi-martial artists, which brought you to my mind. Tan Jinping did not elaborate further, but Fang Ping grasped the general idea. If Ruiyang's martial science examination results continued to decline, the local education bureau would face accountability, though whether it would result in dismissals or demotions remained uncertain. In any case, it would not bode well. The search for a group of students nearing 120 cards in vital energy, with Director Jean privately supplying medicinal pills to assist them in breaking through, posed significant challenges. However, how many students could possibly be close to 120 cards? Moreover, attempting to elevate several cards of vital energy might render ordinary vitality pills ineffective. It could require the use of first-grade vitality pills. Yet, first-grade vitality pills are typically reserved for second-grade martial artists and possess immense potency. For students with lower vital energy, the consumption of such pills could lead to dire consequences, even death. Tan Jinping and his companions were understandably alarmed, expressing reservations about this approach out of fear of being implicated by Director Jean. Ultimately, the discussion shifted to Fang Ping. Given Fang Ping's earlier display of vital energy, the three martial artists had witnessed it and speculated that he must be approaching his limit. Even if he did not reach 149 cards, he likely had at least 145 cards. With Fang Ping's exceptionally high vital energy, the risk associated with consuming a first-grade vitality pill was considerably lower. Even if he did not reach 149 cards, a temporary surge could potentially elevate him to that threshold. This risk was far more manageable than seeking out those other students, presenting a greater assurance of success. Having discerned the implications, Fang Ping's gaze flickered as he chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Tan, I should not have reached 149 cards in vital energy. That's irrelevant. Your previous outburst surely placed you above 145 cards. The risk associated with consuming a first-grade vitality pill for a temporary surge during the assessment is far too great. Fang Ping hastily shook his head, saying, Uncle Tan, please do not genuinely believe that I lack understanding. The non-warrior's bone tempering remains incomplete, and the efficacy of the first-grade vitality pill is excessively potent for you. However, Director Jean is a third-grade warrior. Fang Ping remarked nonchalantly, a third-grade warrior? I wonder what grade Brother Wang is. Perhaps I should give him a call to inquire. Tan Jinping's previous words carried an undertone of threat that, of course, he did not articulate it so overtly, yet Fang Ping, not being foolish, comprehended the implication. Tan Jinping paused, nearly forgetting this aspect. Fang Ping was no mere leaf adrift. He had Wang Jinyang backing him. However, upon catching a glimpse of Fang Ping's expression, Tan Jinping suddenly understood. This lad was not inclined to refuse but was, in fact, negotiating terms. Realizing this, Tan Jinping found himself both amused and exasperated. He felt as though he were not conversing with a high school student at all. An ordinary high school student, disregarding Jean Kimming, would not possess the standing that Tan Jinping held as a warrior, coupled with his position as the deputy director of the Yangqing Education Bureau. If Fang Ping truly could achieve what he claimed, he would have readily acquiesced. After all, it wasn't his own resources at stake, and Tan Jinping had previously been taken aback by Director Jin's urgency. Now, having regained his composure, he immediately donned a smile and said, You rascal, I understand your intent. You are a friend of a Hao and a Teo, so Uncle Tan is naturally on your side. However, even with Wang Jinyang's support, one must not overreach. Director Jean holds a significant position in Ruiyang. Should you assist Director Jean this time, a favor will be owed. Yet, if your demands are excessive, not only will the favor dissipate, but you may also find yourself pricked by thorns, and even if you remain unconcerned, your relatives and friends are within Ruiyang. Uncle Tan, I comprehend the situation, Fang Ping interjected. I have not interacted with Director Jean and am unaware of the gravity of the matter. You are the father of Tan Hao and Tan Tao. I trust you would not wish me harm. Nonetheless, this endeavor does indeed carry certain risks. When one ventures into peril, there must be commensurate value in the risk taken. After all, as a prospective warrior, It is not worth jeopardizing oneself for trifling gains. Tan Jinping conceded that Fang Ping's reasoning was sound. Although he believed the risks were minimal, they still existed, and it was imperative that a promising candidate like Fang Ping did not undertake unnecessary risks without understanding the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Jinping advised, Director Jean previously requested that we identify 30 students whose vitality levels approached 120 cards, ensuring each receives at least one ordinary vitality pill, and it is highly likely that they will all be granted a first-grade vitality pill. The market price for a first-grade vitality pill is 300,000. However, with Director Jin's resources, he could procure them at around 70 of the market price. Should he distribute first-grade vitality pills, the total value would exceed 6 million. Nonetheless, greed can be detrimental, and one may lose the favor in the process. On this basis, if you were to have your request for either pills or cash, I believe Director Jean would not refuse. With the mindset of spending someone else's money without remorse, Tan Jinping revealed the details to Fang Ping. Although he did not anticipate substantial assistance from Fang Ping in the future, forging a connection had its merits. Previously, in a moment of desperation, he had spoken out of turn. Young individuals often held grudges, and thus, sharing this information could earn him some goodwill. Fang Ping's eyes sparkled with realization. Such a windfall. This truly was an opportunity that had presented itself. The vitality examination was already a necessary procedure to undertake, and now he could profit from it as well. Fang Ping certainly had no qualms about that. As soon as Tan Jinping finished speaking, Fang Ping immediately interjected, Uncle Tan, I am merely a hair's breadth away from reaching my limit. With the consumption of a first-grade Qi blood pill, the likelihood of attaining that limit is significantly heightened. Of course, one pill may not suffice. 2 would be a prudent gamble, ensuring a near certainty. If you could provide me with 2 first-grade Qi blood pills, along with 2 million in cash, I would be willing to risk my life for this opportunity. After all, should anything happen to me, my family would lose their pillar of support, and my parents are not in the best of health. Listening to Fang Ping's lamentable tale, Tan Jinping's lips twitched in disbelief. You wish to gamble with your life? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you might have already reached your limit. Nonetheless, Fang Ping's demands were not excessively high. 2 first-grade Qi blood pills and 2 million in cash were far more economical than Jean Kimming's previous proposals. Moreover, given Jean Kimming's apparent urgency, he would likely not refuse even if Fang Ping's conditions were slightly elevated. With this in mind, Tan Jinping nodded. As long as you can ensure that your Qi blood reaches the maximum threshold of 149 cards during the assessment, I shall agree to these terms on behalf of Director Jean. That would be much appreciated, Uncle Tan. Fang Ping replied with a cheerful smile. You could even state that I require 3 first-grade Qi blood pills. In the end, just 2 would suffice. Tan Jinping paused in astonishment. Are you truly a senior high school student? At this moment, you still have the presence of mind to consider your own benefits. Could this be considered a form of escape fund? Fang Ping maintained his radiant smile and continued, Uncle Tan, please elaborate on the risks I must undertake, as well as the matter of the several million after I am admitted to Wuda. It truly pales in comparison. I believe that esteemed Director Jean would understand my predicament, perhaps even appreciate my willingness to take this risk. I shall refrain from mentioning this to Brother Wang, to spare him unnecessary worry should any complications arise. Tan Jinping's expression stiffened. He recognized the thoroughness of Fang Ping's considerations. With his tales of woe and mention of Wang Jinyang as a form of intimidation, he had presented both carrot and stick. It was clear that, given Jean Kimming's desperation to grasp at a lifeline, he might not hold a grudge, and even if he did, Fang Ping's words would likely quell any thoughts of retaliation. At that moment, Tan Jinping felt a ripple of realization. This young man was not quite the honest type he had initially imagined. Whether or not Fang Ping intended to use a first-grade Qi blood pill to silence him, he understood the necessary course of action. Very well, the Qi blood assessment is about to commence. I shall promptly negotiate with Director Jean. When you arrive at the entrance of the examination center, the pills will be provided to you on site, and as for the monetary compensation, it shall be transferred to you after the assessment concludes. Additionally, Tan Jinping's tone grew somewhat grave. You must ensure that you can indeed reach the limit of Qi blood. Otherwise, even with Wang Jinyang's presence, you will attract considerable trouble. I understand, Uncle Tan, you need not worry. Outside the examination center, Jean Kimming was in a state of utter agitation, perspiration beading on his forehead. Were it not for the desire to maintain a semblance of authority in front of others, he would have stormed inside long ago. As the director of the Education Bureau of Ruiyang, he could inspect other areas without venturing into the Qi blood testing zone. With Tan Jinping yet to emerge and the assessment nearly commencing, he found himself cursing under his breath. Had he foreseen this, he would have summoned a group of students to assist. As long as the incentives were satisfactory, a little coercion would suffice to ensure that these students, even aware of the risks, would not refuse. As for Fang Ping, although several subordinates of An Ping and Xing, she claimed to be on the verge of reaching the first-grade martial artist realm. Who can truly ascertain whether they have indeed reached their limits? Just as I was contemplating whether to enter, Tan Junping had already hurriedly departed. Jan Qiming quickly inquired, "What is the matter?" Director Tan Jinping softly recounted the recent events, albeit not entirely in Fang Ping's words. He emphasized that Fang Ping possesses great potential, with Wang Jinyang supporting him from behind. The conditions proposed by Fang Ping included 2 million in cash and 3 first-grade blood essence pills. Jan Qiming, however, was unconcerned about these demands. As one of the top 5 magnates in Ruiyang, even without greed, his wealth far exceeded such sums. Previously, he had been prepared to offer 30 first-grade blood essence pills, let alone the fact that Fang Ping requested considerably less than he had anticipated. Once Tan Jinping finished speaking, Jan Qiming promptly declared, "As long as he can reach his limits, I assure you, the terms will be non-negotiable. As for the possibility of not achieving such limits, the thought of the department head currently in the control room above made him realize that his future prospects might be bleak." Jan Qiming reassured himself that a person valued by Wang Jinyang, who was still quite young and of equal rank to him, should not disappoint. Since the individual in question dared to make such commitments and stipulations, it indicated a significant level of confidence. With no further hesitation, Jan Qiming took a vial of pills from his secretary and handed it to Tan Jinping, saying, "You must deliver this immediately. I shall refrain from appearing myself." "Understood." Tan Jinping glanced at Fang Ping, who was waiting not far away, lightly gesturing with the vial in his hand as he approached Fang Ping. Soon, Fang Ping received the 3 first-grade blood essence pills. He did not distribute the spoils on site, for Jan Qiming was outside, and any division of the rewards would have to wait until after the matter concluded. With the pills in hand, Fang Ping's expression radiated joy. A stroke of fortune indeed. Shortly after Fang Ping acquired the pills, the blood essence assessment officially commenced. The students who had successfully passed the preliminary test began to gather in the blood essence testing area. Jan Qiming, under the pretext of inspecting the medical examination site, accompanied by Tan Jinping and several subordinates, entered the blood essence testing area with personnel from the investigation bureau, supervisory team, and patrol team. Director Luo, in the control room above, was also aware of his intentions. According to protocol, local leaders from Ruiyang were not permitted to enter the blood essence testing area to prevent any fraudulent activities. However, with the presence of personnel from the investigation bureau, supervisory team, and patrol team, no one suspected that Jan Qiming had the means to perpetrate any deceit. Eager to ascertain the results, Jan Qiming was granted this opportunity by Director Luo. In the blood essence testing area, as the first batch of students entered the blood essence chamber for assessment, many were filled with anxiety. Yet, Fang Ping, who remained waiting, appeared completely at ease, his face reflecting tranquility. Wealth: 2,896,000 blood essence, 149 card spirit, 172 hertz. The 3 first-grade blood essence pills had augmented his wealth by an impressive 630,000. Moreover, this increase in wealth might afford Fang Ping a deeper understanding of the system. For instance, if he were to gift Tan Junping one of the first-grade blood essence pills, would the corresponding increase in wealth be deducted? Previously, when he had given Fang Yuan some pocket money, there had been no indication of such a deduction. However, when it comes to items, the situation remains uncertain. Lost in contemplation, Fang Ping had not truly given much thought to the matter of blood vitality testing. Chapter 58. The limit of the aspiring martial artist. The blood vitality testing zone.it was Fang Ping's first encounter with the blood vitality chamber. To describe it as resembling a small house would be an overstatement. In reality, it bore a striking resemblance to an upright crystal coffin, numbered from 1 to 6. This indicated that the first testing point housed a total of 6 blood vitality chambers. The recently arrived Wu Zhihao gazed enviously, remarking, "Each blood vitality chamber is valued at over 1 million. Such an item is indeed beyond the reach of an ordinary household." Wu Zhihao's own small blood vitality device was merely a second-hand acquisition. As he spoke, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat emerged from the testing zone. "Students, in martial sciences, blood vitality is of paramount importance. Many students go to great lengths to pass the blood vitality tests. Sparing no expense, however, I must remind you all, life is singular and precious. It should be cherished. The pursuit of martial prowess does not equate to reckless ambition. Many students prepare elixirs for temporary enhancement. This is permissible under the rules. Yet, you must consider carefully, as some students resort to consuming potions that push their limits to achieve fleeting bursts of power. Each year, countless reckless students attempt this, resulting in injuries and fatalities. A martial artist is not merely a brute, nor should they act without thought. The educated can stabilize a nation, while the martial can secure its borders. It is the well-rounded individual, proficient in both scholarly and martial pursuits, who embodies the true essence of a martial artist. Purely relying on brute strength without intellect reduces one to a mere thug, not a martial artist. Therefore, as per tradition, I must remind you once more, during the upcoming blood vitality tests, any unforeseen incidents will be your own responsibility. The lab-coated man spoke coldly, indicating that those who recklessly consumed substances beyond their limits would meet a futile demise. The nation seeks a cadre of intelligent martial artists, especially in a prestigious institution like ours, who understand the art of balance and self-awareness. These are the individuals the government truly requires. As for the martial artists struggling in society, part of the reason lies in their singular reliance on brute strength, devoid of the necessary wisdom. Fang Ping remained silent, while Wu Zhihao cast him a peculiar glance. Brute, lacking intellect, Wu Zhihao murmured to himself, a remark that seemed aimed at Fang Ping. Initially, Fang Ping did not register the comment, but soon he grasped its implication and, with a scowl, retorted, "Get lost? Ha ha." Wu Zhihao chuckled heartily, finally relishing a moment of triumph. After all, Fang Ping's explosive surge of blood vitality had been due to his consumption of a potion that exceeded safe limits, though fortune had favored him, allowing him to escape unscathed. Now, the blood vitality testing was about to commence. Students, please enter the blood vitality chambers in accordance with the numbers displayed on the screen. Institution, name, candidate number, sequentially entering the chambers for testing. The number corresponds to the chamber's designation. The lab-coated man bellowed, prompting the students to quiet down and direct their attention to the large screen. Point 1. Omping Experimental Middle School, Lizabine, 28345117662. Rueyang First Middle School, Changshuejian, 28345133636. Yangqing First Middle School. Zhangnan. The first batch of 6 students, upon seeing their names on the screen, stepped forward from the crowd. In Class 4, Zhang Nan found herself among the first batch of students undergoing testing. Her expression was taut, betraying a certain nervousness, while a hint of despair lingered deep in her eyes. She was acutely aware that her chances of gaining admission to Wuhan University were exceedingly slim, almost negligible. Given that she had yet to attain the requisite 11 cards of vitality, she feared she might not even pass the medical examination. As she took a step forward in the crowd, a sudden voice rang out, "Zhang Nan, if you don't make it, it's no big deal. We'll pursue the humanities together." Turning their heads, Fang Ping and the others spotted Zhang Hao, his face flushed, who, after shouting, quickly melted back into the throng. The previously anxious Zhang Nan felt her face flush crimson, too embarrassed to glance back, and hastily dashed into the testing area. A white coat, which had seemed to be wandering aimlessly, suddenly appeared, admonishing, "Maintain silence." Casting a glance at Zhang Hao, the figure refrained from further comment. The young man, lacking in vitality, certainly had a knack for timing his romantic pursuits. He was destined for something. In the vitality testing zone, within the central control room, as the first group of students entered, videos of their entry into the vitality chambers were promptly transmitted. In addition to the videos, the control room was connected to 6 vitality chambers, ensuring immediate feedback of the results. Simultaneously, these results would be directly relayed to the relevant departments of the Ministry of Education. Jean Keeman fixed his gaze intently on the various data displayed on the computer. As the first batch of students began to yield results, his expression darkened ominously. He had provided Fang Ping with elixirs, hoping he would meet the threshold of an elite practitioner. However, he understood the wisdom of not placing all his eggs in one basket. Thus, he had also hoped for commendable performances from the other students. If even one student could exceed 12 cards, he would not have to rely solely on Fang Ping. Yet now, among 6 individuals, none achieved the 12-card threshold. Not even a single student reached the 11.5 card mark. Taking a deep breath, Jean Keeman murmured, "How many students are there in total at the first testing site?" Among the 3,895 participants, 25 were eliminated due to prior injuries, vision issues, or skeletal assessments, leaving 3,870 remaining. Came the response, so, that means there will be 65 tests? Jean Keeman pondered aloud. The first testing site encompassed most of the renowned high schools in Ruiyang. They needed at least 5 students exceeding 12 cards, in other words. Out of every 4 tests, at least 3 must yield students with 12 cards of vitality. Suppressing his growing anxiety, Jean Keeman remained silent, fixated on the computer screen. The first batch had been a complete failure, with no one surpassing 12 cards. The second batch of 6 also met the same fate. The third batch, too, yielded similar results, though one student managed to achieve 119 cards, just a step shy of the mark. By the time the sixth batch concluded, a total of 36 students had been tested. Jean Keeman could no longer contain his fury. He turned to Tan Jinping and the others, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "I admit, the Ruiyang Education Bureau has not paid sufficient attention to martial arts education across various districts. Yet every year, the educational budget has not diminished. Take Ping, for example. Last year, the educational funding amounted to over 280 million. Where is the money? Out of 36 students, expanding to the general student population, not a single one among the senior students has achieved 12 cards of vitality. Where has the money gone? This is outrageous." Jan Kimming erupted in a fit of expletives. He was well aware of certain matters, yet over the years, everyone had grown accustomed to a laissez-faire attitude. Until the situation became dire, it wasn't his money at stake, so he felt no distress. But now, misfortune loomed over him, and the thought of those scoundrels escaping unscathed ignited a fierce desire within him to eliminate a few on the spot. Tan Jinping and his companions were parched, yet dared not utter a word of dissent. Where had the money gone? Who could say? Logically, a school like Yangqing No. 1 High School should have specialized martial arts classes, employing martial artists as instructors. Additionally, outstanding students would be rewarded with medicinal pills, blood-replenishing pills, energy-replenishing pills, and other common elixirs designed for underprivileged students. Yet, Yangqing had none. Not only Yangqing, but the majority of schools in Ruiyang lacked such provisions. Only Ruiyang No. 1 High School had a few. Given its proximity to the authorities, it would be one thing to overlook this matter, but should it be pursued, the ensuing turmoil would be unimaginable. If Fang Ping were present to hear this, he might finally grasp certain realities. Previously, he had pondered how the government could place such importance on martial sciences, yet fail to establish even a single professional martial arts class. Relying solely on self-study, how utterly unreliable. In fact, such a framework existed in theory, but its implementation proved to be far more challenging. The more remote and underdeveloped the area, the harder it was to enforce. Much like the 9-year compulsory education that had been instituted in major cities for years before finally reaching the distant rural villages. Jan Kimming seethed with fury, yet that did not hinder the testing process. Batch after batch of students entered the vitality testing chamber, experiencing disappointment and even despair time and again. When the 10th batch arrived, Tan Jinping suddenly became animated, exclaiming, "Director, look! Wu Zhihao from Yangqing No. 1 has reached 12 cards." Jan Kimming quickly glanced over, feeling a slight lift in his spirits as he nodded in acknowledgement. Yangqing No. 1 is doing well. His thoughts drifted to Wang Jinyang and Fang Ping. As for the leader of the Education Committee in Anping District, Jan Kimming had made up his mind. If he survived this ordeal, that bunch of scoundrels in Anping District would be left to their fates. Ruiyang No. 1 High School had expended so many resources only to provide him with such a lackluster outcome. In the vitality testing area, when Wu Zhihao emerged, he appeared somewhat exhausted. Fang Ping and the others hurried to support him, while Yang Jian anxiously inquired, "How did it go?" "I'm not sure. I did my best," Wu Zhihao replied, panting as he lowered his voice. "Just now, I was thinking that Fang Ping is such a detestable brat. He was clearly inferior to us before, yet suddenly he surpassed us. Envy, jealousy, hatred, and a murderous urge to take him down all surged within me. I feel the results should be good." Yang Jian's eyes lit up. "Really? Really?" Wu Zhihao gasped. "After taking the vitality pill, I believe I won T-score below 118 cards. It might even be higher. Impressive." The others looked on with envy, while Fang Ping's expression darkened, wishing he could kick this guy to the curb. Why was he exploding with emotions? Why couldn't he think of something trivial instead? Just then, Yang Jian exclaimed, "It's my turn." Wu Zhihao encouraged him, "Go for it. Imagine taking down Fang Ping." "Get lost?" Fang Ping retorted. Pushing the guy away, Wu Zhihao appeared unconcerned, smilingly stating, "All right, I'll step out to wait for you all. I performed admirably this time. I must treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Get lost or not?" "Get lost, immediately." In the control room, an astonished warrior from Anping exclaimed, "Luoyang 122 card, from Ruiyang number 1 Middle School. Xiaqingyi 121 card, from Anping Experimental Middle School. Zhao Shui 124 card, from Ruiyang number 1 Middle School." The leader from the Anping Education Committee wore a grin that resembled that of a simpleton. Earlier, he had nearly soiled himself in fear. Jane Kimming's gaze truly exuded a murderous aura. It was perplexing how the students with high vitality from Anping were all positioned at the back. Now, after 3 consecutive batches, 6 students with 12 cards from Anping had already appeared. Up to this point, Anping District had produced a total of 8 students with 12 card vitality, whereas Yang City had only 4. Xingxi was the least fortunate, with merely 2, and nearly half of the students had already been tested. Jean Kimming had given up hope on these individuals and, disregarding the elation of the Anping leader, quietly inquired, "In which batch is Fang Ping?" A leader from the testing center glanced at the personnel from the investigation bureau, supervision team, and inspection team beside him, uncertain whether to respond. The representative from the Ministry of Education, part of the supervision team, chuckled and said, "This is no issue. Since Director Jean wishes to know, let's assist in checking." Jane Kimming smiled in gratitude and casually glanced at the computer screen before turning to Tan Jinping, asking, "Tantao is your son, isn't he? Quite impressive, 121 card." Tan Jinping replied dryly, "Just average, not as good as your esteemed son." "Director." Jane Kimming did not press further, awaiting the verification from the Health Inspection Center. After a while, someone spoke up, "Fang Ping from Yang City number 1 Middle School is in the 46th batch. He is still undergoing tests for the 31st batch, so we must wait a little longer." "Thank you." Jan Kimming expressed his gratitude and remained silent thereafter. Even when a genius from Ruiyang number 1 Middle School was revealed to possess a 132 card vitality, Jean Kimming remained mute. Time trickled by. Suddenly, Tan Jinping softly reminded, "Director, it's Fang Ping's turn." Jean Kimming had been paying close attention and naturally noticed this, squinting at the computer data feedback and the surveillance video of the 6th vitality chamber. Completely focused eye in the 6th vitality chamber, as Fang Ping entered, he found the space rather cramped. After surveying his surroundings, he noticed the surveillance camera. After a moment's thought, Fang Ping suddenly retrieved a pill from his pocket, slightly shielding it with his palm before swallowing it whole. The pill he ingested was not one of the later 3 first-grade vitality pills, but rather the ordinary vitality pill that Tan Jinping had given him earlier. He had previously mentioned that he would barely reach his limit, and with surveillance present, both in the chamber and at the Health Inspection Center, if the director were to review the footage later and see that he had not consumed a pill, it would be an obvious deception. Although he would still achieve his goal, Fang Ping understood the sentiments of these higher-ups and realized they would ultimately be displeased. By consuming an ordinary vitality pill now, even if they knew it was not a first-grade one, it would be far more palatable for them. At the very least, Fang Ping had considered their pride. As the pill settled in his stomach, Fang Ping swiftly felt a surge of vitality emanating from his abdomen. That moment, Fang Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. This surge of vitality felt distinctly different. The life force contained within the elixir bore a striking resemblance to the refined vitality obtained through the tempering method. In other words, the vitality within the elixir was far more concentrated than that provided by the system, requiring no further purification. In a wonder, Fang Ping pondered thoughtfully. The vitality provided by the system was somewhat insipid, rendering it less effective for breaking through bottlenecks. Perhaps, for his breakthrough at 15 cards of vitality, he could resort to consuming elixirs. Not dwelling on the thought any longer, Fang Ping waited for a moment before suddenly unleashing a mighty roar, his entire being surging with vitality. In the control room, Jan Kimming clenched his fists tightly, fixated on the computer screen, his heart racing as he observed the numbers fluctuating. After 5 seconds, Jan Kimming abruptly swung his fist, causing the air to resonate with explosive sounds. "Good, Director Jean." Several individuals beside him stood up, while the inspectors frowned and admonished, "Control yourself." As a third-tier martial artist, Jean Kimming, when unrestrained and unleashing his full power, could easily demolish the control room. Jan Kimming quickly nodded, his face alight with smiles and a sense of relief. At that moment, he hardly cared about being scolded. 149 cards. Truly the peak of a quasi-martial artist. Fang Ping, splendid, Truly splendid. Jane Kimming could hardly contain his joy, thinking, I want to have to venture into the abyss. Meanwhile, others were somewhat astonished. The staff responsible for data transmission murmured, just now, there seemed to be a trend towards 15 cards. What a pity, it ultimately stabilized at 149 cards, indicating that Fang Ping has not genuinely surpassed his limits. Once he reaches 15 cards of vitality, he can no longer be considered merely a quasi-martial artist. Such an individual is essentially half a martial artist, merely one breakthrough away. Chapter 59. The difficulty of speaking truthfully outside the health examination center. Many students who had completed their assessments lingered. As Fang Ping emerged, Wu Zhihao hurriedly approached him, asking, How did it go? Who knows? We can't see the results, Fang Ping replied. Wu Zhihao, slightly anxious, responded, We have to wait until the day after tomorrow to find out. I'm so nervous I could die. Ignoring his worries, Fang Ping scanned the area and inquired, Where are Zhang Hao and the others? They've gone back to the hotel, Wu Zhihao sighed. Zhang Hao and the others probably couldn't make it. It's rather disappointing. Fang Ping chose not to comment further, recognizing that he too would feel disheartened in their situation. After exchanging a few words, just as Fang Ping was about to depart, someone called out from behind. Fang Ping, turning around, he saw Tan Jinping striding towards him. A moment later, in a corner, Tan Jinping remarked with a smile, You're quite carefree, just walking off. Aren't you afraid of losing the subsequent funds? Fang Ping dismissively replied. How could that be? A figure like Director Jean wouldn't overlook such a trivial sum from me. Besides, with Uncle Tan here, I have no reason to worry. You're quite the character, Tan Jinping chuckled, then added with a knowing smile. It seems you're not at all surprised by your achievement of reaching the limit. Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. How could I not be surprised? I never expected to reach 149 cards. Ha ha ha! Tan Jinping burst into hearty laughter. This young man clearly had no intention of spinning tails. One glance at Fang Ping's demeanor revealed that he was not at all surprised by his vitality reaching 149 calories. Such confidence indicated that he had already reached his limits. Reflecting on this, Tan Jinping couldn't help but express, the younger generation is indeed formidable. As for the subsequent matters, I shall take care of them. As Director Jean is unable to appear in person. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Tan, Fang Ping said, retrieving a vial from his pocket, the very same one that previously contained the ordinary vitality elixir. Uncle Tan, this is for you. Tan Jinping gave him a sidelong glance, chuckling as he replied, You are quite generous. Do you not harbor any regrets? How could I? Were it not for you, Uncle Tan, I would have obtained nothing. It is only right, Fang Ping responded. Tan Jinping laughed once more, accepting the vial without pretense. There is a time for humility and a time for insincerity. When the latter is unwarranted, it is superfluous. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Fang Ping noticed Wu Zhihao watching him from a distance and pondered for a moment before inquiring, Uncle Tan, are you aware of Wu Zhihao's vitality? Wu Zhihao? Tan Jinping had just observed him for an extended period and had a vivid impression of this student, the first to be found with a vitality of 120 calories. Quite impressive indeed, 120 calories. He should have no trouble meeting the standards for Wuda. 120 calories? Fang Ping exclaimed in surprise. That is quite high. Uncle Tan, could you share information about the others? Do you still have an interest in this? Tan Jinping chuckled. There are too many students for me to remember all of them. Zhou Bin from No. 1 high school has 128 calories. Chen Jie has 122 calories. And Wu Zhihao has 120 calories. Overall, Yangqing has performed admirably this year, with 6 students from No. 1 high school exceeding 120 calories, 1 from No. 2 high school, and 1 from the rural high schools. In total, 8 students with a vitality above 120 calories emerged from Yangqing. This outcome exceeded Tan Jinping's expectations. Of course, Fang Ping was an unexpected surprise, and Wu Zhihao was also a pleasant surprise. With each passing year, the vitality levels have risen, resulting in this cohort producing 8 students. Those with over 120 calories will undoubtedly gain admission to Wuda.as. For those below that threshold, this year may prove challenging. However, it is possible that Nanjing Wuda will expand its enrollment, allowing those with 116 to 119 calories a chance. Tan Jinping was not averse to conversing a bit longer with Fang Ping, offering further insights. It also depends on the circumstances. Additionally, performing well in academic subjects will yield preferential treatment. Students with vitality exceeding 116 calories who excel academically may find themselves admitted to Wuda without surprise. This year, it is likely that more than 10 students from Yangqing will qualify for Wuda.as. He spoke. Tan Jinping expressed a hint of joy. More than last year. This is beyond my expectations. Last year, Yangqing had only 9 candidates, and although Director Jean seems somewhat dissatisfied, any progress is commendable. As for Anping and other districts, judging by Director Jin's attitude, they may be in for a rough time. Of course, these matters do not concern you and your peers. After exchanging a few more remarks, Fang Ping noticed Tan Jinping glancing at his watch and promptly said, "Uncle Tan, I shall not intrude any longer. I will take my leave now." "Very well. Once Director Jean has completed his tasks, I shall seek you out." As soon as Tan Jinping departed, Fang Ping hastily examined his wealth value. Upon discovering that it remained unchanged, a spark of joy illuminated his eyes. The elixirs had been dispatched, yet his wealth value persisted. This was indeed a fortuitous outcome. However, he pondered how the calculations would unfold if he were to sell the elixirs and receive payment. Would it compensate for the price difference, or would the original wealth value be retained? These were matters he could explore in due course. Nonetheless, Fang Ping speculated that the likelihood of compensating for the price difference was greater. As in business, profit often stemmed from such disparities. If this were not taken into account, the growth of wealth value would prove exceedingly arduous. Rejoining the crowd, Wu Zhihao eagerly inquired, "Fang Ping, what did Director Tan say?" Fang Ping replied with a smile. What could he have said? Merely discussed matters of vitality. Really? How much? Wu Zhihao, nearly beside himself with impatience, found the prospect of knowing in advance far less tormenting than awaiting the results. "You?" Fang Ping shook his head with a sigh. "You appear to be somewhat unfortunate." How so?" Wu Zhihao expressed his disappointment. "I believed I was in excellent form this time, already above 116 cards, and that was before the physical examination. I also consumed a vitality elixir and employed the emotional eruption technique." He was convinced he must have reached at least 118 cards. Yet, with Fang Ping's remark about being unfortunate, doubts began to creep in about whether he had overestimated himself. Fang Ping, finding amusement in his friend's dismay, chuckled. "You're merely at 120 cards." "What? Really?" Wu Zhihao was instantly revitalized, astonished. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" "Why would I need to deceive you? 120 cards is so feeble. I wouldn't even feel inclined to lie about it. Am I truly at 120 cards? Wu Zhihao's expression fluctuated, and he soon erupted in anger. "You scoundrel! What did you mean by saying I was unfortunate? I've already stated that you are too weak, significantly lower than me, hence it is indeed unfortunate. Get lost." Though momentarily startled, Wu Zhihao's spirit soared, and he quickly asked, "And how about you?" 149 cards, get lost." "Are you serious?" Fang Ping turned to him, exasperated. "You don't believe me?" "Of course not. Only a fool would." "All right then," Fang Ping conceded. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively suggested 125 cards. That's not too shabby, quite impressive indeed. To have reached the reward threshold, Wu Zhihao mused to himself,